Chapter 541 Empire 2496. It was a cool evening. The huge sun of coral was sinking into the burgundy-like glow, and the city center of August-Grad, which was just lit up, was shrouded in bright blue and glassy red neon lights. On the huge blue holographic subtitles in the city center, you can see the slogan "Welcome to 2496. 2 years have passed since the first brick was laid in August-Grad. During the 22 months of construction, countless steel and glass were invested in the construction of August-Grad and 7 other major cities. The perfect steel smelting technology and modular construction technology of the old Federation era guaranteed the rapid expansion of this city. The Emperor of the Empire was also very satisfied with the progress of August-Grad's construction. In less than 2 years, its city center area exceeded that of the former Stealing City, and its prosperity was far greater than before. August-Grad is an incomparable giant city, and its birth was to become the imperial capital of this huge interstellar empire. It is the seat of the largest bureaucracy and administrative agency in the history of the Copperless sector, and all legal provisions are written by August-Grad people. It is the industrial hub of the Terran Empire, and its developed industry handles a large amount of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas every day, producing high-tech products, military products, and engineering components. It is the capital of fashion and fantasy, and the cultural and ideological trends that lead the times all originate from the imperial capital. Whenever Augustus stands on the top floor of the Imperial Senate building and looks at the entire center of August-Grad, he feels a sincere sense of pride. Between the Imperial Senate and the August-Grad Palace is the Stilling Square. This park, named in memory of the Emperor's hometown, Stilling, has the largest proportion of greenery in August-Grad, the largest and best artificial lake, and the largest statue, the Great Emperor and the Wolf. Looking south, Bennett Airport is like the hoof print of Pegasus in August-Grad. To the west of the airport, across several wide circular maglev tracks and viaducts, is the famous Golden Library, which is like an inverted maple leaf, standing in an incredible posture under the effect of anti-gravity technology. The University of Coral is now a top university on par with the University of Tarsonis. It is built of pure white Moria marble, surrounded by greenery, and gathers the most powerful educational resources in the empire. The National Gallery of the Terran Empire is known as the most charming building in August-Grad. It contains the most precious artworks in the past 2 centuries, as well as crystal products donated and presented by the Protoss. Every moment, the catering crystals outside the National Gallery emit extremely pleasant harmonic matrix resonance sounds, like an ensemble of musical instruments. There is a strange crystal in the art gallery, which is rumored to be able to reproduce the scene of the Battle of Ire, which has now been recorded in history textbooks. These 3-dimensional, beautiful and elegant buildings are the display of August-Grad's prosperity, and will eventually become an indelible memory for 100 million August-Grad people. On the other side is the crowded Queen Square, which is a masterpiece of art and aesthetic engineering. It is an integrated commercial street building built by 2 rows of towering Roman columns, arcades, and stained glass domes. Behind the windows facing the crowd are all kinds of perfume shops, jewelry stores, art exhibition halls, and clubs. August-Grad residents rarely visit these luxury stores. To be more precise, they are all for wealthy travelers, middle-class and upper-class people from wealthy worlds such as Tarsonis, Moria, and Umogen come to August-Grad by planetary shuttles, all ready to spend a fortune in the center of the empire. On the other side, Thomas Square is for ordinary people. They only need to spend a small part of their monthly income to buy cheap beer, tea, clothes, and electronic products. This is a reflection of August-Grad's industrial strength. This is the worst era, but also the best era. Since Emperor Augustus announced the permanent abolition of all privileges of the nobility, the state has once again regulated and distributed wealth, greatly improved the treatment of workers, and established a complete medical and social security system that did not exist in the Federation era. The increasingly sharp class contradictions in the Federation era have been alleviated, and people's lives have also undergone earth-shaking changes. This is a great empire, not another Terran Federation under the Iron Fist in power. Neat streets, beautiful buildings, roads stretching to the horizon, and straight curves like a chessboard are what make August-Grad different from any other prosperous colonial city. The location of each street, each building, and even each street lamp is planned on the design blueprint, and repeatedly calculated by supercomputers, thus showing the stunning coordination and precise beauty of electronic components. Other cities, such as Tarsonis, are slowly expanded on the basis of the original city. The closer to the city center, the smaller the space seems. The suffocating feeling of the steel forest woven into the sky is overwhelming. And the imbalance of land and wealth has created those chaotic and dirty slums. In Augustus' eyes, Tarsones was not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as Augustgrad. And he poured all his feelings for his homeland into this city. Augustgrad, the city named after his grandfather, will be the center of the Terran Empire, the next generation of Korhal, and the place where Augustus' children will be born. 10,000 years later, he will become a legend. Standing by the window and looking at Augustgrad outside the electromagnetic force field shield developed by Egon Stepman's team, Augustus was still blown by the breeze and felt particularly comfortable. The palace, government offices and parliament were no-fly zones, and no one could disturb the emperor's enjoyment of the night sky. But under this colorful light pollution, Augustus could not see many stars. Unlike the flattering praises of the media, it was tens of thousands of imperial citizens who built Augustgrad, not Emperor Augustus Minsk, he thought. At this time, the holographic projector on the rosewood desk sounded again, which meant that there was important news to be communicated to the emperor as soon as possible through this direct line. Augustus is the emperor of the empire, so he certainly doesn't have to do everything himself. This matter must have reached a very critical point. By the end of this year, Augustus's vacation time will be very few. And he always has endless things to deal with, and endless troubles to deal with. Augustus took over a mess when he took over the Terran Federation. Years of war have caused the Terran Federation to lose a large number of people. And the worlds are isolated from each other. And communication and trade routes have been interrupted. Under the turbulent times, people are living in poverty. And there are more interstellar bandits and pirates than ever before. Space travel in the known star field has become a dangerous adventure. And even small-scale interstellar merchants have to organize armed forces to protect themselves. Heavy taxes and corvée labor. Millions of soldiers of military age died in foreign lands. Large numbers of farmlands and farms were abandoned. And even the richest agricultural world suffered a serious food crisis. From the economic crisis, the Great Depression caused by overcapacity, the collapse of the financial industry, to the conflicts between the worlds, the Federation planets that declared independence set tariffs privately, and the outbreak of wars between brother worlds. The interior of this huge federation has long been riddled with holes, and the false prosperity of Tarsones and other core worlds is built on the blood and tears of the marginal worlds. The Federation is a giant that will break at the slightest touch, and Augustus is here to stabilize it before it completely falls. The first thing Augustus did was to organize a large number of people to recompile codes in various fields based on the existing federal laws, and to establish courts at all levels in the empire across all worlds. Then he established a national currency printing and issuing agency, temporarily taking over the major banks in Tarsones to issue new currency. The reforms of Emperor Augustus were so great that they covered all aspects of the lives of the citizens of the empire. By regulating the prices of agricultural products and government aid, the agricultural world headed by Shiloh once again prospered. In terms of culture, Augustus established a sound 12-year compulsory education system to ensure that the children of the imperial citizens can receive education and cultivate their confidence and patriotism in the national culture of Terran. After Admiral Jim Raynor cleared the remnants of the Federation and bandits from the core world to the edge world, trade returned to normal. The development of science and technology also led to the innovation of agricultural and medical industrial technology, allowing each piece of land to grow more food, making the blood of industry more boiling. As we enter the year 2496, with the quality of life improving, the first wave of population growth in the empire is expected to begin. The revival of industry is most notable in the unprecedented prosperity of modular manufacturing. Cheap and high-quality industrial products such as hover cars, robots, and electronic products have almost defeated the Kelmorian Federation in just half a year. Their high-quality mining raw materials have been plundered by capital flows without limit, and local industries have closed down one after another. This time, the economic collapse of the Kelmorian Federation is really imminent. The CEOs of the major guilds of the Federation had to start with customs to limit the dumping of the Terran Empire on the Federation. However, what the Federation could not tolerate most was the loss of population caused by the large number of Kelmorians entering the Empire, which forced them to suppress the lower-class people with more cruel means. The Terran Empire is a large empire across galaxies, and the environment of each territory is different. In this way, a one-size-fits-all policy is extremely stupid. and the empire will no longer use the plundering policy of the blood-sucking colonies of the Tarsonese government, but will give the territorial government space for self-development to a certain extent. Augustus must fuse the entire empire into a whole and make it a de facto country. Therefore, the work to be done is not a little bit. Even with the help of Angus and Arcturus, it is a very arduous task. But what can Augustus complain about? As Mike Liberty criticized, this empire belongs to Augustus Minsk. He has to sit on the throne and look at his people. If the people are happy, they should be attributed to the emperor. If the people are suffering, they should also blame the emperor. Augustus was both amused and confused when he thought of this guy. He had only noticed Mike's talent a year ago. This guy was a minister who was not afraid of the emperor's majesty. In this way, the emperor, who had not held a grudge 3 months ago, finally ordered people to take this reporter, who was never merciless, to the palace, and let his junior Miss Kate Rockwell take over his position. Interestingly, when Liberty was taken away, his colleagues all felt deeply sympathetic, and only Rockwell said good. According to a certain imperial general present, the reporter named Liberty was ready to die heroically, but he didn't expect the emperor to appoint him as the imperial secretary of state on the spot. The stunned reporter criticized the emperor even more fiercely from then on. The emperor stepped on the soft dark red silk of the emperor's office, glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall, and turned his eyes to the exquisitely crafted wooden holographic projector. There was also a report on the upcoming trial production of the next generation of Imperial fighter Viking by Ursa Shipyards. He was a nostalgic person, and he had kept the holographic projector given by his brother Arcturus and never replaced it. But maybe, as the queen said, the emperor was just too stingy. Next to the table was a console for communication and connection to various monitoring equipment in the Parliament building. Sometimes, Augustus always laughed and cried about his brother's excessive caution in this regard. Until now, Arcturus still missed his network of surveillance cameras used to monitor the entire palace. When Augustus's eyes fell on the holographic projector, Augustus put away his smile. This was sent by General Edmund Duke. Since Duke was always fighting with the brainworms in the headquarters, Augustus had to send him to the edge of the empire to carry out military missions to eliminate the remaining forces of the Federation and the planets that were in conflict with the empire. To date, the Terran Empire has only recovered 153 of the planets that the Terran Federation once had. And there are still many mining planets with few people. There are still dozens of planets that refuse to join the Terran Empire or publicly declare support for the Terran Federation government in exile, and fight against the armies sent by the Terran Empire. The former are all planets in the central and peripheral parts of the Copperless sector. They have been rebelling against the central government since the Federation era, and they are still the same now. They don't have many political claims and demands, but they just don't want to be controlled by the government anymore. For such worlds, Augustus adopts a conciliatory policy, making it clear that they can join the empire in the form of affiliated planets and dominions, and the imperial government treats them equally. As for the latter, Augustus sent a fleet to suppress the rebellion forcefully, without mercy. In other words, the war of unification is not over yet. Augustus sat back in his chair and looked at the report. As expected, Duke would only report good news and not bad news. He only mentioned the rebellion in the Kandor colony and claimed that he had conquered another piece of land for the emperor. However, out of distrust of Duke, Augustus still had to look through the report of his adjutant Scott. Augustus dealt with many things again, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. When Augustus finally felt tired, he stopped working, opened the door of the office, and prepared to go back to sleep. "Tychus, you are still here." Augustus suddenly saw Tychus outside the door, but he was not surprised. "If you feel sorry, you can let me go home now," Tychus said, and wanted to light a cigarette, but was slapped away by Augustus. "If you are sleepy, go back quickly," Augustus said with disdain. "Hee." Tychus smiled, and a concerned expression appeared on his face. "Are you in a hurry to go back? The doctor told me that Kerrigan is about to give birth?" "Yes." Augustus nodded. "So, I can get a free drink soon. Tychus is a little short of money recently, and can't even afford a drink. Choose the expensive ones." "Tychus," Augustus said, "I'm not short of money." Chapter 542, Child. When you were born, the Augustgrad Palace was born from the ambitions of the imperial people. From the moment it stood on Kora, the spire of the palace dominated the horizon of Augustgrad. It was the symbol and sign of the Terran revival spirit of this era. So far, The concrete, steel, cast iron, marble, granite, tiles, nickel, chromium, new alloys, and glass units used to build the palace have reached millions of tons. This pyramid-shaped supergiant building is an unprecedented miracle in the history of human architecture. It is rumored that its height alone is enough to affect the direction of airflow, and its weight is enough to indirectly cause earthquakes. The palace is hailed as another monument in the world. Its existence itself is an ode to human creativity, wisdom, and strength. It was a cloudless night, and even people several miles away could see the brilliant golden light of the palace, as if it was really a pyramid made of tons of gold. Moreover, for this significant day, the grand occasion from the center of Augustgrad to the construction areas hundreds of miles away could not be described as simply decorated with lights to welcome the upcoming royal family. All buildings, streets, and roads were brightly illuminated, and even government buildings, military camps, and ports were shrouded in bright light. 10,000 dazzling anti-gravity crystal lamps were lit on the Stilling Square outside the Augustgrad Palace, and all fountains were illuminated by deep red lights at the bottom. The people of Augustgrad, the entire Car Galaxy, and the entire Terran Empire are waiting for the birth of this child with royal blood. The closer you get to the palace, the more crowded the streets become. The crowd is so dense that people are almost tightly pressed together, forming an airtight wall. Standing in the crowd, you can't move a few yards even in an hour, and you can only see the small golden and red flag of the Terran Empire from the hands raised high. As for the flying cars and private airships in the sky, they are countless, firmly occupying the best position to peak at the palace in the non-restricted flying zone. On the tram and sky train tracks around Augustgrad, suspended trains decorated with colorful lights and flowers circle Augustgrad again and again. The whole of Augustgrad has come to a standstill. Even the children, who have just become sensible, are following their families to join in the fun in a confused manner. The busiest department today is the police department of Augustgrad. But even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they are not enough to cope with the situation, and the Emperor can only send troops to maintain order. In contrast to this lively and grand scene, the Augustgrad Palace was heavily guarded. Imperial soldiers in power armor could be seen everywhere. Goliath-armed robots, which could only be seen at celebrations and parades in the past, occupied every gate of the palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Augustus, dressed in a golden and red robe, nodded to the 2 royal guards guarding the palace gate as he walked, and saluted the guards, who followed him all the time. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness and tension. Even the usually unremarkable Corporal Tychus Finley was particularly serious. Anyone close to Augustus knew how much the Emperor valued this day, and would not tolerate any accidents. The Emperor rarely got angry, but his truly terrifying look was definitely not what a furious lion or a roaring dragon could describe. The last time the Emperor was furious was when a colonial world that decided to join the Empire was destroyed by the Federation's defeated fleet. The ministers in the palace were all trembling and silent. Augustus could feel the gazes and the dim lights of sensor cameras every step he took. The palace is not only a symbol of the power of the Terran Empire, but also the strongest barrier of Korhal. The palace is equipped with the most advanced life safety and maintenance guarantee system, with a complex flame-retardant interlayer structure, biochemical filtration system, and ion shield force field. It is equipped with booster elevators, fire stairs, and elevator platforms to ensure that the deployment of personnel is fast and foolproof. The basement of the palace is more than 100 meters deep, which is enough to ensure safety under the threat of nuclear strikes. Even the palace's communication lines, exhaust ventilation shafts, electrical appliances, and water pipes were placed under strict monitoring, and the entire control network was controlled by a computer system. The core and some components of the computer came from the supercomputer Atlas built into the colonial mothership flagship Najerfa. Although it was more than 200 years old, it has not been surpassed to this day. As soon as he entered the palace, Augustus's eyes fell on the wide corridors and the royal guards stationed on both sides. The Emperor's affirmation made all the guards stand up straighter and grip the AGR-17 rifle in their hands again and again. The interior of the palace is a neat combination of cold metal and glass, with steel and glass domes connected with layer after layer of domes until the starry sky. The exquisite steel skeleton, shining glass curtain wall, and slightly blue ion force field create an open and transparent interior space. This is a combination of modern Terran human art and ancient New Era architectural style, with a great beauty of simplicity and technology. What architects are most proud of are the thin and tough nanowires used to support the glass curtain wall, which make the entire palace look like a Greek temple with columns and beams made of crystal. With the rapid development of nanotechnology, more and more technologies can be used in architecture, medicine and military, and various fields will be expanded to prospects that were previously unimaginable. Looking through these soldiers loyal to the royal family, Augustus whispered to thank the soldiers. He didn't have time to stay again, but every step was taken calmly. Augustus and Tychus went straight to the top floor of the palace through a vertical ladder operated by anti-gravity technology. The top floor was a huge garden, reception room and dining room, planted with exotic flowers and plants from many territories of the empire. This was not a wasteful act. For those colonial worlds that were on the verge of bankruptcy due to war, or were just starting out, the tax officials would only symbolically bring back a few flowers and their seeds from that land in lieu of taxes. All of these plants are planted on the top floor of the palace, and they grow more and more prosperous as time goes by. It is as if the emperor is with the people of these worlds. The garden is also used to meet envoys from the Kelmorian Union and the Umojan United States. Sometimes the emperor will also host banquets here for court ministers, members of the imperial parliament and generals. The queen also likes this garden very much. She has loved these beautiful things since she was very young, although she often recalls the nightmare memories of the past. Your Majesty. As soon as he entered the top floor garden, Augustus saw his father's former security captain, Acton Feld. Acton has aged a lot, but the majesty between his eyebrows is still as much as before. Acton watched Augustus and his sister Dorothy grow up, and now he has witnessed the birth of his children. Behind this loyal guardian of the Minsk family, many familiar figures can be seen. All of them are ministers in the court and generals in the army. Each of them is incredibly powerful in the empire. Friends of the Minsk family were also invited, including the families of ministers and generals, and many members of the former creation families, who were closely related to the Minsk family, including the Terra family and the Holt family. There were about 100 people in the entire garden, but compared to the huge area, they were just sparse. Nova Terra was also among them. She was 13 years old, and this delicate girl was gradually beginning to grow up. It wouldn't be long before even Augustus would be amazed by Nova's beauty. The Terra family has the closest relationship with the Minsk family. This family did not decline due to the destruction of the Terran Federation, but became more prosperous. As the youngest child in the family, Nova often saw the emperor, and Nova was more in awe of Augustus. She had to keep a close eye on her mother and sister, who always wanted to be the stepmother of the emperor's future children, so as not to be chopped by the angry queen. Your Majesty Augustus. Like everyone else, Nova bowed in salute. She wore a white silk dress and pure white gloves, and her etiquette posture was perfect. Augustus looked at them and nodded slightly. He walked through the crowd and walked towards his relatives and friends. Augustus, I have experienced this before. Believe me, don't be so nervous. My mother said that good people will be blessed by heaven. Jim Raynor said I am familiar with this. Raynor also wore a black dress, which was surprisingly suitable for him. If he hadn't joined the army in a rush, Raynor might still be farming at home, or working as a police officer in that police station. I'm not nervous, Augustus replied. You always clench your fists when you're nervous, just like you look up at the ceiling when you're lying. Prince Arcturus nodded. Now you can kill someone with one punch. Augustus, Sarah will get through this. Mother Catherine held Augustus in her arms. Huh? The delivery hasn't started yet. What's the hurry? Old Father Angus hid aside, not wanting to admit that he was also anxious. Listen to me. There is no need to worry about this matter. We have the best midwives and the most sophisticated equipment in the empire. General Duke always has an inexplicable confidence, which appears in people other than himself. Although General Duke is generally regarded as a cruel and ruthless person, he has done a good job of teaching the future heir to the throne how to march and fight. I swear, the princess will be able to be influenced by the art of war as soon as she is born. The general raised his nose proudly. Ha 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 ha. Duke is like a willful child. When he is angry, he is furious. When he is happy, he wants to put a flower on his face. Come on. Milahan wore a black cook's dress, a white apron, and her pink hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She looked pure and lovely even though she looked like a big sister. Are you going to teach the princess to lose the battle? You shameless old thing. Yu Duke was so angry that his face turned red. If my daughter were still alive today. Connor Ward sighed. Happy and sad. Enough? Stop talking so depressingly. Renault shook his head. Connor has not yet come out of the shadow of losing his family. And refuses to start a family again. It's better for you to say less. Xandermark said. When can we see the baby? Honik Hank was extremely eye-catching there. This time, he even dressed himself up as a plush little yellow duck. Ready to make the newborn baby laugh. This cute duck has a belly band filled with milk bottles, small clothes, and other cute little things. It really makes a tough guy cry. The human cub will be born safely. A bloated humanoid wearing clergy clothing and a cross ornament on his body screamed tenderly and sharply. Ah! God bless my Terran Empire. Grand Marshal Alpha. Be careful. My illusion is not stable yet. You should say less to avoid being exposed. Sacco Angelini, the principal of the Terran Empire Ghost Military Academy, was wearing a military academy uniform with a black background and red trouser lines. He was so nervous that even his golden hair was flickering. When did you believe in God? I heard that this is standard procedure. Besides, existence is valuable. How do you know if there is a real God in this world? God tastes pretty good. The brainworm seemed not to care how much attention its weird appearance attracted. There were even rumors that the emperor invited a wizard because he was too worried about the safety of the queen. Principal, move me to the left. This position. Thank you. It announced, I want some Coke to calm my nerves. And a bag of French fries, fried thoroughly. With ketchup. Augustus broke free from his mother's arms, feeling a little dizzy from the chaotic scene around him. I don't know why. But Rory Swan suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, I know you are very nervous. I'm sorry. Although I have been married several times, I still don't have a child. So I don't have much experience. Swan thought for a while and said, but I can make a cradle and toys for this child. Or do you want me to forge a sword that belongs exclusively to the Emperor? That's fine too. I heard that Arcturus likes to do this. No. Thank you. Augustus immediately refused. At this time, another royal guard announced the news of the new guest. And Augustus was overjoyed. Not long after, Darum Protoss Archbishop Tassadar, CO Artanes, Grand Archon Phoenix, and Executor Moyle walked in from the special passage. These Protoss in golden armor caused surprise and tension among the crowd. But they all knew the friendship between the Protoss and the Emperor. This was not a secret that could not be made public. A year is just an ordinary moment in the life of the Protoss. But it may mean marriage, the birth of children, and other important things for humans. As a close friend, this cannot be missed. Tassadar walked to Augustus. I knew you would come if I wrote you a letter, Augustus said happily. Suddenly, a moving shadow came in front of Augustus. And the elder Dark Templar, who walked out of it, caused the guards present to be nervous. Cyrodiil is my mentor. And we are as close as brothers, Augustus said immediately. I brought it. Cyrodiil was still in tatters. But the geometric block in his hand was very exquisite. He looked at Augustus, his eyes emitting green light slightly curved upwards, revealing a humorous emotional flow. A gift. Chapter 543. The stars of Copperloo whisper your name. I am truly delighted for my unborn child. Cyrodiil, you are so generous. Augustus took the light square box with a beautiful geometric outline from the hand of the Dark Archon Cyrodiil, and noticed that its material was like a metal meteorite, but very light. So, Augustus guessed that this might be a huge Aeon crystal. The Protoss Dark Templar used this crystal to record history, and the user could use this crystal to reproduce their memories from the recorder's first-person perspective. This crystal that can record all memories in detail is extremely precious. The few pieces in Augustus's hand are all treasured as national treasures. This is a warp-like glaive. Cyrodiil saw the doubts in Augustus' heart and answered him. In the years I have gone through, most of the time I have been traveling alone in the universe, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the truth of the world. During this period, I have also been collecting Zelnada relics and rare minerals in the world. Cyrodiil is tall. Even if he is slightly hunched due to old age, he is taller than most Protoss. The Dark Master was standing among the humans. He was undoubtedly a giant in a purple robe. Everyone had to look up at him. After returning to Shakuras, I asked 3 Dark Masters to use the materials I collected to create this warp blade that humans can also use. It is designed to be more slender, and has a sharper and gentler focusing device. Cyrodiil said, a Zelnada relic was also used to forge the blade. It is said that it is a part of the incarnation of pure essence, which can awaken the source material in the cell. Cyrodiil's Master Warp Blade. Dark Templars will receive their own warp blade when they reach adulthood. This psychic blade, carefully polished by the Dark Master, will accompany them throughout their lives. In the long life of the Protoss, a dozen or 20 years just pass in a flash. In Zeratl's opinion, when he sees Augustus' child again, she will have grown up. I hope this child can use it. Augustus was also surprised. The psychic blade of the Protoss is very powerful, and can cut through all materials in the world. The psychic blade is not designed for humans to use. And theoretically, it can only be used by races with the same psychic talents as the Protoss. It should be so. Zeratl said so. The Dark Templar are cold warriors, but they are also a loving race. A tiger in the heart. A rose in the nose. Maybe you should give this sword a name. Admiral Horace Warfield, standing beside Augustus, reminded the Emperor. Will you name the psionic blade? Zeratl? Augustus frowned. We don't do that, brother. Zeratl replied. Let it be. Augustus said. Just call it the Master Blade. We also brought a gift for the Emperor's daughter. Tassadar also signaled his student Artanis to hand over the beautifully crafted wooden gift box. The gift box was only 10 inches long and 6 feet wide, and it looked small and exquisite in the wide palm of the Protoss. Whenever I recall our friendship, I will tell her about their origins, and the origins of humans and the Protoss. Augustus took it. The Protoss once gave Augustus a whole treasury of Protoss artworks in the Imperial Palace. These artworks were made by master Protoss craftsmen, and their artistic and aesthetic values were widely sought after in the human world. They have the best craftsmen in the world, and the masters have been skilled in this for thousands of years, and the skills as far back as the Golden Age have not been forgotten. In the human world, this has become a luxury that is hard to come by. The Protoss rarely trade with humans. They only exchanged urgent supplies with the Terran Empire in the most urgent times. I think this time it is a treasure that the Protoss also value. These are fragments cut from the Protoss holy objects Uraki and Callus crystal. They will bless this child. Artani's voice echoed with psychic energy and reached the hearts of everyone present, in the name of the stars of Ire and Shakuras. When she was born, the Protoss of Darum were blessing her. The Dark Templar is doing the same, Zeratl said. Her name will be spread among the gods in the void. Legend has it that these two crystals are holy objects bestowed by the creator Zelnaga to the firstborn clan. The Uraki crystal condenses the power of the pure Templar, while Callus is endowed with the energy of the Dark Templar. Just as the seawater is immeasurable, the energy contained in the crystal is also immeasurable. Even a small part of it is hard to imagine. Artanis opened the gift box, and a pair of crystals were accurately cut into diamond shapes by the mechanical table. One was bright green, representing life, and the other was blue like the sky. Each crystal was filled with psychic energy, and Augustus naturally realized its preciousness. Even the fiber cloth under the crystal was also a material that could stimulate psychic energy, and was usually used to make vestments for high-level Templars. Augustus accepted the gift, and his gratitude was self-evident. That brain worm. It can actually stand among humans so comfortably. Soon, Zeratl naturally noticed the brainworm Alpha wearing a black priest's uniform among the crowd. A brainworm accepted by human society is rare. This domesticated brainworm wears a loose black robe to cover its overly fat body, and a purple ribbon is tied at the lower part of its body to make it look more like a human. It wears a black hood, and its terrifying face is hidden under it. Since there is no suitable clothing at all, the brainworm can only choose this extremely loose robe. Some time ago, the brainworm read a book about medieval Earth religion in the digital book library of the Palace Library. So he packaged himself as a priest and prepared to baptize the Emperor's newborn child to please Augustus. As a brainworm that studied in the human world, this brainworm has become more tactful than all its peers. However, except for Augustus, the master in the eyes of the brainworm, and Kerrigan, the brainworm will not give face to anyone. Domestic brainworms are real palace bullies, hated by people and dogs. If it weren't for being a homebody, it would look like a harmless pet most of the time. And its reputation as the Emperor's bulldog would have spread long ago. Principle: try harder. The fear of the Dark Templar is engraved in the brainworm's DNA. Naturally, from the moment Zeratl appeared, it wanted to grow 2 legs and run away. In a hurry, he even used his head, not caring whether his caterpillar-like crawling posture was detrimental to his appearance. Angelini, the principal of the Imperial Ghost Academy, also helped push him from behind, but he could not push him a few yards even with all his strength. The domesticated brain worm likes human psychers very much. He has eaten many human death row prisoners of the Terran Empire with psyker potential, and is also familiar with the teachers of the Ghost Academy. This hot guy has always been the mascot of the Empire, and no one dares to mess with it. Cyrodiil came to the front of the brain worm with just a teleportation. I am very interested in your experience in the human empire. The brain worm is such a ruthless, powerful and efficient creature. And you are the exact opposite. Timid, fragile and lazy. You, the domesticated brain worm, laughed. Just ask. Cyrodiil was silent for a few seconds, and every second made the trembling brain worm feel uncomfortable. Finally, Cyrodiil apologized for his little teasing. You are very powerful. Stronger than many older brain worms I have seen. You continue. The brain worm raised its head. At this time, more and more guests arrived, including Augustus's relatives and friends, as well as the presidents of large companies in the Empire. The governors of the core worlds of the Empire either rushed to Augustgrad in person, or sent their most trusted assistants to apologize to the Emperor. Almost all the royal relatives and dignitaries have arrived. The court of the Terran Empire is not the extravagant federal aristocratic circle, and the extravagant and decadent atmosphere has not spread to the political circle. The treatment of imperial officials is very high. At least they don't have to worry about their lives. Oddbo agents and mind readers are reviewed every year. The closer to the core world, the less likely the imperial officials are to commit corruption and bribery. Careful people can deceive mind readers, but their subordinates cannot. As long as they make a wrong step, they will be doomed. Norris and Nafu still maintain the resocialization transformation factory. New Folsom and Moros are the nightmares of all treacherous ministers. Outside the Empire, the chairman of the Umoyan Arbitration Council, and the foreign minister Jorgensen, and the chairman of the Comorian Federation Abraham Kaczynski have also arrived and shook hands with Augustus. Jorgensen is a representative figure among the politicians of this generation of the Umoyan people. Only people like him cannot lose to the overwhelming aura of the Emperor of the Terran Empire. And Abraham is the uncle of Viktor Kaczynski and Miro Kaczynski. A short, fat and smooth man, Abraham knows all the rules of politics. His policies towards the Terran Empire are usually considered weak and servile. Augustus fulfilled his promise not to infringe on the sovereignty of the Umoyan United States, and the Umoyan people naturally strive to maintain the current diplomatic status. As for the Comorian Federation, they already had many internal conflicts, and they dared not to anger the Terran Empire, whether in terms of population, territory, economy, or military strength. The Terran Empire was already far ahead of the other two brother civilizations, and it was only a matter of time before it returned to the peak of the Federation era. As early as when Queen Sarah Kerrigan was pregnant, the Emperor had announced the news to the outside world, and later, the information was detailed to the child's health, gender, and expected date of birth. Before the princess was born, the enemies of the Terran Empire had already begun to fear, while the people who were loyal to the Emperor were jubilant. With the Emperor appointing his own successor, the Terran Empire became even more indestructible. Although the Emperor of the Terran Empire was still young, the appearance of the successor would inevitably make the imperial power more stable. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was delayed on the road for many days. Dr. Emil Nerid came to the top floor of the palace panting and rushed to see Augustus as soon as possible. Dr. Nerid looked radiant and full of energy. His dyed black hair stood neatly back, and the curly mustache on his upper lip was proudly raised, looking very happy. The doctor's clothes were also carefully selected, and his outfit was also remarkable. A black Tarsoni's black suit and high-heeled soft leather shoes. For nearly 2 years, Nerid has been repairing the huge Zelnado world ship for the Emperor in the Sigma Quadrant. Almost every once in a while, Augustus would give Nerid a promotion and a raise. And now, he is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy of the Terran Empire. In any case, Nerid is indeed a talent, even according to the surveillance report of the Ghost Agent. He is extremely diligent, and works day and night without slacking off. With Nerid's unremitting efforts and sleepless struggle, the hulls of the Zelnado world ship have been firmly recast together using nanotechnology, renewable biosteel, and Zelnado organic meteorites. The next task is to repair the various internal systems and assemble the solar core to make it work again. Augustus originally thought that Nerid would use his position to embezzle part of the ship repair funds to cultivate his own hybrid. But unless he really did it perfectly, he didn't deduct a penny in the past 2 years, and even paid a lot of Zelnado building materials. The Sigma Quadrant is very far from Korhol, And Augustus also wanted to give Nerid a chance to cheat and expose his true colors. What Augustus didn't expect was that Nerid didn't do that. Loyalty is known to all. Emil, I'm glad you can come here. Augustus hugged the tired old man and frowned with concern. It wasn't smooth along the way. This guy came at the right time. The birth of a daughter is a big event. But Augustus would never ask all senior officials to wait here. Nor would he send out any invitations. Those who came today were officials from the core world or local officials, who happened to return to Korhul to report on their work. Nerid had been working in the Sigma sector before, and reported last month that he wanted to go back to Augustgrad for a vacation, just in time for the day when the princess was born. As soon as he returned to Augustgrad, Nerid requested to enter the palace, saying that he did not want to miss the birth of a great emperor's heir with noble royal blood. Isn't this suspicious? In the past 23 months, Nerid has not taken a single day off, and he has been working diligently and hard. Augustus ordered him to take a vacation, but he dared to disobey. Dr. Nerid's diligence in work puts those scientists and engineers who think they are 20 or 30 years younger than him to shame. And his high efficiency and serious attitude are second to none in the ongoing construction projects of the Empire. The road from the border to Korhul is much easier to travel than before, but it is still not very stable. There are fewer Tyranid bandits, but more and more Comorian pirates. Fortunately, those Comorian thugs dared not provoke the powerful Imperial fleet. Nerid wiped his sweat. Nerid was a frail old man, and he was exhausted just by jogging for a while. The Comorian pirates are becoming more and more rampant, and the Chimera pirates and the new Trinidad pirates have also begun to attack worlds with weak defenses. Augustus pondered for a moment and said, I have ordered General Matt Horner to lead the fleet to fight the pirates, ensure the smooth flow of routes, and protect the safety of the people in the Imperial territory. As he was speaking, a doctor came over and told Augustus that the queen had begun to give birth. The palace immediately became quiet. Those who witnessed this moment in person included humans, Protoss, and Zerg. Chapter 544 Princess Louise. The process of waiting for the arrival of a new life is always extremely long and painful. No one can share the pain of a great mother. From late at night to dawn, every minute and every second is difficult to endure. People in the palace were fidgeting at first, talking in low voices or praying for the queen and the unborn child. The deeper the night, the more solemn the emperor's expression became, and the clouds on his face seemed to be able to drip water. Augustus did things based on his own experience, calm rationality and courage to gamble when necessary. When he realized that he could not help the queen when she gave birth, it was understandable that he was at a loss and uneasy. Sarah Kerrigan may be the most powerful human in the world, and this speculation is not untenable. She can strangle a bison to death and explode a human head with her mind. The court doctor told Augustus that the queen's body is much healthier than his, and there is no problem in her family history, so there is almost no possibility of accidents during childbirth. But for Augustus, he can't rest assured until the last moment. It was the first time that the minister saw the emperor so nervous, and now they tried not to make any sound. If anyone is still unclear about the power of Emperor Augustus Minsk in the Terran Empire and his authority among his ministers, it means that he has not yet entered the core circle of politics. The emperor holds all power and is also the supreme commander of the army. All ministers, governors of territories, imperial senators, diplomats, court judges and military officers in the Terran Empire are appointed by the emperor. In other words, the imperial officials sitting here are directly responsible to the emperor himself. Their rights and status come from the emperor and can be taken away by him. Emperor Augustus is happy to show his love for a general or minister, but rarely says who he doesn't like. The emperor pays equal attention to everyone, as if everyone is important to him. But if someone thinks that the Minsk dynasty is indispensable except the emperor, it is really wrong. No matter how much the emperor shows that he values you, never get carried away. When the emperor is in a hurry, only his family and generals can still speak, but most of them don't have any good ideas. Raynor suggested to have a drink to relieve their worries. Tyka suggested to find a palace made to relieve their boredom. And this pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were rightly scolded. In the end, Prince Arcturus ordered someone to bring a chessboard, and he and Augustus played chess. Whenever it came to a critical moment, Arcturus would find someone to play chess with him. He thought while playing chess, and the fate of a planet was determined in the time of a game of chess. Arcturus believed that the battlefield was like a chessboard but higher than it, and everyone was a chess piece on the chessboard. And following the rules did not guarantee victory. As usual, Arcturus played black and Augustus played white. And they beat the Emperor to a pulp. Finally, Tassadar and Cyrodiil joined the game. And they only needed a short while to master the trick. Valerian, son of Prince Arcturus, stood by his side, wearing a crimson coat with golden wheat ears and finely tailored dark blue trousers. Like an officer of the royal guard, Valerian was about to turn 16, which meant that he would soon be treated as an adult. At this time, Valerian was already a tall and handsome young man, inheriting his mother's beauty and his father's cold eyebrows. Valerian was as strong as his father, and as gentle as his mother with aristocratic temperament, which made him lovable. He spent his childhood in the pastoral scenery of Umoyan, and received an elite aristocratic education under the guidance of his father. So, his parents were pleasantly surprised to find that although Valerian Mengsk was still an impatient and arrogant young man, he had the excellent qualities to become a wise lord. If all goes well, Valerian will inherit the title of Prince of the White Star from his father. White Star is Arcturus, one of the 21 brightest stars in the sky. Unconsciously, several stars in the sky have disappeared, and dawn has arrived. The whole of Augustgrad is still brightly lit, and people gathered on the streets and were unwilling to leave. They simply sat on the ground, and those who were prepared set up tents. Augustgrad is one of the cities with the best public security and the lowest crime rate in the entire Terran Empire. This is due to the monitoring network throughout the city and effective governance since its establishment. As the Emperor's daughter was about to be born, every street was patrolled by armed hovercrafts, Augustgrad police and drones all night long. At this time of year in Augustgrad, the spring breeze was warm during the day, but the nights were still cold. This was in the city center surrounded by high walls and tall buildings. If it was in the dangerous radiation desert, the temperature difference between day and night would be even greater. Fortunately, according to the forecast of the Kar Meteorological Observatory, Augustgrad tonight was only a little colder. It was a windless and rainless day, which was a very good weather. At 5 in the morning, the temperature in the center of Augustgrad suddenly dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. People lying on the street with blankets were surprised to find that a layer of frost had condensed on their bodies without knowing when. Then, the wind started again, and the cold wind was biting. Without any warning, the sky left the contrails of many Wraith fighters, and rows of Imperial soldiers wearing red power armor appeared on the platforms of the Augustgrad subway and the suspended train tracks. The crowd was in turmoil again, and millions of people tried every means to see the palace more clearly. Most of the people in Augustgrad are outsiders, and the native Kar people have long ceased to be the majority. A recent poll shows that the royal family is well supported by the people of Augustgrad. Not only the people of Augustgrad, but most of the people in the Empire are watching the latest developments through the cameras pointed at the palace. Regardless of whether these people support the royal family or love the king, they don't like to go back to the era of war and poverty. Under the gaze of tens of billions of people, the magnificent golden outline of the Augustgrad palace was covered with a layer of white frost and ice. That was the water vapor condensed outside the glass window, and the cold air came from inside the palace. The anchors of various TV stations urgently contacted meteorological experts to analyze the cause, and soon all the experts agreed that this was a normal natural phenomenon. Such a strange phenomenon is indeed unprecedented. Even humans with telepathy are not so special when they are born. No matter how powerful the talents of these telepaths are, they often do not show them when they are young. The unnatural reality that can affect the weather has only been seen in the Zerg Overlord, the legendary Dark Archon Aurega, and the Primal Blade Queen. No matter how strong the human psychic power is, there is a limit. But the people of the Empire don't know. They only regard this as a good or bad omen. Talking about human history, this has its roots. And if we talk about the natural vision when the Emperor is born, there is something to say. At this moment, Augustus, who is in the palace, feels it more clearly. Admiral Horace Warfield immediately dispatched the elite troops of the Korhol Legion to enter Augustgrad. This is an abnormal situation, and no mistakes can be made. As the temperature in the palace continued to drop, gusts of cold wind blew from all around, blowing the skirts of the women. The strange sound seemed to come from the abyss, like a whistling, endless wind. Some people were horrified to find that they heard strange whispers, while others could not hear anything. It's so cold. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the air conditioning device? Dr. Nerid shivered and his face turned pale. It's ridiculous. How can the queen and the princess be frozen at this time? This is going to be a big problem. Swan, go and fix the central temperature control device. Augustus almost crushed the chess piece in his hand. Royal Guard. Captain Faraday immediately presented an AGR rifle, and Augustus took it and walked towards the delivery room. Men in the Minx family have been able to hold guns since they were young. They have achieved their current achievements by themselves rather than relying solely on the protection of their parents. I have witnessed the birth of the Black Sun and the destruction of stars that are countless times more powerful than Shakura's. But I have never seen such a scene. Cyril raised his head and took a defensive stance. I feel the power of the void. Some strange medium is opening a void gate. He then corrected. The medium is not from Kerrigan, but from somewhere else. Once this rift is formed, the palace may be dragged into the void. Shadow Guard. At some point, the control of the Shadow Guard fell into the hands of Archbishop Tassadar of Durham. Templars, come and gather here. I saw powerful high-level Templars and Dark Templar Masters warping into the palace, and they summoned powerful Twilight energy like spellcasters. With the help of the Nerazim Spacetime Stasis Field, the void rift that had just appeared and had not yet formed quickly dissipated into nothingness. Fortunately, this void medium disappeared before causing more serious consequences. Did this void medium appear out of thin air? Augustus quickly regained his composure and looked at Cyril. The Zelnaga temple can open a rift with the void, opening the door between reality and illusion. But there are no Zelnaga ruins here. Cyril replied. Is it Orega who is doing this? Tassadar asked. Orega may be able to do it, but he has no reason to do so. Cyril said. This is more like a trick of the Dark God. But why is it a human? Amir, do you have any clues? Augustus's eyes immediately locked on Nerid. The void is a mysterious natural phenomenon. Nerid was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, just like a black hole. We can't see the void, but we can find out its existence through clues. But no one has ever been to the void, and we don't know how it appears and disappears. Yeah. Augustus looked at Nerid and said, we should stay away from the void. Nerid, stay here and find out why this void medium appears. As you said. Nerid bowed immediately and said, the Dark God Amon can even pull a planet into the void. But at this time, his power in the real world is not enough to support him to do so. Amon still has the power to influence this world, but he took great pains to open a crack. Not just to join in the fun and take a look. Augustus suspected that Nerid had done something. If he could use the Zelnaga technology to open a short gap to the void. It might be like this. The void is bone-chillingly cold, filled with dangerous high-energy particle streams that can break the strongest warships into molecular states. The void has long stopped responding to the prayers of the Protoss Dark Templar. There is only a bound old god, a prison-guarding evil god lackey, and a malicious evil god. This is not good news. Nerid is likely to take this opportunity to do something bad. If something happens to the Queen, he can use this opportunity to threaten the Queen to restrain Augustus, in order to prevent Nerid from using the Zelnaga artifact to do anything. Augustus ordered the artifact fragments to be stored in different locations, which means he must have other means. But Nerid must not be able to do what he wanted. Archbishop Tassadar of Durham immediately summoned a large number of high-level Templars and Dark Templar Masters to eliminate the newly appeared void rift through the time and space device. In any case, Augustus has made up his mind not to let Kerrigan and her daughter take risks. When the storm subsided and the frost faded, a cry woke Augustus up. He hurried to the delivery room and saw a doctor holding a baby in his arms standing in front of him. It was a wrinkled child. She was crying, and occasionally opened her eyes to reveal a golden light. The princess was born with golden eyes, and when she opened her eyes were like roses cast from gold. She is healthy. The doctor meant to explain that the princess's vision was normal. Augustus held his child and came to Kerrigan's bed, kissed her sweaty forehead and said, "Thank you, Sarah. Good things take time." Raynor said, "This child will not be ordinary. She inherited her mother's talent." Cyril said, "She was born with telepathic ability, and she was talking to the stars when she opened her eyes." How magical. Tassadar taught Artanis, as I told you. Do not underestimate the psionic talent of humans. This child. Something is wrong. A brain worm squeezed in and quickly occupied a key position. It tilted its head, acting unusually, and unconsciously made a buzzing sound like a bug. Great. Let me lick it. You man-eating beast. Stay away from him. Duke scolded. I can feel the connection between her and the Zerg. This is the power of Sarah Kerrigan's bloodline. The brain worm raised its head and felt some kind of clever call. Their mental connection with the Zerg has an extraordinary sensitivity. Just as they can summon the Zerg and command them. "Let me lick it." It said, "Look." She smiled at me. "Nonsense. How can the princess have any connection with insects?" Duke shouted. "Lick it. You can't spread what happened today." Augustus said only one sentence and walked out. She will be as great as her father. Nereid was waiting for him outside. The god of fate favors her. A bright future shines on her. I will take this as a prophecy. Augustus nodded, thinking about the meaning of these words. And then he went to the press conference room outside the palace to announce this exciting news to his subjects who had been waiting for a long time. "Today, my daughter was born," he said. "Her name is Louise. Louise Mengsk. Remember this day? Don't forget it. Louise Mengsk. Taken from the Louise and Sarah Louise Kerrigan's name. And this name is to commemorate Kerrigan's deceased mother. The imperial people of Augustgrad all rumored that when Princess Louise was born, it was frost and storms. Chapter 545 The Age of Empire. No matter what era it is, interstellar travel is always long and torturous. Technology is always improving. But it has not been used for the poor. Esther Foss agrees with his sister Lauren's opinion 100%. And their views have nothing in common except this. King wants you to help him fix the microwave in the captain's room. Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you that if you lose something, he will hand you over to the imperial sheriff at the next stop. I need to hold his bladder for him even when he pees? Ister struggled to stick his head out from the narrow berth between the cabins. Why didn't I realize he was a miser with an underdeveloped cerebellum when I boarded the ship? Everyone on the ship knows this. But don't say it in front of him. The crew member on the opposite side waved his hand and walked to the next equally crowded cabin holding the aluminum handrail. Yes, he still holds a grudge. Ister said this, but still quickly put on his work clothes and went down the safety ladder to the lower cabin, rubbing his way forward with a flickering light, while also being careful of the various goods piled in the cabin. The Bedford is a 374-foot long, about 114 meters cargo ship. It was originally a scrap ship of the Angel family, but was later bought by the current Captain Jean at a very low price. The modified Bedford is now a ship that travels between Antigua, Helsingen, Tarsones, Varisha, and Kar all year round. This is the busiest route in the Empire, with tens of thousands of different types of ships coming and going. Originally, there was a large passenger fleet operated by the Angel family on the route, which specialized in transporting immigrants at low profit prices. The problem was that Eastel had just missed the last bus, and the next one would take another half a month, which meant that he would probably miss the start of school. As a last resort, Eastel had to choose the Bedford, whether in the old Federation era or the current Empire era. The interstellar passenger transport industry is usually an accessory to bulk cargo transportation. If you don't have a lot of assets, it is not easy for an individual to travel between the stars by ship. The Bedford, which has been patched up for another 3 years, is much older than Eastel. 3/4 of the interior of this spacecraft is occupied by engines, life support systems, pressurized hangars, and cargo holds. There was not enough space for the crew, not to mention a good spot for hitchhikers like Estelle. Captain Jean was a typical interstellar trader. He did not want to waste the available space in the spacecraft. So even the crew cabin and the corridor were filled with bundles of Helsing flax, tea, and olive oil, and the main control deck was filled with high-quality wool. After the route was reopened, the sales and prices of agricultural products from the edge worlds in the core world continued to rise. So the Bedford's cold storage also stored a lot of Antigon yellow potatoes and turtle meat. Fortunately, Bedford is a spaceship and does not need to land on a planet. Otherwise, Ister really suspected that it would fall down with a thud as soon as it entered the gravity field because it was too heavy. These interstellar merchants make money by carrying raw materials from the edge world to the core world in exchange for industrial products and transporting them back. In order to make more money in a round trip, merchants will also take on other jobs as much as possible, such as picking up passengers. On the Bedford, the place where Ister Foss usually sleeps and rests is located near the engine of the spacecraft, which is full of dense cables, pipes, and instruments. These antiques are as difficult to maintain as Bedford itself. Many parts are no longer produced and can only be found at recycling stations. Bedford's air circulation system is a product of the last century, and the role it can still play can only be said to be better than nothing. The ship was almost destroyed and killed because of the rupture of the shell. which caused the internal air pressure of the ship to be unbalanced. And just for this old ship, Eastel had to pay 930 Imperial credits. This price could buy a brand new KMC multifunctional combined harvester in the marginal world. In the newly developed agricultural world, a multifunctional combine harvester can be used for land reclamation, stone crushing, land preparation, sowing and other tasks. A hard-working family can build a farm with a harvester. In the past, Ister would never have been able to afford this money. Hey, boy from Helshin, be careful not to step on my furs. A fur trader from Van Ass shouted, don't do bad things. Van Ass is a long-abandoned colony of the Protoss Empire, with extremely rich forest and animal resources. Although Van Ass was not under the protection of the Terran Empire fleet, some people would take risks for the resources above. Your foot is stepping on my foot. Another person didn't know what was going on, but he actually spoke with the accents of 4 colonial worlds. Watch out, you irritable bad boy, someone shouted. There were also many people sleeping between the ribs of the inner hull structure and the pipes covered with insulation materials. There were all kinds of people, small vendors, and all kinds of people. Although it's not very comfortable here, as long as the temperature is kept constant, it's acceptable. This is the 3rd year since the establishment of the Terran Empire. The founding monarch, Emperor Augustus I, has worked hard to eliminate the malpractices of the old Federation era. He has formulated laws to promote human rights and morality, reduce taxes, and allow the people to recuperate. He ordered the powerful Imperial fleet to clear out the disloyalty, reopen shipping to allow hundreds of worlds to exchange what they have, and formulated trade policies to protect the fragile industrial structure of the weaker worlds. The most obvious change is that agricultural planets, like Helshin, have quickly recovered their vitality, and the originally barren Antigua main planet has become the most important industrial hub planet of the Terran Empire. The economic recovery has given people in various colonies more opportunities to communicate, and many people have seized the opportunity. Ister ignored the shouting voices and climbed in the narrow corridor. After more than 10 minutes, he squeezed into the captain's room. The so-called captain's room is not bigger than other cabins. What is commendable about Gene is that he is as stingy with others as he is with himself. He saw the smoking microwave oven at a glance. He didn't know where Gene had picked it up from. Next to it was an old-fashioned holographic projection device, which showed the election of the Imperial Senate and the Imperial Parliament. Interstellar traders rarely care about politics. The policies of the old Federation change every day. They would rather be illegal than register with the federal customs to avoid the various taxes of various federal colonies. The Bedford was such a ship in the past, when the shrewd traders found that the trade policy promoted by the Empire was beneficial to them. Their attitude immediately changed. The captain's cabin was covered with the Empire's preferential policies for interstellar trade, and there were all kinds of flamboyant annotations below. You know, Eastel had heard about what kind of person Gene was in the past. He was no different from an outlaw, except that he didn't commit murder for money. Merchants travel between various worlds all year round, rarely stayed in any area for too long, and had a very weak concept of the country and the government. In the old Federation era, these small merchants never dared to hope for the protection of the federal police. As long as they were not blackmailed, they would be thankful. Not only that, there was a framed portrait hanging opposite Jin's bed. It was a man on horseback, with gray hair and gray eyes, wearing a black wolfskin coat, a mink hat, and carrying a Torrent shotgun in one hand. 3 years ago, this man was not famous in the entire Terran Empire, but now everyone knows him. It was the portrait of the grandfather of Emperor Augustus, the head portrait on the large denomination Imperial credit coin. Now, after careful consideration, the old Mengsk was indeed a majestic lord of Quarrel. He might not have thought that his descendants could directly overthrow the Terran Federation and become emperor in Quarrel. In the past, to Istel and other citizens of the Empire in remote areas, this was just an ordinary old man. But now, he is a symbol of wealth and power. For Istel, all changes related to the Empire came so fast. Now, the people of Helshin do not say that they are Federation people or Helshin people, but only that they are Imperial people, because the Empire's agricultural revival policy has saved the farmers on that planet. Suddenly, a piece of news attracted Istel. The Terran Empire's latest Minotaur-class battlecruiser has begun to serve in the Imperial Navy. Emperor Augustus Mengsk attended the launching ceremony of the First Fleet flagship Bucephalus at the Bennett shipyard, followed by the testing of the Viking fighter Archangel model. The Marines also received an upgrade of their CMC 400 power armor. And the new siege tanks also appeared in the parade for the first time. New equipment will eventually replace the old ones. But the Federation-era mechas and tanks such as the Goliath and the Vulture are still in service in the Empire's huge armed forces. Seeing these new weapons, Ister felt a sense of pride. Yes, he is also a member of this armed force that looks down on the Copperless sector. This year is 2497. 6 years after the Zerg invaded Ister's hometown of Halcyon. Princess Louise is also 1 year old. And the day she was born seems to be yesterday. Istel is 18 years old. He has grown up and is much taller than his sister. The girls in the village all hope to marry Istel because he is strong and tall, with a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Not only that, Istel is also a qualified mechanic. Most of the harvesting robots, irrigation facilities, and communication equipment in the village are maintained and repaired by him. The captain of the Bedford is willing to let Istel on board just because of this. This is a free repairman, and it can save the money of an employee. Ister knew that he was destined not to spend his life in the golden fields of Halcyon. After Ister was admitted to the Sterling Memorial Officers Academy of the Terran Empire with excellent grades, his life has changed dramatically. The Sterling Memorial Officers Academy is ranked second only to the Augustgrad Royal Naval Academy and the Ursa Ghost Academy among all military academies. The former trains the best naval commanders for the Terran Empire fleet, while the latter trains the best psychics in the Empire. After graduation, students of the Ghost Academy can choose to become ghost agents to continue their studies, or they can enter the Imperial Procuratorate. Nowadays, most parents who send their children to the Ghost Academy hope that their children will choose the latter. And this tendency is increasing. The Stilling Memorial Military Academy is a Marine Corps academy. Istel proudly believes that the Imperial Marines are the most powerful army. Their duty is to defend the Emperor and the Empire, and ensure that this new JIS system will continue to be the benchmark for the entire Star region. While paying attention to the news and repairing the microwave oven in his hand, Istel couldn't help but feel indignant that the Navy had such a powerful warship. The Navy is already so rich. What does the Marines have? Everyone go to the engine room immediately and block and weld the door. At this time, Captain Jin's voice suddenly came from the Bedford's radio. It's the Comorian pirates. Their ships are very fast. We can't escape. Don't panic. The Comorian pirates only want money, not people. Before Istel could react, a tall and strong middle-aged man rushed in. His face was full of flesh, and the back of his head was obviously left with an ugly scar because of a large piece of skin missing. Why would the Comorian pirates come here? This is already close to the core world. Istel asked the captain. Who would know about this? Jin's face was ugly, but he was still calm. In the dangerous life of traveling all over the country over the years, he had seen all kinds of pirates, and the Comorian pirates were the most difficult to deal with. However, the Comorian pirates are principal pirates, and they generally won't kill the merchants. I have set a rescue signal to the nearest Imperial trade outpost. If there is a warship patrolling nearby, then there will be help. Jin looked at Istel. Boy, don't think about going against these vicious pirates. You can only survive if you go along with them, he said. We can't be the pirates' opponents. At this time, Istel could feel that the Bedford's hull was shaking a little. This is a common tactic used by pirates. They will first use firepower to stop the merchant ship, and then use mechanical claws to fix it to the pirate ship. Then, the pirates will use strong laser scissors to cut open the hatch and rush in. The pirate family of Comorian can be said to be the most horrifying and notorious pirates in this galaxy. And their methods are cruel. If a hijacked ship resists fiercely, they will either slaughter everyone after taking the ship, or blow up the ship directly. What about your cargo? Istel dropped the wrench and screwdriver in his hand. I bought insurance, Jin said. Chapter 546, Live Your Life. Pirates and traitors are the two worst things in this galaxy. It is rumored that the Comorian Federation government is hiring pirates and mercenaries to seize resources in the Star Zone for itself. If this is true, then the purpose of these pirates is not simple. If they are really instructed to disrupt the Empire's trade, then they are really looking for trouble. With the style of the Emperor of the Terran Empire, if someone punches him, he will beat that person down before he stops. Who gave the Comorians confidence? The Comorians have always been the outliers in the Copperless sector. They are the best prospectors and miners, but also the most hopeless mineral gluttons and resource locusts. The union they established is actually a super trust state that integrates the government and capital enterprises. There is no clear distinction between the government and the guild. The state is the enterprise, and the enterprise is the state. The leaders of the union are the family heirs who only believe in bloodline. Moria is a paradise for the rich and the elite, and a hell for the poor. The problem is that the Comorians are no match for the Terran Empire. The Comorian Federation lost almost everything in the past 4 years of war with the Terran Federation, and now they have not recovered. What can they use to fight the Terran Empire? Ister couldn't help but recall the rumors about the Comorian pirates. He heard that these pirates have powerful looting warships and undefendable electric field weapons. The Comorian pirates have a close connection with the Comorian Federation government in Moria. There are even reports that the guild guards of the Federation have changed their careers to become pirates. The Comorians were known for their madness during the Guild War. It was said that their spies would place small nuclear explosives on themselves, which would explode once exposed and kill themselves along with the enemy. Whether it was the Comorian pirates of the Union, the Chimera pirates of Umojan, or the New Trinidad pirates of the Federation, they were all a group of crazy thugs. The Terran Empire's crackdown on pirates increased year by year, but it only temporarily suppressed the pirates' arrogance. With the continuous expansion of trade routes in the Imperial era, the newly mapped interstellar routes have reached the farthest end of the copperless sector. With so many trade routes and so long, it is impossible for the Imperial fleet to defend them all. The prosperous trade made the pirates rich, and more people took risks with the dream of making a fortune. Jean, the Comorians are coming from the pod. The second mate rushed into the captain's room at this time. This is a tall man with a red nose, wearing a wrinkled blue sailor suit. Let me deal with these pirates. The captain picked up a notebook from the small table on the side of the ship, turned to Eastel and said, "You follow Owen to the engine room now. If they only have money and goods in their eyes, they will not bother to embarrass ordinary crew members. This is close to the core world of the Empire. As long as a patrol ship receives the distress signal, we will be lucky. Remember? Unless you are really smart, don't play tricks with pirates." Ister hesitated for a moment, and did it immediately. Unless he was a Tyranid Superman, he would not think that he could solve the vicious Comorian pirates, or make these desperados run around with just a few words. Jean is not a likable guy. He is calculative, stingy and noisy, but he does not harm others. He nodded and followed Jean out. But he didn't expect that 2 Comorian pirates in black power armor were rushing in from the aisle next to the captain's room. As a student of the Stealing Officer Academy, Ister certainly recognized it. This was at least a 300 model power armor. The armor was all painted black, and there was no mark on it to indicate the identity. Pirates are really rich now. During the Guild War, the Comorian Union couldn't even afford to wear power armor. However, Istel had seen the armor style of the Kelmerian pirates in the past. They liked to add various weapons that violated the law, including large-caliber railguns and long spears that could pierce people. But the power armor of these 2 people, except for a little damage, looked too clean. "Who is the captain?" asked one of the Kelmerian pirates. "Me." Jean pointed at himself and then at Istel. "He's just a boy on the boat. Don't make things difficult for him." "Very good. Our boss wants to see you." Now, Istel had no choice but to follow King to see the pirate leader. Estel and King were driven to the Bedford's cabin together. As expected, the pirates had already taken control of the ship's operating system. In fact, they were actually working on dismantling parts from the old cargo ship. A Comorian pirate, who looked like an engineer, opened the entire operating panel and searched for the parts and equipment he wanted from the colorful electronic circuits and solid-state electronic components. He was very skilled at disassembling, and in a short while he dismantled the operating table. Jean couldn't help but twist his face. Perhaps only he knew how much effort he had put in for this old ship, and how many people he had begged. "We have to take over this ship now. It will be used for more important and urgent tasks." In the cabin stood a Comorian pirate without a helmet. He was a middle-aged man with sunken eyes, black hair, a blue beret on his head, and a pipe in his mouth. This generation is not peaceful. He seemed to be talking to himself, and finally sighed deeply. The days of the Terran Federation were not like this. 2 years ago, the remnants of the Terran Federation were still the biggest threat to the Imperial government. But that was before the Federation completely lost Solicet and Jandara systems. By this year, only the former landlords and gentry of Helsin still missed the past Terran Federation. "Friend of Comorian, I will give you all the goods, as long as you don't make things difficult for my crew." Captain Jean said with a stiff face. You may not understand. The man in the beret stuffed some tobacco into his pipe. Today, only those old nobles, who pretend to be noble and elegant, would use such pipes in a pretentious manner. We have to requisition this ship and everything on it. As for you, unfortunately, I am short of manpower on my ship. Call all the people out. I need to know their occupations and specialties immediately. He stared at Jean and said, I understand. Do it now. Do you think I am negotiating with you? You lowly merchant. I never looked at you in the eye before. And it is the same now. Even if another 20 years pass, you will not be able to turn over. Then, the pirate leader had Jean pushed out, leaving only Estill alone. What do you do? The pirate leader asked. I am a ship passenger. Sir, I just want to escape from my poor life and seek a way to survive in the core world. Ister spoke without hesitation. When the Zerg invaded Helsin, Ister was only a 12-year-old boy who killed several Zerglings with a gun. Anyone who despised him would regret it. Why are you going to Kar? The pirate leader looked at his men who were working and became interested. Visiting relatives. Ister replied, I have a sister who works as a clerk in a trading company in Kar. Visiting relatives? Kar was a ruin a few years ago. The pirate leader shook his head and snorted. The land and factories in Korhol belong to the Emperor. What can we do? Augustus Minsk is the biggest landlord. He murmured to himself. The Terrans are finished. There is no hope. It seems that I can't go now. Ister followed the other person's words and said, I miss her so much. Boy, what do you think of Augustus Minsk and his Terran Empire? The pirate leader picked up a few more tobacco and put them in his pipe. My family used to run a farm. But now we can't do it anymore. Ister didn't answer this question directly. Times are tough. Yes. The whole family went to Korhol. And the farm had to be sold. Helsin is full of large plains. And the fertile land is suitable for large-scale mechanized farming. Many immigrants have poured in over the years. He probably realized that this group of people might not be Comorian pirates at all, but rather a local gang that used their name to scare people. It seems that they are still very dissatisfied with the Terran Empire. It is probably difficult to be satisfied. The punishment of pirates in the Terran Empire is as severe as that of drug dealers, traders and human traffickers. The highest punishment is hanging, and the lowest is to be sent to a socialized factory for brainwashing and reborn as a new person. Although the pirates are rampant now, they will cry for their parents when they are executed. Look at what the life of the Terran people has become now. I have said before that Augustus Minsk is still a great landlord of Korhol at heart. He is just a liar who steals the country. The pirate leader looked around at his men and lamented the suffering of the people. How about this? You come and work for me for a while. The pirate leader thought about it and decided that Ister was a good candidate. Be a pirate? Ister showed a frightened expression. I can't use a gun. How can a Terran not use a gun? The pirate leader smiled. This is a just cause. Kid, only by overthrowing the tyranny of the Terran Empire can you save your hometown. If the Empire is overthrown, who will lead the Terrans? Ister asked. Of course, the Terran Federation. The pirate leader was anxious. How many years have passed? And people nowadays don't even remember the Terran Federation? Federation? Are you from the Federation? Ister showed a happy expression. My father was a Federation Marine. When he was still alive, he often told me to serve the motherland. No way. The case has been solved. These people are likely supporters of the Federation's National Restoration Movement or terrorists who oppose the rule of the Empire. The remaining forces of the Federation are no longer a force to be reckoned with. Ister had studied the cases of the Unification War and the Battle of Saraset. It was a brutal battle between the Terran Empire and the remaining forces of the Federation. The Empire had many generals, including Warfield, Raynor, Duke, Mirahan, and Martin. As mentioned in the scroll below, the Freedom Wing UNN News is a retired Imperial general, while the old Federation had more than 40 battlecruisers. This battle was the last swan song of the Terran Federation, spanning 47 star systems and lasting 2 months. The details of the battle were not reported to the newspaper, but its brutality was probably the worst at the end of the 25th century. Millions of Federation soldiers were captured, and Marshal Gasser Duke, General Quigby and more than a dozen other Federation generals either committed suicide or were captured. After this battle, the Terran Federation completely became a second-rate force, and the rest were just scattered soldiers. But it is undeniable that their influence still exists. Today, Many Imperial resistance organizations are the predecessors of these surviving federal forces. Your father is a respectable soldier. The pirate leader looked at Eastel and felt a little more friendly. In fact, regardless of whether what Eastel said was true or not, the pirate leader was determined to capture the men. It is not easy to make a revolution these days. It is difficult to recruit people. If you tell people that you want to be a pirate, it's fine. Otherwise, at most you will die. But treason is a serious crime. Unless he doesn't care about his family. Times have changed. Except for those colonies that don't want to be incorporated into the Empire and planets with war maniacs. People cherish the hard-won peace. No one wants to fight. And everyone wants to live a good life. Compared with the old Federation, the Terran Empire is the real beacon of mankind. Although the Emperor Augustus Mengsk was born into a noble family, he truly knows the difficulties of people's livelihood and sympathizes with the people. Are you even pirates now? Funds are tight. And the interim government is not well off. Since the Empire issued a new currency, it has become much more difficult to turn over bank accounts in the old Federation era. The pirate leader complained that revolutionaries also need to eat, even if it is a just cause. People have to sacrifice. And we are just robbing some interstellar merchants and imperial lackeys who betrayed the Federation. Okay, why am I telling you this? The pirate couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he used to be a member of the privileged class of the Federation system. But now he has to do this kind of business. Guys, dismantle the ship. We have to return to the port. He shouted. How is the radar monitoring? Sir, there is no trace of government troops. A pirate replied. Bullshit. We are the government army. The pirate leader jumped up and down like a lion whose tail was stepped on. His face red with anger. He, Augustus Mengsk, is now the emperor. But he was just a new soldier in the barracks back then. At that time, I could use a pointer to whip Augustus's ass and make him lie on the ground like fresh shit. That was almost 8 years ago. Major Quigaby. At that time, you were just his boss's boss and didn't even know him. You even regarded Augustus as your lucky star. If it weren't for the merits of the heavenly devil, you wouldn't. A pirate who knew the real history said, everyone knows that you can only be in this position today because you have a general father. Damn it. Stop talking. Forget it. Quigaby looked very unhappy. I went back to the ship after getting the parts. I don't know when the people from the Empire came. These bastards are as slippery as loaches. By the way, what's your name? He said to Eastel. Eastel Foss. Sir. Eastel said hurriedly. Come with me. Newcomer. Marcus Quigby shouted. I will train you to be the bravest federal soldier. Eastel's heart tightened. Do as he says. At this time, a voice in his heart suddenly said. Chapter 547 Federal Restorationism. This pirate ship is more than one level better than the Bedford. It is a light cruiser with a wide deck and a grand and bright bridge. From the appearance, the light cruiser is shaped like a long and flat nautilus. The armor on the side of the ship is layered like a spiral. And the elongated tail smoke of the propeller is shaped like a glassy blue tentacle. In the interstellar era, non-low-orbit dual-purpose interstellar ships will spend their entire lives in space from the completion of their construction in an orbital shipyard to the completion of their life mission. So these ships don't have to follow aerodynamics or stick to the constraints of planetary gravity. And the imagination of human engineers is fully demonstrated. A spaceship can be a delicate work of art or a square container with cold lines. It's all up to the designer. And even in a nitpicking way. The Cyrus is a beautiful warship. She is smaller than her cousins in the Imperial Navy, and is used more for transport missions than for capital ship duties. The Cyrus light cruiser is equipped with ion thrusters, heating combustion chambers, Titan nuclear reactors, and third-generation warp engines, which are the cutting-edge technologies of the interstellar aerospace industry in this era. Even the latest Minotaur-class battlecruisers cannot avoid these technologies. But from what Ister observed while walking along the corridor inside the ship, the condition of this light cruiser is not very ideal. Otherwise, this group of Federation remnants, who have become pirates, would not have salvaged parts from the shabby ships of interstellar merchants. The hull of the Cyrus was obviously severely damaged. Some of the cabins had not yet recovered their energy supply, and the burnt cables and screws are floating in a weightless state. The only ship that could cause such damage to the Cyrus could be a higher-level warship. Looking out from the side of the Cyrus, more than a dozen Griffin fighters can be seen flying around the light cruiser. This highly maneuverable light space fighter is equipped with powerful claw missiles, and is mainly used by Comorian pirates and mercenaries. although the claw missiles are unlikely to pose a threat to the capital ships. The scale of the Griffins should not be underestimated. It can be seen that the Cyrus once belonged to a fleet of the old Terran Federation, and the crew were all soldiers of the Terran Federation. Now this fleet is likely to have been completely destroyed, and the remaining ships are not worth much. Who would have thought that the Federal soldiers, who sang the Song of Justice and Glory in the past, would actually become pirates? In any case, the captain, Lieutenant Colonel Marcus Quigby, is quite satisfied with the current situation. Although the conditions were difficult, they also reflected the tenacity of the revolutionaries. Augustus Mengs said that revolution is a long march. First, we are shouldering the great mission of overthrowing the empire and reviving the Federation. The Federation, a great democratic system, has dominated the Terran human race for more than 2 centuries, and it should undoubtedly continue to be maintained. Quigby took Estelle through the hangar and lower deck of the Cyrus. Through the life support cabin and the reinforced alloy steel structure, Augustus Mengs, that beast, will not be arrogant for too long. I am sure of this. Pirates wearing light green shirts occasionally walked through the corridor of the Cyrus. They were all muscular, with muscles on their arms and thighs and shiny bald heads. Except for their appearance, they seemed to be made from the same mold. These pirates all had smiles on their faces and only responded to Quigby's commands. Resocialized soldiers, the evil product of the evil dark era of the old Terran Federation. Emperor Augustus Mengs ordered the closure of almost all resocialized factories, leaving only the remaining 2 for the execution of the most heinous prisoners. Ister knew that the resocialized soldiers were created to cope with the high death rate and low enlistment rate during the Guild War. But the evil of the Federation was that they would also brainwash and reform citizens who were not criminals. The resocialization project was an inhumane and immoral cruel plan. And now it has become one of the evidences of the Terran Federation's genocide. If a person loses his past memories and is transformed into a resocialized soldier who obeys orders, then the past him is actually dead. Sir, what can we use to fight against the Imperial fleet? Even the United States of Umogen dare not provoke the Empire. Since Ister entered the Cyrus, the voice that appeared in his mind before has never appeared again. But Ister believes that it is definitely not an auditory hallucination. Ister guessed that it should be an Imperial ghost agent. Regardless of how this Imperial ghost got on board, it at least shows that the Empire has noticed the situation here. In an instant, a new paragraph appeared in Ister's mind. Child, I am Ghost Agent Theodore Pierce X20991N, and the Empire is with you. After hearing this, Ister felt relieved. In the name of Emperor Augustus I, Ister Foss, a student at the Stilling Military Academy, swore allegiance to the Empire until death. Hearing Ister's words, Quigby's thick eyebrows twisted, and his small eyes glanced at the young man who couldn't see the situation clearly. There are so many copperless sectors. How can the Empire manage them all? At this time, the pirates had emptied the Bedford and were ready to go home. These poor pirates were simply plucking feathers from the geese, even pulling down the solar panels on the ship. The crew and passengers on the Bedford were all driven to Cyrus and locked in the dark cabin. The strong young men and women were the new recruits of the pirates. As for the rest of the people, no one knew. Leaving behind the Bedford, which had lost power, the Cyrus quickly started again and prepared to leave. The Terran Empire has a police force dedicated to protecting the shipping routes. Patrol ships of the Empire may appear at any time on such important waterways. The most important thing is that if these policemen feel that they are no match for the pirates, they can also call the Imperial Navy Fleet. Each Imperial Star Province has at least one fleet organized by a naval squadron, and each fleet has weapons capable of destroying a planet. When Estelle followed Quigby to the control room of the Cyrus, the light cruiser had already entered the hyperspace channel. Is there any movement? Quigby asked the operator as soon as he entered the control room. Everyone in the control room wore the Federation's brown military uniforms and wore their past military ranks. Quigby is a man who is extremely particular about details and is used to adhering to every rule and regulation of the old Federation army to the letter. He is not only strict with himself, but also not lenient with others. Therefore, the pirates in Cyrus still abide by the military regulations as in the past. At least on the surface, this is still the old Federation army. The Federation has perished, and this place is like the broken fragments of its ghost. On the ship is another small society, Marcus Quigby's small kingdom. The son of a former Federation admiral lived in the past, when he had a bright future and was not as helpless as he is today. Sir, Sensors have locked onto 3 Imperial Channel Enforcement heavy gun cutters. And more Imperial ships are coming. An operator replied, "It's 30 miles away from the Cyrus." This distance is extremely close on the scale of space. But Cyrus's advanced warp drive is enough to escape before these enforcement ships catch up with him. Imperial law enforcement officers are almost the most troublesome figures for bandits and pirates. They are either veterans of the Empire or locals recruited from colonies near the route. In the Federation era, many local law enforcement officers who were not appreciated for their talents were also reused. Even if they are given a lifetime, they can't catch up. Kagabai said this, but still urged them to start the warp engine quickly. Heavy gunboats are slender and rugged-looking spacecraft. During the development of the Wraith fighter, this type of ship was a competitor to the new fighter. Although the heavy gunboats are inferior to the Wraith in performance and lack firepower, they are more than enough to deal with ordinary pirates and illegal interstellar traders. Many of the new weapons and equipment in the development stage remain on the drawing board or are not prepared for large-scale military operations for other reasons. But some are mass-produced to equip colonial militias, police stations, and other departments. For example, the WYRM, a fighter that can transform into a land mecha, appeared earlier than the Viking fighter. They have more powerful firepower, but lack the Viking's sturdy armor and rapid transformation ability. Later, the Imperial Equipment Department redesigned the aircraft and cancelled the Ice Dragon transformation mechanism, focusing on air-to-air combat. Now this type of aircraft is widely equipped in the Imperial Navy to supplement the lack of air superiority firepower. As the Cyrus entered the hypersonic route state, the control room fell silent again. Marcus Quigley took off his power armor and pulled out a blue cane from somewhere. Acting like an old federal noble, he first ordered someone to make a cup of hot tea for Ister, and then asked him to sit in an unused driving chair. "Where are we going, Lieutenant Colonel?" Ister didn't understand why Quigabai was so friendly to him. He could see that he was a man with arrogance in his bones. He was not bad-tempered, but he was very harsh on his subordinates. Ister then thought of those resocialized soldiers and realized that Quigabai might want to train him. Resocialized soldiers lack autonomy, which means they lack the necessary judgment on the battlefield. In this way, it is very necessary to train officers who can command these soldiers. You'll know when you get there. Quigabai couldn't help showing off. He didn't think Ister would reveal the secret. Of course you don't know. Our base is near the Viridian route. The Cyrus's jump path kept changing, as if it was going in circles. It would only enter the correct route after confirming that no one was tracking it. In my father's time, the Terran Federation had countless military bases. Quigabai sighed. Since the Empire has been killing us, there are fewer and fewer bases. Then, Quigabai told Eastel about his time in the Federation Marine Corps. But he spent a lot of time talking to himself. This paranoid former Federation officer mentioned the glory of the Federation over and over again. I'm sure everyone except Eastel has heard this a lot. And as long as Eastel said that you were right, Quigabai would feel very satisfied. It seems that the days of hiding from XE have made Quigabai very depressed. He used to be a vain and show-off person, and his mouth was always busy. He did not allow others to be ignorant of his achievements, and what he had done in this hellhole all these years. When Quigbaby spoke for the 7th time about his wise and brave general father, and how he died tragically at the hands of Jim Raynor, Cyrus finally left the hyperspace channel. An asteroid in the asteroid belt at the edge of an unknown galaxy appeared on the control panel. It was much larger than the Cyrus, and was rushing towards the edge of the galaxy at a speed of 9 miles per second. When the Cyrus landed on the asteroid, Istel realized that the Federal Restorationists had almost completely hollowed out the interior of the asteroid. Now the steel structure supported the huge interior space. The military base was filled with various materials looted by these bandits. They had their own military factories, heavy factories and docks. And thousands of Federal Restorationists lived and worked here. The Federal Restoration movement had a large number of supporters within the Terran Empire. They were either blind patriots or had inextricable ties with the privileged class of the past. There are people from all territories and planets here. But the people of Tarsones are not the most numerous. Many people think that the Tarsones hate the Empire the most. But the truth is far from that. The Terran Empire destroyed the aristocratic system at the top of Tarsones, and the wealth of those classes accounted for 99% of the entire planet. And Augustus made these nobles spit out all their wealth. In the era of the Empire, the lives of the Tarsones people were much better. Monopoly capitalism was swept away, and the people at the bottom had the opportunity to go further. The influence of decentralization has turned Tarsones into a satellite world of Korhal, a prosperous economic center. That damn woman would never have thought that we were hiding under her nose. Quigbaby stood up and invited Istel to visit the base. This is the starting point for us to rebuild the Federation. Gathering the Federation elites from all the planets near Viridia. Istel probably guessed who the woman Quigbaby was talking about was. It should be Grand Duchess Dorothy Mengsk, the ruler of Viridia, and the younger sister of Emperor Augustus, the flower of the empire. Dorothy Mengsk is known to the people of the Terran Empire for her beauty and awe-inspiring skills. People love her as much as they love her brother. Ister also has a photo of Duke Dorothy in his collection. He has to emphasize that this is common in any adolescent male in the Empire. When Ister actually steps into the artificial gravity field of the asteroid, he can better appreciate the hugeness of this federal base. At this moment, the gangway on the Cyrus side is constantly walking out of the captured people, and the number is far more than the people on a single ship of the Bedford. Why did they arrest so many people? This is the largest military base I have ever seen, Ister exclaimed, and his countryman appearance that had never seen the world made Quigbaby very satisfied. Very good. Quigbaby nodded very pleased and said to Ister, I will train you like my child. Fox, you will become a federal hero. Before that, you need to be tested by telepaths. Over the years, the Empire's undercover agents have been omnipresent, and we have executed many people. He patted Ister and said, Of course, I know you must be on our side. Chapter 548. The two of us killed each other. It must have taken the Federal Restorationists a long time to completely hollow out this huge rocky asteroid. And it took a long time to turn it into a steel maze consisting of countless corridors, elevators, and rooms. There are thousands of intricate tunnels, and thousands of reinforced doors here. If Marcus Quigby hadn't asked an officer named Conrad to lead the way, Istel would have gotten lost. Ister could see that the defense level of this base was very high, with impenetrable steel fortifications cast in thick reinforced concrete. Every time you pass through a heavy door, you must pass fingerprint, retina and gene tests. Otherwise the guards and automatic machine guns on both sides will beat the intruders into a pulp. The lights are sparse and the shadows are heavy. The dark tunnel is extremely long, leading to the invisible deep darkness. The guards are all resocialized soldiers with the same expression, wearing the same brown uniform, speaking the same flat tone, and using humble and cautious words, like a well-educated noble lady instead of a strong man who can kill a small dog with one punch. Staring at the faces of these resocialized soldiers for a long time always makes people shudder. These people have long lost what can be vaguely called souls, and they are all imprisoned in their bodies forever. To be honest, people who have been resocialized are easier to be satisfied, have a good mood every day, and don't have to worry about troubles. But no one wants to lose some key parts of their brain. Don't worry. The so-called telepaths can guess almost everything just by looking at you. Conrad was a tall, thin man with fierce eyebrows and a scary look, but he was kind to Istel. Conrad was a lieutenant wearing a Union Marine uniform, with a corresponding rank insignia on his clothes. These Union remnants, who were immersed in the dream of restoring the country, and did not want to wake up, still referred to each other by their military ranks, as if the glory of the Union in the past still existed. He carried a CK-27 rifle on his back. This semi-automatic weapon was often equipped by pirates and insurgents. It was simple, reliable and cheap. There is a submachine gun with the same positioning in the Empire. That is the Ferromag SMG equipped by the Imperial Stormtroopers. I have told you what a mind reader is. But don't be afraid. They won't eat you. It seems that even the Federation, which has been criticized for its rigid and bloated system, has kept pace with the times. In the past, the old Federation only captured and kidnapped children with psychic potential like a witch hunt. But now it has begun to use telepaths to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Emperor Augustus Mengsk was the founder of this concept. The Terran Empire has a special post of psychic prosecutor, divided into two independent prosecutorial departments, one responsible for criminal cases, and the other for internal investigations of corruption among imperial officials. It is said that there is another secret department that is responsible to the Emperor, and is used to supervise the former federal departments. The three departments do not interfere with each other, and even know little about colleagues in other departments. Not everyone with telepathic abilities is suitable to become a ghost agent. Some telepaths are not good at fighting, but have extremely rare special abilities. For example, the ability to profile is a magical skill for solving cases, and the ability to control fire is the nemesis of alien insects. The new prosecutorial system has created an honest and efficient government, and it has also made the imperial officials always in a state of high tension, because they always think that someone is watching them from behind. This has also caused a lot of ridiculous things. Don't be nervous. Unless you are really a spy sent by the Empire. Conrad laughed as he spoke, and the laughter made Ister feel cold in his heart. It's funny to think about it. Those who were shot cried and shouted that they were loyal to the Federation until they died. They really refused to tell the truth even when they died. How difficult is it to deceive a telepath? Eastel asked. Unless his mind is meticulous enough to deceive multiple telepaths. Which is almost impossible. Conrad replied. What if the telepath is also an undercover? Eastel asked again. Every ghost agent has a psychic inhibitor implanted in their brain. This device allows them to obey orders unconditionally. You can't understand it even if I tell you. Conrad seemed annoyed by the questions and waved his hand. You'll know when you get there. It's the next door. Ister didn't ask any more questions, but he remembered that the members of the Federation's Ghost Project had been caught in one fell swoop, and now no one could figure out whether these psychic inhibitors were working properly. The active ghost agents of the Terran Empire are all former Federation ghosts. The two ghost military schools in Korhal and Tarsones are still training the Empire's own ghosts. But usually the students of the military school must complete 4 years of study before they can graduate successfully. Are you there? Eastel asked in his heart, wondering if the Imperial ghost named Theodore Pierce was still following him. Mr. Pierce. Keep calm. The ghost agent quickly replied to him. Most ghost agents are like this. Cold and talkative. And their views on the world are mostly cold and pessimistic. Ghost agents in the old Federation era did not have to think about the value and meaning of the mission, because the memory of each mission would be absorbed. All they have to do is complete the mission, without having to bear the consequences or any burden in their hearts. All Istel can do now is wait and see. He has no idea how many own people there are in this base, and how far the Empire's plan has progressed. Only one thing is certain. Once the Empire knows the exact location of this base, it will not be far from destruction. However, there are a large number of hostages here, so the rescue operation is inevitably cautious. He thought he was actually a lucky guy who was extremely unlucky. The last time these Federal Restorationists went out to forage, they caught the Bedford. A few minutes later, Conrad came to a huge steel door. The door was nailed with copper nails, as if there was a medieval castle behind it. The door had 3 safety locks, and any problem with any of them would attract bullets, guns, and flamethrowers. Behind the door was a dark and gloomy hall. The hall had no aesthetics at all, except for iron bars and lights for lighting that were nailed on the 4 walls, cut by lasers, to reinforce the structure. 2 telepaths in bright white tights were sitting behind a long table, next to several orange red lights. This alone was enough to make those with guilty consciences feel uneasy. There were many resocialized soldiers with live ammunition standing here, ready to subdue Ister with force if things went wrong. Resocialized soldiers were capable of guarding and fighting, but special tasks required special personnel. Most of the people in this base were resocialized soldiers, and the rest were not good men and women. There are all kinds of people among the Restorationists. They accept patriots, murderers, and technology lunatics. The situation is difficult, and there is no room for nitpicking. Name. The telepath who asked Ister was a woman, with fair skin and beautiful face, and long hair tied with a ribbon. Ister glanced around, and a word popped into his mind. Cold and beautiful. Place of origin. Ister Foss. Ister felt that the other party had also learned the way of checking the household registration of the Terran Empire. Halcyon. Bjorn's Foss Farm. In the territory of the Terran Empire, no matter where you go, you can't do without proof of identity. In the Federation era, there was also a series of digital IDs representing identity, but the Empire had stricter requirements for this. If you want to get an identity certificate, you just need to apply. But if you don't have it, you are an illegal resident. Not only will your life be restricted everywhere, but you will even be unable to move. This caused many colonists, who had never been registered in the Federation in the past, to have to apply, and the population of the Empire suddenly increased a lot. Are there any other family members? The other party shook her cold golden long hair. Although she was only wearing a tights that looked as thin as gauze, she could knock down a group of Marines in power armor with her bare hands. Such super soldiers, like Supermen, usually do not appear on the front battlefield, but they are definitely the enemy's nightmare no matter where they are. There is a sister at home, who now lives in Kar August Grad. Ister waved his hand. She recently got a boyfriend. And I am very worried. Very good. You passed. The beautiful female ghost nodded. What? Ister was stunned. He was ready to be tortured. And he had to be beaten with whips and branding irons. You passed. Or are you waiting for your sister to buy you a drink? Baby? The ghost snapped his fingers. And Conrad behind him immediately led him out respectfully. The code? Ister was confused. Our own people? Our own people. This is the secret base of the Federal Restoration Movement. They thought the location here was absolutely secret, and the defense was perfect. But in fact, it was already riddled with holes. The secret base is full of terrorists. Under the pillows are pistols, and the red and blue flag of the Federation. Under the gums are poisons that break at the slightest knock. But sometimes, under the pillows are not necessarily these things. It may be the 4-character party platform of the Pan-Terran party drafted by Emperor Augustus the Great. People nowadays don't like to be called Federation people. They think that only the Empire has momentum, because the Empire can stand up to alien invaders, while the Federation can only run away and shrink its defense circle. Very soon. Conrad seemed to be a little afraid of the ghost agents, and quickly led Istel out of the hall. After they went out, he said to him, "These 2 ghost agents escaped from Tarsones, and Quigabai believed in them. You have passed the test, so you are one of us. So, I have to warn you. Don't provoke these tough guys. They haven't had their memories clean for a long time. And their tempers are getting weirder and weirder." There was some personal grudge in his words. Anyway, no one deals with them except for work. Ister thought what Conrad said was not without reason. Humans with telepathy would not be regarded as gods by ordinary people, but would be discriminated, insulted, and oppressed. This prejudice still exists now. Where should we go now? Ister could not figure out what Conrad was doing. I want to show you what the base looks like inside, Conrad said to Ister. This ferocious man opened the door one by one. Ister tried his best to remember the order, but he was also dizzy. When the next door was opened, the view in front of Istel suddenly became clear, and his eyelids could not help twitching. He saw a row of neatly arranged rectangular black iron cabinets. There were probably thousands of iron cabinets, neatly laid out on the ground with no end in sight. Each iron cabinet was connected to a hose with emerald green nutrient solution flowing, and new nutrient solution was constantly pumped in as the giant pump in the center operated. Nutrient solution was also a byproduct of hibernation chamber technology. The rich relied on it to survive, while the Federation used it to manufacture soldiers. The latest resocialization technology doesn't need to be so complicated. It only takes 10 seconds to complete the brainwashing process. All that's left is to put armor on the Marines. They secretly maintain a small resocialization factory. This resocialization factory is highly automated and monitored in real time by surveillance. There are not many guards. It can be seen that this is probably not the only resocialization facility in this base. And this is probably the largest base of the restorationists in the core world. Resocialized factories. Surprising. The Empire thought it had destroyed the factories in use. But the technology was not lost, Conrad said. The Kelmorians are also looking for this technology. But those bastards can't even think about it. It is said that the Kelmorians can unite all the Terrans, while the Zerg can unite the Terrans and Protoss. Of course, you must not understand what resocialization is, he continued. The Empire's reports on resocialization are all deliberate slanders. They only make up fake news. Ister felt a chill coming out of his gums. How many people have been transformed here so far? If the Empire did not cover up the number of ships lost on the route, then these fanatics must have reached out to the people of the colonies. Resocialized soldiers are the best dead soldiers. They are the best candidates for suicide missions. They can be human bombs carrying micronuclear explosive devices, or they can drive spacecraft into space stations. With very little cost, these federal restorationists can cause great damage on the land of the Empire. I don't understand. Sir, I really don't understand. Ister's confusion was from the heart. UNN always said that the remnants of the Federation were a group of terrorists and murderers. And now it seems to be true. You will understand. Conrad smiled. And in Ister's eyes, this smile was not human. Ister stood outside the door of the resocialization factory, feeling extremely angry. The operation is about to begin. Now I have to give you a task. Guard this resocialization factory, and protect the safety of the hostages inside. Suddenly, Ister heard Pierce's voice. The next moment, the lights in the entire hall and the corridor outside dimmed. And Conrad jumped up immediately. "What's going on? Fuchs? Where are you?" Before Conrad finished speaking, he was hit on the bridge of his nose by an invisible punch, and fell on his back with blood on his face. Enemy attack. It's the Empire. Go to the social transformation room. A team of soldiers in power armor ran quickly from the corridor on the other side, and Ister could even see the flash of their searchlights. Ister quickly picked up the CK-27 from Conrad and said, "Leave them to me." However, before he could finish, a gust of wind flew out, and the other side immediately screamed. In less than 5 seconds, everyone shut up. Efficient, cold and ruthless. Never underestimate the seemingly unarmed ghost agents, because they are powerful weapons in themselves. Theodore Pierce is an experienced ghost veteran who graduated from the Ghost Academy in Tarsones of the Old Federation in 2491, when Sarah Kerrigan was still a legend among them. "The two of us are really too powerful." Ister opened the safety of the CK-27 and shrugged. Chapter 549, The Woman of the Minx Family. Ister Foss squatted outside the gate of the socialized factory for a long time. He had no tools to record the time, but he felt that about 10 hours had passed, ever since the Imperial ghost agent named Theodore Pierce told Ister to guard this place. He never left. He stood in the shadows, his eyes like a hawk falling on the only way to pass through the corner of the corridor, and his ears did not miss any sound of the slightest movement. But Ister could swear to the Virgin Mary that he didn't see a single person. Ghost Agent Pierce had long disappeared. He was like a real ghost, coming and going without a trace. The way the Terran Empire ghost agents fought was different from that of the Old Federation. It was said that they learned swordsmanship and the ability to balance psychic energy from the Protoss Templar and Dark Templar. When fighting at close range, they would draw out the two titanium alloy-bladed long knives behind them and jump into the enemy to kill them all. The only bullet that Ister had fired so far was the one he used to reshoot the fallen Lieutenant Conrad. The energy supply here was completely cut off, and only a few lights powered by emergency batteries were still emitting a faint pale light. There had been no gunfire here for a long time, and Ister had no idea what was going on. The Empire must have launched a surprise attack on this base. But Ister knew nothing about the battles that were breaking out in various parts of the base. He still suspected that Pierce didn't expect him to do anything, but was just afraid that he would run around. In this way, Pierce's previous words were simply saying, "Kid, you stay here and don't move. It's better to dig a hole and bury yourself in it. But remember not to hurt yourself when digging." To be honest, Eastel alone can't stop the armed personnel wearing kinetic armor of the Federal Restoration Organization. He only has the CK-27 rifle looted from Conrad, 2 fragmentation grenades and a shredder grenade, and the 500 magazine capacity is less than 30%. If the enemy came, he would probably have to sacrifice his life. Quick! 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 A neat sound of footsteps came from a distance, and Ister hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see several tall figures in power armor running from the southern passage. Lieutenant Colonel Quigaby has ordered to kill all invaders. Warriors, it's time to sacrifice for the Federation. Ister glanced carefully and saw the blue reflection on their armor and the bright multi-star flag of the Federation. Zionist terrorists never conceal their identities in the base. There are people there. As expected, Ister was almost immediately detected by the thermal sensing system of the power armor. "Don't shoot. We are one of them." In a flash, Ister knew that he could not be their opponent, so he raised his hands to show his identity. "I am Lieutenant Conrad's adjutant. We were ambushed by the Imperials just now. Hurry up. They are running that way." In Eastel's impression, the armed personnel of this base are almost all resocialized soldiers. This squad has only 5 people, and it is unlikely that there are non-resocialized officers in command. According to what Eastel learned, resocialized soldiers can only respond quickly to effective instructions programmed, but lack the ability to think independently. In this era, the reason why humans can outperform computers with computing power tens of millions of times that of themselves is precisely because they have independent thoughts and imagination. In other words, resocialized soldiers cannot distinguish plausible lies. Not all resocialized soldiers are stupid wooden men. This is the difference in the degree and method of transformation. Just replacing memories can also gain temporary loyalty. Imperial? Immediately, 3 red lasers used to assist aiming locked onto Istel's face at the same time. Just one spike bullet can smash his head. Civilians? Where did they go? One of them looked at Lieutenant Conrad lying in a pool of blood, ignoring the huge wound on the back of his neck. From the beginning, he had not thought deeply about the loopholes in Ister's words. Follow this road and keep going forward. I injured one of them. These imperial bastards can't run far. Seeing that the other party actually believed it, Ister was no longer so nervous. He had experienced the Zerg invasion war and participated in the battle to defend his hometown when he was 12 years old. His psychological quality was naturally strong. Follow me. It's time to sacrifice for the Federation. Warriors. The man immediately waved his hand and led the others, who believed it, to run towards the passage pointed out by Ister. The power armor was so fast that it went far away immediately. But it was a dead end. No matter what the reason. The excavator stopped abruptly after digging a tunnel 40 yards long. Now the tunnel was piled with steel scraps and garbage, and only some tenacious space slugs lived in it. At this time, Eastel exhaled, calculated the time, whistled, pulled a fragmentation grenade, and threw it into the dead end. Thinking that this was not safe, he threw another crusher grenade a moment later. Fragmentation grenades have strong destructive power, enough to tear rocks apart, and the fragments produced by the explosion can kill soldiers who lack armor on a large scale. This type of grenade is also very effective against old CMC 200 power armor. And the Vulture vehicle and the rifle-mounted grenade use similar fragmentation grenades. The Crusher grenade is also a type of fragmentation grenade, but it is more powerful and is also fatal to Marines wearing heavy armor. I'm sorry. Ister picked up the CK-27 rifle he had just put down amid the violent explosion and carefully checked the results of the battle. May the kind souls go to heaven. The grenade caused great damage in this small environment. 3 of them had their helmets pierced by the bomb fragments, or were dying on the spot. It took less than a minute for Ister to kill the other 2 people who were knocked unconscious by the explosion. And then he searched for more weapons and ammunition from them. A total of 5 C-14 rifles, 4 fragmentation grenades, and thousands of spike bullets. When the fruitful Eastel just came out, another team of Federal restorationists wearing blue power armor came up again. Civilians. What was the explosion just now? This was still a 5-man team. And the rigidity and stiffness in their words immediately revealed their identities. Eastel suspected that they were all guards in the same outpost. At this moment, there was no higher-level commander to command them, and they could only obey the orders in the general command channel. Sir, our soldiers were ambushed in that tunnel. Ister smiled shyly, but he almost laughed out loud, so he couldn't even make a sad expression. Follow us. We have to rescue our comrades, the captain shouted, and rushed over to check the situation without hesitation. How can we recover Tarsones and rebuild the Federation like this? Ister shook his head, took out a grenade, and used the same trick again. These people are simply robots that react according to fixed programs. And they still use the technology of the early social engineering, which has many defects. It's no wonder that the Terran Empire shut down most of the resocialized factories. These resocialized soldiers can only be used as corpses. After a while, Eastel, who was squatting at the door of the resocialized factory, waited for another wave of resocialized soldiers. Then, he was sure that as long as he waited here, the enemy would continue to come up and wait to be bombed. When the Empire Ghost Agent Theodore Pierce returned with a field porcupine special forces, Eastel had killed a full 5 waves of people with the same trick. Even the experienced Pierce was shocked. He was worried about the child, so he had been following him. But even Pierce, who was proficient in telepathy, had misjudged the person. The other party looked like a lamb, but in fact it was a man-eating wolf. At this moment, Eastel was staring at the corridor outside with a vigilant face. There were grenades piled around him, and he was determined to blow up the tunnel if the situation was not right. Suddenly, he was surprised to hear Pierce's voice projected directly into his heart. What did you do? Kid, you need both courage and wit to do this. Pierce showed up in front of Eastel for the first time and took off his ghost helmet. This is a pale man with short brown hair and brown eyes. He has deep dark circles under his eyes and looks tired and depressed. He looks less than 30 years old, but his tone is as old as that of a middle-aged man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. I just took advantage of the loopholes in the resocialization project. There is such a question in the entrance examination of the Hastilling Memorial Military Academy. Eastel felt a sense of intimacy with Pierce for no reason, as if he was infected by his emotions. Have you taken over this base? Yes. Grand Duchess Dorothy Mengs personally led the Imperial Navy of Valicia to rescue the hostages. This operation was very successful. Once Marcus Quigby was killed, his subordinates were in chaos. Piers replied. I remember this question. It was the question that the Emperor himself asked. I heard from Sarko that he was very satisfied with this question. Ha ha ha, then Piers chuckled. Ghosts almost never laugh. But that's a thing of the past. His Majesty Mengsk did something similar when he was young. You can actually do better. Tell those resocialized soldiers that you are officers under Lieutenant Conrad, and then lead them to deal with other terrorists. Imperial Navy Admiral, Ranger Commander James Rayner said this. Knock down all the enemies. This is the victory we want. Ister nodded to Piers and said, I will consider your suggestion next time. Admiral Rayner once participated in the compilation of the Imperial Marine Corps Drill Manual, and he himself has said many famous quotes worth learning. In contrast, Admiral Edmund Duke's words reveal his distinctive personality. Stand at attention. And now let me tell you how many victories I have won in my life. Edmund Duke. There will be a next time. Piers laughed even harder. Yes. There may be a next time. Kid. The Empire needs people like you. You will become a hero, just as your sister and your friends expect. After a few years of peaceful life, many people think that war is gone. But the real dark times are coming. Take up arms. Defend the Empire. And don't let the Federation Restoration Organization and the alien enemies hurt the people and everything we love. He is much more talkative than Eastel imagined. Emperor Augustus gave all former Federation ghost agents the opportunity to choose. And I chose the current life myself. Istel is a candidate for the Stilling Memorial Military Academy, and he will shine in the future. Come on, kid. You've done a great job. Piers always called Istel a kid, and in his eyes, he was still someone who needed to be protected. The ghost agent used to be a killer, but now he's a guardian. Follow me. Your merits should be remembered. Istel didn't think much and followed Piers through the intricate base tunnels to the central control room inside the asteroid. He guessed that he would be rewarded, but he didn't expect that the person who came was the famous Princess Dorothy Mengsk, the flower of the Empire. At this time, the central control room deep inside the asteroid was already full of Imperial soldiers in red power armor, and on the ground were streaks of blood that seemed to have been brushed out by a brush, which were left by the bodies of the Federal Restorationists, who were dragged away. Looking from a distance, Princess Dorothy and Duke Viridia were standing among the royal guards. The princess has many titles. She is Grand Duke Viridia, the queen in the hearts of the people, a noble flower that cannot be desecrated, and the dream lover in the hearts of all boys. But she was not as delicate as those noble ladies, but was famous for her skills and wisdom, ever since she cleansed the rebels in a city on the planet of Viridia Prime with iron and blood. Dorothy Mengsk was called the Blood Princess. The Princess Dorothy in Istel's memory was still the photo taken when she was 18 years old in Umojan. At that time, she was wearing a white floor-length dress embroidered with gold thread and pearl nets, with a shawl decorated with rubies, sapphires and diamonds on her shoulders, and 2 rows of sons of coral guards in white dresses stood beside her. Now Dorothy is not only more mature than then, but also more charming. Princess Dorothy wears a dark blue naval officer uniform, with her gray hair elegantly tied up at the back, and a golden wheat ribbon on her body. A girl in her early 20s is beautiful, and at her best. Her noble neck is as white as a swan, as if covered with frost on the snow. She is so elegant, and the heroic look between her eyebrows is so similar to that of Emperor Augustus with a crown on his head. As the Emperor said, everyone loves Dorothy. Chapter 550. What's wrong with my brother? Ister marveled at the indescribable beauty of the Imperial Princess. Such a beauty looked heroic even in military uniform. The uniforms of the Imperial Royal Guards were clean, straight and spotless, surrounding Princess Dorothy like stars surrounding the moon. The flag-bearer held the golden and red wolf flag. As for admiration, Ister naturally had it. This is human nature. Even the young men in the countryside of Helsingen admired the charming princess, and even compared her with her when looking for a female companion. Anyone who has seen Dorothy envied her beauty like a blooming flower. When Princess Dorothy was 18 years old, she had many suitors, but she never looked at them, let alone now. At this age, if a Tarsoni's noble daughter does not have the ability to inherit the family, she would have already started looking for a political marriage partner. Even though the Mengsk family is not a royal family, they have never used political marriages to expand their power. Princess Dorothy is also a powerful figure in the political center, and her children are eligible to inherit the title of Grand Duke of Viridia. Your Highness, Marcus Quigby, one of the leaders of the Federation Restoration Movement, has been killed, and the others are still being escorted here. Marcus is the son of Federation Admiral Quigby, and should have succeeded his father. Beside Princess Dorothy stood a young Imperial general, the famous Vice Admiral Matt Horner. In the Battle of John Dara, Horner personally led the Imperial Navy flagship Hyperion and its affiliated fleet to defeat the Federation Marshal Gasser Duke in one fell swoop. And since then, he has risen rapidly and was promoted to Vice Admiral. Compared to the Princess, Ister prefers the majestic General Horner. Matt Horner is a model among the generals of the Empire. He is a civilian and not much older than Ister. Marcus Quigby has killed so many people, and his death is not a pity. All terrorists must be severely punished by the laws of the Empire. Princess Dorothy was serious and calm. I wish I could kill him again. General, how are the hostages? There are more hostages in this base than the command had expected earlier. There are more than 2,000 people in the social transformation cages alone. The hippocampus of the medial temporal lobe of the brain tissue of some people can no longer be repaired. Our doctors are completely helpless. General Matt Horner put his hands behind his back, and after a moment's silence, he said, "We can only hope for the Star Spirit Protectors, who are special star spirits that control emotions and memories. And maybe there will be a turnaround. Okay. I'll tell my brother when I get back to Valicia." Even though she is no longer the little girl crying on her eldest brother's lap, Princess Dorothy still always mentions her brother. Dorothy is not an unapproachable flower on the mountain. In private, she always smiles, lively and cute, like a clear blue sky. Just like other noble ladies, Dorothy would talk about boys during gatherings with her friends. But if someone thought that the princess's tenderness was exclusive to them and wanted to have a little kiss, they would probably get this kind of comment. "I don't think you are as good as my brother Augustus. I don't think you are as good as Arcturus Minsk, with his majesty's personal attention. This matter should be resolved soon." The general nodded. The emperor of the Terran Empire was too busy. He cared about the entire empire, and could not focus on the people of one place. "You did a good job, Theodore." At this time, the general noticed the ghost agents Theodore Pierce and Eastel who were approaching. He nodded first, then looked at the embarrassed young man. "Yes, General." Pierce nodded. "Is this the Eastel Foss you mentioned? He is just a student at the Stilling Officer Academy who has not yet enrolled. But he killed more than 30 resocialized soldiers in one go with his wisdom." He smiled and said to Eastel, "You have made military achievements before entering the school. You will become a legend among this class of students. It's just luck, General. Any student who passed the exam would make the same choice as me." Ister saluted General Matt. "It's easy to talk about it on paper, but it's hard to do it in practice." The young general nodded. Matt Horner is the youngest general in the Imperial Navy, but he is not complacent or arrogant because of this. The Stilling Officer Academy has always been sending the best officers to the Empire. Princess Dorothy came over, so light that her boots made little sound when they stepped on the ground. It is foreseeable that this batch of students will be quite excellent. Stilling Officer Academy is the cradle of the army, and the new generation of officers come from this academy. After graduation, these young lieutenants will be assigned to various imperial territories and military bases. It can be said that they are the backbone of the future Imperial Marines. Serve the Emperor's cause. Ister stood up straighter, not wanting to leave a bad impression on the princess. This sentence was a motto of the Stilling Military Academy, and Ister had already memorized it. The Imperial Army belonged to the Emperor, and they did not have to obey anyone else's orders. Young and promising, Dorothy walked up to Ister. Her small and soft nose was more beautiful than any actress the latter had ever seen. "General Horner will remember this merit for you, and it will clear many obstacles for your career. Well, UNN-TV may arrange an interview for you for positive publicity, but I'm in a hurry to report to the Academy." Ister spread his hands and told the truth. "To be honest, I don't want to worry my family. I'm going back to Car. You can go with me. General Horner likes this brave and smart junior." Stilling Military Academy was founded by Horner and his comrades, and Ister is also considered his student. The predecessor of the Terran Empire, the Car Revolutionary Army, suffered from the lack of professional military quality of its officers. The officers of the Revolutionary Army of that era fought with wisdom, firm will and inexhaustible courage. Therefore, the Emperor and the generals of the Empire established many military academies, and those schools were the cradles of future Imperial commanders. "No problem, General." Ister was surprised. but felt that there was no need to be polite. The battlecruiser was so huge that it was no big deal to carry one more person. He had never seen a real warship in his life. Theodore Pierce patted the young man on the shoulder, and was sincerely happy for him. Pierce's psychic level was level 6. And he could see what Eastel was thinking without much effort. Scanning thoughts was the innate ability of ghost agents. Often, Pierce could see people more clearly. Many people have mountains hidden in their hearts. And the surge of thousands of emotions is just a ripple in the ocean. But Eastel was a transparent and upright man. As easy to guess as Marshal Jim Raynor. That's good. Matt nodded. The two men spoke directly, without beating around the bush. At this time, a team of Nova Squadron Marines in bright purple power armor walked quickly into the central control room, escorting several Federal restorationists in senior officer uniforms. They must have put up a fierce resistance before being arrested. And one of them was limping. Nova Squadron is a naval squadron with a long history, having fought against both the Protoss and the Zerg. They were originally the garrison fleet of Antigua Prime, and were transferred to Viridia Prime nearly a year ago. Let Augustus Mengs come to talk to me. You are not qualified. Someone shouted loudly from a distance. You bunch of Imperial bastards. We are not done. Who is he? Dorothy raised her chin, her cold gray eyes like blades. General Lionel McCavey. Your Highness. He was the commander of the 3rd Marine Army of the Federation before the fall of the Federation. An officer of the Nova Squadron replied. As far as I know. He has another identity, General Matt said. Lionel was once the head of the 2nd Recruit Training Camp of Tullis's No. 2, which means that His Majesty Augustus, Marshal Renault, Marshal Runstein and General Harnack were all trained by him. I made a big mistake. General Lionel McCavey is a man with a ruddy face and a wide forehead and a meticulously trimmed beard. 3 fingers on McCavey's right hand were broken by bullets, just the same as the fingers holding the pistol. Lionel was a strong man, but he was still no match for the ghost agents. The reaction speed and physical strength of these super soldiers were far beyond the limits of humans. He was still shouting at this moment. I was wrong and didn't see Augustus Mengsk's true face. It was a mistake from the beginning. He is Angus' son. This bastard. I really should have strangled him in the cradle. Before he could finish, Ister felt a flash in front of his eyes. Princess Dorothy, who had just stood beside him, took 2 steps and kicked General Lionel in the stomach with a beautiful flying kick, which made the latter's eyes roll back. What's wrong with my brother? Dorothy said, and stomped on Lionel's feet twice. Dorothy was not petite, but she was 20 inches shorter than the tall Lionel. She leaned into the other's arms like a little bird, then stomped her feet hard, and kicked left and right. What the hell are you talking about? Ister rubbed his eyes, shocked. This kick was a good one. Of course, he didn't know that Princess Dorothy had been learning martial arts from a martial arts master since she was a child. And her punch could kill people. The 2 Marines of the Rising Star Squadron, who were holding Lionel's hands, were also stunned. The only thing they could do was to hold the prisoner tightly, so that he couldn't fight back. That's enough. Your Highness. There are clear regulations in the Imperial Army that prisoners cannot be abused. It seems that this is not the first time that General Matt has seen such a scene. Princess Dorothy has never been a gentle and lovely Imperial flower. If she were a flower, she would be a carnivorous plant. Huh? That doesn't count. Princess Dorothy clapped her hands and walked back contentedly. When she turned her head to look at Lionel, the anger on her face was still there. At this moment, Estelle realized that the Mengsk family was a wolf. And it was sincere feelings rather than interests that held this family together. The power of a lone wolf is limited after all. But a pack of wolves is better than a bear or a lion. Lionel's eyes were full of stars. And he couldn't say anything for a while. He really didn't know that the other party was a ruthless person who would take action without saying a word. Shut your stinky mouth. Now, I say. You listen. Dorothy frowned, not allowing Lionel to speak again. Her momentum did not allow anyone to breathe. The crime you committed will be judged by the Imperial Judge and the people of the Empire. And I am just executing it on their behalf. She said, I just want you to understand one thing. General Lionel McCavey. No matter what so-called noble purpose you are for, it is untenable to take human life. Even brainworms are nobler than your ugly soul. Drag them away. Are you surprised? But she is like that. The Imperial Ghost Peer suddenly said to the stunned Ister, the princess is not like that. But she respects her father and brothers very much. When Angus Mengsk's uprising failed, many people slandered him. And she could do nothing. No. I just didn't expect it. Esther thought that country girls were not bad. At least the girls in Helsin were gentle. In contrast, the girls of Mossera are all good at using guns. They can ride on a vulture with a revolver and scalp their unfaithful lovers. Okay. Tell the soldiers to search carefully again and make sure everyone is found. Dorothy clapped her hands. Then we will go back to Viridia. The fleet of the Nova Squadron will escort you back. And I will take the Hyperion and Esther directly back to Korhal. General Matt said, His Majesty is waiting for me to go over and urge me several times. But General Mirahan's resort in Viridia is waiting for you. Dorothy reminded him suddenly, as if she remembered something. What? Mira is coming? Just tell her I'm not here. General Matt was surprised to hear this. He looked back involuntarily, and his calm expression turned into horror in an instant. God knows who that person is. Even when he saw the Zerg general, he didn't change his expression. Mirahan always has something new to play. She doesn't look like a female general of the Empire, but a gangster queen. Last time, even Matt forgot his birthday. Only Emperor Augustus, Mira, and his mother remembered it. The Emperor brought Matt's favorite chocolate, which made him burst into tears. Mira sent a big gift package, but it contained herself, which scared Matt so much that he ran away. Didn't I tell you? Dorothy said softly. I'm sure you didn't. General Matt's wide-eyed look surprised Eastel. He was completely confused now. Oh my God. I really don't know what you guys are celebrating. Dorothy said, don't worry. I asked the headquarters before. You still have 7 days of vacation time to use freely. 1 day won't delay anything. Princess, I'd rather work in 3 shifts. He was anxious. 1 day. It won't take more than 2 hours for Mirahan to eat him up. Sister Mira won't eat you. Dorothy showed a devilish smile. I'm afraid you can't guess. There won't be even a dregs left. Matt groaned, as if he was about to cry. What's going on? Esther asked Pierce cautiously. General Mirahan is General Matt Horner's fiancée. Pierce thought for a moment and said, They are now, still in love. But things are not going well in their relationship. Okay. Esther accepted this statement. It seemed that General Matt was also a romantic figure. Mr. Pierce, can I borrow a personal terminal to write to my sister in Korhal? If she doesn't hear from me for too long, she will definitely be worried. Soon, Pierce found a computer for Esther, which might be used by a member of the base. Esther was already very tired. He took his personal terminal, found a corner and sat down, editing the message to his sister, determined not to tell her what happened today. In Viridia, I met Princess Dorothy. She was so beautiful. I only hope you can be 1/10 as good as her, so that you can coax Carlton Polant and make him devoted to you. Now, I am about to take the spaceship to Korhal. The spaceship is about to depart. I won't be able to write to you for a long time. Before the voyage, I beg you to bless me and hope to hear good news about your happiness. Last time, you told me that you were pregnant with Carlton's child. According to the tradition of the Fuss family, I have to go to him with a gun. He can't be a heartless man. To be honest, I'm not ready to be an uncle. But you said you want to give birth to this child, and I agree with you. Of course, you are always too stubborn to listen to anyone's opinions. This child, she is not like us. She was born at a good time. I want to protect you, and also protect him. Protect the Terran Empire, and don't let all this go back to the past. Chapter 551 Viking Fighter. The Empire's flagship Hyperion is the most majestic warship that Esther Foss has ever seen. The 300-foot-high hammer-shaped vertical bow seems to float on a towering glacier on the ocean. The heavy and oppressive feeling of the top deck and the thickened bright silver vanadium alloy armor on the side is overwhelming. She is the Imperial Emperor's cruise and palace in the Starry Sea, and the interior is like a luxurious palace. The open bridge corridor, the carpeted aisle, the internal staircase that can accommodate many people, and the reliefs of wolves and eagles also opened Esther's eyes. He can see new equipment and new instruments every day here. In the UNN documentaries and the Imperial Navy's recruitment propaganda films, the interior of the Hyperion is no longer a secret. But the propaganda images and the actual contact are completely different. After the Federation restorationists in the province of Varisha were completely wiped out, Estelle boarded the Hyperion and embarked on a journey to Korhal to study. On the Hyperion, Estelle was lucky to be assigned a single cabin and enjoy the treatment of a trainee sailor, and he regarded this as a care from General Matt Horner. However, after boarding the Hyperion, Estelle had rarely seen General Horner. He heard that he had urgently convened a meeting and announced that the sailors' vacation planned to be spent on Talador 9 instead of Iridia, and then stayed in the captain's room. In any case, General Matt Horner used all his life's wisdom to avoid his fiancée's pursuit, and took great pains to bypass Viridia Prime and go directly to Korhal. As for the love-hate relationship between Matt Horner and General Mirahan, Istel had heard a lot from the smiling Hyperion crew. Thanks to the title of combat hero, the crew on the ship soon treated the young officer academy student as their own family. To be precise, Mirahan was deeply in love with Matt Horner, but the former was not the type that the latter liked. So this turned into a one-sided pursuit. For a down-to-earth and steady man like General Horner, who did things in a methodical manner, a woman who was too enthusiastic and too jumpy was unbearable. This became one of the few things that the crew of the Hyperion could tease General Horner about. The bored and talkative sailors liked to watch their superiors have fun. Istel's life on the ship was fulfilling and interesting. He had his own job. He had to get up on time every day to clean the decks with the recruits. And the rest of the time, he had to help the chef in the upper kitchen. No meal was wasted. This day was November 4th, 2497, according to the navigation log. The Hyperion was very close to the Imperial Throne World Korhal system. As it approached the main channel, the radio from the starship became more and more lively. At 1937 on the ship, in the armory of Cabin 12, Istel, wearing an orange work suit, was driving a trailer to move parts boxes on the bottom platform, surrounded by the flash of welding and machinery waiting to be upgraded. The most eye-catching of them were two Viking fighters under repair. Every time he saw them, Istel would admire them from the bottom of his heart. The Viking fighters have two modes: air fighter/land mecha mode, which means that these air beasts can land on the ground and fight side by side with the Marines. The last time Ister saw a Viking fighter was at an air show on TV. These beautiful and domineering new fighters gained countless fans as soon as they appeared, and he once wanted to apply for the Imperial Air Force Academy. But unfortunately, he was rejected in the end. A two-heavy mechanical hybrid, the Viking fighter was finalized in the Valhalla prototype weapon laboratory, and was fully equipped to all armies in the second year of the establishment of the Empire. It is now the absolute main fighter of the Empire. It uses a central reactor and an interchangeable servo system design, equipped with 4 bypass turbines and a set of thrusters located in the belly. It is also equipped with MT-50 torpedoes and Death Heat missiles. In mecha mode, it can use dual Gatling cannons to blast any enemy of the Empire into pieces. The Viking fighter is another masterpiece of Terran Empire military engineering. It is a masterpiece born for pure killing. It is the pinnacle of human-man combat system design. No other weapon has ever had such flexibility and deterrence. It is a war machine made of all alloy, and it looks like the wrath of God when it falls from the sky. As the pride of the technology of the Imperial Age, the most advanced and deadly fighter, the Viking fighter is known for its wild speed and astonishing firepower. The Imperial Navy has high hopes for this new fighter, and Admiral Edmund Duke even claimed that the Viking fighter can easily deal with a Thunder Beast. In the era of the Terran Empire, fighters are no longer as scarce as in the past, but Viking pilots are rare. It may be cool to switch from a multi-ton Viking fighter to a mech mode from high in the sky, but this tricky flying maneuver requires the elite of the elite to master. It is so difficult to control these flying beasts that most pilots will die in their first battle. Those who can fly Viking fighters are the elite of the elite, because they must be proficient in both fighting in the air and on the ground, and they must be able to fly both fighters and land mechs. Despite this, the number of Viking fighters is enough to appear on various battlefields of the Empire. Viking has become a symbol of the Terran Empire era, and the Wraith fighter, which was the leader when it first came out, now seems outdated. Today, the technology of Viking fighters is very mature, and various models are flourishing. For example, the Archangel model is a Super Viking, which is even larger and comparable to a battleship. Of course, the army also has its own super weapons. It is said that a super mecha Terratron is being secretly developed. Foos, come and help me transport these mining mules to the warehouse. Brother, move them gently. I repaired them with great difficulty. The speaker is Milo Kaczynski, the current chief engineer of the Hyperion. Milo Kaczynski is the younger brother of Victor Kaczynski. He came from Moria to join his brother last year, since Rory Swan and Victor were transferred to August Grad one after another. The engineers of the original Hyperion Engineering Corps were sent to various Imperial fleets as the backbone of the Engineering Corps. The Emperor finally made the decision and appointed the young Milo as the chief engineer of the Hyperion. Milo, the new official, saw Ister's talent in mechanical engineering and asked him to help. In just 2 weeks, Ister had experienced things that many people would never get to experience in their lifetime. They always break easily. Ister drove a trailer to Milo and waited for him to hang the trailer on the vehicle. Mule is still in the experimental stage, and is often sent to dangerous areas where space engineering vehicles cannot operate. Milo is a young Moria with dark brown hair and eyes. He is also rebellious at this age, and is far less calm than his brother. Pay attention. The last time Ross broke a raven, the cost of that raven was his 30-month salary. If Polly hadn't fixed it in 2 days, that guy would be in trouble. Although the collection efficiency of the mining mule is amazing, they always consume energy very quickly, and will stop working soon. Milo said to Ister, for this reason, I am considering increasing the endurance energy, but that will inevitably increase the cost significantly, so it will not be worth the loss. The advantage of the mining mule is that it can harvest 10 or 100 times more minerals at a very low cost. If the cost is increased, why don't I use the planetary excavator of the Federation? Mine mules, the full name of which is Multi-Purpose Lunar Excavator, are often dropped into the ore veins using the newly developed airdrop capsule. A large number of mine mules can dig out an entire ore vein in a very short time. The shadows of several mine mules appearing in high-altitude orbit are enough to make the Empire's allies furious. In addition, mine mules have won the strong affirmation of Marshal Jim Raynor, who believes that this new mining robot will significantly improve the competitiveness of the Imperial Army on the battlefield. Mine mules are Marshal Raynor's favorite. Poor Milo. Why don't you build a super mule? Big is good. Tonnage is justice. Esther has only known Milo for a short time, but the two have a good relationship. This may be because most of the engineers are uncles, and there are very few young people. That's why I didn't build an upgraded mining vehicle. We don't have such a large airdrop pod. In terms of mining technology, Gamorrean has almost finished the road. You don't have to be so anxious. Ister drove the trailer away. You are still young. Go and have a rest after you finish the work. Milo shrugged his shoulders. If there were not enough people, I would not ask you. This is also for the salary. Ister smiled and said, although the students of Stilling are not only exempted from all tuition, but also have scholarships, I also need money to do other things. After finishing the work, Ister, who was in a good mood, first took a shower in the sonic bathroom on Deck 5, and then went to the upper restaurant to prepare for dinner. Everything was done with ease. When he first boarded the ship, Istel had to read the Hyperion crew manual. Now he has become accustomed to the rules on the ship. Compared with the small cabin of the Bedford, which is only 30 feet wide, the Hyperion's restaurant is too luxurious. The red carpet on the floor, the candelabra on the table, and the classical paintings give it a classical artistic atmosphere. This behemoth-class battlecruiser originally belonged to the Federation. Later, after being repaired and upgraded by the United States of Umogen, it became the first battleship of the Korhal Revolution. Its interior decoration was designed by Prince Arcturus Mengsk, and it is said to be exactly the same as the holiday manor of the Mengsk family in the past. In comparison, the interiors of other newly built battlecruisers are cold and simple, with a pragmatic industrial style. No wonder Hyperion is always the object of publicity. But as the flagship of the Emperor, the crew of this ship are basically veterans of the Revolutionary Army and the Royal Guards. So it is not so easy to enter. When I walked into the restaurant, there were only a few engineers who had just got off work. Soldiers and engineers eat at different times. Otherwise it would be much more lively at this time. The kitchen basically provides hot food and water 24 hours a day. And some people even sigh that the conditions are much better than in the past. When the Hyperion was at its worst, it couldn't even pay the crew's salary. And Rory Swan even had to rip off Peter to pay Paul when it was repaired. And because the Hyperion was built earlier, the Minotaur-class battlecruiser now has several different restaurants for crew members in different positions to eat. The fleet is the sword of Damocles for the Terran Empire to maintain order, and the food allowance for the Navy is much better than that of the Marines. Ister took some grilled chicken with noodles and a vegetable salad and found a table to sit down. The holographic projection screen in the center of the restaurant was playing the latest news. These news have been reviewed, and most of them are related to politics and military. The hottest news recently is about the Federal Restorationists. Princess Dorothy in military uniform appeared on the front pages of major media. Eastel was very happy to learn that Captain King of the Bedford was safely rescued. Last time he appeared in the news, he praised the reliability of the Imperial Army. The Empire did not conceal the existence of the Federal Restorationists. And the far-reaching impact of this incident is more than that. The emergence of the Federal Restorationist organization directly prompted the Empire to change the laws of the waterway and invested tens of billions of Imperial credits to increase the security of the waterway. Suddenly, a piece of news made Estelle frown. The Imperial spokesman announced that a new type of mutant alien insect named Baneling was discovered. They first appeared in Anselm and were mutated from springtails infected by local native fungi. Banelings are described as bloated and terrifying monsters with terrible acid in their bodies. Only a few banelings can destroy the Empire's outposts. This news made Estelle deeply uneasy. Not surprisingly, with the rapid development of the Empire's military technology, the Zerg are also constantly evolving. Sooner or later, the strategies and weapons used to deal with the Zerg will become outdated. Not only the Zerg, but also the Protoss are accelerating the development of their military technology. And the progress in 2 or 3 years has far exceeded the past dozen centuries. Archbishop Tassadar of Darum strives to restore the military power of the Protoss to the level of the Golden Age. Future wars will surely be more massive and more tragic. Estelle can't help but worry about her sister and her future children. No matter what, those Federal Restorationists will never succeed. Because once the Terran Empire collapses, tens of billions of Terrans will fall into an extremely miserable situation. Fox, I heard from the adjutant that you are here. At this time, General Matt Horner, who had not been seen for a long time, walked towards Ister from the open restaurant door. General. Ister quickly stood up and saluted, and at the same time, hurriedly sucked away the noodles in his mouth. The Hyperion has arrived in the Korhal system. Next, she will dock at the USA shipyard on the Korhal satellite to carry out necessary maintenance work. The general said, I will arrange a spaceship to send you to Augustgrad so that you can attend the opening ceremony in time. Thank you, General. Ister didn't expect that the general not only remembered this matter, but also came to inform him personally. It's just a piece of cake. The general's face was not very good. What's wrong with you? Ister saw it. I heard that Mira isn't Augustgrad. It seems that I have been fooled by her again. She didn't go to Valisha at all. The general shook his head. I am really angry enough to tell you this. No matter how I say it, you don't understand what it means. Go. He sighed deeply. Ister suddenly thought that the general stayed at the USA shipyard because he didn't dare to go to Augustgrad. He wanted to laugh. But this was disrespectful to General Hona. Chapter 552, Stilling Memorial Military Academy. That night, Estelle said goodbye to his new friends and boarded a military shuttle that took off from the Hyperion. This was General Matt Horner's private plane, and he himself took an APOD transport ship and headed straight for the palace. It was hard to tell if this was a trick General Matt used to escape. Estelle knew the shuttle's pilot, Ensher, who was born on Marlow and grew up in a poor community there. Ensher often talks about the past, saying that when he graduated from high school, he could not see any hope for the future, and he had no expectations for the next day when he woke up every day. The end of the Terran Federation was a chaotic, dark, and desperate era. At that time, under the influence of the Great Depression in the Old Federation, the social turmoil in Marlow was rising, and the unemployment rate was rising. Ensher could only knock on doors with flyers and do black market phone sales. Like young people of this class, Ensher spent all the money he earned in underground bars that provided stimulants and enhancers except for paying rent, which was completely different from the life of the elite class of Marlow. One day, several revolutionaries came to Marlow. They brought revolutionary theories that the Marlow people had never heard of, calling for the establishment of freedom and democracy, and the return of rights to the people. Ensher had no idea about the so-called revolution, but he just followed the golden red flag. That year, Ensher was 18 years old, the same as Esther Foss. When I was your age, I knew less than a hair on your leg. You know? 4 years ago, I was busy singing and dancing with a lot of girls. But now I'm about to get married. Ensher sat in the shuttle's main driver's seat, and his friend Estelle sat in the co-pilot seat next to him. I remember her name was Mary Lou. You showed me her photo. Estelle looked through the cockpit glass at the various types of ships that passed by quickly, and was depressed by the prosperity of the Korhal Channel. These fixed routes were like a busy highway, with all kinds of spacecraft passing by at every moment. He could identify some container ships and space trucks, each of which was marked with the emblem and label of the transportation company to which it belonged. Korhal 4 is a thriving industrial planet with a permanent population of 2.9 billion, only slightly less than Tarsonis, with large tracts of land covered by dangerous and barren radioactive deserts. Korhal's fresh vegetables, meat, and pure water are all imported. Every day, cargo ships loaded with food, live animals, and crystal minerals arrive in Korhal, and ships leaving carry high-tech products, engineering parts, and military products. Millions of people work in jobs related to this route, and it is closely linked to the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people. Undoubtedly, Kar is the political, economic, and cultural center of the Terran Empire. The people of the Terran Empire regard her as a symbol of the imperial power. Far away, Ister could vaguely see some huge shadows, which were probably part of the Sky Shield orbital defense platform. Mary is a beautiful girl with naturally curly blonde hair and ocean-like eyes. I can't believe she chose me in the end. Incher didn't remember how many times he had mentioned this matter. Anyway, he couldn't stop talking about it. I missed her every day in the past. I wrote to her whenever I had time and sent it out when I was in a safe place. Yes, you may have told me this 100 times. My point of view has never changed, no matter what. Incher, you have to have some confidence in yourself. Ister could almost guess what his friend would say next. Whenever he had free time, he would take out the photo of the blonde girl and said that he was able to survive those difficult years just to be able to go back home and marry her. Incher was not just an ordinary shuttle pilot. He was a genuine Imperial Navy captain. He was the full-time driver of General Matt Horner on weekdays. And he also drove a ship for Emperor Augustus Mengsk during the Battle of Eyre. He is also a double Silver Star battle hero of the Empire. Only more than 1,000 Imperial soldiers have won this honor in all the battles, and many of them have died. The blonde Mary Lou may be the child of a wealthy family on the planet Marlow. In the past, a poor boy like Imshur could hardly get the recognition of the other party's parents. But now it is different. As an officer in the Revolutionary Army, Imshur has 2 properties in the center of Augustgrad. Kar. His family enjoys the treatment and subsidies of the Imperial officer family. His children can go to military academies and have more chances to be recommended to famous military academies. Anyway, Imshul finally succeeded. I heard that when Imshul returned to Marlow to get engaged to Mary, he had many twists and turns. At first, he was kicked out as a thief who cheated and deceived. And later when he went back, he drove the Imperial General's special car. You are right, Ister. I hope you can come when I get married, Imshul said. Definitely. Ishul actually didn't know whether he could get leave at that time, because the management of Stilling Military Academy was very strict. At this time, Istel finally saw Kar outside the window and was attracted by the dreamlike picture. It was a beautiful planet shrouded in a hazy purple flash, and the dark side facing away from the sun was flashing with countless colorful lights. That's Kar. That's Kar. Imshur next to him said this twice, and the tone of each time was different. Kar is more than just a character. When you mention Kar, you are talking about the great Terran Empire. Heroic Kar. She is a microcosm of the Terran people's resistance to the tyranny of the old Federation and their pursuit of freedom. The history of Kar is the history of the Federation overthrowing the Empire and rising. Kar was completely destroyed by the old Federation, but it still stands tall. In a world like Helshin, when people talk about Kar, they are probably referring to the Empire. That's Kar, Ister repeated. This was the first time he saw the whole picture of Kar. For years ago, the war almost completely destroyed Ister's hometown Helshin. Influenced by Kar's preferential immigration policy, Ister's sister also joined the army of immigrants to Kar. His sister worked and studied at the same time, and later joined the Augustgrad City Hall as a civil servant. Ister was basically raised by his sister. I have never been to Kar before it was destroyed by a nuclear bomb, and I will never have such an opportunity again, Imshur said, but I am very familiar with the current Kar. If there were no other things, I should really take you to see the current Kar and Augustgrad. I have watched Kar become what it is today little by little. As he spoke, the outer window glass of the cab was gradually covered by a layer of silver heat-insulating protective shield, and the light from the outside world slowly dissipated. When the shuttle enters the atmosphere of Korhal, it will circle down from the sunlit side, and the sun's rays will burn the people inside. It should be dawn when you arrive at Bennett Airport. If you are lucky, you will have a chance to see the sunrise over Augustgrad. I guarantee that it will be the best sunrise. The shuttle landed in the atmosphere of Korhal, and the cabin was filled with a steady hum of friction between the hull and the atmosphere. This shuttle is really a good ship. All the shuttles that Estelle has taken in the past that travel between space and the ground are not as good as it. Compared to this, the rumbling noise made by those old shuttles when entering the atmosphere was a disaster. When Quarhol's gravity completely replaced the artificial gravity inside the shuttle, Estelle knew that the spacecraft had landed in the dock of Bennett Airport. When the heat shield outside the window was opened, a landing platform with a lot of voices suddenly appeared in front of him. Bennett Airport is vast, consisting of thousands of landing platforms at different heights, straight electromagnetic transmission tracks and signal towers, all of which are shrouded in a thin shield force field that appears light blue due to ionization. At the other end of the helipad is a loading platform with many Corhalian freighters parked on it. It is filled with containers as tall as buildings. Towering cranes and electric-powered unloading engineering vehicles are moving the goods. A Bennett Industries 4-engine heavy transport aircraft is taking off, and the sound it makes is like an angry peak. This is Bennett Helipad number 3. Looking up, you can see the sky at dawn in August Grad. From this position under the shield force field, the sun is indigo blue and exceptionally beautiful. The sky was filled with container ships, shuttles and yachts, which eventually converged into a winding, upward belt of spacecraft, like a belt hanging in the sky. Esther had never seen such a scene before, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Follow the instructions. Find the high-altitude rail train platform, and you can go wherever you want to go. Incher followed Esther down the shuttle. Goodbye, my friend. Esther said goodbye to his friend. Maybe we can fight side by side one day. When Incher waved, he was holding a few red flowers in his hand, which were flowers from Ale. Incher's former comrades are buried in the Stilling Cemetery in August Grad, and their heroic spirits are still in Ale. Stilling Cemetery also buries federal soldiers who died in the war against the Zerg invasion. At that time, most of the recruits were young people around 18 years old, and they were often the ones who shed the most blood. These young people were still immature and naive. They had only received short training and knew nothing about the cruelty of the Zerg. Esther said goodbye to his friends and went to the train platform through a vertical elevator and a downward ramp. On the way, he could see many advertisements for cutting-edge technology products and posters for a politician running for the imperial government official. One of the movie advertisements occupied the largest billboard space. Kayla Velez's new work. This brainworm is not cool Alpha Films. Mr. Alpha is a lone killer, codenamed Brainworm, because it is as powerful and deadly as the alien brainworm. Until one day, a little girl knocked on his door. So beautiful. Esther knew this actress. There was such vicious speculation in the bar of Helsin. Kayla Velez was purely favored by the godfather of August Grad's film industry to obtain such resources. In order to stand out, she did not hesitate to call him her godfather. And people far away from the throne world believed that August Grad was not as glamorous as it looked. After all, Tarsones was like this in the past. When they reached the platform of the railway train in the airport, Esther once again looked up his sister's address. At this time, there were already many people standing on the platform, and the voices were noisy, all discussing prices and recent news. Some people were whispering about the recent political situation, while others were talking loudly, saying that the Comorian Union must be secretly supporting the remnants of the Federation, and the Imperial Navy should immediately strike hard. Esther was surprised at the confidence of the August Grad people. In their view, Umoyan and Comorian were no longer a threat. This statement is tenable. Today, the Terran Empire controls most of the Copperless sector, and the United States and the Federation are like a few sparse points separated at both ends. The August Grad people are not surprised by outsiders like Esther. This newly rising city is full of immigrants from other planets. If it were the Tarsones people, they would definitely denounce the country people for coming to Tarsones to beg for food again. While paying attention to what the August Grad people were talking about, Esther stepped onto a high-altitude rail train that was coming around the city. The train tracks are supported by numerous elevated structures and steel pillars, as if floating above August Grad. When the train started, Esther could easily overlook the city center of August Grad through the window. August Grad's magnificent cityscape opened Esther's eyes, and the train was moving at high speed through the vast square and countless high-rise buildings reaching into the sky. The unparalleled palace, the magnificent town hall, the city square with fountains, and the green pedestrian islands between the roads together created a shocking sense of art. These huge geometric squares and chessboard-like streets stretch to the distant horizon like straight lines. Along the broad main lines, residential areas, large buildings and industrial areas are divided into regular rectangular spaces. Every part of Augustgrad fully embodies the regularity and harmony of modern urban industrial gear precision. Ister saw the Stilling Memorial Military Academy outside the palace. The walls and gates built of white marble and steel, and the wide walkways surrounding the Military Academy campus with densely planted tall fir trees. Fir trees are a symbol of Augustgrad. Whether silver or snow, these tall, lance-like trees stand in every corner of the city, symbolizing the Empire's unyielding will. A huge monument can be seen even from this point in Istrel. Join the Imperial Marines. We can't win without you. Admiral James Eugene Rayner. Chapter 553 Odin. The maglev train, which was speeding at over 350 miles per hour, was like a long silver snake circling the center of Augustgrad. Esther Foss only glanced at the Stilling Memorial Military Academy, where he would attend in the future, and passed by it. The maglev train was a microcosm of Augustgrad's speed and a reflection of the city's fast pace. If Esther wanted to enjoy the scenery of Augustgrad leisurely, he should take a much slower city sightseeing train, which was the best way for tourists to visit the imperial capital. Ister will spend at least 4 years at the Stilling Military Academy in Augustgrad, so he has plenty of time to plan a trip. First, Ister was anxious to see her sister and her boyfriend, whom she met at the city hall. As the train speeded up, the dense buildings outside the window became more and more difficult to distinguish. 25 minutes later, the train stopped at Green Railway Station, and Ister followed the crowd to get off the train. Green Railway Station covers an astonishingly large area. It has 96 platforms, 178 exits, and more than 270 high and low staggered rails running through it. It is larger than any station on the planet Helsin. Millions of people pass through the wide hall of the Green Railway Station supported by Roman columns every day, and the crowds are huge even at night. However, the Green Railway Station is just one of the hundreds of stations in Augustgrad. Some of the magnetic tracks passing through the station are designed for magnetic levitation locomotives. So there are high-speed levitation locomotives and cool-looking speedboats everywhere. The lightning speed can make people's adrenaline surge just by looking at it. This magnetic track is sometimes used as a racetrack for car races, which is one of the most popular sports in Augustgrad. It is rumored that this is also the favorite sport of Emperor Augustus, who occasionally appears in the audience, and the court ministers have to go to great lengths to stop the emperor from racing every time. The title of Augustgrad's car god is not exaggerated. In the train station, people pass by Ister, who is struggling to identify the exit every moment. People of all kinds are either in suits or blue uniforms of technical workers. Thousands of people have thousands of different faces, and everyone with different identities is a member of Augustgrad. Ister could see that the residents of Augustgrad were obviously richer, with dazzling electronic products and fashionable clothes. They looked more confident and walked calmly. He was not surprised by this, as Augustgrad was the center of Korhol, and Korhol was the center of the entire Terran Empire. The first people to come to Augustgrad built this magnificent steel city with their own hands, which was a miracle in itself. Augustgrad's prosperity comes from its status as the capital of the Terran Empire and the unremitting construction and governance of successive Terran mayors. Compared with the people in the train station, Istel couldn't find a watch on his body, but he didn't feel embarrassed. If he wanted to pursue a decent and respected job, Istel should apply for political science or public administration at the University of Kar and become an imperial affairs officer in the future. When Istel finally walked out of exit 22B and saw Lauren Foss waiting for him, he was happy to notice that his face was ruddy. Although he had a faint sign of gaining weight, his figure was still beautiful. The girl who grew up in the golden fields of Helshin wore a fitted brown double-faced plush coat and a hand-knitted woolen hat with a cute wool ball standing on it. Lauren was originally the name that her parents planned to give to Ister, but unexpectedly the firstborn was a girl. She was not a very strong girl, and in Ister's limited memory, she was a crybaby. "How long have you been here?" Ister couldn't ignore the tall man next to him, who was wearing a tough black suit, but he still used the word you instead of you all. "A while." Lorraine grabbed Ister's broad shoulders, his eyes moist with joy. "I can't believe you've grown up so fast. I never knew how to raise you. I'm an adult now." Ister chuckled and comforted his sister. He was so sharp that he saw the engagement ring on his sister's left hand at a glance. "Hello. I'm Ister." Then Ister turned to the blond man in a neat suit next to him. "Carlton Polant." The man named Carlton smiled immediately. Hello, Esther. Carlton was a strong man with a cold face. But he immediately smiled when he saw Esther. Polant. I should have come to you with a gun today. The only reason I didn't do so was that guns were banned in Augustgrad. Esther looked at Carlton sharply, trying to find any clues that he was actually a bad person. As far as he knew, Carlton was now a civil servant in Augustgrad Whitehall, doing clerical work. He used to be a miner, a construction worker, and a teacher. If I find out that you are a playboy who likes to seduce women, then this matter will be easy to solve. His eyes were hostile. My sister is always stupid. But don't think about it. Esther. Lorraine grabbed his brother, and his slender knuckles turned pale because of the force. What else can I do? You have always been like this. You acted first, and then asked for permission. When my father was still alive, you made me angry a lot. Esther said, I don't know Carlton. God. I didn't even know what he did before. And you didn't even mention it. The Helsingin people are also a model of tough folk customs. These farmers have nothing to do with gentleness and kindness. There are many barbaric customs in the local area. If there is a conflict between families, they will fight with real swords and guns. If a girl is bullied after getting married, her family will definitely support her. The mature Carlton just looked at Esther seriously. Ha ha. While there is still time, let's go to Green Street to find a restaurant for lunch. Now is the right time for oysters. The Protoss used molecular technology to help the Terran Empire remove hundreds of square miles of radiation around Augustgrad, making the forests and oceans pure again. But the people still don't trust any food produced there, and would rather choose cheap imported food. Fortunately, the Terran Empire government continued to transform Korhal while establishing a vast nature reserve. Okay, Esther. Loren asked for Carlton. Thank you. Esther looked at Carlton. I just hope you remember my warning. I don't want my sister to go through what happened to my aunt again. Of course, I can understand you. Carlton nodded. I also have a sister who is getting married. I also have to carefully consider the other person's character. I want you to swear that you will never betray Loren Foss. Never hurt her. And never make her sad. Esther's momentum even overwhelmed Carlton, who was much older than him, so that the other party dared not look down on him. Esther had been on the battlefield and killed people. This kind of person is not a weak sheep. Besides, the look in his eyes when he wants to kill someone cannot be hidden, no matter what. Even if Carlton is really a perfect man, Esther will definitely not be satisfied. Who do you swear to? Carlton said solemnly, we don't believe in God. Then to my deceased parents. Esther said. Carlton did it immediately. Esther stopped being aggressive in this way. I'm entrusting my sister to you. Okay, Carlton said as he wiped Lauren's tears with his sleeve. Then, Esther followed Carlton into the Green Street district. Green Street was very prosperous, with rows of shops painted with white walls. These shops were all for the common people, and they were full of all kinds of specialty foods, clothes and handicrafts. Carlton took Esther to a shop that mainly deals in seafood. The owner was a fat man with small eyes. When he squinted, his eyes were invisible, but two eyebrows appeared out of thin air. The oceans of Teledor 8 and 9 are extremely rich. Ice-stored seafood is shipped there every day. Carlton ordered a table of dishes and introduced them to his future brother-in-law. In the past, it was not easy to eat these. It was all because Teledor 8 recently discovered the remains of the Protoss portal, he said to Estelle with some kind of unspeakable pride. With these portals, distances thousands of light years away can be reached in a few minutes. The Korhal and Teledor systems are now as close as neighbors. It's amazing. I've heard of those portals. They are really magical. Many ignorant people think they are magic. Estelle looked at the waiter, who had just brought a plate of steamed oysters, and his favorable impression of Carlton suddenly increased a lot. A planet with a portal is equivalent to 10,000 routes. Korhal originally didn't have this kind of portal. But later, somehow, Emperor Augustus spent a lot of money to ask the Protoss to get one. Yes, Carlton said, I am a Moria. And Moria is only a red rust desert. And basically, I have never seen anything swimming in the water. Kelmorian Union. Estelle looked at Carlton again. His eyes changed. Sister, this matter may need to be reconsidered. I heard that the Moria people like to escape when their Tyranid wives are pregnant. Unfortunately, there are similar stories in Moria. Carlton was stunned. The Terran adventurers and caravan crew members, who coveted our family girls, all had their legs broken. You know, these scums only care about their own happiness. But I escaped from Moria a long time ago. The oppression of the Moria Mining Association is simply unbearable. Carlton said, our family has escaped, and now we have settled in Augustgrad. You don't need to worry. The Morians believe in big families. And a family may have hundreds of people. Unless they are desperate. They will never abandon the land where their ancestors lived. The good thing about the Comorians is that, apart from doing business with them, they are honest and reliable. This year, Lauren was 22 years old, and Carlton was 28 years old. One was a Helsingin, and the other was a Morian. Their union was not uncommon in a city like Augustgrad where there was a great cultural integration. The population of Augustgrad came from all over the Copperloo sector, and even from Earth. Has Moria become like this? In Istel's memory, the Kelmorian Union was still a wealthy and powerful commercial empire, the mortal enemy of the Terrans. Nothing to say. Carlton shook his head. There are at least tens of millions of Kelmorians in Augustgrad, and they were forced to leave their homes. Istel was also hungry, and he was thinking about Carlton's words while dealing with the oysters on the plate. Is it delicious? Lauren loved her brother the most, and she didn't know what to do if Istel and Carlton had a conflict. No one knows Ister's character better than Lauren. This child is not gentle in daily life. He is stubborn. He is straightforward, and will say it directly if he doesn't agree with someone. When dealing with enemies, Ister can always make them go around in circles. People who stab others with a knife while smiling are talking about him. Delicious, Ister said. A mysterious prototype weapon will be exhibited in Surian Square outside the palace tonight. Emperor Augustus will attend the unveiling ceremony with Queen Sarah. It is reported that this may be the first time Princess Louise has met the public since she was born. At this time, the holographic projection TV in the restaurant broadcast the latest news. New weapons? East immediately became interested. In addition to information that is closely related to themselves, the people are most concerned about the latest developments in the Empire's cutting-edge technology. In recent years, various advanced weapons have emerged one after another, and even the Minotaur-class battlecruiser has become a thing of the past. Now the most concerned is the research and development progress of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser. The last time the public paid attention was a phase reactor combat suit. This prototype weapon can give the wearer a similar ability to tactical jumping. That is, teleportation. You just arrived in Augustgrad, so you don't know the situation yet. This prototype weapon has been mentioned for more than a month. Carlton said, it is said that the Simonson military factory responsible for research and development always has the roar of cannons and small earthquakes. To date, more than a dozen Umoyan agents have been captured in the Simonson military factory alone. The Umoyan people are always greedy. Ister snorted. Umoyan has always been worried about being annexed by the Terran Empire. Although they appear to be friendly on the surface, they are constantly making small moves behind the scenes. Emperor Augustus was generous because of their old friendship, which made the Umoyans feel ashamed. Will His Majesty also attend? Ister asked. I have been in Augustgrad for a long time, and I can always see His Majesty several times a year. Carlton replied, His Majesty will show up almost every week. You can see him on the streets or in the factory as long as you are lucky enough. Ister nodded. Then I must go and see what the prototype weapon is? Even His Majesty has to attend. I don't know what it is. I just know it as a name. Carlson replied, It's called Odin. Chapter 554. The Model of Imperial Heroes Tychus Finley. Surian Square is located in the prosperous Augustgrad Surian district. It is a huge octagonal square with 8 wide, rounded gravel-paved walkways corresponding to the 8 corners of the square. The green belt inside is planted with towering silver fir trees. Under the dense shade of the trees, deep and mysterious paths meander to elegant curved buildings like silver moons. The main difference between Augustgrad and the main city of Tarsones is that there are enough large and abundant public spaces. The proportion of green space in this miracle city made of steel and glass is surprisingly high. Every place is a perfect combination of magnificent human architecture and nature. On this day, the Surian Square was decorated with lights and colorful festival atmosphere. Many bright hot air balloons and propaganda yachts were hanging high above the square, and colorful lights and imperial flags were lit everywhere. Ister and his brother-in-law Carlton arrived before dawn, but they almost couldn't even squeeze into the square. This time, Ister finally experienced what it means to be in a real crowd. They took advantage of their height and length and finally squeezed in. The Augustgrad Police Department had to set up a cordon to divert the crowd to avoid a stampede. You should know that for the sake of management, tickets worth 6 credits must be purchased 1 week in advance to enter Surian Square. and the number of places is limited. But when they heard that the emperor of the empire would also attend, even those who didn't get tickets gathered outside Syrian Square, which shows how popular Emperor Augustus is among the people of Augustgrad. Augustgrad is so tolerant of people from all origins and territories. And there are so many people living here that there are even gray-skinned Protoss scholars who travel here to live in the city. It is rumored that these aliens, who are allowed to enter, come here to study human sociology. At this time, the clever vendors began to sell ice cream, fruits or dried flowers to the cheerful people. And the children could buy enough candy or a dozen balloons to fill their pockets with a few coins. Children born in the late period of the Old Federation probably did not remember the difficult years when their parents were exiled to Augustgrad, but only remembered the flag of the empire and the sweetness in their pockets. Ister bought a paper travel newspaper introducing Augustgrad and a photo album of actress Kayla Velez from the newsstand at the entrance of the square, and stuffed them into his brother-in-law Calton's backpack. After entering Syrian Square, there were fewer people, but it still looked crowded. The Dominion Defense Force DDF, which has an affiliated fleet in Crimson Power armor, guarded the central area of the square, while the audience could climb onto the temporary circular stands built with modular steel components to take in the central exhibition area. Where are the prototype weapons on display? Why is there nothing there? Calton climbed onto the stands and pointed to the empty center of the square. As Calton said, there were only a few beautiful fountains in the center of the square paved with colored bricks. There was nothing else except some Imperial soldiers and UNN film crew members. Odin may need to be transported from the prototype weapons laboratory. Ister looked at the various exits of Syrian Square. It should be transported by air. No matter how you look at it, this can't be just a new plasma rifle. At this time, Istel could hear the Dominion Center for State Security broadcasting the latest developments regarding the exhibition of the new prototype weapon Odin. And everyone could clearly hear the voice of General Horace Warfield. This is General Horace Warfield. The unveiling ceremony of the new weapon Odin will proceed as planned and is on its way to Syrian Square. After the exhibition, according to the plan, Odin will walk on the streets of Korhal to be reviewed by the people of the Empire. We have appointed a great Imperial hero, Lieutenant Tychus Finley, to drive this unprecedented supergiant siege machine. Odin is a mecha. Calton put his backpack aside and sat down in the selected seat with Istel. Although Calton has never worked in a military-related industry, he often pays attention to related news on weekdays. The people of the Empire are sincerely proud of the emergence of new weapons, rather than worrying that they will be used against them. Calton and his family have experienced those difficult times. First, there was the 4-year Guild War, followed by the invasion of the Zerg and the Protoss. The fear of alien creatures is rooted in the hearts of this entire generation. Siege mecha? This word is not simple. Ister had expected it, but he was still overjoyed. What kind of mecha can be used for siege? It should. No. It must carry a super cannon. No one can refuse a super mecha. Could it be an improved version of the Goliath armed robot? The giants brought by the Earthlings are already taller than a building. Calton had seen Goliaths on the streets of Augustgrad. Those two-legged steel giants were often used to maintain order in the past, but they are no longer used now. Every street in Augustgrad is equipped with surveillance cameras, and turbo drones patrol the streets. Once there is a car accident or a criminal case, the surveillance can be called up immediately. The psychics with profiling capabilities of the Imperial Investigation Bureau have greatly increased the success rate of solving cases and chasing people. We can only wait and see, Ister said to Calton. Yes. Calton trusted Ister's judgment, not just because he was a student at the Stilling Military Academy. This young man had a unique view of the world, and he was always able to hit the nail on the head. Your Majesty. Suddenly, like a pot of boiling water hitting the lid of a pressure cooker, the entire Syrian Square boiled. People waved their flags, and fathers lifted their children above their heads and shouted the name of the Emperor. He's there. Ister looked over immediately and saw that the Emperor had come to the stand guarding the Royal Guard not far away. The Emperor was only 27 years old this year, but he looked like he had ruled this empire for many years. He was wearing a golden-edged satin dress and a sword on his waist. It is said that this dress was given to the Emperor of the Terran Empire by the Terran Protoss. It took 9 of the best Calais craftsmen 2 years to make it with the finest silk fibers. It can resist the rude peeping of telepaths. People were fascinated by this man, not just because of his supreme authority. He recognized that the person next to the Emperor was the beautiful and charming queen, who became more charming since giving birth to Princess Louise. A woman with long ginger hair was walking behind with Princess Louise in her arms. Esther thought she should be a noble lady, or head maid who was deeply trusted by the royal family. Princess Louise was already 1 year old. And she was always drowsy like all the children in this world. The Cateran crystal amulet given by the Protoss can protect the child's mind. Otherwise her overly powerful telepathic ability will uncontrollably accept the thoughts of more than 100,000 people present. It's Admiral Raynor. Esther saw the man with short dark brown hair behind the Emperor at a glance. He was Jim Raynor, the first president of the Steel Academy. Raynor himself was a naval general. But later, he was counted as an army general. In short, he was the supreme leader of the Imperial Marines. While another army general, Lundstein, was the commander of the Imperial Guard. No one in the Empire doesn't know his name. Carlton also said, Admiral Raynor was born in Shiloh, which is an agricultural world like Helsin. In time, you will become a great general like him. I will. Esther said, Jim Raynor is my idol. When the Emperor waved to the people, the cheers were louder and louder. And it was deafening. Esther knew why the Emperor of the Empire had such a reputation. For years ago, most of the world in the Federation was in turmoil, with starving people everywhere, a surge in the number of unemployed people, soaring prices, and more than 10 billion people not having enough food. Emperor Augustus brought peace, established a new order, and most importantly, gave thousands of people jobs, allowing them to have money to support their families and children. In contrast, even when the old nobles of the Terran Federation were about to perish, they were always trying to squeeze the bones and marrow from the people. Amid the cheers of the people, Emperor Augustus sat down gently on his seat. Before the shouts subsided, a huge Hercules-class transport ship was slowly descending toward Surian Square through the clouds. At this time, there was no need to wait for the cover covering the new mecha to be unveiled. Estelle could see Odin in full view just by looking up. In a flash, a word popped up in Estelle's mind, great. Under the Hercules transport ship were hundreds of silver iron chains, and steel cables made of new alloys and fine steel catalysts, each thicker than the waist of an adult man. If such chains were not binding a terrifying super thunder beast, then they were an unparalleled steel behemoth. It was a monster, bigger than any walking machine ever created by human beings. Indeed, the huge Hercules-class transport ship seemed to be struggling to drag the steel monster. The giant Goliath robot of the Spartan Company was more than 20 feet long, but it was not even 1/3 of the size of the giant steel foot. If the parts on both sides of the mecha were considered arms, then its arms themselves were two incomparable super cannons. There were 4 giant cannons on Odin's back, and each of them seemed to be transplanted directly from a battlecruiser. And the black muzzle was so thick that it was frightening. The steel giant, covered with heavy steel module armor, was slowly landing on a building in front of everyone. It was so majestic as a mountain, and awe-inspiring. Esther couldn't help but think that the genius Imperial weapons engineers really built a steel giant ship that could travel on the ground. A mobile steel fortress. In that case, it shouldn't be eye-catching to have multiple cannons on such a steel giant that should be installed on a battlecruiser. Odin. A new generation of heavy weapons. An incomparable weapon. Odin was built by another giant in the engineering field of the Terran Empire. Rory Swan. General Warfield is happy to be a commentator for people. Odin is carried by the most stable chassis, and driven by the most advanced nuclear reactor. Odin is equipped with 2 T-800 cannons, a set of Hellfire anti-aircraft missile pods, and 4 330mm barrage cannons. Its ground firepower is enough to flatten a city. He said, Odin can be used as a mobile planetary fortress to provide massive firepower support for the Imperial Army, and can also be used as a nuclear weapons launch platform. All this will change the history of war. When Warfield finished speaking, Odin had just landed in the center of Surian Square. It seemed to just step lightly on the ground, and the floor tiles cracked and raised a cloud of dust. There is no doubt that no place in Augustgrad can withstand the weight of this behemoth. According to gossip, this prototype alone cost millions of credits. The project cost millions of credits comes from the developer interview. An astronomical figure. If the cost is not taken into account, there should be no technical barriers for the Empire to manufacture Odin Unit 2 and Unit 3. At that time, the Empire can throw Odin into the war zone. The highly anticipated Imperial hero Tychus Finley walked from the bottom of the audience and walked straight to Odin in Surian Square. As the saying goes, a sword goes with a hero, and only such a hero is worthy of Odin. Esther had heard of Tychus Finley's reputation. He was known as the Lion of Mars Sera, the whip of the Empire, and the sword-bearer of the Emperor. In that case, it was incredible that he was still just a lieutenant. Perhaps there was some regrettable secret. The anger seemed to remain forever on that square and serious face. And those resolute blue eyes made Istra feel in awe. That scar. That was the mark of the heroic exploits of the Empire. The scar of honor. That look looking into the distance. How resolute. How sharp. On an ordinary person, that blurred look would be more like being in a daze. But if it was Tychus Finley, it would be staring at the enemy of the Empire. Tychus Finley. His eyes looked so unruly and arrogant. As if there was no one in the world worth looking up to except himself. But that was Tychus Finley. Not Jim Raynor. He walked towards the elevator in front of Odin's cockpit with firm steps. And his steps were as fast as flying. As if he was really going to fly. How much Istra hoped that he would be the one driving Odin. But considering the school he applied for, this must be a bit difficult. But now he felt that he didn't have to look at the Navy's warships with sourness anymore. When Odin raised his head and moved his two giant feet like a barrier, the ground actually trembled. People cheered again, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." There was no need to prove the ability of this weapon to the people. Odin's mere presence here must be a groundbreaking mecha. Istel's eyes moved along the mecha. But no matter how much he looked up, he could not see the whole picture of the skyscraper like mecha. He had no doubt that if the driver was a madman, the entire square would be razed to the ground. Odin pilot Tychus Finley is a true hero. He has fought for the Emperor for 10 years. Now, the radio station will transfer his speech. Amid the thunderous cheers of the people, the passionate music in Surian Square was timely played, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. New Folsom Blues. Mia Rhapsody. Minotaur Death Rockester was stunned. He thought it would be a song of the Imperial Marines or Navy. It took him a while to realize that it was the music coming from Odin. Emperor Augustus on the other side also tilted his head, as if asking the people around him when Tychus had put a speaker up there. It seems that Odin's communication system may have a problem. After all, this is a prototype weapon, and it is inevitable that there will be some flaws. But it should be harmless. These nerds are really thoughtful. They actually installed a toilet. I'm so happy that I really want to flush it now. Look what I found. A glass of Tarsoni's ginger beer. Now I can settle down here. The shorty Mainhoff should install another refrigerator and fill it with ice beer. Of course, there is also number 8 whiskey. Jimmy loves it. Oh, Bert. Hey, I'm so happy. Damn it. Who plotted against me? Chapter 555 Loser Party in the Palace. Everyone knows that all men are so stupid. I agree with that. Someone used pliers to add a few more pieces of chasala wood to the fireplace. A beautiful old record player was playing the song Tales from the Vienna Woods. Just like the thousands of songs recorded in the record player, this song may not have been heard by humans in the copperless sector for hundreds of years. The cello, French horn and flute formed an elegant and moving movement, as if the sun and the river were passing through the forest. Several beautiful women were sitting on a French sofa, and the colorful tea table with mosaic glass beside them was filled with exquisite pastries and fruits. They talked about women's topics, sometimes laughing coquettishly, and their snow-white thighs were as soft as washed sheep fat. The kitchen of the palace prepared delicious food every day to entertain guests. But the emperor himself had no requirements for this. These were the most outstanding top chefs in the Terran Empire. But the emperor only wanted them to make 3 dishes and 1 soup to get by. The emperor is not a wooden head. He knows it better than anyone else. That's why he can only pretend not to see it. Princess Juliana is no longer the girl who could be deceived by Arcturus Meng's sweet words. As she grows older, she becomes more mature and charming. This is a corner of the Augustgrad Palace, part of the huge reception room, which is decorated magnificently. Ivory and silver chandelier hangs from the ceiling with relief top, and the mirror frame inlaid with diamond jewels shines on the colorful carpet and the exquisite wooden and steel armchairs. As for the silver blue and golden green crystals, they were made by the Darum star spirit. Each crystal is 1 person tall, and is carefully cut into geometric crystals that perfectly follow the golden ratio. These crystals are translucent, and emit a colorful and beautiful luster even during the day, and are even more radiant at night. These luxurious objects once belonged to the arrogant old Federation creation family, and the emperor was unwilling to burn them. The aesthetics of the Federation nobles seemed to be still stuck in the ancient earth of the 19th century. And even the current Earthlings can't remember the complicated and pretentious etiquette of the past. When there is free time, the royal family and the women of close families will gather here. Kerrigan is beautiful and young. She is very sharp-tongued. And most importantly, she is very good at fighting. Terra laughed. How can there be such a queen who can break a 20-inch thick steel pipe in a rage and tear people apart like a boiled chicken? Clara is a typical artificial beauty. A beautiful woman with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes and good looks. And no traces of laser plastic surgery can be seen. Kerrigan is indeed very strong. And Arcturus is not happy. He doesn't want the bad reputation of the Emperor being henpecked to spread. The princess said, of course, I don't think it's necessarily a bad reputation. In terms of tradition, Prince Arcturus can be called conservative, which is mainly to maintain the authority of the royal family. Princess Juliana still regrets believing Arcturus Mengsk's lies. But the result is also good. The status of her mother's family, the Pasteur family, in Umoyan is unshakable. She no longer believed in love. This was a successful political marriage between the Terran Empire and the United States of Umojan. Although that was not the original intention of the two. No matter how I hinted. He didn't dare to come to see me. Lisa Cassidy smiled lightly, not caring much. It seemed that she had failed many times in this matter. Coward. Unless he is not afraid of being twisted off his head by the queen. Clara said, otherwise. How dare Kerrigan let you? A loser. In? Do you think she is very generous? The Emperor always sent you away before. Of course. To avoid a direct conflict between you and Sarah Kerrigan. In short, to protect you. You know, even if there are 100 of you, you can't be her opponent. She said, the Emperor doesn't like old women, so you don't stand a chance. How do you know he won't get drunk and sleep with me one day? Lisa is obviously very confident in herself. She has the capital to be confident. Lisa Cassidy, the devil of heaven, is as loyal to Emperor Augustus Mengsk as anyone. And she is indeed very beautiful. On this day, Lisa wore a purple-red long-sleeved tight-fitting dress made of fine wool, and ordinary tweed trousers underneath, which had nothing to do with the elegant and noble lady. But it is undeniable that this skin-tight clothing makes Lisa's figure more hot. To be fair, big breasts and wide hips are enough to conquer most men. Lisa is also naturally beautiful, and has beautiful ginger curly hair. She is charming, which is very different from the queen temperament of Queen Sarah Kerrigan. Lisa thought she was no match for Kerrigan. So she lowered her requirements and humbly just wanted to be a lover. Kerrigan also thought Lisa was a loser, and actually let the wolf into the house without any precautions. Such contempt will definitely regret it. Emperor Augustus cannot be said to be aloof from women, but he has extraordinary self-control. But no one is perfect. Even saints may not be free from mistakes. Back then, Augustus spared no effort to make Cassidy quit her addiction to stimulants. In fact, just to avoid the ending of the Heaven's Devil team in the original timeline being completely destroyed because of her. Because a person addicted to drugs cannot control himself at all, and will eventually betray the devil of heaven. Augustus never expected how much a woman who relied on him to survive drug addiction would love him. But he has never been drunk. Clara pouted, don't worry. Poor Lisa. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. Lisa had no ambitions to begin with. And now she is even more finished. Now she is thinking about creating some scandals for the Emperor. Remember to call me when the time comes. Clara said, but I doubt that woman needs no monitoring equipment. She can detect every blade of grass and every movement in the palace. You know how terrifying Kerrigan's psychic power is now. She is basically no longer human. That's a good time to get excited. Lisa shook her plump thighs. Don't make a fuss. As long as you don't get pregnant with the Emperor's child, there will be no problem. The princess is an open-minded elder. This is how the queen of the Terran Empire is. You can't ask for more. Nova Terra replied to her sister indifferently. She was more concerned about the credits of the Ghost Academy than this topic. Strictly speaking, there are 3 schools in the Terran Empire that are only open to telepaths. Namely the Tarsoni's Ghost Academy left over from the old Federation era, the Kar August Grad Ghost Academy, and the Ursa Ghost Academy located on the Kar satellite. Only the military academy trains ghost agents. Nova is about to turn 15, and is currently studying in the high school department of the Ghost Academy. She not only studies traditional compulsory education courses, but also subjects such as mind control and telekinesis. She is gifted and intelligent. She has skipped 2 grades this year, and will enter university. She is the daughter of a great noble in the old Federation, and grew up in an environment of abundant material wealth and a comfortable life. She inherited her mother's beauty and surpassed her mother. As usual, Nova was only wearing a bud yellow dress, and her long golden hair was piled high on her head into a fluffy bun. She was very casual at this time, with her clothes tilted, revealing her soft shoulders and white swan-like neck, which was as white as cream, and her delicate and cool skin seemed to be born to be kissed. What a gorgeous and graceful beauty. Her green eyes are like gemstones, and lying there is like a round-faced Persian cat. If Nova stood up, her breasts that were just beginning to show their size would be faintly visible. Girls of this age have begun to develop physically, and Nova is even taller than her brother Zebedia, which is what she is most happy about recently. And Nova is also well aware of her charm. If the sons of the Empire's meritorious generals saw her lazy appearance now, I'm afraid they would have bad intentions. I can't really fight with Kerrigan. Pull her hair and clothes. What a shame. I'll make a fool of myself every day. Lisa put her left leg on her right leg. That's because you're completely defeated even in this aspect. Clara was merciless. It's not that she didn't fight, but she was completely defeated. Lisa Cassidy was knocked down by Sarah Kerrigan in less than 2 rounds. They were not on the same level at all. Look, there's still a small bald spot on the back of her head. Whether it's a verbal fight or a physical fight, she has no chance. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Ugh! You dare not say a word when you see Kerrigan. Someone was anxious. I am different. Really? After Louis was born, Kerrigan proposed that you enter the palace. And you were so happy that you even gave up the position of general that was about to be obtained. Who is being controlled so firmly? Clara shouted. Do you dare to say no to Kerrigan now? You mistress? I was here first. You have no right to say anything to me. Lisa also shouted. How to make it? How to make it? Ugh, 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 ugh. Clara stood up and glared at Lisa. Not arguing. Just trying to see who could make the loudest noise. Nova on the side was also helpless, and could only cover her forehead. What a loser party. Sisters, I shouldn't have come this trip. The one who came was Rosa Morales, the former lieutenant of the UD Expeditionary Army Medical Corps. Now the Emperor's appointed royal doctor. That is, Lisa Cassidy's colleague. They are not miracle doctors, but they are more than capable of taking care of the Emperor's diet and physical examination. However, doctors, who are medical soldiers, are more skilled in using laser suture knives and nail guns. On the battlefield, they only need to throw out damaged nanorobots to repair them. But this does not mean that doctors have a light responsibility. Kashidi, the royal family does not pay us to have afternoon tea with the ladies of the Terra family. Morales wore a white open-collar uniform. When she took off the medical soldier's power armor, she was still slim and round-hipped. It is not difficult to see the Emperor's hobby. This is also part of the job. Lisa emphasized. You have to go back to work for me now. Morales bowed gracefully to Princess Juliana on the other side. Rosa, how is the Emperor's health recently? The princess asked. It's not a problem for him to have fun every night. Morales thought for a while and added, I don't think it's a big problem. At this time, a blond young man in a student uniform quickly walked through the palace, followed by several royal guards in red clothes with gold sleeves. Valerian, the princess called. The footsteps outside stopped immediately. A young man with blonde hair parted in the middle poked his head out. Mom? Today is the first day for Prince Valerian Minx to enter the Stilling Military Academy, and he is still very excited. Before, he had been studying with the teachers and emperor of the Minx family, and had no chance to experience campus life. The uniform for the Stilling Military Academy is a black square-collared single-breasted jacket, and the same trousers with yellow trouser lines, plus a flat cap. It was not difficult for Valerian to get a uniform in advance. Between the Imperial Royal Naval Academy and the Stilling Academy, Valerian finally chose the latter. After all, his uncle and father were both from the Marine Corps. The Imperial Marine Corps is the most representative force of the Terran Empire in the Copperloo sector. Come here, the princess called softly. Valerian did it immediately, and the officers behind him just waited outside the door. As soon as he walked in, Valerian lowered his head and dared not look at Clara and Nova, who were busy carrying clothes. The training of Valerian by his uncle and father was very effective. He was a very well-educated young man. The atmosphere in the palace was never very serious. Not to mention that the Protoss and brainworms often appeared here. The faces of the Protoss always looked bitter and vengeful. But in fact they were all very gentle and kind. Only the grinning bully brainworm was not very likable. On weekdays, he either bullied the wolf cubs raised by the queen mother or took a nap on the dining table. Aunt Rosa, Aunt Lisa Valerian greeted politely. Although he didn't get along with his father, the child didn't have any bad intentions. Of course, this was also the tradition of the Minx family, and Arcturus had no face to complain. Lisa immediately smiled happily but reservedly, thinking that the child was really sensible. Well, you have grown up. The princess commented on Valerian in uniform. Remember, your father is a lesson for you. Don't become like him in the future. Today is the first day of school. You must make more reliable friends. They will definitely help you in the future. She gently warned her son. You must learn to distinguish those who are flatterers, who are attracted by your royal status. I will remember it. In Valerian's heart, his mother who grew up with him is extremely important. Be careful on the road. Juliana knew the ability of the royal guard, but she still gave her advice out of habit. No matter what time, the mother always cares about her children. Uncle Tychus is driving. Valerian said, there will be no problem. What has he done wrong? The princess knew Tychus. Whenever he was punished for committing a crime, Tychus always said that he was not cut out for a high position, and that he would be able to shine for the empire wherever he went. But he was always like this. And Mr. Finley was a dog that could never change its nature. He is really capable of doing this. What did he steal again? Clara asked. The last time Odin broke down was not Tychus' fault, and he was definitely not punished for this. The problem with Odin's communication system was due to a design flaw, and its main designer Rory Swan even apologized to Tychus specifically, which was a great shame for a Comorian who was very confident in his technology. Although Tychus Finley was only a lieutenant, no one dared to plot against him, because no one dared to make fun of this angry lion. Of course, this guy was thick-skinned enough, and he didn't care about being a hero at all. He never thought he was a big shot. Tychus's mind was faster than others, and his bottom line was lower. Although he was a big villain, he only did some sneaky things. He was not willing to force good women into prostitution, murder and arson. Later, this villain was caught urinating and defecating in Surian Square, making faces and scaring children. But this guy ran away fast enough, leaving no evidence. He really did a lot of bad things. It seems that he stole a suitcase of things from a foreign guest in Umoyan. And then, because he couldn't pay, he was found by dozens of red light district women in the palace. Valerian felt embarrassed when he said it. Oh, so it was this matter. The princess remembered. In general, Tychus would do something big every once in a while, and everyone was basically used to it. Valerian joked, I guess. If he commits a crime, it's basically cigarettes, alcohol and money for finding a female companion. But Uncle Tychus is more courageous than before, and I really can't figure him out at all. Chapter 556 Mengsk's Bugmaid. Louise Sarah Mengsk Kai. Be a good girl. The Emperor of the Terran Empire has a nursery in August Grad that was prepared in advance. It is decorated luxuriously, with burgundy felt carpets everywhere and panels of Chasala sunwood on the walls. At this moment, the midday sun is shining through the deep window frames with chromatic glass and pouring down from the high dome of the palace. A baby in an orange-red jumpsuit is happily jumping back and forth on the belly of a fat brainworm, as if he is stepping on a trampoline with amazing elasticity. This baby has gray eyes and gray hair, which is very rare even in this era. This means that she is most likely from the Mengsk family in the Terran Empire, and has a noble royal bloodline. Her mother is Sarah Kerrigan, a level 10 psyker, but judging from her hair color, it is obvious that the Mengsk family bloodline has an absolute advantage, which is completely opposite to Valerian. Princess Louise inherited the beauty of her father and mother, with big eyes, round chin, high nose bridge, and a lovely smile. As for this brainworm, that is one size larger than the crib, it is the royal brainworm Alpha Marshal. As for the 70 or 80 titles it has given itself, it is not convenient to go into details here. In general, the weight of this baby is nothing to a powerful brainworm, and it is not worth making a fuss about. Although there is no thick chitinous shell on its skin, it is not something that a child who is only over 2 years old can hurt. But this scene is really terrifying. You know, the bloody mouth of the brainworm alone is enough to swallow the child in one gulp. What's more, this brainworm is indeed a cannibal. However, the royal family gave this brainworm enough trust. Perhaps in the heart of Queen Mother Catherine, the noisy brainworm is not much different from the corgi at home. In addition to this brainworm, There is also a whole team of strictly trained royal maids in the royal palace nursery. They all come from former federal noble families, who have declared their allegiance to the royal family of the Terran Empire. They are well-educated and well-mannered ladies. Obviously, they have also received enough training to accept the fact that the royal brainworm is taking care of the child. The butler is Alika, a Dark Templar shrouded in a shadowy black robe. This Dark Templar master, who is highly trusted by the royal family, is also one of the future teachers of the little princess. He is not the only Dark Templar master in the palace. The Dark Templar masters in the Terran Empire were once followers of the Dark Archon Zeratul, powerful psionic masters and deadly shadow assassins. Zeratul's war band once participated in the final war against the First Overmind in Ire. They all stayed at a certain moment when Zeratul visited the Emperor of the Terran Empire and served the aliens. This move is incredible no matter which period of the Protoss. Only the Emperor of the Terran Empire and a few court ministers know their true purpose. But without exception, their actions have been tacitly approved by the Dark Master Zeratul. Even the high-ranking Templars of Surok are in awe of the power of the Dark Templar Master. These powerful but humble warriors are also knowledgeable Xel'Naga scholars. They believe that they have received revelations from the Void Gods and must protect the Son of Prophecy, the destined future savior. But no one knows the so-called true savior. Even the Dark Templar Masters themselves are not clear. Dark Templar Alika is an exception. He is not a follower of the Dark Archon Zeratul, but one of the 3 Dallin Protoss directly appointed by the Dallin Protoss Archbishop Tassadar. The first 2 are responsible for diplomacy and maintaining military alliances respectively, while Alika's current responsibility is to raise babies. Master Alika, please bring me my phone. At this time, the personal terminal next to him started beeping. The brainworm has no hands and feet, and it cannot evolve these things at present, so it can only rely on others. I am meditating. The Dark Templar Erika on the other side just opened his eyes and said nothing more. When I meditate, I can only hear strange words in the void. The brainworm has a good relationship with this Dark Templar. Although he is cold, he is not as condescending as his compatriots in Aire. Zerg and Protoss are sworn enemies, but the Alpha brainworms can get along well with the Protoss. For the brainworms that have always possessed high intelligence, it is not difficult to learn the cunning and greed of humans. Be respectful of the void, Alicia said. Fuck the void. The brainworm spit out foul language. There is nothing normal there. Fuck the void. Princess Louise, who is jumping on the belly of the brainworm, suddenly said. Louise, girls can't say bad words. The brainworm said. Gods, I actually have expectations for a Zerg. Erika stopped talking. He was not taciturn, but he had no extra patience for a brainworm with a strange brain circuit. At this time, a maid next to him brought a phone and held it steadily for the brainworm. It showed that it was from the brainworm's personal secretary, and the address was an office of Alpha Pictures. The phone was quickly unlocked after the voice print passed, and a sweet female voice came out. Boss, the Imperial Market Administration just announced today that your acquisition of Jaunt Pictures Group involves the Imperial antitrust law, and Manager Leuven has been unable to contact you. This beautiful secretary has never seen the boss behind the scenes. This all-powerful person has been controlling his film and television empire from a mansion. Capital flowing into Augustgrad's film and television industry must first pay homage to this leader, the godfather of the film industry, before entering the market. It can be said that Augustgrad's developed film industry was created by Mr. Alpha. Some people say that Alpha is just a code name for him, and his real identity may be hundreds or thousands. He has never appeared in public, and even the general manager does not know what kind of person his boss is. But what is certain is that no one can get the slightest advantage from him, and anyone who wants to betray him will not end well. This ruthless person is the master of the shadows, and is an urban legend of Augustgrad. Some people believe that it is one of the top executives of Alpha Company who monitors his subordinates in this capacity. Others believe that Alpha is a clone who can change his face at will, so it is impossible for anyone to know his true identity. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this person should not be a Yumoyan spy. Otherwise, the subordinate departments of the Terran Empire Security Department would have already taken strong measures. I'm very busy. The brainworm thought for a while, and the phone automatically converted the language of the mind into sound. This is a deep voice. In addition to taking care of the baby every day, it spends the rest of its time either basking in the sun in the top garden of the palace or hiding in a corner playing old arcade games from the last era. It is indeed very busy. The brainworm has no hobbies, but it eats high sugar, high fat, high calorie foods, plays games, and watches touching love dramas, and occasionally dreams of becoming the master of the insect swarm. Soon, it turned into an angry voice. What the hell are the people in the Imperial Market Administration doing? Don't tell me to wait until 2504. Excursion Films is a well-known Tarsoni's company. In recent years, there have been big problems within the company, and the management has been torn apart by internal struggles. The Spider Thunder 4 death they launched at the beginning of this year did not save the brand reputation that has been declining year after year, but instead became the last straw that broke the camel's back. But what needs to be done is still to be done. Tell Kayla Velez's agent that the next movie has to be shot. I have asked the level 800 elite Terran chieftain to write a new song for the new movie. Yes, you are right. The one who wrote the song I Kissed a Zerg. The brainworm said, for this song. I also asked someone to write a stage play. This is the beauty and the beast of the new era. This brainworm is very talented and compares himself to William Shakespeare in the Zerg world. The Terran band has always been famous. They also wrote a song for the Templars of the Darram Protoss, the Day of the Warp. I Can't Drive Warp 5.5. This song successfully made them famous overnight. The secretary said something else at this time, which made the brainworm obviously stunned. Who dares to blacken my Kayla Velez? Wait, I will send a lawyer's letter to all of Kayla's black fans. Let them pay the price. The extremely angry brainworm hung up the phone and was about to call his acting consul in the company's board of directors when the door of the nursery was gently pushed open by someone. Your Majesty. The maids immediately bowed to the Emperor, their movements graceful and appropriate. Even the meditative Dark Templar Alika stood up and paid tribute to the Emperor of the Terran Empire. Louis. Emperor Augustus had just returned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, having dealt with the territorial dispute between the Empire and the Comorian Consortium in the Sigma sector. 2 hours ago, he had signed the proposal to amend the Imperial Labor Law submitted by the Imperial Senate, and he was very busy. The Emperor's day is always so plain. Augustus is still wearing a crimson robe, but he doesn't hold the scepter in his hand. The Emperor of the Terran Empire never wears a crown, which is irrelevant to him. Even if he is wearing beggar's clothes, the people of the Terran Empire can recognize their emperor. The brainworm had already noticed who was coming. It shook its belly, and the still jumping Princess Louise took off and flew into the arms of Emperor Augustus. Louis Augustus smiled brightly after holding his daughter. Although Augustus could have left many tasks to his father and brothers, he was still used to doing everything himself. Apart from work, Augustus did not have much free time to accompany his daughter all the time. He could only enjoy some leisure time when he was on vacation. But that did not mean that Augustus did not value his family. Princess Louise was also very close to Augustus. She snuggled in her father's arms with a smile on her face, holding on to his clothes with her little hands and calling him Daddy. Daddy non-stop. Augustus nodded to the maids and Dark Templar Alika, then looked at the brainworm on the side. His eyes jumped. Why are you wearing a maid outfit? Brainworm Alpha has been with humans for a long time, and has formed some moral values. At least it sometimes feels that being naked is not good. But brainworms have never had good taste in clothes, and don't expect human clothes to look good on them. Just as Augustus said, the brainworm was wearing an oversized black maid outfit, with a white apron tied around its body and a headscarf on its forehead. It has to be said that it always gets into the role quickly. Zergs have no gender. Why do you care what I wear? In the past few years, the brainworm is not only much fatter than before, but also a lot bolder. But it has always been called Augustus the Dog Emperor, and no one else dares to do that. I saw it a long time ago. Do you want to wear it too? In addition, this brainworm is much stronger than before, which is exactly why he despises the Protoss. Brainworms are such creatures. The older they are, the stronger they are. This is a magical creature, with extremely terrifying self-healing ability. Even if a tail is cut off, it can grow a new one in a very short time. Despite this, it still can't even beat a dog. The only victory was when it defeated General Edmund Duke. I really don't understand your habit, the Emperor said sarcastically. I'm not a human, the brainworm said. That's right. In my opinion, you are more like a human than the termites and waste in the Empire. The Emperor snorted. You are almost the laziest Zerg I have ever seen. But there are officials in the Empire who are more decadent and outrageous than you. In such a huge empire, even the most honest government will inevitably have some scum. After the Revolutionary Army entered Tarsonis and established the Terran Empire, many Revolutionary Army soldiers were corrupted by money, fame, and beauty. This was even after Augustus had purged a large number of Tarsonis nobles and insisted on building the capital on the wasteland of Corhol IV. Many people used to be loyal revolutionary soldiers, brave in battle and with great achievements. But once they arrived in places like Tarsonis, Bronte and Balicia, they indulged in the gentleness of the land. In other words, some people are absolutely loyal and revolutionary, but they have no administrative talent, and their work attitude is also worthy of praise. However, they are just amateurs in charge of professionals, and the situation gets worse and worse. Even though Augustus has taken many measures to ensure that the imperial government remains efficient and honest at the beginning of its establishment, everything is difficult to be perfect. In order to ensure control over hundreds of worlds, the government bureaucracy of the new empire is also very large. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the central government of Augustgrad alone. Although it is not as bloated as the old federal government, it is normal to have some corrupt officials. What really made Augustus angry was that some of the core people who supported him to become emperor had problems. Humans are such a race. Their hearts are closed to each other, but their nature is greedy, so they can only be suspicious of each other. The brainworm wanted to emphasize the superiority of the Zerg mind network. I don't have time to argue with you anymore. I have to rush to attend the opening ceremony of the Stilling Military Academy. Augustus attends the opening ceremony of the Stilling Military Academy every year and talks face-to-face with the new students. Not only because his nephew was admitted to the military academy this year. By the way, before leaving with little Louis, Augustus said to the brainworm, Stukov sent some samples of newly emerged Zerg variants from Char. Find a time to include these in the gene pool of the Cerberus Zerg. Understand? New variants are appearing faster and faster. The brainworm stopped talking nonsense to Augustus. This is a dangerous signal. For a brainworm, this position is of course very strange. But if the new master catches it, it will definitely be controlled again. Calculating the time, the alien Zerg should also regroup. The Emperor left after leaving this sentence. Chapter 557 Bad Omen. After leaving the nursery, Augustus ordered someone to bring Princess Louise's coat and put it on her himself. In the wide corridor of the palace covered with burgundy carpet, the royal guards were ready to go. These loyal royal guards have been following the emperor in battle since the Revolutionary Army era, and it has been a full 10 years now. The royal guards have strict requirements on age, height and service time. All of them are imperial soldiers, who are 7 feet tall and over 30 years old. They have gone through layers of selection to stand out. They receive the most rigorous training, are equipped with the most advanced armor and weapons, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and bear the highest risks. The CMC 400 power armor loaded with Apollo microreactors and individual ion shield generating fields can cope with the most hostile environments. While the C-14 electromagnetic gun, Hellfire shotgun, plasma rifle, railgun and hail rocket launcher enable the Royal Guard to deal with all types of enemies. Guard Captain Faraday has already prepared armored vehicles, and the Royal Goliath Robot Spartan Company and the Royal Raider Fortress Guards guard the avenues outside the palace. It was noon in Augustgrad, and the warm sunlight shone through the deep blue dome onto the huge golden wolf emblem of the Royal Guard, shining brightly. This is the majestic city center of Augustgrad. The wide square park and green area surround the magnificent palace. Countless skyscrapers built of glass and steel extend in all directions. The main roads of the city are winding and connected like dots and lines on a chessboard. Those magnificent buildings are a series of modern multifunctional buildings, including commercial buildings, high-end residential areas, various commercial office buildings, university research institutions, film and television media and entertainment facilities, interstellar ports and military facilities. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people live here, including entrepreneurs, researchers, educators, professional managers, investment managers, lawyers, bankers and senior blue-collar workers. These people come from various territories of the old Federation, and their next generation is the new car people. Augustgrad is an unprecedentedly large complex modern metropolis that has never stopped expanding outward, even though it is only 1/10 of the construction plan blueprint. Its scale has already exceeded that of the largest city in the old Terran Federation, Tassoni's city. This city shows the ambitious side of Emperor Terran of the Terran Empire, and the great city builder Augustus will be remembered for all eternity. When Augustus walked towards the armored car, the captain of the Royal Guard, Faraday, personally opened the door for him. Since the birth of the Royal Guard, Faraday has been the commander of the palace guards, who is deeply trusted by the Emperor. His eagle-like sinister and cold eyes stare at every corner of the palace. And even flies and mosquitoes cannot fly over the high walls of the palace. Queen Kerrigan also arrived. She was wearing a magnificent silver velvet dress with lace woven with gold thread. Her long red shawl hair, neck and plump breasts that were about to burst out were all covered in crystal ornaments. Exquisite feathers carved with gold and silver threads and black diamonds. This luxurious dress was made by Protoss craftsmen. It is a work of art in itself, and every part is carefully crafted. The Protoss were only willing to accept a small part of the payment paid by the royal family for this dress, because they did not care whether their work could be rewarded. The Ale Protoss were such a race. In the eyes of humans, they might be arrogant and as stubborn as boiled cowhide, but as long as they won the recognition of the Protoss, it would be much easier to deal with them. You can trust a star spirit more than your fellow human beings. The Queen has just participated in a charity fundraising event initiated by the royal family, which aims to help the imperial children who are in a state of extreme malnutrition because they have been abandoned by their parents. The Queen of the Terran Empire is already 27 years old. She is no longer the budding girl. This is the peak of her charm. She is so elegant and beautiful. She is the undisputed Queen of the Terran Empire. No wonder the Emperor only loves her. Behind her followed a group of beautiful young ladies-in-waiting in black dresses. They were all elite agents of the Oddbow, armed with Umojan laser pistols and other deadly weapons. Nevertheless, Queen Kerrigan may be the person in the Terran Empire who least needs protection from others. Her powerful psychic power is enough to trigger an apocalyptic psychic storm, and thousands of troops will be wiped out. Louise? The Queen walked quickly, her high heels clicking on the marble floor. She was a well-trained ghost agent, and she could walk briskly even in high heels. Did the activity go well? Augustus handed his daughter to Kerrigan and asked. Of course. I can handle it. Kerrigan couldn't help but kiss Princess Louise's tender face. I have been worried about you, dear Louise. And the brainworm itself is just a child. It's a shame for the brainworm to have a dog more useful than it, Augustus said and got into the armored vehicle. Let's go. Everything must be done according to the schedule. A few seconds will be a mess, and I don't want to miss Valerian's opening ceremony. The child wants me to be there the most. Being an emperor is not easy. When Kerrigan climbed in from the other side, the headmaid had to quickly straighten the Queen's long skirt. Otherwise, there was a risk of it getting stuck. She sat down next to Augustus's seat and put Louis in the baby seat. I can't quit. Arcturus said that I can be emperor for at least another 120 years. Thank him very much. Augustus thought to himself that it was okay to be a little tired. It was all for the people of my country. At this time, the captain of the guard, Faraday, also sat in the passenger seat and signaled the driver to drive immediately. It's not like you haven't been lazy before. Last time I heard that the king of a country actually sneaked out of the palace in the middle of the night to race. Guess who are racing with the emperor? An admiral, 2 lieutenant generals, and a prince of Arcturus. Together they can play a table of international mahjong. Kerrigan hummed. Others sneak out to find lovers. But the 2 brothers go racing and show some sympathy for the people. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know about this. Augustus is confident about this. And it is obviously not the first time he has done this. Occasionally, the emperor has to review his happy times racing in Ale Inchar. As the emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus' favorite thing to do when he is free is to go racing with Jim Raynor, known as the Car Twins. When Raynor is not in Augustgrad, the emperor will find other old friends and young generals and government officials he values to secretly investigate. It was undoubtedly an honor for those who were favored by the emperor, but it was not an easy job to race with Emperor Augustus. Of course, you don't have to worry about accidentally overtaking the emperor and offending him, because he will always be the king of racing. But if the emperor decides to give you a ride, you're doomed. Prince Valerian was fooled once, and never got on the emperor's car again. Yes, you also helped the Augustgrad police catch a fugitive swindler on the way. You are really worthy of you. Kerrigan knew all about this. 2 days ago, I went to receive the banner of Augustgrad's enthusiastic citizens. Augustus said. Look at me. I'm just telling you to be careful. Kerrigan said. You know, there are many people who broke their necks while riding hoverbikes. That doesn't scare me. The emperor is not an ordinary person, even if something goes wrong. The Dark Templars, who who follow me will definitely help me in time. Only the Dark Templar, who had merged into the void, could keep up with the wild horse-like emperor of the Terran Empire. But they might not want to tell their fellow countrymen in Shakuras about what they saw and heard in Augustgrad. The Stilling Memorial Military Academy was only a 7 or 8 minute drive from the Imperial Palace, and was located between a number of higher education institutions and art galleries in the Terran Empire. Through the polarized bulletproof glass windows of the armored vehicle, Augustus could see the poetic park buildings between the Imperial Palace and the Stilling Military Academy. Here, the Terran Empire's construction engineers have pioneered the use of anti-gravity technology to integrate mountains, rivers, forests, and waterfalls. This magnificent scenery is another postcard of Augustgrad. The Imperial Palace is adjacent to the Imperial Parliament building, the Augustgrad City Hall, and the UNN headquarters building. These extraordinary buildings are more magnificent than any sky tower in Tarsones, but still not as majestic as the Imperial Palace. The neatly arranged streets are full of vehicles and pedestrians. Millions of people are walking in the center of Augustgrad at the same time. From high above, they look like a black mass of ants. Soon, the armored vehicle stopped at the gate of the Stilling Military Academy, and the parents of the students, who were crowded at the gate, made way for the Emperor. The Stilling Military Academy was built completely in imitation of the former Stilling Academy. The granite used to build the City Academy alone took 120,000 tons. The school consists of hundreds of mutually inclusive square courtyards, with an orderly and rigorous appearance. Every brick and stone inside has been carefully polished, and every corridor is inlaid with marble statues of great men and their mottos. Thousands of tall fir trees are densely planted in the military academy. These tall fir trees, and the high side windows between the high walls, are the embodiment of the strict and neat spirit of the Stilling Military Academy. Augustus got out of the car and waved to the enthusiastic crowd with Kerrigan, who was holding Princess Louise, and then walked through the porch supported by yellow marble pillars at the entrance of the military academy. When you enter the campus, you will see lush lawns, sports fields, and libraries. In the distance, the teaching area is a row of tall white brick buildings. The students of each military academy have already stood in line on the playground, and the teachers are counting the number of people who have arrived, because the territory of the Terran Empire is so vast, spanning the entire Copperloo sector. Students from all over the country cannot always attend the opening ceremony in time. This is still the case when the vague concept of the Copperloo sector continues to expand with the continuous expansion of the Terran Empire. Some students spend months on the road alone. In the long run, the Sigma sector will also be expanded into the territory of the Terran Empire. The human empire under the rule of Emperor Augustus Minsk is entering a phase of accelerated expansion, far faster than any period in the history of the old Terran Federation. As soon as Augustus entered the playground, the students in black uniforms began to cheer. The teachers obviously couldn't maintain order because even they were doing the same. As soon as the Emperor waved his hand, he caught a glimpse of the words engraved on the entrance of the playground, "For the Empire. We go." Admiral Edmund Duke. This person is a typical person who likes to boast and fabricate history. If it weren't for the typical case of Duke in the reference book, people in the Imperial Royal Naval Academy would have almost believed his lies. Edmund Duke. The only good thing about this person is that he never won a quarrel, but never backed down in a war. At Augustus's command, Duke would immediately lead his men to rush forward, no matter who the enemy was. Even if someone told Duke that the fleet facing him was a fleet of gods, he would rush forward and slap the enemy twice. Augustus simply promoted Duke to the rank of admiral. This old man who loves to show off naturally tried his best to avoid being dismissed like Tychus. "You are finally here, Augustus. We have been waiting for you." Principal Jim Raynor, wearing the same black uniform, walked over from the tree-lined path on the side. Raynor is already 29 years old this year, and he is no longer the young boy who just started out. More than 10 years ago, Raynor was still a farm boy in Shiloh. The Goliath robot of the Federation just walked in front of this guy, and the latter boarded the pirate ship with shining eyes. Of course, a man like Raynor is destined not to be bound by the land under his feet. He must go beyond the sky to sea. Raynor is much more mature than before, and has grown a beard. Now, he can proudly say that he has truly become the hero his father expected. Jim Raynor, one of the most trusted military leaders of the Emperor. His father pursued fairness and justice all his life and had a clear conscience. But he never asked his son to be like him. These children are the hope of the future of the Empire. Augustus found that he could naturally call all the students in the academy children. although he was still young. He was about to enter the age of 30. Yeah. They are the same age as when we first arrived at the Tullises boot camp, Reno said. Now you are also a principal. Ha ha ha. Your dreams have come true one by one. Augustus laughed at Principal Ray. I am so happy for you, brother. Only then did Augustus notice that behind Renault was a child with rolling eyes. It was John Renault. This child was extremely intelligent and very sensitive to telepathy. People's thoughts could not escape his eyes. In a blink of an eye, John was 7 years old, the same age as when Augustus first met Valerian. Johnny. Augustus opened his hands, and John immediately jumped into the arms of the Godfather. A 7-year-old boy was not light. But the Emperor of the Terran Empire did not relax his training. He was still very strong, with muscles all over his arms. Augustus is not a tall and thin man. He is tall and strong, with muscles like those from a lion. The happy days of the past are gone forever. I want to go back to Marcera to be a cowboy, and occasionally go to Shiloh to reminisce about my childhood, Reno said. I can't leave you. Augustus said, you guys who sent me to the throne. Don't even think about running away. The Second Total War will not be too far away. The Protoss also issued an early warning. Tassadar told me that his reconnaissance fleet discovered many strange Zerg at the edge of the Copperless system. These strains have just emerged in the past 1 or 2 years. He said, it is foreseeable that this is a preparation for a larger-scale war. You are not old yet, Jimmy. Your heroic legend has just begun. This year is the year when the first batch of students from the Stilling Memorial Officer Academy graduated. They have entered various Imperial armies as the backbone of the new generation. As soon as they graduate, they may have to face the full-scale war that follows. Zerg are still the biggest enemy of humans and Protoss. How long can the peace in the Copperless sector last? The prosperity and tranquility of Augustgrad will eventually be broken. Augustus walked onto the podium with anxiety to give a speech to the freshmen attending the opening ceremony. He may never know that a student named Esther Foss is cheering for him in the audience. Chapter 558 Zerwin. Imperial Border Outpost. Krakow. Krakow is a lunar world located on the border of the Terran Empire. Its surface is covered with featureless sandy lunar soil, craters and huge jagged rocks. It has been dry and desolate for millions of years. Air Force Lieutenant Brachian Treacher has been ordered to the Krakow base for 6 months. During this period, in addition to flying interstellar fighters to perform military missions, he spent the rest of his time watching the sunset on the sand dunes outside the base. On this lunar world, the wind blowing from all directions always seems to be very light, and the dust raised by the wind always takes a long time to fall. Like a fluttering mist, the sky of Kalikov is purple, and the floating mist is also rendered purple. Sometimes, Brachi can sit on the sand dunes and watch the blue-purple planet rise and fall every day. Most of the borders are bitter and cold, and Kalikov is even more so. Not everyone can adapt to the monotonous life of Kalikov Outpost. It is one of the most remote military garrisons of the Terran Empire. The nearest imperial territory is still a new immigrant area with a population of less than 60,000. Kalikov itself has no value. It is just a mark of the territorial border of the Terran Empire that is constantly expanding outward. With further exploration of the unknown star regions, this outpost will be transformed from a frontier base to a logistics supply station. Since Emperor Augustus Mengsk ascended the throne, he worked hard to reunite the fragmented worlds into a complete empire. The Terrans once again started the colonial expansion movement that was once interrupted. The territory of the empire has long exceeded the former Terran Federation, and the Copperless sector has become a narrow regional concept in the past. It is not an attractive thing to carry out missions in a remote corner of Kalikov, far away from the civilized world. The isolated and monotonous life is more of a torture. If you want to accumulate military merits and get promoted as soon as possible, it is best to take the initiative to apply to deal with the remnants of the Federation, anti-imperial terrorists and channel pirates. But now even these scumbags are not common. Most of the terrorist organizations that once caused trouble have disappeared, and places like Kalikov are suitable for people with adventurous spirits and unlucky people assigned to the development plan. Their duties are to carry out star mapping tasks, mark potential habitable planets, and protect established new settlements. Some people don't like this kind of work, while others enjoy it. Today, Lieutenant Bray was allowed to take a day off, so he decided to just lie on the sand dunes of Kalikov and empty his mind. Of course, if the commander of the Kalikov base could allow Bray to take the Banshee bomber out for a spin, that would be fine. At this time, other people usually spend their vacation time reading delayed e-newspapers, reading the news, drinking beer in the base bar, or just flipping through the mail sent by their families. No matter when, the army will always deliver the letters to the soldiers as soon as possible. Usually they are packed birthday gifts or Christmas gifts. Life in Kalikov is so simple and monotonous. There is not even a living thing in the distance of 20 light years. If you really can't stay here, you could apply for a more exciting job. Generally speaking, it means more dangerous. In short, Brockie can lie on the sand dunes and take a nap. The afternoon in Kalikov is very comfortable. And most importantly, no one will disturb you. Kalikov is a military base, but there are few enemies nearby. Since it was built more than half a year ago, there has not even been a blood-sucking alien leech here. The real enemies that can threaten the humans of the Terran Empire in the entire universe are the terrifying alien monsters, the Protoss and the Zerg. Since the world explored by humans is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast Milky Way, they have not yet discovered the fourth highly intelligent race. The only thing that can be confirmed is that humans are just one of the many races observed by the Protoss Empire. The Terran Empire had already signed a peace treaty with the Dallin Protoss. As for the extremist Taldaran Protoss among the Protoss, the Empire had never signed any treaty with them, and the two sides had actually been at war all the time. If Brek encountered them, he would never show mercy. But the Taldaran sphere of influence did not overlap with the Empire. At least not here. The Zerg were mainly distributed near the Char system, which was really far away from Kalikov. Moreover, the Zerg was not a big deal at all. Only the Griffin Zerg of the Cerebrate Carlos was still lingering on the border of the Empire, haunting it. It was 3 in the afternoon, and Blakey could have stayed for another 2 hours, until the night slowly came to Kalikov. The emergency walkie-talkie beeped, which was an exception. This kind of thing happened a few times a year. There were several newly opened colonies in this area, and new immigrants arrived every few days. But things were not always so smooth. The last time a colony ship's engine exploded midway, Blakey drove a puddle jumper from the Kalikov base to the scene of the incident, and almost carried the doctors in to save people. On the edge world far from Coral, the settlers can only rely on themselves and the Imperial Army stationed nearby. The Imperial Army belongs to the Emperor. But if there is trouble, any Imperial citizen can call them as long as the reason is sufficient. In this regard, you can never expect the Federation Army to do the same thing in the past. They will just let you go. I am Lieutenant Bridger Churchill. Without asking questions, complaining or cursing at his superior, Lieutenant Colonel Paul, Bridger immediately walked towards the base. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to walk from here to the base. And it's even faster if you run. Soldier, I need you to return to the base immediately. The Lieutenant Colonel's words were still so concise. We are in trouble. The Lieutenant Colonel didn't even have time to say what the trouble was, which meant that this trouble was so big that Brecht, couldn't solve it. Brecht knew that this was a big trouble he had never seen before. Maybe it was a privateering fleet of Comorian pirates, or something else that was hated by both humans and gods. But Bray would not ask too much. The superiors would never explain clearly what happened. Just listen to the orders and carry out the mission. That was enough. Sweeping the still calm purple sky, Lieutenant Bray walked towards the Kalikov military base with uneasiness. Strictly speaking, the Kalikov base is a geometric area surrounded by a new alloy steel plate wall. Inside it are barracks, engineering stations, armories, command centers and other important facilities that are essential to the base, which are built with standardized prefabricated components. There were several guards in red power armor standing at the entrance of the base. There was nothing safer than this in the Terran Empire. 2 lines of words were clearly engraved on the wall behind them, serving the Emperor's cause. For the glory of the Imperial Marines. Is anyone else outside? Brackie noticed that there was an acquaintance of his at the entrance of the base. Lieutenant Crossan was wearing CMC 400 power armor, and his Mad Helmet mask was tightly closed. This was a Commander power armor, which meant that there were more communication lines in the armor, and he could pay attention to the life support data, location, and ammunition of each Marine in his team through the HUD display on the mask. You're the last one, sir, Lieutenant Crossan said to Bray. Not bad, Bray said. Lieutenant Crossan had just graduated from the Stilling Memorial Military Academy and still spoke in the manner of a cadet, looking at his rank and using honorifics. They were highly educated, young, and had potential. As long as they didn't do stupid things, they would be promoted quickly. Top students at the Stilling Military Academy were rare. In the past, officers of the Imperial Army were promoted from actual combat. In the war with the Zerg, if a Marine Corps was completely wiped out in battle, the one who survived would be promoted quickly. If a person is unqualified as an officer, neither he nor his team will survive for long. And officers who can survive the first full-scale war and rise step by step are not mediocre. Of course, they must be lucky enough. This year is the first year that military academy graduates have poured into the army. And many people in the Imperial Army think this is a complete disaster, as the first batch of graduates that the Emperor valued very much. Naturally, these graduates had high literacy. They had to get high scores in a series of subjects such as star mapping, alien biology, natural science, mathematics, logistics, strategy and tactics, communications, military law, etc. At the same time, they had to recite the Augustus Revolutionary Program by heart and be able to clearly explain its meaning and significance. The most critical point is that the final examiners include both the Emperor himself and the mind reader. If a student doesn't even understand the meaning of his military service, it's best to wait until he understands it before graduating. These people also need to have the courage and determination to fight against the Protoss or Zerg. There are many Protoss and Zerg in the military academy of the Terran Empire, and that is also one of the questions for the graduation exam. But once they are assigned to the troops, they will still be equated with rookies who can only talk about war on paper. It is generally recognized that the only job they can do is peeling eggs and potatoes. Don't expect the veterans to give their lives to a newcomer, if the tough guys of the Marine Corps want to recognize him. This young man from August Grad is still far from it. Do you know what happened? Bray didn't expect to get any information from Lieutenant Kroshin. As he spoke, a medical transport ship was about to land at the Kolokov base. And soon, another one arrived. A Dark Templar knocked on the door of Lieutenant Colonel Paul and claimed to be the Dark Priest Asma. Kroshin's voice came from behind the mask. A low voice. He brought news that the Zerg has returned, and the Kolokov base is on their way. I know because I was there. Brecky looked at the sky again reflexively, as if some terrifying monster was about to fall from the sky. Zerg? Not from Char? What the hell? And there were two different swarms of Zerg chasing each other. The lieutenant said, "That's all I know." Oh my god. Brocky was shocked. Brecky is an experienced pilot who has participated in the two major wars with aliens, namely the First Contact War and the First Total War, that cannot be ignored in the history textbooks of Imperial schools. Maybe the name of the First Total War is stupid, just like someone knew that the Second Total War would definitely come. But no matter what, it was called the First Total War from the beginning. That's the truth. Unless humans and Zerg make peace, there will definitely be a third and fourth time, until one of them is completely destroyed. But it is impossible to reason with the Overmind. I think it is also confident that the Zerg will definitely win. I only know one Dark Priest of the Protoss, he said. If that's the case, I bet the next order will be to evacuate here. If what the Protoss said was true, then Kolokov base would not be able to resist a swarm of Zerg. Maybe they can hold out for a while, until their ammunition is exhausted and they are eaten alive by the violent Zerg, as they always have. My order is to hold the gate, Kroshin simply replied. Goodbye, sir, Bray responded, hoping to see this young man again. Kroshin was a good guy, strictly following the oath he took when he joined the Imperial Marines. Lieutenant Kroshin was only 23 years old, but he had already won the respect of people much older than him. Although this respect initially came from his performance of beating 3 cheating Marines in a card game. At this time, the Kolokov base was boiling, and soldiers were on all roads. The order to retreat came soon, and Blatch's task was to drive the ship and transport as many people as possible. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Paul could not trust a warning from a Protoss, but the detection system would not make mistakes. If the Zerg was about to appear in this galaxy, it was foreseeable that the entire hyperspace channel would be in chaos, and then the sky would start to rain insects. The Korkov base was full of well-trained military personnel, and they immediately rushed to the airport to prepare for evacuation. As usual, the Marines stayed behind. The first group to evacuate was the Engineering Corps, who originally planned to go to the Brinoel 3 settlement. Bray was in charge of driving the ship to send them out. One interstellar jump ship was enough to transport these people, and also to bring more people in. There were enough transport ships in the base, so there was no need to worry about anyone being left behind. The performance of the interstellar jump ship was very reliable. It was a twin-engine transport ship that could take off and land vertically. The equipment was normal. The acceleration seat was activated, ready to enter the jump orbit. Bray drove the interstellar jump ship into the air quickly. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of the satellite footage uploaded by the information panel. Saint Anna, Virgin Mary, God, my Emperor. It was a giant wormhole that was emerging. A monster bigger than the moon was jumping out of it, and its wide jaws alone were enough to swallow the whole of Kalikov. It had dark green hard scales covered with tree rings, and the terrible scars on its abdomen that covered the sky and blocked the sun were like canyons and gullies. The bright yellow giant eyes should have come from prehistoric dragons. Countless of these strange monsters surrounded it, and they all had one or more pairs of huge wings, like evil dragons coming out of their nests. Chapter 559, The Second Total War. The Kalikov outpost fell. The Brinoel colony was attacked by Zerg, and the eyewitness reports from Gromel, Valias and Sange are still increasing. There are hundreds of control screens flashing at the same time in the control center of the Augustgrad Palace. Information from all parts of the Terran Empire will be summarized here in front of Emperor Augustus Minsk. At this moment, the central main screen is showing the picture sent back from Brinoel. The immigrants are retreating in an orderly manner under the protection of the nearby Imperial fleet. Terrified and at a loss, people lined up to board transport ships and warships. The spaceships took off one after another, leaving behind the unbuilt city. On the other side of the display was a star map composed of countless straight lines, curves and numbers. The area belonging to the Terran Empire was planted with a gold and red flag, and hundreds of red dots were infiltrating the Empire's territory from the lower right corner of the star map at an extremely slow and timely calculation speed. These red dots have covered 4 Imperial settlements, and several or dozens of red dots are divided into different clusters by circles of different colors: green Zerwin primitive swarms, Agdora primitive swarms, Slivan primitive swarms, red Tiamat swarms, purple Jormungand swarms, and orange Gam swarms. How is the evacuation going? Rhaegar is in charge of this matter. When the news of the fall of Kalikov reached Korra, Augustus was still asleep. Once he woke up, bad news came one after another. Fortunately, Augustus had anticipated it, and did not show any panic in front of people. As the ruler of the Terran Empire, any negative emotions of his would be magnified among those below. When disaster strikes, people will never want to see their leader unprepared and panicking like an unreliable softie. That would be the end of it. General Regal used all available ships to evacuate more than 60,000 immigrants from Brinoel in a timely manner. Except for 2 people injured in an accident, there were no other casualties. The person opposite was an official from the Imperial Security Department, which is divided into 2 departments: the Internal Security Department and the External Security Department. The former is equivalent to the Department of Homeland Security, and the latter is the Ministry of Defense. The general asks you to punish him because he thinks he has lost His Majesty's Brinoel. I will not punish anyone unless they abandon their people and escape alone. Augustus' serious expression did not change at all. He would never punish his generals for such a thing. On the contrary, I want to reward Rhaegar. He made the most correct decision and helped the Empire avoid countless losses. Brinoel is a potential immigration site that has been discovered in the old Federation era. It is very similar to the human mother planet Earth, and has a single natural satellite similar to the Moon that can provide stable tidal forces. This is a lush planet with many low-level plant communities, and the native creatures are at the insect-like stage. In Brinoel, its plants are hard to compete with the best human crops, and farmers only need to sow and wait for the harvest. Such a planet is really precious in the barren edge of the Milky Way, which means that the Empire only needs to invest very few resources to obtain a very valuable colony. Therefore, when Augustus sorted out the database left by the old Federation, he immediately took Brinoel as the first colonization target. In the past 4 years, the number of new colonies established by the Terran Empire has exceeded 200. From a purely rational point of view, the resources of these colonies can be used to build fleets and support the army, and can also expand the strategic depth of the empire. Of course, Augustus formulated clear policies to protect the interests of these emerging colonies, and established local governments, with the Revolutionary Party as the core to improve control. The empire learned the lessons of the old Federation, and did not regard the new colonies as a source of raw materials to be plundered. It explicitly prohibited capitalists from controlling the local economic lifeline. Now the immigrants from Brinoel are evacuating to the core world, and the immigrants from Gromel, Valyas and Sange have also boarded the ships. The officer continued, the primordial Zerg had a chance to intercept. But they seem to have little interest in attacking us. The term primordial Zerg comes from a Dark Templar named Asma, who also appears in the report of Kalikov Base Commander Paul. Dark Master Asma believes that this new Zerg species is the ancestor of the Broken Swarm. Although the two different races have long since parted ways in evolution, the Overmind is a distinct hive mind, while the primordial Zerg emphasizes the individual. Both groups can evolve themselves by hunting for high-quality genes, but the original Zerg emphasizes independence and individuality, while the other is loyal to the concept of the group rather than any one of them. The wormhole opened by the new Overmind when escaping Char leads to the birthplace of the Zerg, the planet called Xeris by the original Zerg. Obviously, this point is also recognized by Emperor Augustus. The Zerg are outsiders. They did not grow from the magma of Char. The new Zerg swarms are chasing the original Zerg, and they are busy escaping and naturally have no time to pay attention to humans. Humans are not very attractive to the original Zerg, which may be one of the reasons. However, since then, the respected Dark Master has disappeared, and Augustus believes that he will definitely return to Shakuras to ask for help. The Zerg appear again, and the Terran Protoss will never ignore it. In fact, even in the past 4 years, the Protoss are still working tirelessly to burn the Zerg in the galaxy. I need an exact number, and this number must prove that no one was left behind. Augustus said to the Imperial Security Department official, "Give it to me as quickly as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Augustus, have you figured out the reason for this invasion?" At this time, Marshal Jim Raynor, dressed in a black military uniform, walked in. Because it was raining outside, his clothes were wet. "Look!" Augustus drew a line on the star map with his hand. "Priest Asma gave us a lot of very important information. 4 years ago, the wormhole opened by the second Overmind was opposite to the place where the Zerg were born. And the first Zerg came from there. He said Xeris, the homeland of the Zerg. When the wormhole opened, Asma and his Dark Templar warriors were also involved. Since then, they have been observing and studying these two very different Zerg groups on Xeris. He believes that at some point in time a long time ago, the first generation of Overmind left Xeris with a part of the Zerg. And this part of the Zerg was the predecessor of the Overmind Zerg. The Zerg that stayed in their homeland evolved into the current primitive Zerg, which retained some of their ancestors' genes. After the second generation of Overmind returned to Xeris, a protracted war broke out between the two groups. The entire planet became a cruel battlefield, with countless Zerg dying and countless Zerg being born. Over and over again. The two races have the same origin, so they can quickly evolve by plundering each other's high-quality genes. So the differences between them are constantly shrinking. Finally, the primordial Zerg were defeated and left Xeris for the first time, beginning their escape. So we were fucking right in the path of these monsters? Raynor's face was clouded. Yes, but I guess it's not just. The Overmind swarm deliberately drove the primordial Zerg in our direction. Augustus flicked the main screen, and a super monster much larger than the Minotaur-class battlecruiser jumped out. The Minotaur-class battlecruiser is more than half a mile long, but not even half the length of the small wings on its back. How insidious, Raynor said. Zerg ancestor. Zerwin. The Dark Archbishop Asma saw it devour a huge Zerg Leviathan alive, and even grabbed a handful of thunder beasts as a side dish, Augustus said, looking at Raynor next to him. Of course, the Protoss sense of humor would not be described like this. This is what Augustus described. The display screen was a video shot and transmitted back by a distant galaxy probe. And even so it only captured a part of Zerwin's body. Zerwin has the same curved giant forelegs and rough skin as Earth's sauropods, covered with layers of interlocking shield-like scales, each as big as a Goliath robot. But note that its similarity to lizards or other reptiles, such as snakes, ends there. This incomparable primitive Zerg is very different from the flying dragons with vibrating leather wings. Zerwin has a huge mouth, a huge body, and a pair of huge claws. But its lower body is similar to a multi-legged crab, with many sharp appendages and tentacles, each larger than a Valkyrie frigate. When flying in space, Zerwin is more like a green jellyfish with a hard shell, except that its many eyes, like molten brass, seem to be burning. No allegiance but to self. Kill or be killed. Zerwin's mind language is captured and transcribed into human language by human equipment, and it is obvious that it is communicating with humans. Kill or die. No allegiance but to self. Kill or be killed. It's ridiculously large. Reno stroked his recently grown beard. It seems that the Overmind has called its mother. Zerwin may be the largest single organism we have observed so far. It is the oldest known hunter among the primitive Zerg. Augustus called up the intercepted picture of the primitive Zerg swarm and enlarged it. The difference between this race and the Overmind Zerg swarm is that the primitive Zerg have no mental connection and often fight on their own. So psionic emitters, psionic jammers, and psionic crushers have no effect on primitive Zerg. Since we can't use psychic technology, we can only use real weapons. Reno looked at the picture that Augustus enlarged. These guys look more like the evil dragons in mythology. But they are much more bizarre. Some of the primitive insects flying around Zerwin look like Tyrannosaurus, while others look more like Stegosaurus, with rows of bone plates on their backs. But somehow, these monsters have evolved wings and blowholes similar to pterosaurs. And they all look very different. Stedman told me that the Zerg come from direct replication of segments of genes. So these bugs are basically identical. He said, but these primitive Zerg are not. The good news is that the number of primitive Zerg is nothing compared to the swarms behind them. Augustus called up the shocking numbers on the display. The bad news, one primitive Zerg is worth 10. And the strong ones among them, the ones called the patriarchs, are even more terrifying. The red area in the right corner of the star map is still expanding. And it is obviously only a small part of the huge swarm. Xerus is in the center of the Milky Way. And we are at the edge of the Milky Way, with a quarter of the Milky Way in between. Who knows how many races they have devoured along the way, and how many high-quality genes they have absorbed? Augustus said. Old man, the Zerg are much stronger now than they were 4 years ago. And they have also learned a lot of new things from the original Zerg. Inside a certain Zerg nest, there are Zerg guards of different strains to protect the brain worms. But you anticipated this situation 4 years ago, and have been preparing for this day every day since then, Renault said, and the idiots of the Federation only know how to cause us trouble. Well, I have been unable to sleep and eat every day in the past. Augustus nodded and turned around. I originally thought that the Overmind would directly locate Char's coordinates to open the wormhole. But now it seems that it either dares not do so, or has given up for some other reason. The second generation was really scared. If you think about it carefully, anyone who was beaten by the heroes of the Protoss and humans when they were just born would avoid them in the future. It is much better for them to come from a visible direction than to appear inexplicably in the heart of the Empire. Fortunately, we have new weapons and an ace army that is no longer the same as before. Augustus said to Raynor, I have ordered Warfield and Duke's First Fleet and Second Fleet to head to planets such as Noah, Dolan and the Aegean Sea, where they will snipe the original Zerg. As long as we can hold back the original swarm, they will be bitten by the Zerg behind them. Old Duke was so happy to hear the news of the Zerg's comeback that I almost thought he was in league with the Zerg. Reno paused and looked at the flickering star map. But what about me? What should I do now? I think you know the answer. Augustus still answered Reno. I need you to stay with me to deal with other unexpected situations that may arise. One wall of the control center is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which is deeply embedded in the brass-colored all-metal frame. It is dark outside and raining heavily. Bright beams of light flicker in the clouds, which are left by the Imperial fleet heading for low Earth orbit. There are few people on the street, and a boy is running in the rain in the distance. School is over early today, and he overslept. It's time to make a formal pre-war mobilization. Coral doesn't know that the war has come yet, Renault said. Have you prepared your speech? Just speak it out. When Augustus walked out of the control center, the main screen behind him had completely gone dark, densely packed with alien insects. The layers of biological warships of the swarm occupied the entire Bridewell system, even blocking the starlight and the sun. It was just like a locust swarm passing through. Chapter 560 I learned how to operate. Every year, the Terran Empire invests huge amounts of Imperial credits in environmental governance in CAR. Every year, tens of millions of acres of land are rejuvenated by fast-growing forests and wildly growing grasslands. And the ocean covered with radioactive dust has also become pure. Since the nuclear explosion, CAR's moody climate has gradually stabilized. And Augustgrad at this time of year is usually hit by several weeks of torrential rain. In the midst of violent storms and changing weather, only the lights of Augustgrad are still shining. And countless neon lights are hazy and psychedelic in the glass curtain wall and rain curtain. Even with the heavy rain, Augustgrad's prosperous industrial park, commercial district, and technology park showed no signs of stopping. Just like when the first contact war came, People were completely unprepared for the arrival of a full-scale war. While the people of Augustgrad were still mourning the soldiers who died in Kalikov, the palace issued many decrees aimed at quickly putting the empire into a state of war and issued conscription orders on all planets. People's lives were completely changed, and it would take some time for them to fully understand this. From the amazing giant holographic screen to the streets of Augustgrad, everywhere is full of notices of mobilization orders, conscription orders, export restrictions, and other decrees. More and more factories announced that they would switch to the production of military supplies, and drones delivered the latest paper newspapers to those who were eager to know the truth. In various public places, people's topics of discussion naturally changed from politics and entertainment to the new war, and the number of people who spontaneously donated to the Imperial Army was also increasing. Prince Arcturus Mengsk's recent remarks at the recruitment center have caused even more heated discussions. He publicly stated that the Zerg is the enemy of all civilizations. In the face of the survival of the human empire, there is no civilian population in this war. The war has just begun, and it is not time to mobilize everyone. There must be people in the factory and people in the rear to produce. But if the enemy is the Zerg, then we have to consider the worst possible scenario. The prince, who is known for his iron-bloodedness and ruthlessness, has been criticized by some departments and the media. But these voices immediately disappeared after he personally led the fleet to the expedition. If someone complains about the emperor and the government's policies, he may not necessarily get a response from the people around him. But if he says that one of his sons is about to join the army as one of the first soldiers to be conscripted, then he will definitely be respected. If the emperor of the Terran Empire launched an unjust war that does not seem to have any meaning, then only those who are truly loyal to the emperor will support him. But this war is to keep the enemy out of the country, and to protect the homeland of the Terran people. Everyone knows who their enemy is. The Zerg. The Zerg have never penetrated deep into core worlds like Korhol. But that doesn't stop the people who live there from talking about them with horror. The idea that aliens are fake is as popular as any other anti-intellectual rumor. But there are Zerg on display at Augustgrad, and there is enough evidence to suggest that ferocious monsters like Char are as numerous as sand in the desert. In recent years, xenophysiology has become a well-established subject, and it is impossible to miss it in any university in the Terran Empire. Novels about marines and alien creatures became very popular, and almost every boy's room had a movie poster of an Imperial Marine holding a Gauss rifle and appearing on the same stage with a hydralisk on the wall. The Empire spared no effort in education and propaganda to unveil the mystery of the two races, the Zerg and the Protoss, because people must understand who their enemies are, and must understand that they must use strong ships and powerful guns to win against such enemies instead of superstition. On this day, a road from west to east led directly to the Imperial Square, and the marble pavement was full of people holding umbrellas. They came from all over Augustgrad, including citizens, workers, and professional elites in suits. People here will never forget what they saw today, the day when Emperor Augustus Mengsk mobilized for war. Many huge monuments and statues stood on the Imperial Square. Polished limestone columns supported the wavy glass dome, and the shining white lights were solemn and solemn. The square was actually built on an unflattened hill, a replica of the Augustus altar on Earth. Emperor Augustus and Queen Sarah were climbing the stairs hand in hand, and the guards following them were holding umbrellas for them. The square is surrounded by towering steel buildings, and rain washes the silent bronze glass curtain walls. Behind the platform, two huge Odin II Malawian Quach's mechas are standing quietly, and each Odin costs millions of credits. They are decorated with golden 5 stars, and the number of golden 5 stars represents the rank. On both sides of Odin are 4 smaller mechas, which are called Thor Black Hammer. Compared with Odin, Thor is cheaper and smaller, and is designed for larger needs. Even the mass-produced version cannot be compared with it. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were watching them. The Emperor's prestige among the Imperial people was unparalleled, and his supporters still loved him as much as before. Emperor Augustus Mengsk responded with only a resolute expression. He had stood in front of his people since the fall of Kalikov. Queen Sarah wore a simple black dress, but she was still beautiful. The guards were also dressed in black, mourning for the Imperial soldiers who died on the front line. When the Emperor read out the general mobilization order, people held their breath. As they expected, the Emperor's words were still so tough, unquestionable, and full of affection. The Terran Empire will never surrender to any enemy, and they will repel the attack of the Zerg. Just like in the past. Even if it is weak, ignorant, and disunited at a more microscopic level, humans are still the most tenacious race in the universe. When Emperor Augustus read the words, a huge fleet consisting of 65 Imperial Minotaur-class battlecruisers was crossing the sky above the lights. These awesome warships are like moving steel cities, with towering islands and vertical sides as high as cliffs, and countless portholes, navigation lights and electronic equipment shining brightly. The 3 ships in the front belong to the independent class of Augustgrad Pride, which is obviously larger than other Minotaur-class battlecruisers. Not only are they larger in size, the armor and portholes of the Augustgrad Pride are also decorated with bronze and gilded golden wools, and the decoration is luxurious and shining like the Augustgrad Palace. The Pride of Augustgrad is a powerful capital ship, equipped with plasma cannons and multiple subwarp engines that can be activated at the same time. Both its firepower and armor are flagship class. This level of battlecruiser belongs to the Royal Guard, and the crew inside are strictly selected Imperial warriors. Whenever a Pride of Augustgrad arrives on the battlefield, the morale of the Imperial soldiers will be greatly improved. At the same time, more than 1,000 aircraft groups consisting of fighters, bombers and transport aircraft flew over the Imperial Square in the center of Augustgrad in batches, and some new models were even unveiled to the public for the first time. The most eye-catching one is the Archangel. This huge aircraft is like thunder when it flies over the square. This is not a simple military parade. All the warships fly over the square just to greet the Emperor and the people of the Empire for the last time. After that, they will rush to the battlefield immediately. After 4 years of preparation, thanks to the breakthrough in the modular segmented warship construction process, the size of the Terran Empire's fleet has continued to increase, not counting those still under construction and those not announced. The Minotaur-class battlecruisers on the surface have reached 480, enough to form all the naval squadrons from Alpha to Omega. In wartime, the Empire's numerous orbital shipyards can also speed up production. This is why the Comorian Federation and Umoyan dare not engage in direct conflict with the Terran Empire. They are simply not opponents. On this day, at many train stations and ports in Augustgrad, the first batch of young people who are about to go to the Tullises II recruit training camp are ready to go. Tullises II was once the focus of the battle between the old Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation during the Guild War, and there are still many Imperial recruit training camps there. In this land that once trained Emperor Augustus Mengsk into a true warrior, countless more people will follow. 5 million people enlisted on the first day, and this was only the number in the city of Augustgrad. The number of people who volunteered to enlist in the sparsely populated marginal worlds was even greater than that in the core worlds. Not only Coral, but Emperor Augustus responded to the call in the land of the Terran Empire. The fastest responders were the Mars-Sera and the Tarsones. The former wanted revenge, and the latter wanted to wash away the shame. Most of the soldiers who joined the army in 2499 were born in 2478 to 2480. They experienced 4 years of guild wars when they were just children. After that, they had their first contact with war, and the first full-scale war. For these young people who grew up during the rule of the Terran Empire, the Empire represents unity and peace. The establishment of the Empire stopped the artillery fire from falling on their shabby houses, allowed their unemployed parents to get jobs, and allowed them to return to school after being displaced. This time they did not join the army for the hegemony of the old Federation in the Copperless sector, but to defend the hard-won peace. The Guild War was originally caused by the greed of the Federation capitalists and nobles, because they did not want to buy the ownership of the mining area discovered by the Comorians through money or interest exchange. In contrast, plunder and sitting back to enjoy the fruits of their labor were more attractive. A war was enough to change the balance of power between the Comorian Empire and the Terran Federation, and thus to redistribute the colonies in the world. So the war began. The rich sent the children of the poor to the war, and the war could provide income for their factories. Emperor Augustus convinced the people of the empire that such an era was gone during his reign. All the sober-minded people understood that they were fighting for their homeland. The Zerg wanted to destroy everyone. They were not Protoss, who at least talked to you a little bit. The arrival of the mobilization order urged the newlyweds to get married before the men went to the battlefield. So the churches in Augustgrad were not enough, and young men and women held weddings at train stations and interstellar ports, and set off after the wedding. Such scenes can be seen in many railway stations in Augustgrad. When the train starts, men are still waving in the windows, and countless white dresses are moving with the slowly accelerating train, like floating clouds. Flowers are scattered all over the ground, and petals are flying. In the military camp, young men and women in black military uniforms are still swearing an oath for the Emperor and the Empire, while more and more people are working to ensure the logistics of the war. A large amount of military supplies are sent to the train, sent to the starport by the train, and then sent to the front line by the interstellar cargo ship. Secretary of State Mike Liberty compared the Terran Empire to a super machine. The parts of it that were prepared for war had not been started for a long time, but as long as the Emperor needed it. After rust removal, polishing and painting, the gears could turn again and the steel tracks could roll forward. The Terran Empire had never started a war, but it had never stopped preparing for war. The Navy is the decisive force that determines the direction of the war, but the real battlefield is on the planet. On the way back to the palace from the Imperial Square, Augustus was still talking to Marshal Jim Raynor. "Jimmy, the Zerg don't care if a planet becomes barren, but we can't destroy our colonies unless we have to. So we need more fleets and more marines. Fortunately, we are all born landlubbers. Except Duke," Reno said. "It is well known that the difference between the Navy and the Army is as big as the species. But in fact, the boundary between the two branches is not so rigid. If you want to become a true Imperial Marshal, you must have the ability to command both the ground army and the fleet at the same time. And you can't be biased at all. Horace Warfield, Jim Raynor, and Edmund Duke all have this ability. To be honest, it's really not a good feeling to send those kids to the battlefield. It's okay for us old bones, but the best time of the children's lives has just begun." Augustus sighed. "You are only 29. Why do you talk like you are 49? Raynor said. "I think you should see a psychiatrist. You are still so sentimental after so many years. And you are more cruel than anyone else on the battlefield. How can you talk to your Emperor?" Augustus glared at him. "You damn Emperor. Do you think I've never seen you naked?" Reno said. Then both of them chuckled. After a while, Reno said, "I said, you have been preparing for 4 years. 4 whole years. And your family is rich enough. The rest can be left to Duke and his ilk. Come on. I still hope to win more battles." Augustus tooted. Chapter 561. The only thing left is a. When Marshal Edmund Duke stepped into the wide and bright bridge of NORAD 3, everyone stood up and saluted him. On this great imperial flagship, the Marshal's status was second only to the portrait of Emperor Augustus hanging on the wall. Duke's white power armor was already the latest commander armor, and it was still decorated with dozens of military rank badges and medals of honor according to his past habits. To be frank, Duke's appearance still looked like a silverback gorilla with its hair stripped off. If you put the walking posture of a male silverback gorilla together with him, you will find that the unique and arrogant postures of the two are exactly the same. He is no longer young. Today he just celebrated his 53rd birthday. But he is still energetic and full of fighting spirit. Every part of his body is in the best condition. It can't be better than this. All information briefings have been listed one by one on the tactical console display. You can check them at any time. The AI of the Intelligent Mechanical Adjutant of NORAD 3 has been improved by UD computer experts. At least it is smarter than before. Welcome back to NORAD 3. Marshal Edmund Duke. Although Duke was not very happy about those Earthlings touching his ship, he was not an old antique who could not adapt. In the new era, military weapons and even combat methods have undergone many changes, and even Duke had to learn new knowledge. But in general, past experience can always be used. Go back to your respective posts. The peace of the Empire depends on our shoulders. Duke finally did not make a long speech on the uselessness of the army today, probably because he was in a good mood. As soon as the voice fell, the crew members sat back in their seats. Duke was very satisfied with this. This was the well-trained Imperial Navy, considering that they were not re-socialized soldiers. It was even more commendable. The Imperial Army was not a chaotic militia. Even in peacetime, they had to undergo rigorous training to prepare for the final war. The Navy was, of course, the elite of the Empire. Even Field Marshal Jim Raynor, who was of the same rank as Duke, had to bow down to NORAD 3. Although the latter never boarded the flagship of Alpha Squadron except when leading people to fight. If the Marines were to carry out a mission on a Navy ship, they would have to lower their status and show respect even if their commander was of a higher rank than the captain. Of course, basically it was the same for whoever was on whose territory. But the Navy had its own naval base and small circle, and they would never come into contact with the Marines unless they had to. In any case, This unwritten rule between the Navy and the Army had made Duke invincible. And even if another 20 years passed, Duke would not think that he was unworthy of these admiring looks. Even though he has lost so many battles and has been frustrated most of his life. He is such a person. He starts over again after failure, never gets discouraged, and is full of confidence. Duke is a very confident person, and even more so now. At this moment, NORAD 3 and the huge fleets around it are jumping out of the hyperspace channel. He will never get tired of watching this magnificent scene. If Duke had such a fleet when the Protoss fleet bombed Mars Sera for the first time, he might have been able to take down Tacidar's flagship. NORAD 3 is a Minotaur-class battlecruiser that inherits the name of the former Alpha Squadron flagship. Whether in terms of speed, armor, or firepower, it is much faster than the previous Behemoth class. And the performance of various electronic systems is also far ahead. The new class of battlecruisers has a wider cabin that can carry more naval soldiers, with more than 5,000 people on board alone. The Minotaur-class battlecruisers are made of bioregenerative steel, and are also equipped with advanced energy defense matrices, 5-type Yamato guns, and ATX laser gun groups. The Nova Squadron's warships used for special operations are even equipped with secondary capacitor groups and advanced stealth modules to enable invisibility. The Behemoth-class battlecruisers were once the absolute power of the Terran humans to conquer the Copperless sector. But now they have been relegated to the second line and are gradually being retired, thanks to the ambitious and extremely grand shipbuilding plan of the Terran Empire at the end of this century. The discovery and application of new materials, the rapid development of the shipbuilding industry, and the emergence of a large number of skilled workers and excellent engineers have also strongly promoted the update and iteration of the Terran Empire's battleship levels. It's just the level of battlecruisers. But now there are 6 types. The scale of the fleet that Duke can command is now far greater than the Alpha Squadron in the old Federation period. The Empire's first fleet, which he commands alone, has more than 120 Minotaur-class battlecruisers, and the number of cruisers, destroyers, and supply ships is even more huge. This fleet alone is enough to destroy the Comorian regime. Both sides are no longer on the same level in terms of fleet quantity and quality. There are more than 400,000 naval soldiers serving in the first fleet, and the number of other crew members exceeds 2 million. In this starry sea, fleet power is hegemony. In short, the status of the Navy is undoubtedly stronger than that of the Army, since the Empire already has such a strong naval force. Duke is convinced that the good time for a genius like him to show his talents has come. The Emperor is surrounded by treacherous ministers and shameless villains, some of whom are not even human. After paying tribute to the portrait of the Emperor on the bridge, Duke turned his eyes to the tactical display screen. A slowly rotating green planet is the destination of this time. Bracken. This planet is pure green, and shaped like a glass ball covered with seaweed. Bracken is a magical planet. It has no ocean, but all the land is covered with lush green vegetation. It is an extremely lush jungle world. The diameter, gravity, axial inclination, and climate data on the data panel all show that Bracken is significantly different from the planets known to humans. Alien geography experts believe that it possesses some mysterious power. Duke is not too fond of Bracken, because this planet has been closely associated with something he hates very much since its discovery, the Protoss Empire. Bracken is an ancient holy place with religious significance in the Protoss Empire. It was once covered with the gorgeous golden crystal buildings of the Protoss, and various miracles appeared repeatedly in it. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Xel'Naga still walked on the ancient homeworld of the Protoss Empire. Despite its significance to the Protoss Empire, Bracken was completely destroyed by the Zerg during the First War. Now only the ruins of its ancient walls remain, and the civilization of the entire planet has declined to thousands of years ago. Today, as the Protoss Empire continues to weaken, and its sphere of influence has shrunk significantly, Bracken has become a distant lost world for the Protoss. Although there are still some Protoss living on Bracken, it has completely lost contact with Aiur. At some point after the end of the First Total War, human immigrants came to this planet. They once had a conflict with the Protoss of Bracken, but finally stayed in a way of peaceful coexistence. This planet has rich resources, so it is also on the pre-colonization list of the Terran Empire, but it has not made any progress due to the reaction of the Protoss. At present, most of the humans on Bracken are spontaneous immigrants, and no one told them about the Protoss on this planet before arriving in Bracken. There are about 15,000 humans living on Bracken now, including many archaeologists and civilian geological prospectors. Bracken was not geographically prominent. But now it is the front line against the Zerg. The Zerg have arrived in the Bracken system, which will soon become the main battlefield between the Terran Empire and the Zerg. The Augustgrad Palace pointed out the purpose of the Bracken campaign, which is to severely damage the original Zerg vanguard and force them to take a detour. For this reason, veteran Edmund Duke became the commander of the First Fleet and was fully empowered. Emperor Augustus' intention is obvious. He needs Duke to fight a tough battle in Bracken, block the Zerg's way, and split the original Zerg, which is not united, just like breaking all the balls at the beginning of a billiard game. In this way, the scattered original Zerg will be surrounded by other Imperial fleets. It is equivalent to Augustus having assembled the troops with the F2 key, and now it only needs to be handed over to Duke A. Although Duke has many obvious shortcomings of the old federal nobles, such as being ambitious, arrogant, self-willed, and irritable, he is still a qualified general. For Emperor Augustus Minx, this is enough. Duke is best at launching a stormy attack with fleets and fighter clusters, and he will never let go until the enemy is completely defeated. However, Duke completely regarded this as Emperor Augustus' trust in him, and believed that this had in fact shown that his position in the Emperor's heart had far surpassed Renault and left them behind. This is a true Imperial general. Marshal, the immigrants of Bracken are determined to defend their homeland together with the Imperial Army. Duke's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, stepped forward. He was a standard professional soldier, with a straight uniform and a serious expression. Scott was known as Duke's brain, because some people in the Navy believed that this stupid admiral had no brain. Scott himself was tall and handsome, humble, and well-liked by the sailors. If the Duke Empire Navy was a strict father, then Scott was a gentle mother. These loyal subjects of the dirty Emperor deserve respect. Give them weapons, Duke snorted. He looked down on the country bumpkins of the marginal world from the bottom of his heart. But he was no longer as outspoken as before, because that would give his rival Renault a reason to discredit him. But the Imperial Army doesn't need the help of a bunch of farmers who dig the ground and plant crops. He said with his usual arrogance, let them stand behind the Imperial soldiers and stay honestly. We won't take care of troublesome people running around when the battle starts. Although Duke's evaluation is not very good, he actually knows how to judge the situation and not just move forward. He is paranoid, tough and cold to the point of being unkind. But even Renault has to admit that he is a competent general. What about the Protoss up there? If they refuse to accept the leadership of the Terran Empire, they'd better get out of my way, Duke asked Scott. The Protoss rejected our communication request. Scott replied, the Protoss of Bracken are all-powerful high-level Templars who defend their homeland in their own way. Local settlers said that these Protoss can use the magical power of the temple, and they may use this method to fight against the Zerg. Damn mysticism. Then get these arrogant bastards out, Duke yelled. Even if Archbishop Durham is here, he has to get off the ship and talk to me. Considering the Empire's policy towards the Protoss, we can't take tough measures. Scott has long been accustomed to Duke's rage. I have always assumed that those Imperial officials really have brains, and the only way to deal with aliens is to make them surrender and seek peace by slaughtering them, Duke snorted. This policy was formulated with the participation of the Emperor, Scott added. Of course the Emperor is wise and intelligent. I'm talking about those court officials. Duke's face turned greener. He didn't care much about politics, and was not interested in the politicians in the Imperial government. As long as he could continue to lead the army to fight, he would not have any opinions. This planet is wrong, just as hateful as Bashir. He changed the subject and said, I bet those Zelnaga must have done something here. The Protoss of Bracken spread an ancient prophecy. They believe that the person who rules this world will have great power and become a saint, Scott said. Okay, I will dedicate this planet to Emperor Augustus. Duke liked to hear this, and he immediately made up his mind to take Bracken for the Terran Empire. Another great achievement. A great achievement. Osiris called the flagship. A group of primitive Zerg are attacking Bracken. The number exceeds 100,000. A colonel captain appeared on the main screen. This relatively young captain had a tense face, like a purple eggplant. The Terran Empire has a strong shipbuilding capability, but the internal reserve of excellent naval commanders is not sufficient. Emperor Augustus promoted some outstanding young officers according to the opinions of generals such as Warfield and Duke. Although these young officers were capable of dealing with most situations, they had not participated in a real large-scale naval battle and were inevitably inexperienced. It's just the vanguard, Don't panic. Duke had fought for 25 years. And such a situation was nothing more than a small scene. A drizzle in his eyes. One of his strengths was that his overly optimistic and blind self-confidence could be passed on to his subordinates, greatly improving morale. When the wind is favorable, he can lead the fleet to quickly wipe out the enemy. And when the wind is unfavorable, he can also boost morale. His shortcoming is that he is not as smart as Arcturus Mengsk and Jim Raynor. What is your plan? Scott looked at Duke. He knew his old boss too well. No matter how complicated the battlefield situation was, Duke usually only had one plan. Of course, I have my own plan. Duke's intimidating triangular eyes were firm and calm. It's time to be loyal to the Emperor. NORAD 3 is in front, and the entire fleet attacks the formation. Chapter 562 Primitive Zerg. In early 2499, the largest naval battle since the founding of the Terran Empire kicked off in the Bracken Galaxy, a southwestern borderland. The number of warships and troops deployed by the Imperial fleet in Bracken was so large that even the largest counterattack by the Federation remnants, the Battle of Jandair, could not be compared. The commander of the Empire's first fleet was the famous General Edmund Duke, who was known as the Emperor's Sword, the hero of Tarsones, and Mad Dog Duke. Mad Dog Rabid Dog refers to the affectionate name of Marshal Jim Raynor, which is an affirmation of his excellent strategy and tactics. The First Fleet is the ace fleet of the Terran Empire Navy, and its predecessors are Alpha Squadron, Delta Squadron, Crimson Squadron and Beta Squadron. After the Minotaur-class battlecruisers with larger size, thicker armor and stronger firepower were launched in large numbers, the size of the First Fleet expanded several times. The fleet absorbed a large number of outstanding officers from the old Federation Navy, and the officers who had just graduated from the Imperial Navy Academy also received a new round of blood transfusion. The experienced, skilled and enthusiastic officer system is the core of the Imperial Army. They must be competent for their own work, understand and execute orders clearly, and motivate their subordinates, and remain loyal to the Emperor when necessary. There are numerous Imperial naval bases, home ports and mobile fortresses to provide support. The supply system of tugboats, barges, oil tankers and supply ships is enough for the First Fleet to launch a war of annihilation. The opponent of the First Fleet of the Empire is the first appearance of the original alien Zerg. Although the two sides have never had a record of fighting, the latter is fierce and powerful. The original alien Zerg subspecies is very different from its distant relatives in morphology. They are originally closer to highly evolved large theropod dinosaurs, with many unique characteristics, such as abnormally developed combustion glands, specialized huge skulls, and abnormally developed chewing muscles, pressurized glands that can eject bone thorns, and huge membrane wings with a wingspan of up to 40 feet. In the universe, the original Zerg used a variety of extremely large single creatures as motherships. The largest of them were the original main nest and the original war nest. These ancient and lonely giant creatures originally lurked in the underground of Xeris, which was full of volcanoes and jungles, and fed on various original Zerg. After the Overmind led the broken Zerg swarm back to Xeris, an endless war broke out with the original Zerg on the planet. The part of these ancient original Zerg that finally survived absorbed a large number of enemy and self genes, thus becoming extremely large and gaining the ability to travel in deep space. The largest of them is even comparable to the Zerg behemoth. Other incomparable super primitive Zerg are the best among the madly evolved primitive Zerg tribe leaders. They stand at the top of the food chain in Xeris and the endless death and survival of the fittest. For example, the eternal Zerg Queen Slifen is the most terrifying primitive Zerg ruler besides the Zerg ancestor Zerwin. It has now evolved into a gloomy and terrifying behemoth. When it passed over the lunar base of the Terran Empire, Kalikov, its shadow even covered half of the satellite. The eternal Zerg mother of the primordial Zerg swarm is an extremely strange leader even among her own group. Slifen is the great mother of the Zerg swarm. The tens of millions of incubators in her body are constantly hatching new primordial Zergs every moment, every minute, and every second. Most of the primordial Zerg swarms today are the offspring of Slifen. It is never tired and will never stop reproducing. The primordial Zerg swarm that broke into the Bracken Galaxy was a primordial Zerg swarm affiliated with the Slifen swarm, which consisted of multiple primordial main nests and a large number of primordial Zerg flying creatures that could fly in the universe. When the first primitive hive jumped to the Bracken system through the wormhole, the war was imminent. Duke's flagship NORAD 3 was in the front. In just a few minutes, It poured 2 rounds of firepower on the giant creature floating in the deep space. A total of 24 laser cannon groups continued to fire continuously until they penetrated the green enamel armor covering the surface of the giant beast, and black blood flowed. The primitive Zerg immediately launched a counterattack, and a large number of unprecedented flying creatures accelerated to attack the Imperial fleet. There are similar species of mutalisks in the original Zerg, but they are also obviously larger, with more wings or more claws, and are far more powerful than ordinary mutalisks. Others are strains that the Empire has never seen before, and they are the first to appear in the Brecken system. These primitive Zerg are shaped like giant floating octopuses, or blood-headed giant squids, with huge heads and ferocious and hideous beaks. They use floating sacs filled with special mineral liquids and powerful tentacles to move quickly. Such bizarre biological forms are the product of convergent evolution of the primordial swarm and the overlord swarm. These ferocious and cunning primordial corrupted flies are the kings who dominate the skies of Xeris. Their strong acid can even kill the ferocious Leviathan, despite having these highly evolved and efficient killing organs. No 2 corrupted flies are the same, just as there cannot be 2 leaves with the same veins. And their body shapes are also very different. Some primordial corrupted flies are the kings of their species. They must have devoured too many of their own kind or enemies to have such a huge body and such a ferocious character. The largest corrupted flying insects are undoubtedly the creatures that have evolved to the pinnacle. They can penetrate armor with their beaks and claws that are harder than diamonds. As for the other extremely cunning and vicious primitive insects, they are a bit like the feathered serpents in mythology, like scorpions with wings. The primitive flying snakes are so cruel and violent that they will eat their own kind even in flight to obtain lost energy. In addition, the strange and bizarre primitive insects had infinite evolutionary possibilities in terms of appearance. Except for rare species such as the primitive king insect and the primitive explosive mosquito, the other primitive insects are simply a hodgepodge, as if the tree diagram of biological evolution is spread out in front of humans. But no matter what, the functions of each organ in its body are similar, and they are all born for the most efficient killing. So the difference is not difficult to imagine. The primitive Zerg is the ultimate embodiment of natural selection, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, and the winner is the king. Facing the aggressive primitive Zerg army, the Empire's first fleet did not retreat at all. More than 100 Minotaur-class battlecruisers and more frigate-level medium-sized ships faced the Zerg in an attack formation. Tens of millions of turrets and tens of millions of bright flames immediately formed a firepower network like a death jungle in front of the fleet. In an instant, thousands of primitive Zerg were crushed to dust by the fierce artillery fire, and bloody storms swept across the starry sky of Brecken. It turns out that even such brutal creatures as Zerg are still flesh and blood. General Duke on the NORAD 3 was very satisfied with the effect of the first round of volleys. But he was not so carried away by it. You know, Duke believed that the merit he wanted to establish was not just as simple as killing so many primitive Zerg. Only by defeating all the Zerg could he show his great talent. Duke increased the deployment of reconnaissance ships and radars, while ordering the fleet to form a defensive line to resist the impending attack of the primitive Zerg. Even with his arrogance, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could fight the Zerg head-on, with bayonets installed on his warships. The primitive Zerg did not retreat because of such terrible casualties. They seemed to have no idea what fear was, and actually advanced in the dense firepower network of the Imperial fleet. All the Imperial ships captured an extremely strange scene. That is, even in the midst of a war, the primitive Zerg were still brutally feasting on the corpses of their own kind that were smashed by human artillery fire. This scene might not scare the well-trained Imperial Navy soldiers, but the sharp-eyed and careful commander soon discovered that the primitive Zerg that devoured the corpses of their own kind were growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. And their bodies seemed to have suddenly grown the special organs and characteristics of the primitive Zerg they had eaten. Those smaller primitive Zerg individuals might not pose much of a threat to the Minotaur-class battlecruiser, but the largest of them was not only close in size to the human battleship, but even the armor covering its surface was not inferior in the slightest. Several whale-like giant primitive Zerg soon attracted the attention of the NORAD 3 tactical analysis system. According to the comparison of the database, they were highly similar to the whale birds. These elegant space creatures are not only distributed in Beshar. In any case, the primitive Zerg must have hunted these poor creatures somewhere in the galaxy. However, these primitive Zerg are completely different creatures from the docile whale birds. They are more like space mosasaurs with huge mouths, and rows of colorful sword plates are used on their broad backs. It seemed to be some kind of sail that could absorb the energy of stars. And when crossing the edge of the star, it could also use the surging solar wind to accelerate forward. The whale-like creatures were covered with deadly scales, swinging their giant fin-shaped claws, and being extremely flexible. They avoided the firepower lock of the Empire's main battleships, while moving at a very fast speed, approaching the flank of the First Fleet battle group. The other part of the giant primitive insects looked quite funny, and some were even completely a Tyrannosaurus or giant lizard that had just grown a nozzle and a floating sac. This weird form might be difficult to fly beautifully on the planet, but it was just right for use in space. There is a primitive Zerg that looks like a cross between a wild boar and a porcupine, but its hind legs are made of numerous squid-like tentacles similar to those of the corrupted fly. Its tentacles are made of slender organic muscles covered with cancer cells, like brush bristles scattered behind it. These cancer cells can continue to proliferate and grow in reverse, and can release a strong electromagnetic force to distort the surrounding gravity in the process of devouring surrounding tissues, so as to achieve the purpose of flying. The genes of the corrupted fly are extremely magical, and even if their brains are cut off, they can grow new ones. In that case, this monster looks like a steelback pig leader rushing forward in the universe. In short, even beyond the limits of human imagination of strange species, there is nothing that these primitive Zerg cannot grow into. They are coming towards us. Shields are full. Main guns fire. Facing these space monsters are the Ranger, Constitution and Coral Ambition, and about 20 Mino-class battlecruisers are deployed about 150 miles in all directions. To deal with these huge monsters, the upgraded Y-type Yamato guns of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers can be used. After about 10 years of upgrades, the current Yamato guns have greatly improved in both power and range. In a one-on-one single duel, the Minotaur-class battlecruisers can destroy the Behemoth class with a single Yamato gun, and at the same time can withstand the opponent's Yamato guns without any harm. This is the generation gap. In just a dozen seconds, the tactical command network of these dozens of Yamato guns conducted thousands of communications to ensure the consistency of the attack targets, avoiding wasting too much ammunition on the same target to cause a series of problems such as insufficient follow-up. When the Yamato cannon was activated, almost all Tyranid captains felt a sense of dominance, especially when they saw the Yamato cannon turn the Zerg main nest into a pool of blood. Even in space, the Yamato cannon can destroy large numbers of densely packed Zerg, but the captains of the battlecruisers usually use it on Leviathan or more threatening enemies. After a flash of supernova, many giant primitive Zerg were smashed to pieces by the Yamato cannon, and the lightest ones were only torn to pieces. But then, the primitive Zerg that bathed in its blood and thirsted for its blood became even bigger. The mutation evolution that took millions of years to complete was completed in an instant on these terrible monsters. Finally, a giant beast broke through the firepower network of the Imperial fleet, pounced on the Hope and damaged the flat deck under the bridge of the battleship. It was shaped like a huge multi-legged dragon, as big as a Minotaur-class battlecruiser. But then, Gothic and Babylon, who occupied a powerful position, shattered the back armor of the monster, revealing its flesh and bones. What kind of monster is this? Duke's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, could hardly hide his shock on the NORAD 3. Before the war, Duke's staff officers and tactical analysis consultants believed that the primitive Zerg were far less united than the Overlord Zerg, because they valued individuals rather than the entire group. Therefore, this seemingly powerful primitive Zerg army was not actually a well-trained army that advanced and retreated in unison, and lacked the spirit of sacrifice for the group. But they still underestimated the fighting spirit of the primitive Zerg. Every primitive Zerg has been fighting to the death since its birth. They may lack the spirit of unity and cooperation to a certain extent, but once they start attacking, they will not stop until they die. It can be said that no one knows what kind of evil things the Overlord Zerg did in Xeris, which can force such stubborn primitive Zerg out of their homeland. Or, the primitive Zerg are afraid of the Overlord. It is the business of the Imperial scientists to study these monsters, and our duty is only to win this war for Emperor Augustus. Duke's bravery is his excellent quality as a soldier. Even if gods and ghosts stand in front of him, he will slap them a few times. Although he is not very popular among his colleagues, Duke is indeed a qualified general. He knows the strength of his own fleet very well, and he despises his enemies in both strategy and tactics. He is most praised for always leading the troops, and his flagship must be at the front of the fleet. Even if they evolve plasma cannons and energy shields, the result will be the same. Chapter 563, The Mother of the Primordial. Entering combat distance. NORAD is about to make contact with the enemy ship. Lieutenant Colonel Scott did not care whether a super monster, as big as a battleship, should be regarded as an enemy ship. He just scanned the data sent back by the sensor with military rigor. The lights on the bridge were bright, and the Marshal staff officers in blue and black thick woolen coats were running around. Every crew member in front of the console was staring at the information on the screen. At this time, no one could be distracted in the slightest. Outside the nanomaterial-shaped portholes was an energy shield force field, and the bloody remains of the primitive swarm were scattered in the sky of continuous artillery fire. The bridge was silent, with only the sound of military boots stepping and knocking. The sound made by one person immediately attracted enough attention. Direction angle 140. Speed 170 knots. This guy is 3/4 mile long, and his head is covered with thick bone plates and armor. He reported to Marshal Duke. Tactical analysis shows that it has a high probability of choosing to attack our ship by hitting the bone-enhanced shield with a hammer-shaped head. The original Zerg looked like a slender Teledor narwhal, but it was much larger, and it also had multiple pairs of huge paddle-shaped fins and strong claws, similar to some weird lizard. This group of primitive Zerg that devoured the space genes of the dominant Zerg swarm was very different from their past forms on the land of Xeris, and transformed into top predators in space at an extremely astonishing evolutionary speed. Survive, adapt, evolve. In essence, the primitive Zerg that entered space still retained the characteristics of the original Zerg, such as the ancient Zerg teeth that have been passed down to this day. The original Zerg were a group of strange little dinosaurs that ran around in the hot and humid tropical jungle between the Xeris volcanoes all day long. Now they have become some kind of space dinosaurs. It looks exactly like the way Jim's wild dog would choose to attack. He is as brainless as this bastard now. Duke narrowed his triangular eyes, like a snake spitting out tongues. Open fire. No matter what method. Kill it. This is not worth your fuss. The real main force of the Zerg is still behind. He said, all fleets, fire freely. Duke's order was quickly passed to the squadron commander, the captains of each warship, the gun commander and the fire control system, the Swordfish, the Royal Sovereign and the Corhole Monarch, which were in the same direction as the NORAD 3, turned their bows and pointed their gun groups at the primitive Zerg that was rushing towards their flagship. After a burst of impressive broadside salvos, bright orange light pierced through the dark space and blasted deep injuries on the body of the primitive Zerg. But how cruel is a monster that can grow to such a size? Such pain is not enough to defeat it. This ferocious monster had never seen the Tyranid steel warships, and it might still be wondering how such a weak and fragile creature could evolve to its current state. But it would soon figure it out. And once it devoured those iron-gray steel warships, it would be able to grow eyes that could shoot lasers like the other side. Probably. The main gun of the Royal Sovereign opened fire, and then the bow of another battlecruiser also burst into extremely bright flames. Even standing on the bridge of the NORAD 3, one could see the shocking scene. The head of the primitive Zerg suffered a fatal blow from the Yamato cannon, almost opening its skull, and another laser-compressed nuclear explosion beam knocked off its head. It's dead. As Scott said this, more primitive Zerg followed behind him, ignoring the dense rows of fire from the Imperial fleet's guns and hungry for the flesh and blood of the giant beast. It can be seen that these small monsters, which were probably not much bigger than a glider, swelled up just by eating the flesh and blood of one of their own kind. The primitive Zerg had no objection to eating their own kind, which was what they had been doing since their birth. Several Valkyrie frigates opened fire immediately, and the missile bays rotated to lock onto the target. Rows and rows of rockets whizzed out, causing a lot of damage to the dense swarm of primitive Zerg, so that they had to keep a sufficient distance from each other when advancing. Thousands of Ice Dragon fighters and Viking fighters took off from the cabins of the Mammoth-class transport motherships. These powerful fighters were still as small as dust in front of the real battlecruisers, but they were fully capable of providing sufficient support for the main battleships. As more and more primitive Zerg were blasted into pieces by the firepower of the Imperial fleet, a large area in the Bracken system was covered with large areas of blood and flesh. But the range advantage of the Imperial battlecruisers ended there. The primitive Zerg were not only sharp teeth and claws. They soon launched a counterattack. The primitive corrupted flying insects could spit out highly corrosive acid, while others spit out strong acid spores, concentrated bile, specialized bone bristles, and even ionized red flames. Like the breath of a dragon, with only pressurized nozzles and amazing muscles, The acid and spikes they spray can be accelerated to incredible speeds, which are enough to compete with human laser artillery in terms of power and speed. Despite the heavy casualties before, the counterattack of the primitive alien Zerg still caused trouble for the Imperial fleet. The battle cruisers at the front of the fleet formation had to raise their shields to resist the long-range attacks of the primitive alien Zerg. But the attached small and medium-sized ships could not resist. Many small boats performing reconnaissance missions were unfortunately hit and immediately turned into a bright ball of fire. Some pilots did not have time to eject, and they became the first victims of the Battle of Bracken. Duke immediately ordered the fleet to adjust its formation and expand the shield force field, and this order was quickly executed. During the Guild War, the capital ships only relied on solid armor to resist attacks. But now the well-developed shield force field can put the Minotaur-class warships in an advantageous position. Vulnerable. Standing on the bridge and looking out the porthole, Duke's eyes seemed to be placed farther away. He was a cold-blooded person, and would never be shaken by the destruction of a few ships. Duke knew the significance of this battle. If even someone like him could not lead the fleet to repel the Zerg, he believed that there would be no one else in this huge empire who could do it. This was indeed the case. The Imperial fleet used only 6 salvos to severely damage the invaders, who broke into the Bracken system, giving the arrogant Zerg a heavy blow. But from beginning to end, the primitive Zerg never retreated. Although they had independent consciousness, they were not very smart and attacked entirely based on their combat instincts. The original Zerg are indeed not united enough. Even on the battlefield, they will challenge the leaders of the tribe as soon as they have the chance. A new wormhole appeared at 484-5, with a diameter large enough for 40 Minotaur-class battlecruisers to pass side by side. Scott said, "This is the largest wormhole, and it is not a good thing." The original Zerg learned the ability to open wormholes from the Overlord Zerg, but unless they know the exact coordinates, they cannot jump directly to the heart of the Empire. Therefore, the primitive Zerg could only keep advancing like a torrent, which gave the Imperial fleet a chance to intercept. "I want to see what that is," Duke said. "Upload the radar scan results to the main screen." "Uploading," Scott said. On the main screen of NORAD 3, an unparalleled monster was emerging from the wormhole. It was an abnormally large primitive Zerg, in the green image reconstructed by the three-dimensional holographic projection. It looked like a giant tree with a mushroom-like umbrella-shaped initiation. For some reason, Scott thought of a giant green broccoli with legs, and gave himself a small thumbs up for his sense of humor. Sliver, the mother of the swarm. "We got the name of this original swarm leader from the Dark Priest Asma," Scott said to Duke, when Asma was traveling through the jungle of Xeris. He noticed this extremely terrifying creature. In the beginning, Sliver, the mother of the swarm, was far from being as big as it is now, and did not have the ability to open a wormhole. But by that time, Sliven had already acquired considerable wisdom, and was able to strengthen the power of his tribe by constantly hatching primitive burrowing worms. Until Sliven met Sass, the lord of the Gam swarm under the Overmind. And then Sliven fought Sass's swarm for 4 years on the eternal scar of Xeris. During this period, it even ate the brainworm Sass once, until the Jormungandr swarm joined the battle, and was defeated with great force. Cerebrate Sass? It's still alive. Duke was also a general who had experienced many wars, and knew the reputation of the Cerebrate Sass. This cunning and cruel Cerebrate was very famous. It was the first Cerebrate killed by Emperor Augustus and resurrected. It is still alive, and can be resurrected by the new master, Scott said, according to the Ian Crystal record given to us by Master Asma. Only the Cerebrate Sass has been eaten by the original Zerg, but it has been eaten 4 times. The headmaster speculated that this brainworm may have liked the feeling of being eaten, so he chose to be caught on purpose. Duke did not laugh at this strange Nerazin joke. He did not care about it. Brainworms can be resurrected by the Overmind. They are almost immortal. "Any other useful information?" the Marshal asked. "Almost all powerful primitive Zerg patriarchs can hatch their own tribes, but they are not as good as Sliven when added together," Scott said. "Sliven can spit deadly acid. Because of its huge size, it is like a moving mountain. When these acids fall, they become deadly rainstorms. The most terrifying thing is the ovipositor in its body, which can produce tens of millions of eggs every day. And these eggs can immediately become terrible primitive alien insects. Want to overwhelm us with numbers?" Duke smiled. "There is only one way to deal with insects. Use fire. And if that doesn't work, use water to flood. Of course, this counts as 2 moves. Marshall, Slifen is using psychic energy to transmit information to us. Everything changes. Everything perishes. Nothing in the world is eternal. Everything is flowing. Everything changes with the changes of nature. And the times are advancing in constant change. In the translation device of NORAD 3. This became a poem by the ancient Earth poet Ovid. This is a slightly sharp male voice. What is it muttering? Duke is not illiterate. He just doesn't like to play with words. Can it understand what I'm saying? Of course. Scott knew his old boss's temper. No matter what. Duke never lost, but scolding it will not help. Tell it that this is the Terran Empire. Duke said, either get out now, or we'll kick its ass like this. Be stronger when facing a strong opponent. Kids. For Xeris. Sliven responded with a loud mental scream. And anyone who heard it couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Sliven's primitive swarm quickly passed through multiple wormholes that were gradually forming and launched an attack. Their number immediately exceeded 5 million. At the same time, tens of thousands of hideous monsters appeared from Sliven's back every second. The most numerous primitive insects were similar to some giant locusts, with a bloated abdomen filled with a large amount of acid. And there were also a large number of primitive flying snakes. These primitive flying snakes were mainly evolved from primitive dragons that absorbed scorpion worm genes. Their roles on the battlefield were similar to those of scorpion worms, and they could control the battlefield by spitting out venomous clouds that obfuscated vision. Primitive flying snakes could also use a nasal tube made of a soft ruminant intestine to drag the enemy towards themselves, just like a frog that ingests insects with its tongue. A large number of primitive Zerg flew over the edge of the Bracken system and attacked the Imperial fleet. Using all the attack methods they could, the situation immediately reversed. The newly emerged primitive Zerg were not only more numerous, but also stronger and faster. They could even dodge the high-speed battlecruiser fire and advance in the gorgeous flames. A battlecruiser named Imperial Glory was attacked intensively. Large numbers of primitive locusts penetrated the energy shield of the battleship, and the violent explosion shook the huge ship of the battleship. The explosion in the middle of the ship was the most violent, almost tearing the battleship apart. Painful screams and flames filled the entire cabin, and a large number of fragments scattered in the universe. Primal Zerg poured into the battleship and began to devour human remains. Even the primitive flying snakes used their nasal tubes to search for leftovers in the wreckage of the battleship. This was a feast for the primitive Zerg and a desperate end for human warriors. The sister ship of the Imperial Glory wanted to rescue, but was immediately attacked fiercely. An Augustgrad-class battlecruiser, the Red Queen, jumped to the vicinity of the Imperial Glory and burned the primitive Zerg attached to the battleship with a scorching electromagnetic force field. The fate of the Imperial Glory only made Duke shift his gaze for a moment, and he immediately pointed to Sliven on the radar scan map, heading 340 degrees. All fleets follow the flagship NORAD 3 to maneuver and jump. Duke already had a plan in mind. All warships preheat their main guns and prepare to fire according to my instructions. It is obvious that even Duke can understand that in the primitive Zerg of the tribal system, the leader is the brain and heart. As long as the leader is killed, the primitive Zerg will immediately fall apart. Chapter 564 Eat My Yamato Cannon. In the death jungle, where the fierce artillery fire of the Terran Empire fleet and the biomass shells of the primitive insect swarm intertwined, countless agile and swift fighters shuttled between the shadows of large warships and the extremely ferocious small primitive alien insects. Ships like the Valkyrie frigate were just a small boat in the stormy waves. There has never been a human fleet in the Copperless sector that can reach such a scale, and there has never been a war in the history of Terran humans that can be compared with it. The supreme commander of the Empire, General Edmund Duke, always looked arrogant, as if he had already won. Gunfire swept across the bridge window of the flagship NORAD 3, and sometimes huge space torpedoes and ATDX missiles flew by rapidly. The dot matrix defense system on the ship used lasers to intercept all kinds of strange primitive Zerg projectiles, and the highly corrosive acid sprayed fell on the energy shield and splashed everywhere. The battlefield was full of debris and limbs, and the speed of life passing away increased exponentially. The Imperial fleet, which is well versed in the doctrine of firepower superiority, always has the upper hand. Imperial engineers who designed new warships adopted many groundbreaking ideas when designing the Minotaur class, such as more laser cannon groups, secondary guns for flexible small rating ships, and additional missile launch bays. Higher speed, stronger guns, thicker armor, significantly increased hull size, and affordable cost make the Minotaur class a new class of capital ships for the Terran Empire. The updated Gorgon-class prototype Vulcan is said to have a firepower like a Calamity. As for Augustgrad's Pride-class battlecruisers, there are very few of them. Only about 8. They are warships commanded by the Emperor of the Terran Empire himself. Some components cannot even be mass-produced, and can only be manually stamped and welded by engineers. In contrast, August's Pride has stronger firepower, and the more powerful plasma cannon is enough to kill the Minotaur class in seconds. In just over 20 minutes, countless calibers of shells were poured on the battlefield. Used in orbital bombardment, this fleet can destroy the city in an instant. This did not cause any ripples in Duke's heart. He had seen more cruel scenes than this. When the Protoss Empire and the Zerg broke out in war with Ire as the center, the Boundless Fleet and the Boundless War spanned multiple galaxies. Except for the Bennett, Thomas, Flash and Indomitable Will, which were unable to keep up with the fleet due to damage to their hulls. The jump engines of all warships are ready, Scott said. Such a picture popped up on the main screen of NORAD 3. The jump technicians in the cabin were making final preparations. And the other picture was the drone assembly platform in the armory. Confirm the jump coordinates for the last time. Listen to my command and prepare to jump with NORAD 3. Duke gave the order while looking at the mechanical watch on his hand. Not only the battlecruiser as the main ship, but also the frigates, destroyers, Viking fighters, and Ghost fighters all have different types of jump engines. Although the distance is limited, it is enough to keep up with the fleet's short-distance jump. On the tactical console simulated with three-dimensional images, the mighty primitive Zerg army is still arriving through the constantly opening wormholes, overwhelming Duke's Imperial fleet. The swarm of Sliven, the mother of the original swarm, is the largest swarm of original swarms, winning mainly by numbers. In contrast, the Ash swarm of Agdra is composed of a large number of fireflies that can spit flames, and the swarm of Zerwin is composed of powerful ancient original Zerg and their most powerful offspring over countless centuries. At this moment, the number of Sliven swarm has approached 100 million, and from the calculation of the observation results of the huge original swarm's trajectory, this is only a part of the original swarm. However, these swarms are not enough to occupy the Bracken system. In the three-dimensional universe, they are just a point emitting heat in the darkness, and pink krill gathered in the ocean. On the screen, these tiny rays of light flashing red are densely attacking the Imperial fleet. Even if the Imperial fleet has a clear advantage in firepower, the primitive Zerg still see the opponent as a defender. This does not mean that the primitive Zerg, like their distant relatives, will not care about losses when attacking and will never be afraid. The nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is also reflected in the primitive Zerg. The difference is that they only succumb to the strong. Marshal Duke will not stand here stupidly waiting for the enemy to attack. Most of his life, over 50 years old, has been spent in the charge. Even if he only has 2 landing craft, he will adopt an offensive strategy. Given that the Imperial fleet and the mother of the Zerg Sliven are currently separated by half a star system, the Yamato cannon has a certain chance of hitting Sliven. But Duke wants a precise hit rate. But he wants to concentrate firepower to kill in an instant. So Duke's plan was crazy. Just like in the past, he was going to jump on the enemy's face, slap him, and then walk away. So, after careful consideration, Duke decided to smash the entire fleet directly into the enemy's face. If Jim Raynor was leading the troops, he might choose to abandon the Bracken system and pretend to retreat, and then set up many traps on the path that the original Zerg must pass. Nevertheless, Duke was not a brainless, reckless man. When he was sure that the situation was hopeless, he would try every means to escape. He just likes to keep the initiative of the battlefield firmly in his own hands. But what about the warships that can't catch up in time? Lieutenant Colonel Scott asked. Obviously, if the fleet jumps, the remaining ships will soon be exposed to the terrifying and ferocious fangs and claws of the original insect swarm. Unless the hull is severely damaged or the jump engine compartment is just penetrated, it is impossible for a capital ship to fail to catch up with the jump. This shows that the health of the ship Scott just mentioned is already very bad. Once the primordial mother realizes that her life is threatened, she will shrink her group to protect herself, and our people can evacuate safely. Duke just looked at the watch. Even if Scott didn't explain it one by one, Duke could still calculate how many crew members were on the 4 battlecruisers. Although the hull is larger and has more systems, the number of crew members on the Minotaur-class battlecruisers is not necessarily larger than that of the Behemoth class. The superior artificial intelligence-assisted operating system can well make up for the lack of manpower and optimize unnecessary positions. The Minotaur-class battlecruiser can carry between 4,000 and 6,000 people, usually around 4,000, including some Marines. The sinking of a battleship will take away many lives, and the crew of the First Fleet is of the best quality. It takes more than time and money to train them. If this thing doesn't go as you expected, Scott said hesitantly, this is a simple truth. Everything can't go as Duke expected. If Slyvan hadn't done what Duke expected, tens of thousands of people would have been wiped out. Edmund Duke is the most experienced admiral in the Imperial Navy. Even Horace Warfield can't compare to him, which is why Emperor Augustus Mengs entrusted him with important tasks. Duke has a high upper and lower limits. When he is strong, he can force Tassadar to retreat. But when he is weak, he can't even beat the pirates. Sometimes he has a hard time seeing the enemy's traps. And he is even worse at judging people. Duke was not a master of military tactics. The Empire will remember their sacrifices, and the Emperor will shed tears for them. Duke's face was cold and expressionless. He was the kind of villain who would abandon his subordinates and run away. He was completely different from Warfield. Prepare for warp. Countdown to 10, Duke said. For the Empire. Scott made a prayer gesture for the Emperor. The vortex of time and space flashed instantly. The moment the Imperial Fleet flagship NORAD 3 took off seemed to be stretched infinitely by time. But it did not cause a ripple. This was a signal. About 6,000 warships and fighters of various types, including battlecruisers, took off at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of Imperial Navy soldiers loyally and without hesitation executed the Marshal's order. And it was precisely the embodiment of the Imperial Navy's well-trained and high morale that such an order would generally cause a mutiny. This epic scene of huge scale made the primitive Zerg at a loss. It took them a few seconds to figure out what was happening. Only super primitive Zerg with psychic power have the ability to jump in deep space. And this kind of primitive Zerg is extremely rare in this group. The Imperial fleet jumped a distance of more than a dozen astronomical units in an instant. Like a giant sword piercing the heart of the Slyvan Zerg. The battlecruisers that jumped out even smashed a number of primitive Zerg at the jump point. Then, the deadly orange single chain poured out from the Imperial warships. And thousands of missiles and space torpedoes were ejected, including super nuclear bombs that could separate hundreds of tactical nuclear bombs. The weapons that came out immediately cleared a huge empty area in the center of the primitive Zerg. And the battlefield was reversed. The concentrated Imperial fleets were arranged one by one, forming a firepower network facing all directions. This is Duke's attack. A simple and clear fleet attack. Edmund Duke is good at using his advantages and will not hide them. This devastating firepower attack immediately exploded in the center of the primitive Zerg swarm, even causing fear among some of the primitive Zerg, causing them to flee in all directions. Considering that the primitive Zerg are still stuck in the wisdom of tribal competition, this is really incomprehensible. Humans may be one of the strangest races that the primitive Zerg have ever encountered. They can be very united, and sometimes even sacrifice many people to rescue the old, weak, and sick. But they are sometimes very cruel, and casually slaughter countless compatriots. Marshal Duke's flagship NORAD 3 is at the forefront of the fleet, surrounded by countless primitive Zerg. Those hideous primitive insects have the characteristics of dinosaurs and insects. Some are gorgeous like plankton shining with silver light, while others are Komodo Tyrannosaurus with bloody mouths. The only common feature is that they are dangerous and ferocious. Lieutenant Colonel Scott had seen similar scenes in the Marine Ecology Museum in August Grad. Outside the huge glass curtain wall, all kinds of strange aquatic creatures were lying on the glass with their teeth bared, trying their best to stick out their tongues to reach the humans inside. They were so enthusiastic that they wanted to merge humans with themselves. A primitive flying snake leader, as long as NORAD 3 tried to use its long tongue to stick to the battleship's shield and pull it towards itself. Surprisingly, it almost succeeded. But other small primitive flying snakes, who tried to follow suit, just crashed into it with a thud. The energy shield of NORAD 3 only lasted for a dozen seconds before it began to fail. A slight shake indicated her situation. But Duke had time to order someone to bring a glass of Tarsoni's brandy. He was so confident that he would win. Matt Horder was cautious in his use of troops, while Duke was just a prodigal on the battlefield. If Duke had a table of chips at the gambling table, he would definitely bet them all. The huge primitive Zerg leader Slyvan was right in the center of the bridge window. He was indeed a super monster the size of the moon. A broccoli with a hideous giant mouth at the root. Now, This monster with a bloody mouth was screaming in fear. It was not a sound, but a mental scream that could reach the heart. Just such an attack made hundreds of crew members on the NORAD-3 faint on the spot. Even so, the translated language was still a poetic curse. Countless primitive Zergs surrounded and protected their great mother, as if they were in the center of a vortex. After devouring the brainworm, Sliven's wisdom also rose. It keenly hit outside the range of the human battle cruiser, using its offspring clinging to its world tree-like body as a barrier. The main guns of more than 110 Terran Empire battlecruisers were aimed at Sliven, and the same light flashed from the huge muzzles. "Fire," Duke said. A compressed nuclear explosion penetrated the distance between NORAD-3 and Sliven, the mother of the swarm, and all the primitive alien insects along the way were reduced to ashes. The Yamato gun of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers was 3 times more powerful than the original version, enough to penetrate the armor of the Alexander. This was a round of Yamato gun salvos. More than 100 beams of compressed nuclear explosions that could destroy cities bombarded the huge body of Sliven, the mother of the swarm, and the explosion instantly burned countless offspring of Sliven. Sliven was probably the first individual creature to enjoy this treatment. The previous record holder was the flagship of the old Federation fleet, who survived the 6th round of Yamato cannons. More than 100. Enough to destroy the city of Tarsonis twice. The roar seemed to still echo in Duke's ears. And these Yamato cannons were just paving the way for the fusion missiles behind. Each battlecruiser carried a large number of fusion weapons, enough to destroy the mother worlds of multiple Zerg swarms. In the continuous bombardment, Sliven's skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. Its crown-shaped spine was torn apart, and its body was almost split in two, and blood spurted out like a mountain stream torrent. But even so, Sliven was still alive, just weakened. Suddenly, the original swarm stopped attacking the Imperial fleet and flew towards Sliven. The scene was horrifying, like a swarm of ants rushing towards syrup. "They didn't collapse," said Scott. "But they didn't avenge their mother either," said Duke. "Sliven's offspring were hungry for their mother's flesh and blood, and one of them would take her place." Chapter 565, Good News. Today, Augustgrad is already a highly modernized metropolis, with magnificent and beautiful steel and glass buildings arranged in an orderly manner along the checkerboard grid lines. And modern technology can be seen everywhere on the clean and beautiful streets. With the continuous expansion of the Empire's territory, some worlds in the old Federation era have become remote on the star map, which is why Mossera and Antigua can only be regarded as marginal worlds today. Kar is the real center of the Empire, and places like Forna 2 have become new core worlds because of their location. Just walking on the road in Augustgrad, pedestrians can pay small denominations of Imperial credits to take out a copy of the Imperial Truth from the AI propaganda robots along the way, or directly watch the generated holographic projection news. Even if they throw it away after reading, there will be a cleaning robot cleaning bot to collect it. Small drones delivering express or fast food can be seen everywhere in the sky. These robots are designed to be small machines not much bigger than puppies, driven by motors, running around on wheels and short legs. In essence, they are just some cute and adorable creatures. Nowadays, single-seat hoverbikes are no longer a fashionable means of transportation. Fancy anti-gravity skateboards are the favorite of young people. Nanotechnology has the most prominent impact on people's lives, triggering a technological explosion in the fields of medicine, industry and materials science in the Terran Empire. This is thanks to the Earthlings who came from afar. On the summer solstice in Augustograd, the new grass and wild flowers growing on the wasteland grew vigorously in the warm night, and the blue moon with half of it missing hung in the sky. Midsummer is supposed to be a time for bonfires, fireworks, and dancing around the fire. But now it's wartime, so everything is kept simple. Even so, in Augustgrad's shops, you can still buy local firewood with a safe radiation index, fireworks imported from Tarsonis, and cheap and delicious cakes. If someone wants to sing and dance, the laws of the Empire have never explicitly prohibited it. Anyone who is smart can understand that the Terran Empire has enough supplies to deal with this war. The clean and efficient Imperial government methodically mobilized the resources of the Empire and dispatched personnel to ensure that military investment would not cause the original production order to collapse. As for the Imperial capital Augustgrad, residents living there can clearly feel the price increase and shortage of some commodities. But the direct regulation of the government still keeps the prices of daily necessities stable. On this lush summer night, The wind blowing into Augustgrad carries the fragrance of flowers and plants. Augustgrad was not much quieter than before the war. But there were fewer people in the commercial district, because people had to consider the possibility that the war might continue. In public places, in squares, cafes, restaurants and bars, it was still very lively. The first phase of the conscription order recruited about 40 million new soldiers across the empire, and Augustgrad alone had 8 million people, which meant that on average 1 in every 200 people joined the army. But the huge city was not completely deserted. Adults were discussing military strategy in public places in Augustgrad, commenting on the vague military movements. Even children were playing games of pretending to fight the Imperial fleet against the Zerg, and the games often ended with the crushing of a few innocent coral beetles. This day was particularly lively, not only because it was midsummer, but also because of the encouraging news from the Bracken front. That is, Marshal Edmund Duke, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial First Fleet, defeated the invading Zerg in the Bracken system, beating the bugs to a pulp and killing 100 million of them. The Zerg suffered a heavy blow and had to bypass the Bracken system. Now, this news was broadcast in every prominent position. Marshal Edmund Duke and his First Fleet soldiers immediately became heroes. People had never praised Duke's achievements so sincerely. If they thought about it again and wanted to count the glorious achievements of Marshal Duke, they would find that there was nothing to find. Of course, Duke fought many battles and had countless legendary stories. Even if half of them were made up by himself, they still had some gold content. But the fact that Duke single-handedly repelled the Protoss fleet at Mar Sara was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Raynor and Duke had always been at odds, but this was the only thing he recognized. In any case, Duke was now a hero of the Empire, and he had fought a hard battle this time. The Emperor knew that if he wanted to launch a resolute and tough attack, he should use Duke. Of course, the citizens of the Empire who had said this before would say that the victory of the Imperial fleet was certain. The Empire had invested so much in this fleet, and it should win. The military expenditure of the Terran Empire is 130 times that of the United States of Umojan. Most of this money is used to build the Empire's navy. Fortunately, the Minotaur-class battlecruiser is worth its price. At the same time, the major shipyards of the Terran Empire are also starting to build a new batch of battlecruisers, and the speed has increased tenfold compared to before the war. The trade routes closely link the various territories of the Empire. The engines and electronic systems of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers come from Tarsonis Prime. The armor is produced by Bronte and NAF-2. The naval guns are produced by the Car Military Factory, and the propulsion system is provided by the Bennett Group and the Dyla Group. The final segment construction process is carried out at the Bennett Shipyard, USA Shipyard and Augustgrad Royal Shipyard in Car. The entire Empire's heavy industry was converted to serve the war, and dozens of naval academies were added overnight. There was a shortage of non-commissioned officers on the front line, and they were not enough to be withdrawn to serve as instructors. This terrible war machine is building its fleet in large numbers, and even the older Terrans have never seen such a grand scene. Even the most cunning Umoyan double agent can't figure out how many fleets the Empire has. The Empire has the 1st Fleet and the 17th Fleet. In short, it sounds like a lot. The naval commanders of the old Federation era were also reused by Emperor Augustus, and the most famous among them were the commanders of Alpha Squadron, Nova Squadron and Omega Squadron. The former colonel and lieutenant colonel became admiral and lieutenant general because of the lack of naval commanders in the Empire. This situation will be alleviated after the large-scale establishment of naval academies, because these schools are not only for the civilian class, but even the poorest people can go to school as long as they prove their ability. The theory of sea power still applies in the Sea of Stars. The Emperor of the Terran Empire needs a fleet to open up the frontier for him and achieve immortal achievements. That night, people who thought they knew the inside story began to talk about the significance of the Battle of Bracken. The Emperor never explained to the public why he wanted to fight the first battle in Bracken. But there are 1,000 hamlets for 1,000 Imperial people. Some people firmly believe that when the Zerg approached the planet Bracken, the battle had to be fought, while others believe that Bracken's geographical location was crucial because it was the gateway to the Southwest Empire. Anyway, it is not the time to publish detailed battle plans in newspapers, because brainworms also read newspapers. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Battle of Bracken is indeed of great significance. The Terran Empire needs a victory to prove its current strength, so that the enemy will carefully weigh the price it will pay before launching a large-scale attack. Tonight, Augustgrad is full of people. and countless people sing the national anthem in front of the statue of former Federal Marshal Fowler. The Marshal never saw the establishment of the Terran Empire with his own eyes. He died on the eve of the end of the Guild War. He was a hero of the Terrans. Not the Terran Empire. But Emperor Augustus still erected a statue for him. The gathered Augustulars held a huge portrait of Emperor Augustus and waved flags through the streets. Both those who supported the monarchy and those who opposed it were silent. The emperor's authority was unshakable, and humans were happy to pass on this respect to his descendants, as long as they were not too incompetent or too outrageous. The war had undoubtedly changed the lives of the people of the empire, but at least life had not changed for the worse. The Terrans hate war and have no passion for it, but they cannot escape it. Now, an indisputable fact has been recognized by the public. That is, the demise of the corrupt old Federation is inevitable, and the Terrans must have a resolute leader to lead them. This is the inevitability of history. Not everyone is immersed in victory. More than 100,000 people spontaneously came to the long river outside Augustgrad, watching many red candles carried by small paper boats floating down the river. Half of these people were wearing black mourning clothes, and young widows were crying. When the news of victory was sent back to Korhal at full speed, it also came with a list of casualties. About 6,000 people died in the Battle of Bracken, and not even a single body was left. A fleet was setting sail from Bracken starport, carrying seriously injured Imperial Navy soldiers in hibernation pods, many of whom died on the way. The fate of these injured Imperial soldiers would not end there. The disabled would receive prosthetic limbs, and the new limbs would not be much different from the original ones in terms of movement function. Soldiers who were too injured to return to the front could apply for a job as a military school teacher, which was what most people would choose. That night, the Emperor expressed his condolences for the fallen soldiers. This was a staggering number. "Where is Matt?" Emperor Augustus looked less tired tonight, perhaps encouraged by the news of victory. "In Pontorfu. Agacora's Ash swarm is expected to arrive there in 2 standard days." The captain of the Royal Guard, Faraday, said. Faraday was younger than the Emperor, but he was as calm and serious as an old butler. "If the war starts there, the original insect swarm will soon enter our encirclement." Augustus was walking on the road with flashing lights. At this moment, Horace Warfield's 2nd Fleet, Prince Arcturus's 6th Fleet, and Matt Horder's Imperial Fleet had already set up a huge pocket array within 17 light-years of the Bracken Galaxy. This big net blocked the path of the original swarm, waiting for them to get in. Once the battle started, the loss of warships and casualties were inevitable. Augustus knew that the casualties in the Battle of Bracken might be less than 1% of this war. At the same time, Augustus also deployed a fleet in Charkson, led by Vice Admiral Jackson Hole. Together with Stukov's fleet, there were more than 100 battlecruisers alone. The Griffin swarm of Carlos the Brainworm also launched an attack, and it was obviously supported by the Overmind. "The news will be back to Augustgrad soon," Faraday said. "The Empire will win. Even if you say we might lose, I won't chop off your head," Augustus said. "We have the most powerful fleet of Terran humans and the greatest Emperor," Faraday said. "It is impossible to fail." Augustus took a first look at Faraday and knew that this was not flattery, but what the other party really thought. "Tychus, what are you doing?" Augustus looked at Tychus beside him, who was rolling his eyes. "Your Majesty, I need to pee," Tychus said. "You are really crazy." The Emperor knew that this guy was angry with him because he refused to let him drive Odin to the front line. "Don't pee in your pants." It's not that the Empire didn't send Odin to the battlefield, but Tychus's plane was broken by himself in the past 2 days. The old guy knew this very well, but he was depressed like a retard. "I will throw you to Jimmy right away and let him throw you to the bugs," Augustus said. "Yaha!" Tychus cheered. This was not the streets of Augustograd, but the Aurora Royal Shipyard located in the synchronous orbit of Korhal. Next to it was the vast docking platform of the Aurora Shipyard, and the signal lights of the acceleration track flashed brilliantly in the darkness. In the distance, Korhal 4 became a deep blue background, and thousands of lights emitted by the wake of the spacecraft, and the navigation lights shone like stars. In front was the core area of the Aurora Shipyard, with more than 1,000 slipways of different sizes and dry docks capable of berthing Gorgon-class battlecruisers, and huge supply stations piled with ammunition and supplies. In the Aurora Shipyard, the symbol of the Terran Empire can be seen everywhere, covering every banner and flag. There is also a city-sized drone manufacturing factory, where tens of thousands of assembly workers are working at the same time to produce a series of drones that can be carried by battlecruisers, including assault drones, fire suppression drones, defense drones, repair drones, and targeting drones. Thanks to the advancement of AI technology, Augustus cooperated with the United States of Imogen to develop new intelligent machinery. But the current technology is still not perfect and needs to be assisted by manual operation. These drones can replace fighters to perform bombing, interception, or rescue missions. A battlecruiser can also be a drone mothership. This small drone does not take up much space, as long as the blueprint is uploaded to the control center. Any Imperial starport can produce it. The Hyperion was under repair in a dry dock. This old-fashioned behemoth-class battlecruiser was a hero of the Empire, and Augustus was reluctant to retire it. When Augustus walked to the entrance of the Hyperion's cabin and took a look, the engineers inside were floating in the air, working with wrenches. "Boys, I fixed the gravity compensator." Swan's loud voice suddenly came over. Before he finished speaking, the engineers fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Augustus originally wanted Swan to be a cabinet minister, but this Mrs. Mainho refused to do it and wanted to hang out with nut wrenches and machine oil. His life pleasure was to drink beer with a big round wooden barrel cup and eat pretzels. Swan got married several times, but none of them went well. "It seems you already know." Swan was a little aggrieved. "I'm sorry." Chapter 566 Vulcan. "I'll bet my monthly allowance that you're just trying to tease us. This isn't over yet." Rory, Mr. Bill Purley Busquet, the second in command of the Royal Engineers, sat down on the ground, his eyes bulging with anger. He and several young engineers around him were inspecting the airlock, wearing tight exoskeleton work suits, so it wasn't a big deal if they fell from a height of several feet. The Hyperion had just completed a major overhaul and was moored in the dry dock to be handed over to the Royal Guard. It was supposed to be empty. However, there was a small problem during the third inspection, and the angry chief engineer Rory Swan immediately rushed to clean up the mess with several engineers. Originally, Swan didn't need to deal with this matter. He was in charge of all the ships in the Aurora shipyard, and there were at least 30 battlecruisers parked in the dock. But Swan was a man who couldn't sit still. Whenever he had time, he would run around with a toolbox. He also doesn't like giving orders. He only likes to be with tools and people who know how to use them. "I don't have time for this. There's a little problem with this compensator. You have to wait for me. I'll buy you a Mai Tai cocktail later." Swan's voice came from Hyperion's corridor communicator. "Don't rush me. Guys, it's almost done. I must say that Shorty can drink quite well. The glass he uses to drink beer is as big as my head." Tychus commented on Swan. "We drink from buckets and compete for half an hour." Tychus and Swan didn't have a good relationship, but they were not enemies. "You are amazing, Tychus," the Emperor said. Others ate meat and drank wine, but Tychus peed loudly. "Your Majesty." Bill Polybusquet saw Augustus and immediately bowed to him, and the other engineers also put down their hands immediately. "Thank you for your hard work, Bill. Boy. Eric." Augustus shook hands with these engineers one by one, and the young engineers with glorious faces only regretted that they didn't wear the best clothes. Engineers in the Imperial Engineering Corps come from all over the world, from factories, docks, and quiet towns. Many young engineers grew up listening to the legend of Augustus Minsk. The Emperor remembers the names of everyone he has met, even the truly unknown. His memory is not much better than others, which makes it even more admirable. A heavenly demon sergeant wrote a biography of the Emperor after retiring, and the book immediately became a bestseller. In that book, Augustus Minsk was described as an outstanding officer of the Federation Marine Corps, and the legend of the Terran Empire began. "Are you getting used to life here?" Augustus asked. Most of the people at the Aurora shipyard were transferred here 2 months after the war began. Some came from the warm and humid tropical jungle world, while others lived in the cold and snowy world. "It's much better than what we used to have," Bill said. Young people may not remember the time when they were sweating while driving the old T-280 space engineering vehicle. Bill is from Joss, where there are only high-altitude plateaus, continuous mountains, and deserts on the intercontinental plate. In the past, Bill worked for rich people who traveled to Joss. Later, he was attracted by the favorable recruitment conditions of the Imperial Engineering Corps and decided to go to the core world to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, he worked for several years, if his 2 sons had not already started a family and a career in their hometown. Bill would even want to move his family to Korhal. The treatment of the Imperial Engineering Corps is much better than that of private mining companies. And it is also safe. Most importantly, the Empire will not default on pensions. The Royal Engineering Corps is even more amazing. They work for the Emperor. In short, talented people in the Terran Empire live better than before. The imperial capital Augustgrad has a large middle class. Only Tarsones can catch up. Augustus nodded and looked at the Hyperion quietly docked in the dry dock. The Hyperion has never stopped being modified and upgraded. The money Augustus spent on her is enough to build 10 Minotaur-class battlecruisers. Even when the blueprints for the Minotaur-class battlecruiser were approved, the performance, firepower and armor of the Hyperion were not inferior to those of the new warships. In the past 4 years, the propulsion system, electronic system, armor, and weapons of the Hyperion have been redesigned. Everything is the best. And it was almost dismantled and rebuilt into a new one. This magnificent warship looks like a new one. And the towering bridge is shining under the illumination of the pilot lights. The flagship of the Empire. The symbol of freedom. The soldiers on board all call her the Lady of Mercy. The current Hyperion is one of the most powerful warships in service. Except that it is not as big as the latest Gorgon battlecruiser. Some people may ask whether it is worth spending so much money. Emperor Augustus' answer is simple and clear. I have been on this ship for 7 or 8 years. And the Hyperion has never betrayed me. Emperor, it's nostalgia. You have done an excellent job. Augustus said to Bill. At least the salary is worth it. Bill smiled. We also have children serving in the Navy. And some are on the front line. They are now on a battleship. And outside the several feet thick bulkhead is the cold space. We don't want those children who have just grown up to die so far away from home because of our negligence. Bill has a son who joined Joss's Imperial Stormtroopers. If the war spreads there, many people he is familiar with will join the war. Another old engineer in the Engineering Corps has 3 sons who have joined the army, 2 of whom are on the front line of Bracken. But his hand holding the welding torch is still so steady. War is so unexpected. And suddenly people's familiar world and life are torn apart. We will never get used to death. Whether the deceased is a loved one or a stranger. Augustus thought of the death of Thomas Omo and the increasing number of crosses in the Augustgrad cemetery every day because of this. Every work that can reduce casualties and achieve victory is extremely meaningful. There are more and more military families. In the old Federation, no one envied the military. People joined the army just for money. The soldiers of the Federation had no protection. If they were not transformed into resocialized soldiers and lived to retire, they would immediately become victims of the unemployment wave. At the end of the First Total War, the streets of Tarsones were full of disabled soldiers who had to beg for a living. And their young daughters learned to act charmingly and sadly to please the passersby. God knows what kind of people would take them home. The situation did not improve until Augustus ordered subsidies for disabled federal soldiers. Now the Imperial soldier is a respectable profession. You know, the apartments in the center of Augustgrad are all occupied by senior Imperial officers. But as long as there is a war, people will die. Prince Arcturus' son Valerian will also join the Navy and start as an ordinary officer. The semester of stilling was shortened by 1.5 years. The students had to study several times more courses every day than before. They were under military management so that they could become solid and reliable naval officers after graduation. There is no shortage of soldiers now. Only outstanding officers who can lead them. This is the only thing we can do for them. Better warships and better weapons. Now we have the ability and conditions. Instead of letting those brave children just take rifles or even fire sticks to the battlefield. Bill said, the Royal Engineers are ready to enter the front line at any time. The engineers are indispensable on any battlefield. They can repair damaged weapons and set up bunkers on the front line. The Empire needs people like you. Augustus looked at Bill. Bill Bousquet grew up in the old federal system. And most of those who maintain the Empire system are also such people. At this time, a dull duangling sound was getting closer and closer. It was the sound of Rory Swan pacing. What brings you here? Hero? Swan knew that Augustus had arrived. But he still finished the work in his hands before coming out. New job? When did he give you a new nickname? Tychus muttered. You know Swan loves to do that. Augustus said. Swan has a habit of giving people nicknames. But they are not for teasing. But mostly for intimacy. Raynor is a cowboy. Valerian Mengsk is called Little Boss. And he calls the Protoss Empire Executor Artani's baby. I'm looking for you. Augustus said to Swan. I guess you need an engineer. Swan walked up to Augustus and said. This strong lady Mainho was not actually short, but she looked rather flat. As soon as he saw Tychus, Swan immediately shook his beard and glared at him, as if to say that the other party dared to come to his territory. Of course, Tychus also stared at Swan with wide eyes. It was not good to speak well in front of the emperor, so he had to compete to see whose eyes were bigger. Augustus was used to this, and was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just thought that the two cats he raised were quarreling again. Swan, I received a report that Gorgon's experimental battleship Loki has reached the weapon testing stage. Augustus said to Swan, it won't be long before we can show this powerful new weapon to the public. I don't want to spoil your fun, but mass production of Gorgon will take at least another 2 years. Swan shook his head. This model of battlecruiser is too big, and the existing dock is not that big. I know, Augustus said. I was just going to see if she's worth the money. I can guarantee that. Swan nodded and said, the Minotaur is big enough, but the Gorgon is basically twice as big and can carry 8,000 people. The subsequent ships may be even bigger, which means there will be more space to load more powerful weapons. Who knows? Our ships may one day be able to carry out solar bombardment like the Spear of Adon of the Dallin Protoss. I like your enterprising spirit, Augustus said to Swan. Now take me to see the big guy. I hope they know you are coming. Swan said, we can take the tram in the shipyard. I hope you can tolerate the stench of us country bumpkins. You underestimate me. Augustus was silent for a moment. Don't forget how I climbed up from a puddle of mud and stood in my current position. Do you think I am unwilling to endure hardships now? Aurora Shipyard is a miracle. It is designed by Delarian Orbital Shipyard. But it is better than the original. There are countless docks, countless cranes, countless ships and trailers for transporting materials, and about 1.65 million workers. The tram that Augustus took was full of workers wearing blue or orange. They lived and worked in Aurora Shipyard and regarded it as their home. As the train was running, the radio inside was still playing the latest news. The Battle of Bracken really made Edmund Duke stand out, and other generals were naturally unwilling to lag behind. The radio also broadcast the progress report of the Aurora Shipyard, such as how many warships were launched this month, and how many will be launched next month. In the distance, a huge, canyon-like slideway is laid with an equally huge keel. Tens of thousands of people are working around, and from a distance, they look like little black dots. Beside the slideway, there is a mountain of alloy steel piled up, which is transported by supergiant cranes that are taller than the mountain. These alloy steels will be shaped, cut, and forged until they become hull parts, and then welded together with the unparalleled beams, and then assembled into various equipment and weapons. This is a Minotaur-class battlecruiser under construction. The length of the cables laid inside it alone can circle the city of Augustgrad several times. From laying the keel to the commissioning of a battlecruiser, countless people are involved, including workers, architects, engineers, smelters, forgers, drillers, and electricians. The work of the shipyard is under the supervision of the Imperial Navy Department and other departments. So you can often see Imperial Navy soldiers wearing power armor or red and blue uniforms here. Aurora Shipyard is an important military base of the Empire, guarded by a large number of troops. Now the Empire's shipbuilding technology has far surpassed that of Umojan, so they also covet it. Of course, the Zerg will also infiltrate, especially a mimic larvae that can transform into human form. Further away is the Gorgon test ship Vulcan mentioned by Augustus. The dock that carries her is larger and more magnificent than all the warships he has seen. The huge turrets standing in rows are like high-rise buildings, and the shadows cast when moving are like the spreading night. The Vulcan is sailing in the rising sun, with thousands of flags of the Terran Empire hanging on it. Oh, not as good as Odin, Tychus said. Chapter 567, Diverting Trouble. When the Battle of Tashai began, it was still dark in Augustgrad. When Emperor Augustus heard the news, he had just been lying in a chair in the palace's combat center for 3 hours. After waking up, he summoned the Minister of War, the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of the Army, the officers of the General Staff, and the marshals who were in quarrel. The situation was urgent. Before this, Augustus and his generals believed that the primitive Zerg launched an attack on the Zengel-Garis Gauntlet line to break through the defense line of Matt Horder's fleet here. How many troops do we have in Tasha? When the Emperor summoned the ministers, he was still wearing a neat blue-black Navy uniform. The wide-brimmed military cap embroidered with golden oak leaves and 5 stars was placed on the conference table next to him. His sharp gray eyes did not blink. Like a silent statue. In contrast, Darius, the Minister of War who came in a hurry, seemed a little flustered. Strictly speaking, he was just a politician with great management ability, responsible for coordinating shipping and material transportation to ensure that the Empire would have sufficient strength to launch and win a war when the Emperor deemed it necessary. The staff officers in neat uniforms and scarlet trouser lines were much calmer. They were all highly strategic and military savvy, and were responsible for providing battle plans, and advice to the Supreme Commander, Emperor Augustus. There are only 2 Marine divisions stationed in Tasha, and they belong to the Antigall Legion. There were many people standing in the operations center, and they all looked at the Chief of Staff, General Ulysses Hargrove, as if only he could face the Emperor's anger. Ulysses Hargrove is a tall, middle-aged man. He is not handsome, but very charming. Ulysses was only a sergeant in the 1st Armored Division of the Korhal Revolutionary Army during the First Total War. Later, he was recruited by the current Imperial Army General Runstein as a guard because of his bravery in combat. After losing an eye in the battle with the Zerg in the Battle of Atticus Minor, Ulysses was sent to study at the Umojan Military Academy. During his studies, Ulysses completed his book The Modern Copperloo Sector Battlefield, which is regarded as a textbook on modern warfare. After graduation, Ulysses entered the newly established Terran Empire General Staff. With the support of his old boss and the Emperor's appreciation, his subsequent promotions were smooth. When he took over as the Chief of the General Staff last year, Ulysses had already enjoyed a high reputation in the Imperial Army for his teaching supplementary books and military works with great strategic wisdom. General Matt Horder's fleet was the closest Imperial fleet to the planet, but he believed that the original Zerg's attack on Tasha was just a feint, and their real purpose was to break through from Zane and Jelgareth. So he only temporarily mobilized a full-strength naval squadron to provide support. One of Ulysses' eyes is a mechanical prosthetic eye, surrounded by acid burns. During the Battle of Atticus Minor, a filthy and deadly scorpion ambushed Ulysses' 5 arc tanks. He and his soldiers paid a very painful price to kill the brutal monster. General Horner submitted a detailed report, combining the original Zerg's march route and the enemy's previous tactical deception and other information to support his judgment. Ulysses said, "I have read the report in detail and think his judgment is very correct. If General Horner mobilized the main fleet immediately after the attack on Tasha, the Agodora Ash swarm in front would immediately launch an attack, and our defense line would immediately be torn open. Then at this time, the Bracken system would become a salient on the territory of the Empire, and then be surrounded by the Slivan swarm and Agodora. The Milky Way is a 3-dimensional world for humans rather than a flat world, which can extend infinitely in all directions. The Imperial fleet's defense line is actually long and sparse. The primordial Zerg can completely bypass the Imperial fleet or directly jump over it, but this will take more time, and the Overmind Zerg following closely behind will not give them this time. Does he think this is enough to defend Tasha?" Augustus looked at Ulysses. "If this is not a feint, then the real breakthrough point of the primordial Zerg is at Tasha. The battle there will be the key to whether we can stop the primordial Zerg, and even indirectly affect the outcome of the entire war. The Empire has adopted the organization of the old Federation Navy, and the number of Minotaur-class battlecruisers owned by a naval squadron is about 10 to 15, and the number of ships in the auxiliary fleet is also clearly stipulated. If it is replaced with the Behemoth class, this number will be even greater. For a marginal world like Tasha, the soldiers on a battlecruiser are enough to conquer it. But if the enemy is the Zerg, it is another matter. From the current point of view, the original Zerg are much stronger than their distant relatives in terms of individuals, but they seem to have no rules when attacking. After so many years of fighting the Zerg, if anyone still thinks that the Zerg are a race that can only rely on numbers to overwhelm everything, although in most cases this alone is enough to defeat the human army, then they are extremely wrong. Although low-level Zerg do not have superhuman intelligence, the brainworms do. The Zerg are smarter than humans, and they are not greedy, inward-looking, or fearful. Among the staff officers present, Colonel Ronald Jackson once taught those young, fledgling Imperial officers, "We once thought that in order to defeat the Zerg, we must have strict military training, wonderful tactics and strong commanders. But we were wrong. I have to tell you, the Zerg also have these things. If the brainworms are reading Sun Tzu's Art of War and on war, There is nothing they can't do. It is necessary to consider this, Ulysses said. The wisdom of the tribal leaders of the primitive Zerg is no less than that of the brainworms. But their control over the members of the tribe is far less than that of the latter. The primitive Zerg leaders also play tricks. But they are definitely not the talents of generals to lead the army. This is one of the reasons why the primitive Zerg were eventually driven out of their homeland. Their individual strength is generally stronger. But they are not united. If the Overlord's army is led by many loyal and intelligent cerebral generals, then the primitive Zerg are noisy outlaws, who fight for the position of the leader of the martial arts world from time to time. However, Zerwin, the ancestor of the Zerg, may be an exception. It has lived too long and is far from other powerful but stupid primitive Zerg leaders. We have backup forces. Ulysses said the name of a planet. Polaris Prime. That was the closest main star world to the battlefield, where the 8th Fleet was stationed, and the commander of the fleet was Carolina Davis. But the main star of Plarios was still far away from Tasha, and distant water could not quench thirst nearby. Even if we use the 3rd generation warp engine, it will take at least 2.5 months. And by that time Tasha will have already fallen. Minister of War Simon said. Unless this fleet has already set sail. Augustus said, calculating the time. It is almost time now. The 8th Fleet was formed only 2 years ago, with about 40 battlecruisers, 25 of which were old-fashioned behemoth class. Although all the warships were old, the combat effectiveness of this fleet should not be underestimated. As early as 2 months ago, Augustus ordered this fleet to rush to the front line. Originally planned to use it to replenish the warships lost by Edmund Duke. Immediately order the Davis fleet to change its course and support Tasha. Augustus ordered. Then, Augustus ordered, tell Matt to do it with confidence. As long as we kill the leader of the Ash Swarm, they will have to surrender to us. Sorry I'm late. At this time, Admiral Jim Raynor arrived. He had just returned from the military base outside Augustgrad, working non-stop day and night, as the marshal that Augustus relied on the most. Raynor was of course busy with work. He had to help transport the army and take care of the training of new recruits. Fortunately, it was not Raynor's turn to intervene in the training of the crew and soldiers of the Navy fleet. Otherwise, he would have forgotten about sleeping. Tasha. That's a great place, Renault said as he walked in. They really won't stop until they smash our home to pieces. Tasha is a beautiful ocean world, with tens of millions of islands of all sizes scattered in the azure ocean under the sun. The tides of this planet keep the ocean on the planet in a state of flow just right, bringing up nutrients from the seabed to nourish the rich aquatic life, but not too strong to cause greater damage, compared to Char, whose surface glows orange with death. Tasha is a paradise-like world, where the climate is simply too good to be true. This colonial world is free of natural disasters, and the pollution-free air and ocean attract millions of tourists. In short, Tasha is a good place to retire and enjoy your retirement. Tourists can swim leisurely through the shallow sea full of beautiful coral reefs, lie on the beach under the warm sun, and apply sunscreen. At least the primitive Zerg won't shit on our heads. If there is no fungal blanket, the destroyed city can be rebuilt, Augustus said, and asked someone to open the holographic projection on the conference table. At this time, the star map has been replaced by arrows and flags of various colors. In the lower right corner of the star map, the flag representing the Imperial fleet is fighting against the original Zerg swarm, and the Bracken Galaxy and Tasha Galaxy are highlighted. It seems that we have another big battle in Tasha. It is better to say that the original Zerg will launch an attack at the same time, and all fronts will have to fight. Raynor looked at the star map, because the Zerg swarm of the Overmind is chasing them from behind. The original Zerg has no time to stop and think carefully. It's just that we don't know where the original Zerg's attack focus is. It could be in Tasha or anywhere. He said, well, the battle line is too long. There will always be original Zerg that slip through our defense line. Sometimes, a dam can't always be closed to release water, especially when the flood season comes. You mean, it's better to drain than to block? Augustus looked at Renault and said, I've been thinking about it for a while. When walking towards Augustus, people couldn't help but make way for Renault. Jim Raynor is no longer the passionate farm boy from Shiloh. He seems to be simple and never plays tricks. But he has gained the respect of both the political and military circles of the Empire. Raynor is really willing to help when something happens. And his old friend Tychus Finley has done an equally good job in a sense. It is not easy to be hated by others everywhere. In the past, We wanted to severely damage the original Zerg before dealing with the Overlord. But then, the Overlord would have achieved its purpose of killing people with a borrowed knife. Raynor said. First, give the primitive Zerg a head-on blow, so that they realize they have hit a wall. At this time, we can make a hole for the primitive Zerg swarm that is eager to break through, and they will rush in the direction we specify. It is not easy to do this. We must constantly correct their forward route so that the primitive Zerg do not go the wrong way. Augustus understood what Raynor meant. In short, it was to let the primitive Zerg turn a corner at the gate of the Terran Empire and let them harm others. The question is, who will be the unlucky one? I remember the Taldaran Protoss are also in this area. Renault glanced at Augustus and laughed, although they are far away. The direction is almost the same. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello, Mrs. Victoria. You are still radiant in military uniform. At this moment, the Imperial Royal Brainworm wearing the uniform of the Admiral of the Navy moved into the combat center. The belt under its mouth was carved with eagles and lions, and the golden double-button buttons showed the royal temperament. The triangular eyes of the Brainworm were sharp and pointed, and the general's demeanor was just right. General Rhodes, you stepped on my tail. Apologize as if you stepped on someone else's dick. The royal Brainworm. The serious atmosphere in the combat center seemed a lot more funny. Sorry, Marshal Alpha. General Rhodes may have never been so embarrassed in his life. Not to me, but to Dick. It took the Brainworm several minutes to cover the distance of 30 yards. I said it couldn't stay with Tychus. Look what this Brainworm has learned. Marshal Renault thought to himself that you are still so uncultured. What are you doing here? Augustus also asked someone to notify the Brainworm. Although this guy often fights with others during meetings, he is a Brainworm with great military literacy, because he looks at things from a completely different perspective from humans. He often proposes some military plans that are crazy and anti-human. Damn. Can you believe that Lewis is still wetting the bed at this age? This is very wrong for a telepath. The Brainworm opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and showed a Cheshire cat-like smile. Look! Look! It's really a problem. Augustus was silent for a moment. Remember to take pictures. Chapter 568 Strange Creatures. That night, the General Staff drew up a detailed plan in accordance with the Emperor's order, covering everything from troop movements to logistical supplies. The bureaucrats at Augustgrad were very efficient and well organized, and the troops set out as soon as the equipment and supplies arrived. Among the troops that reinforced Tasha, in addition to the Carolina Davis fleet, there was also the 4th Fleet stationed on Tarsonis Prime, whose commander was the famous Vice Admiral Pryor. Both fleets were large mixed fleets, with standard battlecruisers, light cruisers, frigates, destroyers, mine-layers, landing ships, high-speed transport ships and drone carriers, which were sufficient to cope with various forms of war at present. At the same time, several naval fleets also arrived at the front lines of planets such as Zen, Gargars, New Alsace, New Vikingham, Gatlet, and New Caribbean. They were commanded by the famous and outstanding generals of the Terran Empire, who had made immortal contributions in the wars against the Zerg. On the other hand, at this time, the people of Korhal, and even the entire Empire, knew nothing about it. They were still discussing when the Protoss Empire, an ally of the Terran Empire, would launch an attack. As for the Emperor of the Empire, Augustus Minsk, by the time he really got the detailed battle plan, the scorching sun of Augustgrad in the summer had already risen. There was no way to continue sleeping that day. Of course, 3 hours was enough for Augustus, who had just turned 29. He had plenty of energy to sit on the throne of the palace and rule his empire. Although there were a large number of court ministers to share the worries, there were many things that Augustus had to do personally. Augustus did have a group of hard-working bureaucrats, most of whom were young backbones of the Pantellan party, and the older ones had also demonstrated their talents in the corrupt old Federation. The Emperor already has an empire, but he is still so diligent and self-disciplined. The wealth, power, and fame in this world are all within his reach. But he doesn't take a penny. The 2 palace maids served breakfast and hot tea and left in a hurry. They knew that every document and every order on the Emperor's desk determined the future direction of the great Terran Empire. It is rumored that the great nobles of Tarsonis have been purged. But this is not the case. The daughters of nobles with clean backgrounds can still enter the palace. They are all beautiful, gentle, virtuous, and full of youthful vitality. Emperor Augustus did not have an excessive hobby for beauty. He could have put his hands under the skirts of the court maids and touched their round thighs. Just like those tycoons in the Tarsoni's financial circle who kept young girls in captivity. But he always maintained amazing restraint. At this moment, in Augustus's bright and clean office, the air cleaner was working and sending in a refreshing cool breeze, so that the temperature, air pressure and humidity here were always maintained at the most comfortable level. The furnishings in the emperor's office were much simpler than other places in the palace, with only some colorful carpets and bamboo tables and chairs. Sometimes a palace pet would sit on the cushion next to it, probably a bulldog or a brainworm. Besides pens and documents, there were several warship models on the desk, including the Gorgon-class battlecruiser that had been newly sent by Rory Swanto, the chief engineer of the Aurora shipyard, and had been finalized. The Gorgon battlecruiser was twice as large as the Minotaur class, enough to fill the dead trench of Char. No matter what, a bigger ship always looks more majestic. The Gorgon battlecruiser will surely become the pride of the Terran Empire. Augustus looked out the window at the pure sky of August-Grad and the golden sunlight scattered on the huge glass windows, and once again focused on the plan submitted by the Imperial Supreme Command, which was proposed and formulated by Marshal Jim Raynor to divert the trouble to the east. For the generals of the Empire, Augustus always gave full trust and let them do it. In the era of the Revolutionary Army, when talent was scarce, Augustus personally led the fleet. But when the Empire's army was much larger than before, and he had a reserve of talented generals, all he needed to do was trust. The brief summary of the plan to divert the trouble to the east is to avoid fighting with the main force of the original Zerg and preserve the manpower, forcing the original Zerg to change its route to bypass the territory of the Terran Empire, and let the Taldaran Protoss, the neighbors of the Terran humans, deal with them. Naturally, it is not easy to achieve this goal. Marshal Raynor described this as herding sheep, and the Imperial fleet was a herder riding a horse with a sheepdog. Obviously, the primitive Zerg and sheep were like lions and mice sleeping together, and there was no comparison at all. If you are not careful, the out-of-control primitive Zerg will likely poke holes in the Terran Empire one after another. Raynor believed that the more complicated the battle plan, the more likely it was to have accidents. So his plans were often known for being simple and crude, but surprisingly effective. Even so, a large fleet is still needed to pursue and intercept. In general, the key to this war is to gather troops, attack unexpectedly, and concentrate superior forces at the contact point. The officers of the Imperial General Staff are excellent, with great strategic vision and military literacy. Under the leadership of General Ulysses, they further improved and discussed in sections to supplement the details to ensure that the combat plan can be implemented smoothly. It would be great if the Protoss could help, but the Zerg launched an attack on Shakuras in another direction at the same time, and they came from Ire. Due to unknown reasons, the wild Zerg of Ire have united into a large group again and launched an attack on the colonies of the Protoss Empire. So the Terran Protoss of Shakuras are now in a state of panic. In this way, the Terran Empire has to face the Zerg on its own. In Augustus' view, this is a disturbing signal, because the trajectory of this world has changed dramatically, and the appearance of the original Zerg and Ire Zerg was not within his expectations. Augustus didn't know whether this meant that Amon's plan to destroy the world would be brought forward. But according to the original timeline, the final apocalyptic war was only a few years away. Naturally, Augustus had to worry. At this moment, the door of the Emperor's office was opened, and Queen Sarah Kerrigan walked in. "You look really good." Augustus raised his eyelids and said to Kerrigan, who came in, "New Ghost equipment?" Today, Kerrigan was wearing a white Ghost combat suit with a blue circuit on the surface. The tight combat suit showed her curvy figure to the fullest. Kerrigan is no longer the young girl waiting to bloom. She is now as juicy as a ripe kiwi. Kerrigan's suit is very different from the ordinary Ghost combat suit. The most important thing is the pair of blades on her back made of titanium alloy memory metal and non-regenerative materials. This pair of detachable sickle-shaped mechanical appendages was designed by Egon Stedman, Rory Swan and Carrix. It has an extremely tiny nanoneural interface that connects to the user's back-brain nerves and can be flexibly extended, cut and chopped like the bone sickle of the Hydralisk. This weapon was designed for Sarah Kerrigan, and only a powerful psyker like her can wield it, even if it is interrupted. The pair of blades made of non-regenerative materials can be quickly restored in a very short time. Ghost Queen. As the noble queen of the Terran Empire, Kerrigan no longer needs to fight in person. And even if she does not use such a weapon, She can rip the enemy's throat with her mind alone. Such a weapon is designed to deal with situations when psionic power cannot be used. Yes, modern technology is really advanced, Kerrigan said as she walked. As she spoke, Kerrigan snapped her fingers with her other hand, and several royal ghosts in light gold uniforms appeared. Your Majesty. Kerrigan waved her hand, and all the Royal Guard ghost agents disappeared into the shadows. The lowest PSI level among the ghost agents here is level 7. And killing people with the mind is as easy as taking something out of a bag. You still can't forget these high heels. Augustus noticed the high heels made of alloy under Kerrigan's feet. Aegon said this can be used to kick people. Kerrigan replied. Ghost agents don't fight in high heels. But these super soldiers with superior physical fitness can kill people with swan steps even in 10-inch high heels. Augustus' heart almost stopped when he thought of the scene of the Ghost Academy's principal Sarko Angolini. A bald, greasy middle-aged man fighting in high heels. This is something he would do. Augustus commented, it makes your walking posture look more elegant. More like a queen. Sweet talk. Kerrigan walked to Augustus' desk. But do you really think so? Even husbands and wives need some private space. Augustus hummed. I heard that Tasha was attacked. Kerrigan held the blue combat goggles with her hand resting on her protruding crotch. Not just Tasha. Augustus took out a report from the pile of documents next to him. More than 30 worlds have discovered primitive Zerg, 9 of which are in the midst of war. Which means that the territory of the southwestern quarter of the Terran Empire has turned red. He said, our warriors are fighting bloody battles with the primitive Zerg on those planets. Although it pains me greatly, we must be prepared to abandon these worlds. I have ordered the evacuation of residents on the planets in the war zone. We must not easily abandon these worlds unless it is absolutely necessary. Every time the Zerg acquires a planet and transforms it into a hive world, the enemies we have to face will increase exponentially. Kerrigan nodded. This is why we must fight on enemy land as much as possible. The output of the planet, including the food they depend on for survival, is very important to humans. But the Zerg don't have so many concerns. This is why barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. Guess what important information our friend, the Dark Archon Zeratul, has sent. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and said, the coordinates of Xeris? The birthplace of the Zerg. The true home of the Zerg. Its status is equivalent to that of Earth to humans, and Ire to the Protoss. Kerrigan immediately saw what Augustus was thinking. I asked you to guess, but you never guessed. Augustus was helpless. Not being able to tease the lovely queen made life less fun. In contrast, his stupid nephew was much easier to play with. What are you going to do? Kerrigan made a fire gesture. Blow up Xeris? I decided to send a detachment of the expeditionary fleet to raid Xeris, led by Jocko. Augustus turned on the holographic projector on his desk, and a yellow and green planet appeared on it. Augustus is well versed in my elder brother Sunnyfing's strategy of changing homes. As the saying goes, advantages change homes, disadvantages change homes, and everything can change homes. Zeratul is there. Xeris was originally a green planet, but now from the outer space orbit. Ugly scars are all over it, like an ugly scab. Now Xeris has been transformed into the mother nest world that dominates the Zerg, with countless hatcheries, splitting pools, and evolution chambers all over it. Walking on Xeris, every stone thrown can hit a Zerg. What is Zeratul doing there? Kerrigan has a very good relationship with Zeratul, who can be said to be her teacher. He said he got a revelation from the Xel'Naga and decided to go to Xeris to find out. Augustus replied. As for what he found in Xeris, we will know only after some time. The old man never explains the whole story directly. Kerrigan stared into Augustus' eyes. Is Xeris important? Very, very, very important. Augustus paused, and finally emphasized. It must be in our hands. Xeris is separated from the copperless sector by a quarter of the Milky Way, and communication cannot keep up. Kerrigan just knew that Xeris was important, but she didn't understand why Augustus was so sure. Generally speaking, although Zeratul was always elusive and spoke in a vague way, he almost never made mistakes. The expeditionary force will be isolated and alone. But Jocko is capable of doing this job. And I sent Hank to set the mountain on fire. Augustus nodded. The 2 first-generation heavenly devils. Each of them is Augustus's confidant brother. Hank? Kerrigan smiled. If he appears, someone will be in trouble. Augustus thought for a moment and took out a printed picture, which was cut from the Ian crystal image sent back by Zeratul. The dark Archbishop Zerdal was in a withered primeval jungle, and the dead ferns smelled of decay and decay. This is a picture that has been enlarged many times. Zerdal is not even the protagonist in the photo. In the depths of the withered jungle, a small Tyrannosaurus with a goatee and many arms is hiding in the tree canopy and quietly observing Zerdal. There are still primitive Zerg left in Xeris now, and they are still resisting. What is this? Kerrigan asked. Strange thing. Augustus quickly answered Kerrigan's doubts about why he listed this creature separately. He took out many more photos. The photos were from various planets, and this small Tyrannosaurus-like creature appeared on each planet. Even Coral. I have ordered a search for this primitive Zerg. Chapter 569, The Troubadour of Xeris. Today is another day when August Grad is safe. Malcolm Kalerkian is a seasoned Imperial agent. Considering the time he spent at the Tarsones Police Department before joining the Imperial Security Bureau, he can be considered an experienced expert in this field. As an agent of the Imperial Security Bureau, Kalerkian's duty is to fight against all crimes that attempt to subvert the Terran Empire, which means that he and his colleagues are responsible for criminal cases, counterintelligence, and anti-terrorist organizations. Kalerkian is a very perceptive and thoughtful case-handling expert. He solved 3 times as many cases as his colleagues, which won him the appreciation of his superiors and the opportunity for promotion and salary increase. So, Kalerkian was transferred to the newly established Psionic Investigation Department last year, specializing in investigating cases related to psionic and non-human crimes. In other words, since then, Kalerkian has been fighting against the Umojan Shadow Guards and other sneaky non-human alien creatures that have infiltrated August Grad. This non-human alien creature mainly refers to a species of alien insect called Mimic Zergling, which has only appeared in the past year. Even among the alien insects, Mimic Zerglings are extremely strange creatures. They are twisted aliens composed of biochemical sensing substances, sticky nutrient mucus, muscles and organs, and can perfectly transform into humans they have seen. This simulation has no faults in appearance, and even family members find it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. In addition, Mimic Zerglings have a very high intelligence and can even use computers, which increases their danger. These mimic larvae are almost omnipresent. They often sneak into the military bases of the Empire or the homes of senior officials to steal confidential information. At present, the people of the Empire are still unaware of the existence of this creature, but as its range of activities continues to expand, it is only a matter of time before the number of sightings increases. 2 months ago, Kalerkian saw this thing once. The one who was fooled was an officer of the Imperial Intelligence Department. He drank a little, and was so dizzy that he didn't realize that the sexy blonde who took the initiative to throw himself into his arms in the middle of the night was not right. By the time the girl turned one of her hands into a sharp-boned blade, it was too late for the fool who was immersed in pleasure. But since there are aliens who can emit electricity in this world, it is normal for some strange things to appear. If someone told Kalerkian 10 years ago that someone could strangle another person with willpower, he would just say, "Brother, you are so funny. These days are so bizarre. Demons and monsters are rampant. Augustgrad psychics, Protoss, Zerg and deformed creatures are gathered together, and the Imperial Security Bureau is in a headache." This time, the mission given to Kalerkian looked weird. No matter how many times Kalerkian checked it, he felt that the monster on the wanted poster looked like the dinosaur toy he had as a child. A Tyrannosaurus with several forearms. But dinosaurs had already become extinct on Earth 65 million years ago. His mission was to capture one or more dinosaurs running around in a world of steel, concrete, and glass at the end of the 25th century. Just like the story in Jurassic World. According to the view of convergent evolution, if the environment of a planet is extremely similar to the Earth during the dinosaur era, it is not impossible for a race to develop a similar physiological structure that is born for brutal killing. As far as Kalerkian knows, this is a primitive Zerg, a branch of the Zerg, and their evolutionary path may have parted ways with the current Zerg tens of millions of years ago. Everyone knows that the Terran Empire is fighting the primitive Zerg, but that is still on the border of the Empire, far away from Augustgrad. This creature has now infiltrated Coral openly, so someone must have lost his official hat for this. In any case, Emperor Augustus must be extremely angry. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized so many people, and even the army to hunt down this primitive alien Zerg. You must know that almost all of Kalerkian's colleagues have been dispatched. It is conceivable that if the residents of Augustgrad found that the alien Zerg had appeared at their doorstep, public order would be greatly affected. Taking a step back, Kalikian couldn't imagine how many people this brutal monster had eaten in August Grad. Any missing report could point to a terrible tragedy. Even if it wasn't for the credit, Kalikian believed that he had an obligation to maintain the order of August Grad. Yes, he was the kind of upright Imperial agent who silently guarded August Grad from behind, and finally left without any credit or fame. Malcolm's nickname. I dare say that the original Zerg must be here. Believe me, I can smell the Zerg on it. Yes, but you have to take care of yourself, little girl. As an old veteran, Kalikian is also training newcomers. It is said that this primitive Zerg is very dangerous. Once you encounter it, you must call for support immediately, and you can't rush in by yourself. Of course, he is not a pure newcomer, but a top student who graduated from the Psychic Reaction Department of the Ursagos Military Academy, and is a telepath with a psychic level of 7. This kind of talent is just put down to gain experience, and will be transferred back to the headquarters after a while. People who come out of the Ghost Military Academy are often guys with noses and mouths in the air, and they are born with a cold face. But the girl following Kalikian is a girl with a good personality. Lively, cute and considerate, and is simply the white moonlight in the hearts of men. Delta Umbrock, number X10128B, is a petite girl with ochre hair and green eyes. She has strong telepathic ability, and her special abilities are fire control and precognition. Okay, I know. Delta replied a few words and said to Kalikian, follow me. In the central park of August Graciulian, Delta, wearing a black FBI uniform, is a beautiful figure. Kalikian also admitted that she was beautiful and Delta was definitely a great choice for a girlfriend. But he kept his distance from her except for work. This was not because of the age difference between the two, but because Kalikian got a headache whenever he got close to a telepath. Kalikian's psychic level was exactly 3.5. This level did not have the telepathic ability of at least level 5. But he was very sensitive to people with telepathy, which was reflected in his headache, and he had to take medicine to relieve it. In the past, the old Federation used people with similar abilities to search for people with telepathic abilities, but the current Terran Empire no longer does this. Usually, the Terran Empire does not need to establish a special organization to search for telepaths, and their parents will send their children to special schools themselves. Do you really think that guy is hiding here? Kalikian was still skeptical about Delta's statement. You know, Surian is considered the central area of Augustgrad. What exactly does that primitive Zerg want to do by mixing into a densely populated area? The people in the outer city haven't eaten enough. Does this monster come in to change its taste? Why did it come to Augustgrad? If it just wanted to eat people, there was no need to come to the heavily guarded capital of the Terran Empire. The intelligence of advanced primitive Zerg is generally higher than that of their distant relatives. But except for some extremely special individuals, the intelligence is also limited. Some experts in the Terran Empire's alien biology believe that primitive Zerg are a group of creatures that imagine eating whatever they want, although they have not become smarter after eating human brains. But this one must be very intelligent, even if it ate many people. Its methods of committing crimes must be very sophisticated. Now the police and security agents of the Terran Empire are not those good-for-nothings in Tarsonis. It is hard to imagine that a primitive alien insect can lurk in Augustgrad for so long. Judging from its movement trajectory, it is quietly approaching the palace. It is really bad. Kalikian couldn't help thinking that if this monster came to assassinate the Emperor, then he must not let it succeed. Although he had only met the Emperor a few times, Kalikian was convinced that the Terran Empire must not lose Augustus Minsk. He was not a fanatical supporter of Emperor Augustus, but he was a very smart man. I can be sure. 100% sure, Delta said. Another nightmare? Kalikian followed the jumping little girl, feeling like an old father accompanying his daughter shopping. You know, this ability always goes wrong. Delta has the ability to foresee, which some Protoss Dark Templars also have, and even the deceased First Overmind may have had. However, Delta's ability is not very stable, and she often has nightmares. And these nightmares often point to a terrible future. But she can't see far, and it's not always accurate. Even so, it is precisely because of this ability that Delta and Kalikian become a perfect team. Sometimes it goes wrong, Delta added. Maybe a few times out of 1,000, Kalikian said. As long as it works. Even if it's just one time out of 1,000, it's enough, Delta replied. She was right. I had a few nightmares after that, and I'm sure it was here. I'm familiar with this situation. This time it will work. She seemed excited and full of energy. In stark contrast to the old-timers in the Tarsoni's police department, who just wanted to get by and fish. But this is what a girl of this age should look like. She doesn't look like she lost her parents. When have you not said that? Kalikian could only say. And he still did not miss any clues that might be missed in Suryan Square. This time is the most special one. Delta snorted. Suryan Square was designed by a famous architect. The building is magnificent, showing the majesty of the empire. The path paved with white gravel winds through beautiful light fountains and tree-lined trees to the Imperial Art Gallery. A statue carved from white Moria marble depicts Emperor Augustus riding a horse. Whenever the people of the Terran Empire see the statue, they will remember who created their happy and peaceful life today. Since there is not enough evidence to prove that the original Zerg is here, Kalikian did not get much support. But he still tried his best to pull up the banner of his immediate superior and let the Suryan Police Department persuade pedestrians in the square to leave. If the original Zerg is really found, most likely it will be Delta who can do it. In fact, this little girl is very powerful, and even 100 Kalikians can't do anything to her. Delta has a Umojan laser pistol hidden under her uniform, but she has never used it. If it were the ancient Earth, Delta would probably be the kind of witch people talk about. She can control fire, and can set enemies on fire out of thin air. Compared with the ability to predict, Delta's fire control skills are very stable. At least Kalikian saved a lot of money on adding liquid high-energy gas to the laser lighter. Kalikian is no longer as young as when he first became a federal policeman. And the specific manifestation is a slightly bulging belly and a lot of fat. Generally speaking, in the past, when they were on a mission together, it was Kalikian who sorted out the truth of the incident based on the clues given by Delta, and then let her deal with the criminal. It should be here. Delta took out the map of Suryan Square again. It was a large public toilet with many huge trash cans stacked next to it. The row of trash cans and the toilet formed a relatively hidden space. Except for the rats that came here to check for food, no one would come here. There is also a billboard next to it, which is a clothing company called the Beautiful Emperor. This is a widely circulated joke in the Terran Empire, saying that Emperor Augustus Mengsk was very narcissistic when he was young, and he walked while looking in the mirror and bumped into a street lamp. And he also liked beautiful skirts. Ha! This is so embarrassing that no one took it seriously. Later, a company registered this trademark, which is said to be the industry of Prince Arcturus. Kalikian found the internal wanted order of the Security Bureau again: unidentified primitive alien insects. Rampant monsters. The Emperor ordered that it must be captured alive while ensuring its own safety. This primitive insect is very easy to identify because it is the only one with hair and a thick goatee among the huge group of primitive insects. In this way, the legend of the copper lagode monster spread and even became the inspiration for many film and television works. There are also reports of similar creatures in many places, but no casualties. The responders only claimed that the bearded Tyrannosaurus stole their cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks. Judging from the large number of reports, this guy is really not picky about food. It was quiet here, and they soon heard some subtle sounds. When Kalikian approached, he suddenly found that the primitive alien insect he had been looking for a long time was sitting obediently between the trash cans. And sometimes it quickly used its long frog-like tongue to roll up a flying fly and put it into its mouth. Useless essence. Useless. No. Rua the little dinosaur yawned boredly, and swept another augusticular ladybug into his stomach at lightning speed. I am the wind, and the enemy is the sand. The enemy is a fish. I am a torrent. It was about the same height as Delta, and looked like a smaller dinosaur, sitting like an Australian giant kangaroo. Wait for me to call someone over first. Kalikian grabbed Delta, who was about to investigate, and told him not to act rashly before he shook someone off. Suddenly, the primitive Zerg looked over. As if there was no blind spot in its vision, it's seen. Then, it waved its sharp claws to dig up the tiles of Suryan Square. Debris flew, and half of its body went underground. Delta reacted quickly, and the brave Imperial agent immediately rushed up and grabbed the tail of the primitive Zerg with amazing strength and pulled it out. Chapter 570. The leader of the primitive alien insect on the run. This primitive alien insect with a long and thick tail is really powerful. It keeps digging with its short forelimbs, and kicks the ground with its two strong and powerful hind limbs. The muscles under the tough leather have a marble-like dense texture, containing unimaginable strength and explosive power. But even Kalikian didn't expect that the petite Delta would pull the tail of this little monster out, which was no less amazing than Lindayu pulling up a weeping willow. Kalikian stood nearby, not knowing for a moment whether he should help Delta pull the big tail that was swinging left and right. After all, he was an experienced Imperial agent, and immediately took out the C9 electromagnetic pistol he carried with him, and shot at the exposed butt of the primitive alien insect. Unexpectedly, the two shots were fired with a sound like metal and stone colliding and swords ringing. But the other party was unharmed. For Kalikian, this was really shocking. You know, the C9 electromagnetic pistol can easily break a human in two. The butt of this monster seemed to be made of diamond. Now Kalikian was afraid that the flying bullets would hurt Delta, so he immediately stopped shooting. At this time, Delta shouted loudly. His arm veins bulged, and his muscles were exposed. He used his footsteps to pull out the primitive alien insect that was about to be buried underground for more than 10 inches, which shocked Kalikian. Ghost agents have strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, and can even bend gun barrels with their bare hands. But Kalikian originally thought that was when they were wearing combat uniforms. Could it be that Delta was born with supernatural power? It's coming out. Delta's face flushed. The next moment, the big tail broke free from Delta's hand, and the powerful female Imperial agent sat down on the ground. In an instant, the primitive alien insect swaying its tail disappeared. How can you be a match for that monster? Kalikian hurried to see if Delta was injured. No one in the security department didn't care about this likable little girl. This primitive alien insect was not a good one. The row of knife-like spines on its spine were covered with black bone plates, and the end of the tail full of sharp scales was a dagger-like bone spike. As expected, Delta's hands had been rubbed to a bloody mess, and the upright scales looked like rows of files. Even so, Delta didn't even shed a tear, but immediately put her head into the big hole dug by the primitive alien insects. It's terrible. I almost succeeded. Don't go in there. While waiting for support, Kalikian stared at Delta. She knew that this girl really wanted to get in. If you jump down now, you still have a chance to catch it. Delta gestured with a pair of bloody hands, and the scene was quite terrifying. As she spoke, she stuck her head in again and used her fingers to light up a blue flame. This seemed to be a tradition inherited from the Protoss by the Ghost Academy. The universal ability of psychic energy is illumination. Delta's psychic flame can stick to the enemy like a bone-eating maggot, causing huge pain and damage. Originally, Delta could not master this power very well. But since the Imperial Ghost Academy invited the high-level Templar of the Protoss Empire to serve as a teacher of psychic control and psychic breaking, human students have learned more systematic and valuable knowledge. For example, always maintain restraint and avoid harming others around with your psychic power. Wait, the medical team will be here soon. Kalikian sighed. A few minutes later, 2 drones finally arrived, followed by a large number of Imperial Security Department agents, who arrived in special cars. Then the Augustgrad Security Force Death Head is the elite Reaper unit of the Terran Empire that appeared in the heart of the Swarm campaign. Reaper Company descended from the sky and quickly took control of Surian Square. The turbojet backpack was originally a civilian technology used for mining, but now it is the symbol of the famous Reaper Force. This scene alarmed many residents of Augustgrad. The city had not deployed so many armed forces for a long time. But considering that the Terran Empire has already started a war with the Zerg, such a dispatch is reasonable. Star Agent Mal, this time you caught the bad guys again. A G-226 medical transport plane descended from the sky, and a blonde girl wearing a golden-red uniform of the Royal Guard walked out of it. The Minx family logo on her collar is the symbol of the royal family. She said, "Always you? Always me." Kalikian knew her. She was Nova Terra, the daughter of Annabella Terra, the most famous socialite in Augustgrad. Her internal number was X41822N. A super psychic. A superhuman genius. Stand aside. The Royal Guards are here to save the day. Nova shrugged. It's not something you can handle. It's up to you, Kalikian said. Nova. It didn't get far. Delta and Nova knew each other because they were both students at the same time in the Terran Empire Ghost Academy. Nova Terra was a star in the academy, not only because she was one of the few remaining descendants of the old Federation creation family, but also because she was the only level 10 psychic besides the principal, Sacco Angelini. The Ghost Academy lasted 4 years, but Nova graduated in just 2.5 years. which was a historic achievement. Nova was less than 16 years old when she graduated, and then she joined the Royal Guard of Emperor Augustus. Speaking of which, the people who come out of Ghost Academy are all cold and weird, but they are not difficult to get along with. As telepaths who are extremely sensitive to thoughts, they are actually quite eager to be recognized by their peers. You are injured. The original alien Zerg may be highly toxic. Let the doctor take a look. Nova and Delta have a good relationship. I have no problem here. I have to catch the original alien Zerg quickly, Delta said anxiously. Don't worry. I will lead the team this time. Nova's straight Royal Guard uniform looked particularly eye-catching, and the slim waist design perfectly showed off her good figure. It can't escape. The Royal Guards in gold-plated power armor walked out from behind Nova, with a dazzling array of modern weapons, and some even carried rocket launchers. Kalikian knew that these glittering armors were not just for show. The Royal Guards were elite troops, veterans who had followed the Emperor in the Copperless sector for 10 years. A Royal Guard soldier carried a black cube box in one hand, and when he opened it, hundreds of Black Widow spider mines crawled out of it. These micro-machines that looked like four-legged spiders disappeared quickly into the darkness once they entered the caves dug by the primitive alien insects, with only the faint red light of their electronic eyes visible. This guy has appeared in Augustgrad for a long time. Some people found that their homes were gone when they returned home from get-off work. It was this guy who caused trouble, Nova said. The people from the Ministry of Security and the OGB took a lot of effort to block the news. Now it's our turn to clean up the mess. Fortunately, it hasn't hurt anyone yet. Thank God. Kalikian followed Nova up the ramp of the transport plane. Let's go. Black Widow will lock and locate the exit of the cave. We have to get on board and leave quickly. Nova took out a personal terminal that looked like a personal tablet and pointed to the medical transport plane next to her. Can it cross Augustgrad by digging a tunnel underground? Kalikian suddenly realized. No wonder we can't find it at all. God knows how sharp its digging claws are. You know, in the early days of Augustgrad, in order to isolate the radiation source, a foundation comparable to the area of the continent was built with lead and concrete. There are hundreds of thousands of tons of concrete under Surian Square alone. Not only can it split mountains and rocks, it is estimated that it will not be a big problem to dig through the center of the Earth. How fast can it dig? Kalikian asked Nova. It's like swimming in the ocean. Our scientists suspect that the digging skills of modern Zerg are also inherited from their ancient ancestors, the other party replied. I can see that too, Kalikian said. As they spoke, they had already walked into the huge cabin of the G-226 transport plane and sat down in their seats, fastening their seat belts. Before the spacecraft rose steadily into the air, Kalikian was suddenly startled by a scream not far away. It was a thin man in a white lab coat, sitting between two burly royal guards, like a chicken sandwich between muscular lions. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? Egon Stedman screamed, and finally saw Nova next to him. Hello. Nova. Hello. Dr. Stedman. Nova said. Hey. You kidnapped me? Stedman realized it later. I'm sorry. His Majesty ordered you to come with us to capture this primitive Zerg, but you refused to cooperate, so my people had to knock you out. Nova's cheeks were slightly puffed, as if she was trying to hold back a laugh, except for Dr. Narrett. You are one of our best Zerg physiologists. Thank you for the compliment. I thought so too. Dr. Stedman waved his hand. This is too rude. The scientists on the Hyperion never get experimental materials by themselves. It's always like this. Hello, Doctor. We met in the biological laboratory in Augustgrad last time. Kalikian wanted to go over and shake hands with Stedman, but the spacecraft had already taken off. Kalikian did meet Stedman once. Or more precisely, more than once. At that time, he was ordered to escort a dead mimic larva to the alien laboratory, and he talked to Stedman in the laboratory for a long time. The two sides got along very well, and felt that they had met too late. Really? Stedman stared at Kalikian for a long time, and the embarrassment on his face was clearly visible. It's you, Mickey. No, Kalikian was about to say something, but Stedman shouted, and was so excited that he almost broke free from the seat belt and jumped up. Oh, you are Goff. He made a gesture to wait. Sorry. I don't remember it very well. Shao. Kalikian was speechless for a moment. He knew the character of this scientist. He was used to immersing himself in his own world. Startled and socially anxious. Oh my God. My experiment is not finished yet. Stedman remembered something and wailed. I told you to wait. Nova. It's okay. Doctor. Kalikian said, the experiment can be done again. Fresh original Zerg experimental materials are rare. You are right. Shao. Stedman said, you are a good person. At the same time, a Royal Guard medic was treating Delta's injured palm. You are the first wounded person I have received since I put on this uniform. The medic was also a young girl, and did not look like a veteran. I am a little nervous. I did not ask to see your medical license. Delta said. It may hurt a little. The medic said. Come on. Delta looked at the other party and said. As he said that, the medic took out his backpack and spread Delta's injured palms under the green light released from his back. The medic used a nano-medical kit that released a green light composed of countless nano-robots. The nano-robots would quickly repair the damaged body, not to mention the flesh wounds. Delta's hands healed at an astonishing speed, and even the skin healed well, with no signs of damage. Nano-medical kit. Earthling stuff is really useful. The medic breathed a sigh of relief. I feel like I can be a medic, too, Delta said. Yes. More and more modern technology is replacing manual labor. I may be unemployed in 2 years, the medic said pitifully. Okay. Let's get back to the main topic. Stedman on the other side cleared his throat loudly. This primitive Zerg is scurrying around in the Great August Grad. Only we can stop it. This creature can, in a sense, cross the continent by digging underground tunnels at a very fast speed like a tunnel worm. No one except the Zerg can catch up with it underground. This is the Brainworm headquarters. We have received the movement track of the original Zerg underground, and the agent worms are ready to go. At this time, a holographic projection image suddenly popped up in the cockpit of the transport ship. Across from him was a brainworm wearing a marshal's uniform. Kalikian rubbed his eyes several times and slapped himself to make sure he was not dreaming. What's wrong with that human? He gone? The brainworm tilted his round head in confusion. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Kalikian understood and said to Nova. It's okay. Someone will help you erase this memory when you go back. He just hasn't seen a brainworm like you. Stedman said. I have to remind you. Shao. If that brainworm calls you a close friend, then it definitely has evil intentions and wants to harm you. You are surprised by what you've seen. The brainworm made a gesture of putting his hands on his hips. That ape-man worm has been hiding in August Grad for so long, and my worms haven't found it yet. I'm more curious about how it came to Korhal. At present, it doesn't have the ability to fly or jump through time and space. Stedman said. Nova. Where is it going now? Asked the brainworm. What? That direction is the palace. Nova looked at the data panel in her hand and said in surprise. It's looking for death. The brainworm also exclaimed. It seems that I can get off work early today. Chapter 571. Are you a traitor too? Don't panic. Faraday. I've faced enemies that are hundreds and thousands of times more vicious than this primitive worm. From the office to the restaurant of the Augustgrad Palace. Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard, is persuading the Emperor to take shelter in the underground secret room. The palace just received a warning that the wanted primitive worm is coming here. Although Augustgrad is the most heavily guarded place, the palace is the largest and most impregnable fortress in the Terran Empire, and the most elite and loyal royal guards are guarding here. Neither Augustus nor Faraday thinks that the primitive worm can enter the palace. But Faraday still hoped that the Emperor could stay in a safe place as much as possible, because he knew that this was the only thing that could not be lost. But Faraday wanted to say something, but the Emperor just signaled him not to be nervous. But I was not born to die at the hands of the Zerg. Augustus said to Faraday, you are not a novice. Relax. If the primitive Zerg wants to enter the palace, it is a good opportunity to capture it alive. He said, you know what to do. Yes, Your Majesty. Faraday had no choice but to obey. The Emperor was like this. He was a man of action, preferring to face challenges head-on rather than sit in the safety of the back and wait for the results. The corridor decorated with mosaic tiles was very long, and the exquisite artworks on the counters on both sides remained silent under the light of the stone-hanging arm lamps. The portraits of the ancestors of the Minx family on the wall calmly looked at the Emperor of the Terran Empire with a distant look. Compared to the primitive Zerg that slipped into Augustgrad, Augustus was more concerned about the war on the front line. Since the Battle of Tasha, the Terran Empire has officially started a full-scale war with the original Zerg. and more than 20 colonies, outpost worlds, and mining worlds have been involved in the war. This is the largest alien war since the founding of the Terran Empire. Even the Imperial fleet, which is considered to be unmatched, has fallen into a bitter battle. Although strategically, the Imperial fleet has an advantage with far fewer manpower losses than the original Zerg. The terrifying thing about the original Zerg is that they can directly absorb the genes of their dead counterparts. The more original Zerg they kill, the stronger the survivors will be. For example, although the primordial mother Slifen has died, a new tribal leader, the cave mother Merva, was born from the many offspring who devoured her body alive. The new leader Merva led the tribe that originally belonged to Slifen to join the battle again. They firmly believe that there could only be one winner in this primitive competition with the Terran Empire. Either the primitive alien insects devour humans and become stronger, or humans devour them. This is the survival law of this race. Every day there are good news and bad news from the front line. In general, the Imperial fleet withstood the primitive insect swarm stormy offensive as expected. But the salient was inevitably abandoned. Fortunately, the personnel had been foreseen and evacuated in advance. Casualties were still inevitable, and reports of deaths from the front were increasing day by day. For those officers who had to send out death notices, it would be an extremely difficult task. But someone had to do it. Death notices would not be sent to the families in the form of cold emails and mailed letters. But officers from the army, where the victim served during their lifetime, would be sent to visit them. Of course, these officers would naturally be regarded as black crows announcing the death. Augustus immediately ordered that the work of providing compensation to the families of the fallen soldiers should be carried out immediately. The pension must be paid in full, and their families will also enjoy housing, shopping, education, and other preferential treatment. If they have already started a family, the Empire will bear the expenses of their children until they reach adulthood. It is for this reason that Augustus has been wearing black clothes these days. Without any long speeches, the people of the Empire can feel the Emperor's grief, because no one has ever seen him cry. When he walked to the door of the dining room, several court maids were carrying plates in. Since the outbreak of the war, Augustus has never eaten in the dining room, and always ate in the combat center with officers of the general staff. Today, these rich foods were not prepared for Augustus. "You are going to welcome the distinguished guest from Xeris here, my majesty?" The brainworm dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Marshal was enjoying the food on the table, and swallowed a huge Tarsoni's cassowary with a roll of its tongue. Leave some, said the noble Emperor, "you greedy brainworm. How could the master create such a strange thing like you? This brainworm is likely to be the last brainworm created by the master. The biggest difference between it and other brainworms is its extremely strong plasticity, because it is so weird and refuses to accept the rule of the new master." Augustus often suspects that Prince Tasha Blade is just a cover, and this brainworm is the savior appointed by the master. "When the great master created me, he used up all the virtues in the world and poured in his great thoughts." The brainworm chuckled. "I am its most outstanding work. You know nothing. Dog Emperor. Idiot." Augustus is also a man of temperament. Captain Faraday of the Royal Guards wiped the sweat from his forehead silently, wondering whether to add this sentence to the Emperor's diary. One day, the royal brainworm cursed the Dog Emperor, and the Emperor responded, "Idiot. How much does the Overmind know about the fallen Zelnada Amon?" Augustus sat down at the dining table, frowning as he watched the brainworm feasting. Amon created the Overmind, created the psychic link and the current Zerg, and from then on it was the so-called God War. The brainworm sneered at the original Zerg. The original Zerg have no mind connection, no brains, and often fight among themselves. They are so pathetic. Amon wanted to control the original Zerg, so he created the Overmind. Augustus frowned. "Yes, I think so. Amon wanted to use the talents of the Zerg to absorb the genes of other races." The brainworm said, "But the original Zerg refused Amon's rule. The pursuit of freedom is the instinct of life." Augustus said, "Only rule can create power." The brainworm said, "Although the original Zerg are powerful, they are internally divided, so they can't be the opponent of the piglets. The original Zerg are indeed powerful. The pressure they put on the Terran Empire is even greater than that of the Overlord Swarm during the First Total War. Fortunately, the current Imperial fleet is no longer what it used to be. In the Battle of the Windsor Galaxy, the Ash Swarm led by the original Zerg Patriarch Yagdra even severely damaged the Red Squadron. The flames spewed by the extremely powerful Ashworm were hotter than lava, hotter than the core of a star. and flowing gold and rhenium. Zerwin, the ancestor of the worm, was even more shocking. Its abyssal mouth could chew up warships. But even so, they were still driven out by the alien worms. At this time, an officer from the combat center pushed the door in and delivered the latest information from the front line. Augustus looked at it, and his face was not very good. Windsor, the pearl of the southern territory of the Terran Empire, fell. This is a young imperial colony, which was established by Augustus after he ascended the throne, with the purpose of consolidating the rule over the border. Augustus had long anticipated the fall of Windsor, because the Windsor galaxy was right on the path of the original Zerg, and lacked satellite worlds and lacked strategic depth. If a large number of troops were sent to guard it, a large number of fleets would also be needed on both wings. But the problem was that the battle line was too long. This beautiful planet is a wonderful world like Alice in Wonderland, with huge umbrella-shaped fungi like a colorful forest. Verdant pastures are close to the coast with gray-white cliffs. Dense bushes are full of flowers. And there are all kinds of strange creatures in between. The warm breeze blows the beautiful sea view. Her fall is a heavy blow even for the powerful Terran Empire. It is the largest industrial hub and economic and cultural center of the province. There are many magnificent crystal mines, smelters, heavy factories and military factories. The loss is incalculable. Although the destruction of the planet by the primitive Zerg is not as thorough as that of the modern Zerg, this group of gluttons will eat up all the creatures on it. Your Majesty, Nova reported that the primitive Zerg just stopped outside the palace. Faraday walked towards Augustus. It seems to be looking for a way in. I have ordered the royal guards. Let it in. At this moment, Queen Sarah Kerrigan was walking in. Since she didn't have to appear in public today, the queen was dressed like a housewife at home today, wearing a thin silk shirt, a pink and white long cotton coat, and a pair of loose slippers on her feet, as if she had just come out of the kitchen. My duty does not allow it. Faraday was about to say. I say, let it in, Kerrigan said in an unquestionable tone. Faraday looked at Augustus, who just shrugged. Yes, my lady, Faraday said immediately. Kerrigan glared at the brainworm that was eating with her beautiful green eyes before leaving. Her eyes were self-evident. No matter how rich the royal family was, they could not afford to keep such a pig. The brainworm almost choked and kept coughing. But this thing has no neck at all, and I don't know how it can be choked. I'll go out for a while, Kerrigan said. She's in a bad mood now. After the queen left, the brainworm dared to speak. A little grumpy. Augustus hummed. She was awake when I slept. There should be someone in the Emperor's office within 24 hours. That primitive alien Zerg is in big trouble. The brainworm gloated. It can't be a match for Kerrigan. She is the most powerful human so far. Even I am no match for the queen. So she is invincible in this world. The brainworm rarely sighed that if there is you, why is there Liang? Augustus' bedside is often filled with various military books from the Earth era, some of which were taken from Stukov. Among them is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms from the ancient Xia Kingdom. After reading this book, the brainworm immediately compared himself to the brainworm Zhongda. You can't even beat a bulldog, Augustus said. But I can beat Duke, the brainworm said. Then, Augustus picked up a roast chicken from the table and started eating. The brainworm also restrained himself a little and paid a little attention to his eating manners. These two masters who remained calm in the face of a great catastrophe. No matter how big the event was, they still did what they had to do. Faraday had been watching the surveillance outside the palace. When he saw Kerrigan pushing away the fully armed royal guards and beating up the primitive alien insect with a slipper, his expression and mentality changed subtly. In less than 10 minutes, Kerrigan dragged the original Zerg by its tail into the palace restaurant and threw it in front of Augustus like trash. Tell me what you want. Original Zerg. Augustus clapped his hands at the satisfied Kerrigan and sat next to him. I am Dhaka the Essence Drainer. I kill, collect essence, and absorb essence. This original Zerg was not much taller than Kerrigan, and its bruised face looked particularly funny. It did not need to learn human language, and could communicate with telepathy. Zerwin is leading the primitive Zerg to destruction, and I must survive. Only by surviving can I evolve. I have been observing humans. It said to Kerrigan, you are so outstanding. I am willing to follow you to absorb the essence. Powerful essence. Extremely powerful. You will help me and devour the essence of the Zerg. Essence is change, and only by changing can we survive. Essence. This word also means essence and essence. The brainworm alpha has mentioned that essence is the genetic information carried by all organisms, and is the key to the evolution and development of the Zerg. Both the original Zerg and the modern Zerg need essence. The difference is that the former can directly use the essence to make themselves stronger, while the latter incorporate it into the gene pool of the Zerg. Unfortunately, the brainworm does not often talk about the word essence. It cares more about French fries, cola and fried chicken. And this original Zerg talks about essence every 3 sentences. So, you come to join us. Augustus looked at Dhaka. Why do you think Zerwin will fail? Why don't you join the Overmind? The Protoss or other races? And the original Zerg never ally with others. Zerwin. They are like rocks, trees and hills. They will stand firm even when faced with strong winds. They want power. But power is just a trap, Dhaka said, and I am like a river. I know how to change with the wind. I can't collect the essence of the Protoss. I don't like them. Traitor of the tribe. How despicable. The brainworm shouted. I will collect your essence now, Dhaka roared. Come on. I'll make it easy for you to have 3 hands. The brainworm was so angry that it gritted its teeth. Rua, Dhaka roared. Beautiful words are better than poor swordsmanship. Augustus said to Dhaka, it seems that you have met the Protoss. Even if what you said is true, how can you prove your worth? He said implicitly. You just lost to a human woman. Chapter 572 Dhaka with full intelligence. So powerful. I am no match for her. Dhaka looked at Kerrigan, who was cutting her nails with nail clippers, with his dim yellow eyes, and seemed to be still in fear. I can't beat him by myself. The primitive Zerg are very similar to dinosaurs, but they are not reptiles living in cold, damp and evil as people think. Dhaka gave Augustus the impression of a small dinosaur standing on 2 legs and dragging a big tail, but its body was covered with many black bone plates and sharp claws. These weapons made for killing foreshadow how dangerous Dhaka is. Among the original Zerg of Xeris, Dhaka should be the only one with hair, namely the funny goatee on his jaw. Augustus couldn't figure out the purpose of these beards, so he decided to let Stedman study them. In Augustus's opinion, the current Dhaka is far from evolving to its true final form. In the cooperative mission of StarCraft II, Dhaka who absorbs enough essence is comparable to Super Rex and Godzilla. At the moment, it seems incredible that Dhaka has not absorbed enough essence after fighting the Primal Zerg and the Overlord Swarm in Xeris for so long. So you are a rookie, the brainworm said sarcastically. No wonder you came to humans and voluntarily obeyed such a weak creature. While the noble Zerg would rather die than beg for mercy. You are not qualified to say that. Others say you are a dog raised by my family. Kerrigan crossed her legs and put her hands on her thick cotton pants to pick her nails. I didn't do this voluntarily. I was forced to do it. The brainworm thought to itself. How can a real man be willing to be inferior to others for long? Brainworm. Powerful essence. Don't anger me. Dhaka really wanted to eat this brainworm. I want to know. What does your essence taste like? Let me have a bite. Anyway, because the brainworm will be reborn. No. The brainworm poked its head out. You bastard. What do you think of the brainworm? A buffet? I understand what you mean. Dhaka immediately replied, that's right. What did Dagos and the others do in Xeris? The old master has lost all his face. The brainworm was shocked. It didn't know that the original Zerg had even sucked several brainworms. Dhaka. Tell me. What is so outstanding about you that is worth my taking you in? Augustus waved his hand, signaling the brainworm to shut up. I can see that you are the smartest one among the original Zerg. But one of the freeloaders in the palace is enough. That's not what you said when I worked for you for nothing. I am a noble brainworm, the son of the master, and I will never forget this humiliation. The brainworm was angry. The agile fat man immediately jumped up to a height of 10 inches, pretending to bite Augustus' head. But the brainworm did not get what it wanted. It didn't even fall down before Kerrigan strangled its non-existent neck with a psychic grip, causing it to cough dryly like a person about to suffocate, curling up and twisting like a scalded insect. Save! 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 The brainworm screamed. Forget it, Sarah. Just let it suffer a little. Augustus was also tired. This brainworm is actually just a naughty child. But a child can also control hundreds of billions of insect swarms to devour the world. Unlike the Sirius Warfield and others, this brainworm is a first-class live treasure. At least half of the joy in the palace is created by this guy. Augustus raised this brainworm as a son/daughter. It was because of such pampering that he allowed it to be unruly. It's really getting more and more rampant, Kerrigan said, throwing the brainworm on the ground. The brainworm rolled on the ground, and soon returned to the table as if nothing had happened. It quickly focused on the food. Even if it was a dragon that would eventually devour the world, it was still a cub. Augustus looked at Dhaka again, hoping that it would answer his previous question. I am Dhaka. I can absorb essence. Dhaka had been thinking for a while, and said seriously, I am very strong. This is just one of my clones. I created many of them. I control them. Like trees and fruits, roots and leaves. There are many of me in this world. It's amazing. Augustus' eyes lit up. So my people have found your footprints on many planets. So your original body is still in Xeris. That's right. Dhaka agreed. What are you still doing in Xeris? Augustus asked. I'm protecting the primordial splitting pool. Dhaka tried to explain to Augustus what the primordial splitting pool was. That's where the primordial Zerg were first born. And it has the original and most powerful essence. The Overmind hasn't occupied the primordial splitting pool yet. Augustus reacted quickly. Augustus originally thought that since Zerwin and other powerful primordial Zerg had already escaped from Xeris, the Overmind should have already controlled the primordial splitting pool. Not yet. Dhaka said, the essence of the original cleavage pool is beyond the reach of ordinary Zerg. We are tenacious. We resist the attack of the Overlord. The army of the Overlord is fire. And we are weeds. The modern Overlord Zerg also has a cleavage pool, which is a huge chamber filled with viscous liquid. It was originally a place for the evolution of Zerglings. And now it can also be used for the evolution of other Zerg. The original cleavage pool can be said to be the first cleavage pool of the Zerg. And it is naturally extraordinary. There is no doubt that if the Overmind controls the primordial splitting pool or even merges with it, the Zerg will become even more powerful. Dhaka brought crucial information. This primitive Zerg is very smart and slick, while its other peers value strength and will not evolve their brains. As the future leader of Xeris, since Dhaka wants to surrender, Augustus will not refuse. Dhaka is of course very useful. If Dhaka can be used to form an alliance with the primitive Zerg, then the Terran Empire will have another great helper in the Doomsday War. Of course, he wouldn't show much hospitality. Since Dhaka came to him, it meant that he was the one who needed help. After all, Dhaka was a Zerg, not a human. So the way to deal with him couldn't be the same as dealing with humans. Many human commanders in the game were under Augustus' command, and there were also many Zerg commanders. If necessary, he could call Shakuras to get people, and Phoenix and Artanis could come to support him. Fortunately, we have Zeratul. He is in Xeris. Augustus suddenly thought, Faraday, pass on my order. Let the expeditionary force of Xeris reach the original fission pool as soon as possible. Augustus thought that after returning, he would send a message to Zeratul, who was now in Xeris, and make sure he controlled the original fission pool in his hands. Even if it was destroyed, the Overlord could not get it. I hope Zeratul can get it. In any case, Augustus still trusts his old friend's ability to do things. Original fission pool, the brainworm has been listening, and it immediately said, once the original fission pool is obtained, the power of the Zerg will be transformed. Augustus, you have to find a way to get it for me. Yes, once the Overmind gets the original cleavage pool, we may never be able to kill it again. Kerrigan also said. The brainworms on this side were a little scared. In the eyes of the brainworms, the Overmind is both a father and a mother and a godlike existence. But in these people's mouths, killing the Overmind is like killing a chicken. So, the brainworm stopped interrupting. Perhaps Zeratul has already noticed the original cleavage pool. With the ability of this dark priest, he will never let the Overmind succeed easily. If you have any other important news, tell me all of them. Augustus looked at Dhaka. I know that Zerwin has always wanted to devour the essence of the Overmind so that it can become the supreme overlord of Xeris. Dhaka thought for a while and said, this primitive Zerg's mouth was full of words like essence. In its view, survival is the first priority, because only by surviving can it have the opportunity to absorb essence. And everything must serve the above purpose. But it failed in the end. And it was a complete failure. Augustus said. Yes. So, it escaped. Dhaka said. It's not a shameful thing. But ancient primitive Zerg like Zerwin are not afraid of death. Even if they know they will die, they will fight to death to devour the Overmind. Augustus's understanding of Zerwin surprised Dhaka. This primitive Zerg can't make human expressions. But at this moment, Its tongue is hanging down from its mouth in surprise. But Zerwin still escaped. What it fears is not the Overmind. But what is behind the Overmind? Right. That's right. Dhaka said, the Overmind serves a master who consumes all essence. If he is still alive, all essence will be consumed by him. The changes will stop. And I will resist to the end. That master should be Amon, the fallen Xel'Naga, who proclaimed himself the Dark God. The Tal'Darim worship him as a god. And the Overmind is also influenced by it. Kerrigan said. Now humans and Protoss know very little about Amon's true information and purpose. They just think he is a malicious void god. Zerwin saw his shadow in the Overmind. And his influence is still exerted on the broken swarm. The Overmind returned to Xeris. And he will return, Dhaka said. Dhaka knew that Amon's existence was not something incredible. The powerful primitive Zerg were extremely sensitive to danger. The fear that Amon brought to the primitive Zerg was almost engraved in their genes. Yeah. Augustus thought Dhaka was right. At some point in the long past, the Xel'Naga Amon arrived in Xeris and violated the rules agreed upon by the Xel'Naga clan, which was not to interfere with creation. Amon forcibly transformed the original Zerg at that time, abducted most of the original Zerg, and created the original Overmind. And Zerwin was the ancient original Zerg, who was fortunate enough to witness that terrible scene. The still weak original Zerg trembled in front of Amon. So after the Overmind returned to Xeris, Zerwin's fear of Amon returned. The original Zerg are not afraid of death. Because death, survival or evolution is the law of Xeris. But the original Zerg, especially the strongest among them, would rather die than be enslaved. Life is not controlled. Life can always break the shackles. They open up new areas, break through obstacles. It is painful and even dangerous. But that is life. Life will always find its own way out. Just like seeds will push away the stones above when they germinate, the roots of plants will continue to extend underground to find water sources. For example, the roots of the Marcera stone rose may be hundreds of feet long. The Overmind tries to control the Zerg, dominate, and control all evolutionary directions. But life cannot be changed. Life will find its own direction. Dhaka said, he will devour all the essence. We can't grow in such a world. We will never surrender. That's right. We will never surrender. Amon thinks he can play with all living things. But he is just a clown. The brainworm jumped out again at this time. Amon doesn't care about the Overmind's great plan at all. But he will regret it one day. The Zerg will never be enslaved. We are the tide. The enemy is just duckweed. Dhaka said, the enemy is wildfire. We will burn. So we fight. We can't drift away like fallen leaves. We must hold on. From the information we have now, Amon is definitely the real mastermind behind the scenes. Augustus also knows Amon's overall plan and knows that he is preparing to create a super hybrid as a host to return to the real universe from the void, which is the so-called rebirth. Once Amon's consciousness returns to the real world, the army it controls will destroy the entire universe, causing everything to wither and the stars to die. It's a cliched script of an evil villain destroying the world. But that's what Amon thought. And what Augustus is going to do now is to thwart Amon's plan. Everyone thinks that the Zerg are already extremely terrible, but they are just part of Amon's army. Well, I still want to ask you, why don't you follow Zerwin to absorb the essence of humans, but instead ally with the weaker humans? Augustus asked. I'm very surprised. It's impossible for Dhaka to surrender to the Overmind. But it's strange that he gave up his position to mix with humans. Zerwin has no intention of defeating humans. It just wants to escape. Dhaka said seriously, it's not trustworthy. As long as I can follow you to collect the essence of the original Zerg in the Zerg, I can become powerful. Dhaka said, the original Zerg will rise. In the final analysis, it still looks down on the essence of humans. But although the quality of human essence is not very good, the quantity is still okay. Humans are a very strange race. They have low essence, but can create terrible tools. Although Dhaka despises human tools from the bottom of his heart, he has seen the power of the Imperial fleet. Keep him. But you can't eat people in Augustgrad. Understand? At this time, Augustus thought about it, and decided to keep Dhaka. After all, the palace still lacks a guard. Humans. Weak essence. The gain is not worth the loss. Dhaka said, humans will avenge their dead race. Dhaka looked at Kerrigan and said, I will serve the supreme overlord of mankind. He is the emperor. Kerrigan pointed at Augustus and said jokingly, according to the ancients, He is my master. The essence of inferiority. Dihaka looked at Augustus, who vaguely heard it snort. The emperor of the Terran Empire was actually looked down upon by a primitive Zerg. Don't you think it speaks like Tosh? Augustus asked Kerrigan. They are very similar in that they don't speak human language. Kerrigan said, there's nothing strange about this. Cyrodiil is like this too. Because they are not human beings. Call Stedman over and ask him to check this primitive Zerg to see if it carries any infectious diseases, and to get rid of the worms. Augustus gave the order, and said to Dihaka, since you have come to us, you must abide by human rules. Then, I will let you get what you want. Essence, Dihaka said. Okay. Augustus was convincing himself, if we fight to Xeris one day, it will be very useful. At least, now Dihaka will teach us how to deal with Zerwin. Chapter 573, Frontline Warfare. Originally, Augustus's combat center in the Augustgrad Palace had only 50 staff members. But later this number increased to 400. And even several vacant rooms were temporarily used as additional offices. The headquarters always has to have a small number of elite personnel. They must be outstanding, responsive, and not make mistakes. Even so, an interstellar war that spans hundreds of star systems requires more people to handle planning, intelligence, combat, and logistics. At its peak, more than 60,000 people worked in the palace. Multiple Marines and naval departments. They were senior officers, intelligence personnel, and government officials. Governors of various planets also sent people to Augustgrad to wait for the Emperor's latest instructions. By this time, the orderly streets of Augustgrad were also shrouded in the shadow of war. And festivals and holidays were cancelled. Resources such as crystal or in high-energy gas should be used for military purposes first. More and more factories turned to military purposes. So the list of goods in the restricted purchase order was gradually increasing. And the export volume was greatly reduced. Among the imports, the demand for Umogen's cutting-edge propulsion technology continued to increase. The people are increasingly worried, especially as casualties on the front lines continue to increase. But they still firmly believe that Emperor Augustus Mengsk will lead the Terran Empire to victory as always. But this time the victory will come later. The actual situation is more severe than the people of the Empire imagined. Both the original Zerg and the Zerg controlled by the Overmind are extremely terrifying opponents. Although Edmund Duke's fleet had dealt a heavy blow to the original Mother Slivan's tribe in the Bracken system before the war started, the original Zerg swarm did not retreat. For the primitive Zerg, there can only be one winner in a primitive competition. Due to the huge number and extremely tenacious nature of the primitive Zerg, it is unrealistic to think that one or several key battles can win. And it is difficult for both sides to determine the winner in a short period of time. As a result, this quickly turned into a large-scale cross-galaxy war. Starting from the Bracken Galaxy, the battlefield covered hundreds of light-years of multiple galaxies, and 1/7 of the worlds in the Copperloo sector directly or indirectly felt the approach of the war. This is not the biggest war in history, but it is jaw-dropping. In less than 10 days, the main fleets and marines of the Terran Empire have fought more than 1,000 battles around these star systems. The smallest battles were just a fight between a squadron and a primitive dragon, and the largest included bloody battles from the surface of the planet to the edge of the star system. This war brought great losses to both sides, and brought painful pain to the Terran Empire people, who lost their loved ones. But it is far from over. Despite this, the situation is still favorable to the Terran Empire. On the way from the center of the Milky Way to the Copperloo sector, the primitive Zerg of Xeris had no rivals, devouring countless tribes along the way, and those capable of hyperspace travel also fled in all directions. But they were defeated by the seemingly weak humans. And the most fatal thing was that the more terrifying Overmind Zerg was behind them. On the morning of March 10th, a report from the frontline war arrived at the palace by the fastest route, which immediately attracted attention. Soon, the report was handed over to Admiral Jim Raynor and the Emperor. The moment we have been waiting for has come. In the conference room of the operations center, Raynor's face was full of joy. Before, even an optimist like him always frowned and looked serious. Zerwin lost his patience. Augustus put his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. It didn't expect us to block itself here for so long. Even if the primitive Zerg is still advancing, its speed is much slower than before. The Overmind and its swarms are chasing after the original Zerg relentlessly. According to the reconnaissance report, the Jormungandr swarms of the Brainworm Ark have already bitten the tail of the original Zerg. Now Zerwin is attacked from both sides. and it has no choice but to jump off the wall in desperation. And we are not in a hurry at all. In front of him is the star map of the war zone. Data from all over the front line is being collected into it every moment, and then sorted and marked on the star map by humans and supercomputers. On it, the original Zerg marked in green have eroded many gaps in the Red Terran Empire fleet defense line. But they can no longer move forward. At this time, the Overmind swarm that had been chasing the original Zerg had already come up closely. Even the fastest information on the star map happened at least 2 days ago. This means that the situation may be even worse for the current original Zerg. The second generation Overmind regarded the original Zerg as cannon fodder that consumed human strength. It was the supervisor, holding a sword against the back of the original Zerg's neck and letting them fight with humans. In comparison, humans are easier to deal with. The standard for the original Zerg to judge the strength of the power lies in the strength of the essence. But humans are special. These terrifying upright apes have very weak essence, but they can use terrible tools. Zerwin, the most powerful original Zerg leader, thought so at first. But now, he suddenly found that humans were a tough nut to crack. Be careful of the desperate. As Raynor spoke, he connected the fleets of the Terran Empire and the clan nests of the Overlord Zerg on the star map with blue. It was clear at a glance that the original Zerg were surrounded by humans and the Overlord Zerg. Raynor, wearing a marshal's uniform, was confident and steady. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, this famous Imperial commander was just a farm boy driving a harvester? Facts have long proved that Jim Raynor is a true general, not just a lucky guy who happened to meet the Emperor. Before the war, the idea of blocking and slowing down the original Zerg and dealing with them with the hand of the Overmind was widely recognized by the generals. The difference was that Horace Warfield advocated building and defending several important fortress worlds to establish a defense line. But Augustus quickly overturned this proposal and adopted Raynor's view. The biggest difference between Raynor's proposal and Warfield's was that he believed that the Empire must take advantage of the strategic depth. The Imperial fleet should first strike the primordial Zerg head-on a few worlds, further shrink the defense line, and fight a mobile war instead of defending a few key worlds. At the same time, the strategy of clearing the land with strong defenses is also applicable. Using orbital bombardment to destroy all creatures on the planet can prevent the primordial Zerg from absorbing more essence. In this way, even if the primordial Zerg tries their best to capture a world, it will not make much sense. According to Matt's report, Zerwin has assembled its most powerful tribal warriors on Exgelia 4. Raynor said, these even include some ancient primitive Zerg as old as it. Dihaka said that these ancient primitive Zerg were dug out from active volcanoes or underground by Zerwin not long ago. After the Terran Empire recruited the primitive Zerg Dihaka, it immediately became a military advisor responsible for providing intelligence to the Empire. Of course, Augustus actually hoped to communicate with Zerwin and other primitive Zerg leaders through Dihaka. But the stubborn primitive Zerg were unwilling to believe the cunning humans. Although this guy didn't give much useful information in the end, Augustus still appointed Dihaka as lieutenant, and he became the only Zerg with a military rank in the Empire. This caused dissatisfaction among Corporal Tychus Finley, who thought it was a foolish act to give an official title to a pet. Zerwin is going to fight to the death. Augustus heard about the ancient primitive Zerg of Xeris from Dihaka. The primitive Zerg are almost immortal. As long as they are not killed and continue to evolve, they can continue to survive. Therefore, the older and more primitive Zerg are, the stronger they are. This means that the Imperial army of Isilia will bear the brunt of the attack. Isilia was originally a world discovered by the Uedi Expeditionary Force. After the defeat of these Earthlings who came from afar, the planet was immediately incorporated into the territory of the Terran Empire. This is a beautiful planet with beautiful scenery and lakes and seas. Due to historical issues, the place names and city names above are named after the naming method of Earth. The most famous water area is the New Aegean Sea, and almost all cities in Isilia are located near it. Exilia. Augustus marked this world on the star map. It's time to start the second step of Raynor's plan. So many primitive Zerg are blocking our defense line. If we don't give them an opening, we will not be able to get away from Zerwin if they force him into a corner. The core of the plan ordered by Raynor is to force the primitive Zerg to change their direction, which is much more difficult than changing the course of a river. If the plan goes smoothly, the primitive Zerg will change direction as expected, and the Terran Empire will get a chance to breathe. New Fortinier. Renault pointed to another star system. On the star map, the New Fortinier star system is located at the westernmost end of the Empire's defense line. It has to be here. Stationed at New Fortinier is Lieutenant General Gregory, the former commander of the Omega Squadron, who leads a large main fleet. I have ordered Gregory's fleet to gradually withdraw from New Fortinier, giving the original Zerg the illusion that they are retreating. Augustus said, if everything goes well, the original Zerg will pour into the star system and look for a new way out. He said, this is a high requirement for Gregory. He cannot give orders hastily. Otherwise, there is a risk of collapse across the board. Next, when more and more primitive Zerg take off from New Fortinier, the Eastern Fleet will shrink westward, and such an inverted loophole will gradually take shape. Renault marked on the star map, and the direction of this funnel exit has deviated from the territory of the Empire. As long as our main fleet on the Eastern Front continues to exert pressure, the primitive Zerg will follow the route we want them to take. I hope so. Augustus nodded. Otherwise we can only activate the contingency plan. At the same time, a considerable number of primitive Zerg will still enter the Empire, which is inevitable. On the route calculated by the supercomputer, the redirected primitive Zerg will pass through the territory of the Tal'Darim Protoss. It is foreseeable that there will be a fierce battle between the cruel and warlike Tal'Darim and the primitive Zerg. We have made all preparations. Augustus said, the rest depends on Warfield and the others. It will take us a few days to know whether this plan is successful. As a command center, Kar is still too far away from the battlefield. I don't like this feeling. But in fact, even if I sit in the palace and sleep, you can still win the battle. Maybe Warfield, Matt and Pryor are all famous generals. But it is because of you that they can fight together, Reno said. Without you, Augustus, maybe after I retire from the Union Marines, I will follow Tychus and become a bandit, riding a vulture chariot in Copperloo. Of course, there is no if. The border is too far away from Korhal, so Augustus cannot understand and control the entire battlefield in time and command his generals. Of course, even if he is somewhere on the front line, it is nothing but a pipe dream to want to command different armies and wars on battlefields at different times. Augustus didn't need to do this. What he had to do was to delegate power because commanders like Warfield and Horner were already good enough. The operations center would give a battle plan, but it would be up to each commander to execute it according to the plan when it was broken down into different battlefields. The specific method was not important, but they had to complete it. Many times, generals like Warfield had to make battle plans with their own staff on the front line. You know, the size of their fleet was already equivalent to that of the old Terran Federation in the past. People like you can shine wherever you are, Augustus said to Raynor. If you hadn't established the Terran Empire, who knows where these people are now? Reiner said, they may be gold, but only you can discover them and unite them. It's just that this era just happens to need me to stand up. Augustus smiled. The Imperial soldiers on the front line were all very brave, and their morale was generally maintained at a high level. The Terran Empire had both wins and losses in the battle with the primitive Zerg, but in general, the Empire, which was well rested and adopted advanced tactics, suffered less losses and achieved greater results. Your Majesty, the diplomat of the Comorian Federation in Augustgrad requests to see you. At this time, an officer hurried in. Why did he ask me to come? Augustus had no expression. He said that Moria discovered the alien Zerg, and the directors and executives of the Federation requested that we send a fleet to help them eliminate them. The guild guards of the Federation haven't fought for so long. Don't they know how to use guns? Augustus certainly knew the news that Moria discovered the alien Zerg. Now it is all up to the Terran Empire to support the Copperly human race. It is the de facto big brother in terms of politics, economy and military. To be honest, the Zerg in Moria has nothing to do with Augustus. Moria is closer to Char, and it is not surprising to find Zerg. But this time it is a large-scale invasion. The Federation has basically not developed its military in the past 2 years, relying entirely on mercenaries to maintain the situation. Let him come to see me. Chapter 574, Sending Troops to Moria. That night, in the hazy fog of Augustgrad, shops, restaurants and bars lit up with colorful neon lights. The endless stream of cars stretched for thousands of miles, converging into countless overlapping, flowing bright light bands. The stars are sparse at the edge of the Milky Way, and sometimes such light bands can be seen in the sky. They are linearly arranged flying cars and spaceships, and the lights of large tonnage cargo ships are more dazzling than stars. A few years ago, Augustgrad was still a wasteland, but now this brightly lit city can be clearly seen even in the high-altitude orbit of Korhal 4. The night breeze in Augustgrad was warm. But Ma Sakai, the Kelmorian Union diplomat stationed in Korhol, who was waiting outside the palace, had cold hands and feet. He paced around anxiously waiting for news. At this moment, the 8 royal guards standing outside the palace gates stood motionless. They were wearing gold-plated crimson power armor, shining with golden light, standing tall like pine trees, and looked like giants made of gold and blood. Only when changing guards, people would find that these warriors were living humans rather than statues carved in gold and stone. At this time, from time to time, imperial officials in suits and uniforms and senior imperial officers walked into the palace. They all knew the purpose of Zakai's visit, but did not say much, just cast a sympathetic look. After many years, the Zerg once again launched an attack on the entire Star region. The threat of the Zerg has never gone away, and the Terran Empire has never let down its guard. But the Comorian Federation is not the case. With the vast territory of the Terran Empire as a natural barrier, the rulers of the Federation seem to be able to rest easy. About 6 days ago, Moria, the first star of the Kelmorian Federation, was attacked by the Zerg, causing heavy losses and the collapse of order. Hundreds of millions of people died in a short period of time. The Kelmorians fought back, but the scale of the Zerg swarm was far beyond their imagination. Not only Moria, but the remaining colonies of the Federation were caught in the flames of war, and countless people died. The Zerg seemed to have suddenly appeared. Before this, they had never appeared in the territory of the Federation, and there were rumors that they disappeared quickly. At first, the executive board of the Combine asked for help from Umojan, but the United States was only willing to provide all support except for sending a fleet, because their few troops had to stay to defend their homeland. As a last resort, the executive board could only reluctantly ask for help from the more powerful Terran Empire. They were all smart people, knowing that this would definitely give Augustus Mengs the opportunity to interfere in the politics of the Combine for nothing. And everyone knew that this emperor was the most ambitious person in the entire Copperlu sector. But if they don't ask for help from the Empire, they will suffer greater losses. As a diplomat appointed by the Federation, Zakai, who shoulders a heavy responsibility, is more worried that the Emperor of the Empire does not want to meet him at all. The Terran Empire is facing the main force of the Zerg, and they may not be able to spare a hand to help the Comorian Federation. Zakai has met Emperor Augustus many times, and even a strict person like him has to admit that this young monarch has many valuable and noble qualities. However, no one can see through Augustus Mengs, and no one can tell what secrets are hidden under his glorious appearance. Is he really a revolutionary hero, or an ambitious person who wants to steal power? Mr. Thackeray, your request to meet the Emperor has been approved. Please follow me. At this time, several people in Royal Guard uniforms walked out of the palace gate. Seeing them, Thackeray's heart was finally at ease. Even though it was not the first time he entered the Augustgrad Palace, Thackeray was still shocked from the bottom of his heart. The palace is a symbol of the peak of Emperor Augustus' power. Through the magnificent dome entrance of the palace, you can see the open arches on both sides, and the escalator carved with leaves and floral patterns. Many corridors inlaid with gold and jade lead to various luxuriously decorated rooms, and the corridor leading to the main hall alone is 1,000 feet long. The golden and red flags of the Terran Empire, with the emblem of the Mengs family, are erected everywhere in the palace. The continuous colonnades, stone domes, complex planes, and gorgeous Baroque decorations together create a magnificent momentum. There has never been such a large single building in the history of Copperlu, and there has never been a building that gathers so many arts in human history. This is a symbol of wealth and power. In comparison, the luxurious residence of the richest guild leader in Moria is just a simple country manor. The Mengs family is a true aristocracy, while the most powerful and wealthy people among the Comorians are ultimately profit-seeking businessmen. The palace is large, but there are corridors and elevators everywhere. It takes 20 minutes for these elevators to go from the underground to the top. Zakai originally thought that Emperor Augustus would summon him to the reception room of the palace, just like the previous times, but he did not expect that the Emperor would allow him to enter the combat center inside the palace. Although Sakai was not aware that the Royal Palace Operations Center was already the highest military agency of the Terran Empire, the sight of so many Imperial officers working and arguing at their desks made him realize that what was going on here was closely related to the war between the Zerg. This did not scare Sakai. Sakai was not a politician. On the contrary, he was once the greatest general of the Federation. During the Kylian War, It was Sakai who led the fleet to fire the first shot at the Terran Federation. At that time, the Comorian Federation and the Terran Federation could still compete militarily, and even had the upper hand at the beginning. Since then, Sakai has been the military leader of the Union, and although his victories made him a hero among the Comorians, the Union was defeated in the end. After the Battle of Kylian, the Union lost most of its planets to the Federation, and its strength plummeted. If it weren't for Sakai's high prestige, he would have ended up like several other generals, and became a scapegoat for the Union government after the defeat. Later, like many former Comorians, who were unemployed at home after the war, Sakai also actively participated in politics and anti-war lobbying. After that, he became a diplomat, looking for ways to reconcile the two countries in August grad. "Hello, Mr. Ma." The K. When the K entered, Augustus was bowing his head on the holographic simulation sand table in the combat center. "Please forgive me. It happened suddenly, and I am not polite." While the Emperor was speaking, Ulysses Hargrove, whom the K knew, handed him a cup of warm coffee. "Thank you." The Kai took the cup and immediately said respectfully to the Emperor, who was looking at him, "The Eagle of Moria also prostrates at your feet." The great Emperor Augustus I. The Copper Lusector is so large that everyone knows Augustus Minsk. His gray eyes and gray hair are very rare, and the Minsk family is full of handsome men and beautiful women. It seems that this family has never produced an ordinary person. This is not the Augustus that is circulated in many stories, but a living imperial monarch. 10 years ago, he was just an ordinary soldier in the old Terran Federation Marine Corps. At that time, Sakai was the general of the Comorian Federation. And now this man who calls himself the Emperor actually controls a powerful empire, a behemoth that spans the Copper Lusector. Augustus Minsk used his skills and ambition to create his powerful Terran Empire in 4 years, while the Kelmorian Confederation became increasingly weak and lingered in the shadow of endless unrest and economic recession. Augustus looked at Sakai and nodded with a smile on his face. If Ma Sakai was in the Terran Empire, he would definitely be an admiral. But it was a pity that this man refused to betray his people and country. This is a gloomy man, completely bald in his 40s. He has a sharp nose like an eagle's beak, a face like an eagle, and dark eyes hidden under a pair of frowning eyebrows. Although he looks very difficult to get along with, Sakai is a very gentle person on weekdays. He doesn't look like a man who was once one step away from defeating the Terran Federation. The defeat of the Comorian Federation was due to the intensification of internal contradictions and the weakening of national strength. In the later period, Sakai could only rob the weapons and supplies of the federal soldiers to maintain his army. "I know what kind of crisis Moria is facing, and I also know why you are here." Emperor Augustus walked in front of Sakai, without any beating around the bush. "I can also tell you my answer." Sakai stared into Augustus' eyes, and he was not so nervous even when he shot someone for the first time. "Of course, the Terran Empire will send troops to Moria. Why not do that?" Augustus shook his head. "The vicinity of Moria is the Empire's territory, and we must not sit idly by and watch the Zerg occupy this rich planet and use the precious crystals and high-energy gas on it to build and strengthen their hive warriors. For a long time, Moria has been considered the most abundant mineral planet in the Copper Lusector. Even after 200 years of frantic mining, there is still no sign of exhaustion. It contains extremely huge ore and gas resources, which are the key to the rise of the Kelmorian mining empire. During the Battle of the Brood, Moria was once attacked by the Zerg and the Protoss because of its rich mineral deposits. Relying on Moria's rich raw materials, Augustus can build an invincible fleet. And if it falls into the hands of the Zerg, the result will be the same. Therefore, Augustus will not sit idly by and watch the fall of Moria. The Comorians will always remember your kindness, benevolent king. It can be seen that Sakai is indeed very happy. Unfortunately, the Comorian Federation no longer has an army for Sakai to command. It is internally divided, and the major guild families are opposed to each other. The largest armed force is the mercenary organization hired by these guilds. I will send a fleet to support Moria, and for this, I need the cooperation of the Federation's army. Augustus waved his hand. He didn't need the Comorian people to be grateful. How much resistance does Moria have now? According to the information Augustus obtained, the attack on Moria was most likely the Griffin Hive of the brainworm Carlos. The terrible epidemic in Moria was the iconic combat method of this hive. The virus of the alien Zerg has been evolving and becoming more and more powerful. There have even been fungal clusters that can infect the Protoss. The nano-serum developed by the Protoss in the past has gradually lost its effect. The Black Death god is ruthlessly harvesting lives among humans. Augustus could almost guess what Carlos the Brainworm was planning. Inchar Stukov, who was a master of military tactics, accomplished the task assigned by Augustus brilliantly, and defeated Carlos, who had returned with a vengeance. So, the cunning Brainworm decided to take advantage of the weak and set his sights on Moria. By using Moria's resources, Carlos could regroup his troops and make a comeback. I don't know. There are battles everywhere, and men and women who can still walk have taken up arms. And all the heavy factories are producing tanks and Goliath robots. But the regular army had long been defeated by the Zerg. Sakai also felt that it was too embarrassing to say this in front of the Emperor of the Terran Empire. But this is the truth. The mercenary corps of the Kelmorian Federation was completely vulnerable. In the end, the most tenacious resistance was actually the armed workers and Kelmorian pirates. The entrepreneurs fled to Umojan, Tarsones and Coral early, leaving the people of Moria to fend for themselves. The war potential of the Federation is actually very amazing. Their mother planet Moria, which is extremely rich in mineral resources, and its affiliated colonies have a complete industrial system. And most of them are heavy industries that have been developed for hundreds of years. During the war, these factories were used to produce tanks, aircraft and space battleships. The fighting style of the Federation during the Kylian War also fully proved this. Although there is no large-scale professional army within the Federation, the Comorian people have never lacked brave and skilled fighters. Originally, even in the face of enemies like the Zerg, Moria had a chance to drive them away with its own strength. But the tough, brave and warlike Comorians were defeated. This was entirely due to the manipulation of the directors of the mining guild in the Union. When the disease first spread in the blocks built of discarded aluminum sheets in the major cities of Moria, the managers and executives of the mining guild did not take it seriously. They hastily kicked out the infected people and hired new workers without paying attention to the risk of spreading the epidemic. Only civil organizations, the Red Cross of Umoyan and the Terran Empire, took active measures. In less than a month, the infection spread rapidly in Moria and its colonies. At this time, the rulers of the Federation panicked. After all, the output and profits were greatly affected. But it was too late. When the Zerg invaded, the streets of Moria were full of dying people. That would have been fine. When the elites of the Federation confirmed that the Zerg had really come, their first reaction was to flee with their families. Even the legal people of the Kalani's guild ran away. The escape of a large number of rich people in power caused panic in the whole society. Coupled with the spread of diseases and the emergence of many new species, the Zerg slaughtered a large number of Moria people without any effort. I know. Augustus was silent for a moment, thinking that he might have to help Moria rebuild order in the future. After all, the Comorians are our closest brothers and sisters. He had no interest in annexing Moria, but this was indeed an opportunity to control the resources of the Federation planet. Chapter 575 Cockroach. On the 14th of that month, the Terran Empire sent troops to the sovereign territory of the Comorian Federation, and an imperial fleet led by General Abram Crookshank set out from Granaki Prime. According to the Cosmic News Network UNN, this imperial fleet is huge in scale, with countless giant starships supporting the dome of Granaki Prime, which can be clearly seen even in low orbit. Millions of imperial soldiers boarded planes at various starports and orbital space stations at the same time. And the scene was shocking, even considering the UNN's usual style of writing. A 50% discount was enough to deter the villains. If the brainworms were also watching the news, it would at least scare them for a while. As for the reaction within the Empire, it was mixed. Some people praised the Emperor's ambitions while others opposed it. The people of the Empire did not call for supporting the Kelmorian Union very much. People even believed that their children should not die for the Kelmorians. Considering the grudges between the Tyranids and the Comorians, this is understandable. Others believe that opening up too many battlefields will lead to excessive dispersion of troops, which will face great challenges in both troop replenishment and logistics. Obviously, it is the Tyranid Empire that is facing the main force of the Zerg. The troops are already stretched thin, and they have to take care of two disloyal brothers. Who knows if the Comorians will appreciate it? These shrewd businessmen may even turn the tables. But many people still understand the principle of the lips, and the teeth are cold. After all, there are a considerable number of Kelmorian citizens living in the territory of the Terran Empire. The Kelmorian Federation regime has actually collapsed, and it is impossible to expect them to drive away the Zerg themselves. since the Emperor has decided to intervene in the crisis of the Kelmorian Federation. It is impossible to withdraw his order because of a few objections. On the 24th, Crushank's fleet arrived at Boone, the sovereign planet of the Kelmorian Federation. Several main divisions of the Imperial Marines landed on the warm and humid forest grassland of Boone in landing ships and airdrop capsules. And a fierce battle broke out with the Zerg near the landing point. This is a well-equipped and well-trained Imperial army, with two main divisions being the ace troops of the Revolutionary Army. The rest of the troops are also regular troops, who have served for more than 4 years. They have received rigorous training to overcome their fear of the Zerg. A truly outstanding Imperial soldier should be as obedient and brave as a resocialized soldier. The training of Imperial soldiers is completely different from that of the Kelmorian Combine and Umojan. Not only are the Zerg simulated by holographic images, but Imperial soldiers also have to participate in actual combat training regularly. They are facing a real Zerg, the cyborg Zerg manufactured by Cerberus. On the battlefield, they will face well-trained Cerberus Zerg, which may be no more than a few hundred, but may exceed 100,000. Although these Zerg will not really hurt them. If the soldiers relax, his name and that of their comrades may appear on the list of casualties. The technology of Cerberus Zerg is still immature, and there is still a possibility of losing control. So there is also a brainworm loyal to the Terran Empire to control them. The soldiers all know the code name of this brainworm, because it is the most famous instructor. Its status is equivalent to the AI instructor Mechanical Sergeant Tavis in the old Federation boot camp. Except that the brainworm is a living, highly intelligent creature, and is 10,000 times more cunning than AI. This slightly evil brainworm has been strictly trained. It is very strict and feared by the soldiers. If a brigade fails miserably in a real-life exercise with the Cerberus swarm, they will be ridiculed by their superiors, saying that the brainworms beat all of them while eating popcorn and playing arcade games. At the same time, many new weapons and equipment that have never been seen before were put into use in Boone, including mechanized troops composed entirely of werewolves, hellbats and giant Goliath robots. The ace troops were even equipped with 2 Malawang Quachas Odin mechas, and the restrictions on tactical nuclear weapons were completely lifted. The emergence of new troops such as Marauders, Medics, Hulks and Reapers also greatly improved the combat and survivability of the Imperial Army. However, the Zerg also evolved a more efficient and powerful physiological structure and biological weapons. As a watershed in the iteration of weapon updates, the wars before and after the Battle of the Brood were two completely different forms. The Imperial Army that landed in Boone encountered a swarm of Zerg, mainly composed of new Zerg variants, cockroaches and banlings. These monsters with multiple pairs of appendages have a wide body and a carapace covered with sharp spikes and protrusions. They have a pair of high-density cutting sickle-shaped claws on their backs, which are sharp enough to cut through human armor and synthetic steel. Cockroaches are also the most notorious species in the current Zerg swarm. They are often deployed on the front line by the brainworm as the backbone of the group. They are a classic variant that has emerged in the process of the continuous evolution and strengthening of this modern Zerg swarm. The salivary glands in their mouths can secrete a deadly corrosive liquid. This strong acid is ejected through the contraction of the surrounding muscles, and can even melt the alloy steel armor of a siege tank into a pool of smoking liquid metal. In general, cockroaches really attack by spitting. Even the highly mutated tissues of cockroaches are not immune to this strong acid, but their powerful self-healing ability can neutralize it. The self-healing ability of cockroaches is so strong that Imperial soldiers have seen many cockroaches that have been blown to pieces burrow into the ground for a while, and then crawl out intact. When swarms of cockroaches appear on the horizon, it will be a sensational sight. These monsters covered with hard black shells are shaped like small armored vehicles, and the pair of sickle-shaped claws erected on their backs are like a wall or a forest, like countless moving blades. The characteristics of cockroach strains in each region are different. For example, the cockroaches in Moria grow shells far beyond other species, because they absorb too much rare earth and metal elements on the planet. A unique cockroach species can also split into multiple small cockroaches after death, compared to the cockroach species that appeared in Char. Those in Boone are larger and have thicker carapaces, like black armored vehicles. The Imperial soldiers who landed in Boone called these cockroaches black lunch boxes, and used the individual recoil rockets and self-destruct robots issued to deal with them, and jokingly called them opening boxes. The Gauss rifles of the Imperial Marines had little effect on the dense heavy armor of the cockroaches. They could only use heavy weapons such as armor-piercing grenades. large-caliber railguns, and D-series cluster explosives. When seeing large-scale cockroaches, the Imperial commanders on the battlefield were often more accustomed to calling for artillery and air support. Not only cockroaches, but also new variants such as banelings, infested worms, swarm hosts, and hive lords have appeared in the gene sequence of the Boon swarm. The last thing the Imperial Marines want to encounter is a group of banelings. These bloated creatures with strong acid in their bodies are mutated from ordinary springtails. One baneling can destroy several squads of Marines. And since it is still the era of brain worms, the past variants such as lurkers, scorpion worms, queen worms, and devourers have not been forgotten, but joined the battlefield in another highly evolved form. It is no wonder that the Comorian Combine was unable to resist the Zerg's swift attack, because they were still using old weapons to fight the Zerg. When the Zerg invaded, the Boon people were still using rifles, helmets, and slow tanks from the Kylian War to fight the enemy. Even so, we have to admit that the Comorian people are brave. They drove tractors modified into tanks to wrestle with thunder beasts, and used laser drills that were originally used to dig mineral veins to sweep the Zerg. The Comorian people modified mines with nuclear devices and used laser guns as fuses. The Comorians dared to fight trench warfare and guerrilla warfare with the Zerg in the deep and complex underground mines. No matter what, even if they were abandoned by their leaders, they still fought to the death. Especially since Boon was originally just a mining planet with a population of only 200 million. The corporate government of the Combine banned the development of military forces in the colonized world for fear of an armed rebellion. The Comorians of Boon kept fighting, even though they were torn apart by countless Zerglings, melted by the corrosive saliva of cockroaches, and crushed by the brutal Ultralisk. By the 24th, the main cities of Boon had not fallen. After General Abram Crushank's troops arrived, the surviving Boon people even launched a fierce counterattack. The battle to defeat the invading Zerg lasted until the 28th, and Crushank's main fleet had already set off for Moria, the first planet of the Federation. A battle 10 times larger was launched in Moria. On the 29th, Augustus, who was in the combat center of the Augustgrad Palace, received the news of the recovery of Boon and several other Federation worlds. But the battle situation in Moria was still very tense. At present, there are more than 50 Minotaur-class battlecruisers and hundreds of troop transports, landing ships and gunboats in the Moria system. And the population involved in this battle is as high as 6 to 7 billion. This is also a battle in which the Zerg can truly hatch new species on a large scale. Brainworms are creatures with extremely high intelligence. If they analyze a new species and a new gene sequence that is completely superior to the previous species, they will immediately add it to all the populations. The second generation of the Overlord, that is, the Little Overlord, also received support from the Old Overlord's old subordinates after his resurrection, including the Master of Evolution Abathur. Strictly speaking, Abathur is a creature independent of the brain worm. It is similar to the brain worm, but also very different. Cockroaches may be the work of the brain worm Carlos and Abathur. Cockroaches were originally just a creature called xanthal worms living in the imperial territory of Garxax. They have terrible self-healing abilities, and can secrete a kind of mucus that can corrode alloy steel plates. It was not until 2497 that Garxax was discovered by the Terran Empire's research ship. But in fact, adventurers and smugglers had already discovered this planet. But Augustus did not know about this until 2 years later. Augustus knew that the Xander worm was the predecessor of the cockroach. So he immediately ordered a blockade of the system, and deployed a large number of troops in Grax. Interestingly, this made the nearby Umoyan colony think that the Terran Empire was about to go to war. So they immediately sent beautiful diplomats to the palace to ask about the well-being and observe the expressions of the people. In 2498, the scientists of the Empire established a scientific station in Grax to study the self-healing genes and highly corrosive mucus of the Xander worm for medical and industrial use. The planet also officially appeared on the star map of the Empire. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Although the Empire prohibits private smuggling and research of Xander worms on the grounds of preventing species invasion, this creature has appeared on the black market long before. Xander worms are sold at high prices to collectors who like to collect alien creatures, ambitious biotechnology companies, or human merchants bribed by the brain worm Carlos. Thus, new variants came into being. The size of the small Xander worms increased dozens of times in a few life cycles, and they quickly grew the Zerg's iconic hardened carapace and sharp teeth and claws that can cut through fine steel. However, the ingenuity of nature is amazing after all. There is also a special vine plant growing in Grax. The juice of this plant will cause a terrible explosion when it comes into contact with the Xander worm. This discovery can be regarded as making up for the loss. Before the Zerg discovered and evolved related antibodies, the weapons made by synthesizing this juice in the Industrial Age can be used as secret weapons to reduce the losses of the Imperial Army. At this moment, it was noon in August Grad. The Palace Operations Center was full of busy senior officers. They were either communicating with other departments or discussing and formulating new combat plans in accordance with the Emperor's orders. It is a pity that several veteran troops lost more than half of their troops in Boone. But the result is good. The newly trained troops have also accumulated valuable experience. Augustus is talking to Marshal Reno. Abram is a capable man. Tenacious, brave and resourceful. Although his character is not very good. Compared with General Edmund Duke, he is simply a weak girl. I have met him several times. Duke thinks Crushank is not very capable, and his nose is upturned. Reno shook his head. Don't blame me for laughing at his lack of self-awareness. It seems that it should not be a problem to expel the Zerg from Moria and other planets. But it depends on whether we can minimize the losses. Augustus was still talking about the war. But his eyes were already on the farther place. I received a report that 80% of the giants and elites of the Comorian Guild have fled to other planets. Of course, since they did this, if they want to recover their assets, they must pay a sum of money. At the same time, if they can't come back, their industries will also be taken over by us. I guess the directors of the Moria Guild and the Kalani's Transport Guild dare not say much. Reno also hummed, if their people knew that these people had fled long ago. I'm afraid something big would happen. Because now these people have weapons in their hands. And they are not issued by us. Moria must help us build warships and chariots. And the rest of the Federation worlds must do the same. Of course, we will definitely pay. And will mention the same work as the internal enterprises of the Empire. Augustus said. But we will pay the money directly to the workers. Let's do this first. The war on the Tasha front is the top priority. If the legal directors of the Federation come to me, let them wait first. Chapter 576. It doesn't matter. I will take action. At the same time as the troops were dispatched to the Comorian Federation, the battle between the Terran Empire and the primitive Zerg army on the southern border also reached a critical stage. From the easternmost Ravanskar asteroid belt to the southwest corner of the border world Roxora. This 700 light-year-long battle line covers more than 49 Terran Empire colony worlds. On the flat star map of the Terran Empire, it is an acute triangle outlined by a diagonal line running diagonally downward from right to left. In the war zone, even on the surface of the planet, the density of Zerg is still rising, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of Zerg distributed on every hectare of land. Small colony worlds formed by mining and initial geographical exploration may be only a small town with a few 100,000 people, and large worlds may have hundreds of millions of people. In the end, the population of the empire affected was as high as 4 billion. The cost of evacuating refugees from the war zone alone was an astronomical figure, and even yachts loaded with warp engines were requisitioned. The Terran Empire's fearsome fleets appeared on every world that called upon the empire, and epic naval battles were fought on a scale that would dwarf any battle in the history of the Copperloo sector. Wherever the fighting was fiercest, there were Imperial Marines. Fights were fought everywhere, whether in the vast expanses of deep space or on vast alien worlds. With unparalleled starships burning, cities being razed to the ground, and countless deaths. This may be one of the bloodiest, cruelest and most terrible battles in human history. People who have experienced both difficult and peaceful times know how hard it is to have the present. So they will never allow the same fate to befall themselves and their descendants. The soldiers bid farewell to their hometowns and went to the battlefield. They were young and fashionable. Some even crossed the Copperloo sector to reach the front line. And many of them will be buried in places they have never heard of before. The Copperloo galaxy is just an inconspicuous corner, as small as dust. But for humans with short lives, it is everything from birth to death. By now, few people think that this is just a small-scale invasion that will soon be quelled. The universe is so big that there is no place for humans. There are hundreds of billions of stars and hundreds of billions of worlds in the Milky Way. But only the land under our feet is our home. Not everyone voluntarily joins the army, especially in the prosperous world that has never experienced war. There are many people who evade military service. There are so many people in this world. And human nature is so complex. It is too one-sided to simply divide them into cowards and warriors. Even the soldiers who joined the Imperial Army were not born to be brave warriors. Many of them hated the war they were participating in, and felt confused about the meaning of their own fighting. Because compared with the million-level army and fleet, the power of one person is too small to change anything. In front of the Zerg, humans seem so insignificant. Humans are not facing beasts, but another race and another civilization. But some people may think that the Kylian War should not have been fought from the beginning. But if they stand up and say that humans can live in peace with the Zerg without fighting, they will definitely be considered as dreaming. From top to bottom, the people of the Terran Empire began to believe that only war could bring peace, because their enemy was the Zerg. On March 30th, Augustus, who was in the Augustgrad Palace, finally received news from the front line. These days, Augustus has been eating and sleeping in the combat center of the palace, and the soldiers around him are the same. These people are young people of about the same age as Augustus, and the oldest is only 45 years old. They sleep very little and are always working, because the fate of the copperly human beings is on their shoulders. It was dawn, and the sky over Augustgrad was showering upside-down meteors. They were giant barge fleets flying through the thin atmosphere of Quarrel, and such meteor showers could be seen even during the day. Many tables and consoles in the operations center were filled with people who hadn't slept for 2 or 3 days. And even when his colleagues were arguing over the details of the battle plan, he was still sleeping soundly in his chair. In the Emperor's operations center, there were almost all the most outstanding military tactical and strategic talents in the entire Terran Empire, with flexible minds and quick reactions. Anyone who can come here is a talented person, regardless of their origin or bloodline. Being able to work with the Emperor is proof of this. And there is no Imperial Marshal who has not served here before. There are about 500 people here. If the air purification system is not working properly, the smell in the combat center would have been turbid and unbearable. Emperor Augustus stood among the officers as usual. Before receiving this news, he was still furious about the dereliction of duty of the officials of Tarsones. The recruitment and training of new soldiers has been going smoothly, but since equipment and supplies must be transported from the core world, it is necessary to rely on the interstellar shipping system that Augustus has worked hard to build. Those large merchant ships built in peacetime, comparable to battleships, are also prepared for the coming of war. A few days ago, the supplies that should have been sent to the front line were piled up in the Alexandria port of Tassinisia due to the lack of freight ships. This is not an unforgivable thing, but it was finally found out that the officials in charge of this matter tampered with the computer system to change the itinerary in order to steal supplies, which caused chaos. This Tarsones transportation official was so stupid that Emperor Augustus even denounced him as brainless. Now, it was certain that he would be exiled to New Folsom, where all the people deserved their punishment, including pirates, rapists, human traffickers, or murderers. In short, all the crimes imaginable and unimaginable in this sector could be found in New Folsom. The Emperor always had very strict requirements for officials, which inevitably put them under great pressure. But unless it was absolutely necessary, or he was really angry, he would not punish these people easily. The only exception was Tychus Finley, who seemed to always be able to irritate the Emperor with extraordinary temperament in a novel way. Last time, he ordered 28 workers at an illegal entertainment venue in Aurora at one time. And at the end, he even said that he wanted the boss to go to the palace to collect the debt because the Emperor should pay him next month's salary. This time, Augustus actually sent Faraday to rescue people, which was really shameless, considering that Tychus had done this more than once or twice. The palace had no temper. Tychus was a founding hero. He had no hobbies, just eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and he enjoyed himself every day in the world of wine and women. Fortunately, Tychus had been sent to the front line to drive Odin, and the old guy ran away immediately after getting the advantage. Don't be angry for this kind of person. We all have the responsibility for him to get to this position, Renault said while moving the flag on the tactical sand table. Look, the original Zerg are following the route we set for them. At the moment, it seems that they have no dissatisfaction. On the sand table, the defenders of the original New 14er in the lower left corner have retreated to the Paraven system. Now, the original Zerg that were blocked at the border immediately rushed out from this gap, leaving only some Zerg with less flexible brains, who did not react, and were still desperately biting the Terran Empire's defense lines in other areas. At this time, the Imperial Prince Arcturus will take action. After the garrison of New 14 evacuated, the reserve fleet led by Prince Arcturus Mengsk launched an attack from another direction, driving these primitive Zerg as far away from the Imperial territory as possible. At present, it seems that Prince Arcturus's attack is quite effective, and the primitive Zerg have indeed chosen the most convenient and only way. As the Emperor's elder brother, the ability of the Imperial White Star Prince to lead the army may be far superior to that of his brothers, but he does not have many opportunities to display it. You know, Arcturus was Horace Warfield's boss, and he knew what it meant to be a war of deception when he was still a lieutenant. Even though he had never been to a military academy, Arcturus Mengsk seemed to be born to march and fight. Arcturus first laid a large number of mines inside and outside the star system around Asilia 4, and then used the dispersed fleet to forge numbers and electronic signals to bluff, so that the primitive Zerg, who were not good at using conspiracies and tricks, thought they were being surrounded by the Imperial fleet, so they could only look for loopholes in the encirclement. The Imperial Prince is not just a politician. He is happy to assist his brother behind the scenes. Anyway, the Terran Empire is also Mengsk's family. Where is Zerwin? Augustus looked at the sand table and asked this question 3 times. Zerwin has left Asilia 4, and the prince believes that it is it that is leading the tribe to evacuate. The speaker is Lieutenant General Ulysses. If it is Zerwin, after figuring out our true strength, it will not choose to continue the attack. Augustus nodded. Zerwin is cunning and greedy. What he likes to do most is to make the two families fight each other so that he can reap the benefits. But Zerwin certainly does not want the original Zerg and humans to fight each other to a loss, and then let the Overmind devour them all. This guy, although he is just an Zerg, is very smart. When we fight the Overmind, this guy may come back to deal with us, Reno said. If so, Zerwin will definitely choose to ally with us. Augustus saw it differently. From the Zerwin's point of view, the Overmind is the embodiment of Amon's will. Guess what? It must be scared to death now, thinking that Amon will make it the second Overmind. In that case, it must be a horror story from the Zerwin's point of view, Reno said. Tell Arcturus to make sure the remaining primitive Zerg tribes follow Zerwin. Augustus continued, now is not the time to celebrate. I am worried that those primitive Zerg tribes that do not obey will find another way and decide to add food to the human territory. That would be a headache. This is indeed what Augustus is most worried about. The advantage of the brainworm system is that the Zerg under its command will never disobey orders. But the most prominent feature of the primitive Zerg is autonomy. To put it bluntly, they are used to being alone. They are likely to become small tribes on the border of the Empire, and even threaten the Empire's territory. Zerwin and Agdora's tribes are the 2 largest. If Agdora also catches up with Zerwin, it shouldn't be a problem, Lieutenant General Ulysses said. It had better do that. Augustus snorted coldly. If the Overmind wasn't watching from behind, I would definitely feed Zerwin and Agdra to Dihaka. This is not the end. I will build the largest interstellar furnace to smelt alloys, and use Agdra as the core. Dihaka? Don't say I look down on it. Maybe even Duke can compete with it. Reno thought Augustus was joking. He didn't believe that the primitive Zerg could eat the brutal and violent ash giant worm Agdra, but you were right. These monsters have devoured so many warriors. Good brothers, don't die in vain. Tasha was one of the most intense battle areas, where it was attacked frantically by the original Zerg leader, the ash giant worm, Agdra. Only the battles of Asilia, Seti, and Tyria can be compared with it. The fleet stationed in the system originally had only 12 old behemoth-class battlecruisers and hundreds of auxiliary ships, and more than half of them were lost in the initial battle. The huge ash giant worm Agdra was like a terrifying fire demon wandering in the starry sky. It was not afraid of high temperature and fire, and the hottest magma was just warm water to it. Agdora is shaped like a snake-like dragon, with hot lava flowing through its iron-like skin. It does not need a fusion reactor to produce terrible light and heat, because its blood is filled with boiling lava and flammable body fluids. That huge heart is not made for breathing, but to make the hot blood in its body boil. According to this tyrannical monster, it once defeated the 2nd generation of the Overlord and tore flesh from its bloody body. If what Agdora said is true, then he is even more terrible than the insect ancestor Zerwin. The power of Agdora is indeed impressive. This terrible ash giant worm has chewed up several main fleets of the Terran Empire. This terrible scene was recorded by a military reporter. He said that he saw Agdora swallowing the Revenge of Coral alive. When the monster burped, countless molten metal, ash and lava erupted on the vast land of Tasha. Instantly, The mountains and rivers melted, and the magma rivers flowed on the endless fertile land. And the earth was charred. For the warriors in the Revenge of Korhal. Even hell is no better. You know nothing about the original Zerg and the essence. Jimmy. Dhaka is actually more powerful than you think. And much more powerful. Seeing is believing. Hearing is not. My mother always said. Raynor said. Chapter 577 Frontline. Why we fight. Mom always said, killing is a sin. Because all life is given by God. Therefore, everyone is a brother. And brothers will not kill each other with swords. Private Ardo Melnikov, who grew up on the Imperial colony planet Bountiful, used to believe in what he learned in the seminary. But now Ardo has been shaken. If the life of the Zerg is also given by God, then who is he releasing these demons to punish? They are coming again. Above. Under. Kill them! Kill them! Fire! This hysterical shout brought Adu back to the battlefield. He put his finger on the trigger of the C-14 Gauss gun, and then remembered that the enemy had already retreated. Hold him down. Damn it. Hold this guy down. A soldier in black khaki uniform was running between the trenches and fortifications, followed by several military doctors, who pounced on him like a tiger in the muddy trench pit. It's over. It's all over. Their shouts echoed clearly on the battlefield filled with alloy steel shelters and solid bunker clusters. Only resocialization can save him. Like the other Imperial soldiers around him, Ardo just watched silently behind the helmet mask of the power armor, as the crying soldier was carried back to the combat medical center. The soldiers who were witnessing all this made prayer gestures at the same time, and their different eyes were filled with sorrow. The soldier was their comrade. He had witnessed a ferocious primitive Tyrannosaurus tearing several of his comrades to pieces alive. And he had mental problems since then. The field hospital could not handle this disease, so he could only be sent to Melis, which was closer to here. It's all over. Adu whispered to himself, looking past his comrades to the position. Amen. This is the Tasha front. The 664th and 665th Divisions of the Imperial Marines stationed here have built an impregnable defense line around thousands of islands and reefs. On the morning of Easter, April 14th, thick fog was covering the undulating sea. Huge fortifications covered the entire coast of Zephyr Cove. This island was once a tourist destination for Tasha. It was warm like spring all year round. The abundant rainfall and temperature created an idyllic and poetic paradise on Earth. The poetic natural environment also naturally nurtured the poetic Tasha people. The science, education and humanities here are unique even in the vast interstellar empire of Terran. But now, this paradise on Earth has been transformed into a battlefield. From the flat beach to the steep cliffs, there are fortifications built with concrete and alloy steel everywhere. The underground facilities that stretch for dozens of miles connect countless planetary fortresses, bunker clusters and giant turrets equipped with Draken cannons. Countless bunkers and firing points set up on the high ground guard the city of Belfault on the edge of the Breeze Bay. The endless, jagged fortifications and solid defense support points extend along the once peaceful and clear bay. Countless cluster rocket launchers and super rail guns lock the sky and the sea. Countless cannons and flags, engraved with the iron will of the Terran Empire. Adu had seen the scenes of these cannons firing. They were truly prepared for destruction and war. It is no exaggeration to say that the size of some cannons is not too much even for battle cruisers. When the artillery roared, the several-ton shells raised doomsday like smoke and dust, and the laser cannons burned the sea and the land. In an instant, the earth shook and everything was destroyed, and the countless corpses of primitive Zerg scattered in the dangerous black jungle composed of electrified barbed wire. Spider mines and widow mines were the proof of this terrible war. Some of them were hundreds of yards long just in skeletons. They were giant beasts that existed only in myths. At this moment, many large excavators were rumbling on the battlefield splashed with thick blood, cleaning up the piles of corpses, as if they were moving on the ground covered with broken bones and flesh. If you are not a real person who has experienced it, it is probably difficult for anyone to believe what kind of enemy and what kind of war Ardo had faced. In the past nearly 4 weeks, the primitive swarm launched a full-scale attack on Tash. At that time, the sky that could be seen with the eyes was covered with primitive alien insects flapping their wings, and all that could be heard were deafening and terrible roars. And all that could be touched were death and blood. Everywhere you looked were corpses of humans and alien insects. The poisonous and thick blood of primitive alien insects polluted the water source, turning the ocean of Tasha into a dark red. The content of primitive alien insects in the air of Tasha was even much higher than the content of oxygen. The defenders suffered unimaginable casualties. At the most difficult moment, the position of Zifeng Bay was almost completely lost. The surviving Imperial soldiers were trapped in various isolated fortresses and bunker clusters to resist until they ran out of ammunition or detonated nuclear devices and died together with the enemy. Adu and his comrades had been trapped in the quagmire of despair and failure time and time again. And they survived through the sea of blood and corpses only by mechanical fighting. As Prince Arcturus said, you will become the spokespersons of death. Eager for a fight. Guns are just tools. And the heart of stone is the weapon. In this massive total war, personal intelligence and will do not play a big role. Adu and his friends were able to survive in the end, relying on good enough luck. Finally, fortunately, General Pryor rushed to the scene on the order of the Emperor and lifted the siege of Tasha. Now, the primitive Zerg finally evacuated Tasha. Although this once picturesque planet has long been devastated, it was saved after all. The primitive Zerg, they left, leaving only trauma and suffering to this world. But as an ordinary soldier, Adu didn't know why the primitive Zerg tried so hard to take Tasha, and suddenly left without interest. Just like, Adu couldn't figure out why they came. Melnikov, Adu Melnikov, Lieutenant Sheffield, the platoon leader, walked out of the bunker on the other side. The man with a big nose and flat eyes had to lower his head to walk out of the low bunker exit, because a large number of communication equipment, logistic support equipment, and ammunition depots must be set up in the bunker. The space left for the Imperial Marines is much smaller, so that a squad of soldiers inside can't even get half a bench. Lieutenant, Adu immediately walked toward Sheffield. What's the matter? You got promoted. Sheffield waved to Adu. You are now the corporal squad leader of your squad, and you will also receive a gold star badge with your appointment. Adu nodded, not surprised by this, because he was one of the last 2 people alive in their squad. In some units with particularly severe casualties, some people were even promoted to captains during the war, while all the officers above him, including platoon leaders, company commanders and battalion commanders, died. This is the front line, and the Emperor can only select his excellent commanders from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the Imperial Army's system and armaments have been comprehensively optimized since Emperor Augustus Mengsk ascended the throne in Korhol, and more new power armor, mechas and tanks are also ready for the entire army. The primitive Zerg are still an extremely formidable enemy. The primitive Zerg race has been in endless internal consumption in their homeland of Xeris for countless years, and the entire race has evolved infinitely for killing. If the army of the old Federation era encounters them, there is not much chance of winning. A lot of people from Atto's division survived, while some of the brother units could not even form a headquarters. The order has arrived, and our division will be transferred back to the rear to rest. The transport ship will arrive in half an hour. They are always punctual, and the guys who fly the ship never like to wait for people. Lieutenant Sheffield continued, after that, there will be new troops to replace us. Speaking of rest, the most important thing is to retain the organization and wait for the reconstruction of the army. Because the 2 divisions stationed in Tasha, and the more than 20 divisions that were reinforced later suffered heavy losses. Tasha was the main battlefield for most of the battle. The commander of the Empire obviously did not anticipate this at the beginning. So the main force stationed in Tasha was not the elite main force. Where to rest? I don't know how far it is from Kafong. Adu wanted to go home to take a look, because he might lose his life next time. Not only Adu. Too many people went to the battlefield without hesitation. And when the smoke cleared, they were afraid and missed home. Kafong was not close to the front line, but it would take less than a week to get there by a spaceship equipped with the latest warp engine. For Adu, it was not known whether this was good news or bad news. This is not something I can know, kid, but I promise you will have a chance. Sheffield walked past Adu's soldiers and said in a low voice, go to the airport now and report. You don't need to rush. There is still plenty of time. I think the seats on the spacecraft are not full at all. Adu is only 19 years old this year. To Sheffield, he is really just a child. His youngest child is older than this yellow-haired boy. Yes, sir, Adu said. Lieutenant Sheffield said before leaving, in the name of God. You are now a veteran. Remember? It was the bitch war that made you a real man. Let's go! Since he said so. At this time, Will Voronov was walking out of another bunker. The order to evacuate to the airport was issued by the command channel in the power armor. But he just heard what Sheffield said. In addition, Will is a priest. Out of respect for the religious culture of Kafong, the 417th Marine Battalion is one of the few Imperial troops with chaplains. Although less than 12% of the troops are Kafong people. They all graduated from the recruit training camp there. Kafong is a religious colony that was established in the 24th century. The people who established this colony are all members of religious groups. They are all saints and pilgrims who have wandered here. In the past, Kafong refused to join the old Terran Federation, but was later incorporated into the newly established Terran Empire. During that turbulent period, Kafong had originally launched an uprising against the rule of the Terran Empire, because the people living there did not understand this new regime and thought it was no different from the former tyrannical federation. Until one day, what the people of Kafong did not expect was that the emperor of the Terran Empire came to Kafong in person. Augustus the Great stood among his people and declared that he would give the people here the freedom to believe in religion legally. He was so charismatic, and his firm voice was convincing that no one suspected he was lying. Will was Hodder's childhood friend. It was a miracle that they survived. I don't know how many times these two soldiers thought they had seen heaven. They were the same age and grew up together. They were as close as brothers. However, several of their childhood friends had died. Some died in Tasha. Some died in Warrant 6 of the Comorian Federation. And some were buried in space with the battleship. Many people can't go back. Along with Will, Adu summoned his comrades in the same row to go to the airport. The airport in Zifeng Bay is very large, and there are huge spaceships at all times. You can see fully armed Imperial troops lined up neatly towards the transport ship. These newly arrived troops have shiny armor, obviously because they have enough time for maintenance. Another group of Imperial soldiers came to Tasha, and Adu didn't know what was waiting for them. There are rumors that Tasha will give up soon, because even if the original Zerg leave, the Overlord Zerg that follows will be more terrifying. But the command obviously doesn't think so. They seem to have a secret weapon to deal with the Overlord. There is a huge Odin mecha parked in the airport, and it is said that it is a prototype level, which is more powerful than the ordinary Odin. Ever since Ardo saw the magnificent steel giant like a tall building being thrown to the battlefield by the Hercules-class transport ship from thousands of feet in the air, smashing a huge blood pit among tens of thousands of original Zerg, he has never doubted the power of this war weapon. At this moment, several engineers were driving T-280 space engineering vehicles to do maintenance and repair work on the damaged Odin, using plasma welding guns to weld pieces of battleship-level electroplated ceramic composite steel plates. Will loved this steel giant to the point of madness, and was circling around it. And Adu just found a secluded corner and took out the photos in the armor storage unit to look at them. It was a blonde girl with blue eyes. Her hair was the lush wheat fields in autumn, and her eyes were the sea in winter. Maybe every boy of this age has such a girl in his heart. Adu wanted to see her again. Borrow a light, buddy. A tall man came from behind, with a cigarette in his mouth. His face was full of flesh and scars, and he really looked like he had walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. A corporal. Just looking at this, Adwa and him are probably the same. Adwa threw the laser lighter to him, and the other party lit a cigarette while looking at the photo. "What's her name?" the man said. "Melanie Bradlaugh," Adu replied. "Have you had sex?" The other party was an old rogue. "No." Adu was stunned for a moment, then emphasized, "Of course not." "Huh? She is the motivation to support you to live. Live until the end of the war." Tychus exhaled a puff of smoke. "I have seen too many widows. Even if they receive pensions, they will eventually get married. This is Tychus Finley's unique way of comfort. Goodbye, little brat." Before leaving, Tychus shouted to the engineers, who were setting up the engineering vehicles, "Guys, fill my baby with lubricant. I will need it later." Chapter 578 Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Slain. This dry, hot, dark world with terrible storms is as ruthless as the Taldaran Protoss. This place is full of cruel murders, despicable betrayals and barbaric atrocities. Survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. Winter's Gate ladder map the lonely and towering peaks stand in the snow, and the tree-like lightning across the dark sky. The rough, hideous and extremely beautiful Taldaran Black Fortress is located between the mountains. Even though the Taldaran are absolute pragmatists, and don't care whether their buildings are as refined and practical as the Ire Protoss, these magnificent and solid fortresses are also works of art with a dark and murderous aesthetic. Even though the Tal'Darim never deliberately embellished their buildings, the keen perception of beauty flows in the blood of the Protoss race. The Tal'Darim parted ways with the Ire Protoss long ago after the Aeon War. But this talent is innate. Look at those buildings that gather the beauty of grandeur and hideousness. Even the cold carvings with compact lines on the fortresses have been sharpened like thin blades. And the bright blood fragments exude blue and red luster. The vertical towering walls of the fortress stretch straight to the sky. And the sharp outlines of the spires and the asymmetrical structures show the extremely impactful strength and tension. From the blood crystal spires that stand like blades to the pass flowing with bright blood-red light, the huge vertical drop is like the gate to heaven, enough to smash any creature that dares to step on it to pieces. The towering spires and blood-red light bridges connect the battlement towers, hidden in the storms wrapped in snowflakes. The incomparable spires of the Black Winter Pass dominate the sky of Slain, and you can control all living things by climbing to the top. The cold wind blew the blood-red robe of Alarak, the first ascender, and made a sharp and piercing scream, like the sound of swords fighting. Even in the harsh Slain, the Black Winter Pass is a cold and dangerous place. In the darkness, the eyes and ears of the high-level Lord Marash must be secretly watching the every move of the first ascender, and guessing with the most vicious heart what his intention is to come to the Black Winter Pass. The ascenders of the entire Slain are coveting Alarak's power and status, and countless blood hunters are thirsty for the blood of the first ascender. Let them guess. As long as there is no action, the lie will not come true. Alarak's heavy boots stepped on the snow, and he couldn't help thinking that he was just pretending to be idle, so that the High Lords would not think that the first ascended one, who was now second to none, had other intentions. High Lord Marash was not in Slain now. He was listening to Amon's teachings in the Temple of Ares on the planet Atreus. In this way, the first ascended one is the real ruler of this planet. But the fact is not so. Even though they are tens of thousands of light years away, the high-level lords know everything that happened in Slain. Marash is of course wary of Alarak, because the first ascender is already at the top of power in Slain, and the next step is his position as a high-level lord. Not long ago, Alarak was only the fourth ascender, and the ones ahead of him were the first ascender Niloka, the second seed Garaki, and the third seed Zenish. They are all strong men who were chosen in the Rapture ceremony, and Alarak must be extremely wary of each of them. Anyone who reaches the top of the ascension chain is a terrifying warrior. One person can overthrow an army, and that is not an empty statement. But now, they are all dead, killed in the last Rapture ceremony. The former first person to ascend, Niroka, arrogantly launched a long-planned Rapture ceremony against the high-level Lord Marash, and involved the top 4 seats. Judging from the results, since Marash is still alive, Niroka must have failed. That's enough. The Tal'Darim only care about the results, not the process. No matter how brilliant the conspiracy is, it is just icing on the cake. So the former fourth ascender was promoted to the first seat, and the ascenders under him also rose to the top. To this day, Alarak still clearly remembers the thrill of the Rapture ceremony. Before the Rapture ceremony began, in order to win over Alarak to form an alliance with himself in the ceremony, Niloka confided to him an extremely heretical and rebellious secret. Even Alarak now thinks it is absurd and blasphemous. From the beginning of the low-level cultists, Alarak is a believer of Amon, and every Tal'Darim is like this. As a Tal'Darim, if you dare to betray Amon, you are an absolute heretic. His will cannot be violated. The god that the Tal'Darim fanatically believe in, the dark god Zelnada, Amon's plan to return to the real universe and destroy this world to end the reincarnation of the universe, has long been known to everyone. By then, the stars will go out, everything will perish, and above the ruins and ashes of the world, Amon will be the only god and ruler. And the Tal'Darim believe this firmly. Amon promised the Tal'Darim that when that day really comes, they will ascend to become true hybrids and dominate the world with God. How much the Tal'Darim want to become hybrids is evident from their willingness to become experimental subjects of Amon's god Nerid. His grim will and determination to end this cycle of corruption flow through the veins of the void. And the last day will come, when the great death fleet will destroy all life in this universe in his name, end the cycle of decay, and the world will stop forever. Today, Amon's plan of destruction has entered its final stage, and his will is about to be revived in the real universe. The Tal'Darim's death fleet is ready, just waiting for the day of ascension. But suddenly Naloka told Alarak that all the promises made by the Dark God to the Tal'Darim Protoss were lies. And the day of ascension would never come. Because Amon believed that death is truth. And death is ascension. Amon named the venue of the Rapture ceremony the Ascension Pit. And the losers will be pushed into the endless abyss. This is actually a sad mockery. Defeat is ascension. Only the final winners of countless Rapture ceremonies of the Tal'Darim can obtain the right to ascension. But in Amon's view, those losers who were buried in the Ascension Pit have already obtained ascension first. Lies, deception, betrayal, unforgivable. Tal'Darim, the chosen ones. This race has served the Dark God Amon for countless generations, and will continue to do so. Now it seems like a joke. Alarak has reason to believe that what Nulok said is true, and the latter does not need to use such heretical lies to win people's hearts. This is an act even crazier than heresy, because the first ascender of the chain of ascension actually ordered Alarak to kill Amon with him. Kill the gods. Unless Naloka is crazy, he has really realized the truth. Killing Amon? Even the power of the Tal'Darim is indirectly or directly derived from Amon. Isn't it ridiculous? Of course. Referring to Nyan. It is possible that he is really crazy. As Alarak walked expressionlessly on the steep rock wall filled with Terrazine in the Black Winter Pass, he was also absorbing the surging energy of Terrazine as much as possible. Terrazine, the breath of the Creator, no matter what it is called, is the supreme treasure for the power-hungry Tal'Darim. It can give the Tal'Darim endless power, and is also a medium for communication with the Void and Amon. There is no Tal'Darim Protoss who does not desire power. Otherwise, he is not Tal'Darim. If a low-level creature fool hears a strange sound when absorbing Terrazine, then he must have won the lottery. Whenever this happens, Alarak's connection with the Void and Amon will become closer. And it was when Naloka went deep into the Void that he discovered Amon's true thoughts. Amon did not bother to hide his intentions from the Tal'Darim. But no Tal'Darim had ever doubted it. If they had, they would have died. But from then on, the seeds of doubt took root in Alarak's heart. Thinking that his lifelong pursuit was just a lie, Alarak could not help but be furious. In Amon's view, all life in this universe is just a mistake in the endless cycle of reincarnation. Why do the Tal'Darim believe that they are not counted in this mistake? The Tal'Darim are originally part of the cycle of corruption in Amon's mouth. The more I think about it, the more I understand the suspicious things I have done before. For example, none of the Tal'Darim who volunteered to be Nereid's experimental subjects have ever returned. Amon treats everyone as fools. You deserve to die, Amon. But Alarak knows that if he wants revenge, his own strength alone is not enough. At the very least, he must first become a High Lord to control the entire Tal'Darim. And to defeat the current High Lord Marash, Alarak must win the support of powerful allies. Alarak already had an idea for this. Most of the Tal'Darim supported Marash, and they were not reliable at all. In this case, Alarak decided to use the power of foreign races, because the Rapture ritual never stipulated that this could not be done. Since there was no stipulation, it was tacitly permitted. Then, who could help Alarak defeat Marash in the Rapture ritual? For a moment, Alarak thought of the humans of the Terran Empire who had clashed with the Tal'Darim. But he immediately felt sick. Alarak couldn't possibly cooperate with humans. He wanted to reverse the flood that subverted the world and take revenge on Amon. And humans were not qualified. Imagine a flood was about to sweep away all living things. And Alarak had to ally with ants to stop the flood? Even though humans had proven their power in the war with the Tal'Darim. Humans. They were equipped with primitive technology. But they thought they were great. Those weak reptiles exuded a primitive impulse of fear. Their ridiculous emperor's understanding of war is lame and ridiculous. As naive as a 200-year-old child. TSK. Augustus Minsk. Alarak would not bother to execute such a big fool personally. Humans are not even qualified to be slaves. And the Protoss of Ire and Shakura is actually allied with humans. Which is really cheap. The Protoss of Darim is a good choice. As long as they are given the high-sounding title of Savior, they will immediately submit obediently. Although Darim is flirting with humans. Since they have already fallen into such depravity, why not obey them? Cooperating with Darim, they will definitely bring the human empire with them. Unfortunately, the current Archbishop of Darim, Tassadar, is a true leader. And he may not be fooled by Alarak. In contrast, his apprentice Artanis is an immature fool. It doesn't matter. Alarak has already made a plan. Be calm, patient, and act after planning. This is the key to Alarak's position as the first ascender. My lord. In the darkness, Genera, the current second ascender, walks slowly. In terms of the aesthetics of the Protoss, Genera has a sturdy and well-proportioned figure. But the shoulder armor with thorns, and the betrayal blade at her waist show how dangerous she is. You are looking for me? Her voice was so weak and trembling that if Alarak had not known Genara's cruelty, he would have almost believed it. Genera should be afraid. She already knew Alarak's methods. In the rapture ceremony between the former First Ascendant Niloka and the High Lord Marash, Alarak played with everyone. He first declared his allegiance to Niloka and killed Gulaji, who supported Marash. Then declared his allegiance to Marash again and killed Niloka. Alarak was indeed a despicable villain who went back on his word. But he only violated the custom, not the rules. Now, he, Alarak, has become the first person to be promoted. The beneficiaries of this rapture also include Genera, who was promoted to the third seat without even participating in the ceremony. I'm looking for you. Alarak narrowed his scarlet eyes and stared at Genera, making a mocking expression. Alarak admitted that he liked to see the panic and fear of this lower ascendant, even though he knew that he was pretending. Yes, he liked it. He never got tired of watching it. Alarak's mind was so meticulous that even the Protoss, who were used to reading minds, could never figure it out. He would never understand why the Templar could tolerate Kala. The Tal'Darim knew each other's dark and cruel nature, which was probably the only thing that could be understood between the tribesmen. Therefore, it is extremely foolish to talk about magnanimity to other Tal'Darim, while humans in the Copperless sector are still fighting for survival. The Tal'Darim Protoss in another corner of the galaxy have not given up intrigue and struggle for power. Waiting for your order. Genera knelt on one knee without hesitation. Even if she was only one seat higher, Genera could not disobey Alarak. Rather than colleagues, they are more like master and servant. I received a report from the outpost that a large army of Zerg is approaching slain, and now they have invaded multiple worlds. Alarak was silent for a long time, as if he wanted to see through Genara's unpredictable thoughts. Such an important matter? Genara's intelligence network was actually unaware of it. Alarak's soldiers walked to inform him leisurely to establish his authority. He did not take the Zerg seriously at all, nor did he care about the gains and losses of one or two planets. Cold, efficient, and unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals, the Tal'Darim pursue the way to win, and the rest is the way to die. The Tal'Darim only do things that are beneficial to themselves, and sacrifice and dedication are just to coax children. What are your orders? Genera dared not question. What do you think we should do? Alarak said. Fight back immediately. Genara's answer was impeccable. Not fighting back, but slaughter. Alarak said, I want to see rivers of blood. This is the fate of angering the Tal'Darim. I want you to lead the Death Fleet to defeat these bugs and regain lost territory. He said to Genera, go now. Just like their weak cousins far away in Ire, the Tal'Darim have also established many colonies on many distant planets, all for the purpose of extracting resources to expand their territory and to conquer and rule like a king. After plundering all the resources, most of these colonies have been abandoned. No matter how beautiful they were before, they are now dead silent. The Tal'Darim are accustomed to building temples dedicated to Amon on those planets rich in Terrazine, in order to seek the favor of the Dark God. The former First Ascender Niloka was born on a warm and humid planet. Not only the Tal'Darim Protoss, but another Protoss branch, Ahanri Zelnaga, is honored as a Han. Mentor Protoss, who left Ire at almost the same time, also established an ancient and powerful Protoss empire. I will dedicate my victory to the Dark God, Genera said. Wailing, pain, blood, and endless harvesting of life really please Amon? Maybe the gods don't care at all. Amon doesn't care. Even if those lowly beasts glare at you, you will disembowel them and throw them to the elementals and duckweed beasts Zoanthisk. Alarak showed a cruel expression. At the same time, Alarak was thinking about how to use this sudden war to strengthen his control over the Death Fleet. Even if he was distracted, he could handle it with ease. And countless conspiracies and tricks to use allies and weaken enemies were at his fingertips. He said, Tal'Darim take no prisoners. Chapter 579. Quickly use your invincible Nova Strike to think of a solution. A Pride-class strategic cruiser of August Grad is opening a hyperspace channel. The surging space-time vortex is like a second rising sun. Countless small and medium-sized warships follow the flagship and take off. The bright orange or dark blue plasma thruster tail is brighter than the white star. Before this generation, humans in the copperless sector had never seen such a huge fleet. Children who grew up in the Terran Empire era were fortunate to witness the departure of this epic fleet, watching the city-like warships accelerate and turn into meteors in the sky. Children often hear news from the front even in school. If their parents happen to work in factories related to the supply of munitions, they can feel the depressing atmosphere of war even more. The junction of the late 25th century and the early 26th century is destined to leave a heavy mark in history. During this year, many families with relatives and friends on the front line had sleepless nights. It was April 16th, and the war on the front line finally came to an end. In the morning, Emperor Augustus ordered Admiral Jim Raynor to take charge of the operations center to coordinate the overall situation. And he took the time to summon the court ministers of the imperial cabinet, including the heads of various departments such as the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transportation, and the Minister of Human Resources, to listen to their reports on their work content and the problems they encountered. It is worth mentioning that the head of the cabinet, the Prime Minister appointed by the Emperor, is his father, the Minister of Finance, Angus Mengsk. The Emperor believes that his father is to blame for his exhausting life as an emperor today. In this case, Angus has to share his son's worries. The Prime Minister of the Empire has great power. He is the head of the government and has full authority to handle domestic and foreign affairs. He can convene cabinet meetings according to the Emperor's will. The Prime Minister has the right to decide on the establishment and abolition of departments and the appointment of ministers, and coordinate conflicts between departments to ensure the orderly operation of the imperial government. In other words, except for not interfering with legislation and military command, the Prime Minister can be regarded as half an emperor. Even if Angus' greatest achievement is considered to be the birth of Augustus Mengsk, it cannot be denied that he is indeed a very capable politician. Tough, hardworking, energetic and charismatic. The old Mengsk is also an excellent leader, since he determined that he should bear absolute responsibility for the destruction of Korhal IV. Angus Mengsk has aged a lot, and his son, the Emperor of the Empire, gave him a chance to atone for his sins. Although Angus once defended freedom and democracy at the cost of his life, the centralized Terran Empire now seems to be the best outcome. Now, only by working hard and forgetting to eat and sleep to fulfill the original promise to the people of Korhal and build an empire where everyone can live and work in peace and contentment can Angus's guilt be alleviated. And it was precisely with the assistance of Angus Mengsk, who was skilled in internal affairs, that Augustus was able to establish a sound and efficient government system in such a short time. You know, half of the current Terran Empire government is left over from the old Federation, and the other half is directly from the ruling team of Kar IV in the past. And these people were all trained by Angus. Most importantly, Angus is the Emperor's father. With this identity alone, this gray-haired old man can calm down the powerful imperial ministers in the cabinet meeting, and the Emperor will basically accept his opinions, even if they disagree with Angus and political views. No one dares to insult the Prime Minister verbally, unless they don't want to live. When Augustus met Angus today, the latter still maintained abundant energy and high enthusiasm for work. If Angus had not been so skillful and capable, Augustus would have died of exhaustion on the throne long ago. Angus also brought Augustus good news. After the Tyranid Empire fleet recaptured Moria, the first star of the Comorian Federation, he had taken full control of the Federation government through compulsory intervention as the Emperor wished, and announced that the resources of Moria and all its colonies would be reasonably allocated by the new government according to supply and demand during wartime. As for the Imperial fleet defeating the brainworm Carlos and recovering the lost territory of the Federation, it was 2 weeks ago. This was partly because the Empire sent troops quickly and dealt a heavy blow. In addition, although Carlos believed that it had disintegrated the government and army of the Federation, the combat effectiveness and determination of the civilian armed forces were far beyond his imagination. The Comorians are natural adventurers, good at mining and business, but they are also a fierce and martial race. Their civilians are different from the other two brothers in the copperless sector in their enthusiasm for war. Seeing that the siege was in vain and fearing that he would be surrounded by the Imperial reinforcements, Carlos decisively called off the attack. Brainworms are creatures like this. They can accept failure calmly and never get discouraged. Since then, the Imperial army has actually controlled the entire Federation. After all, although the Comorians have many planets, most of them are sparsely populated mining worlds. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. When the Federation government has actually lost the trust and support of the people, the Terran Empire has no intention of stopping, but to use this opportunity to support a new government. Ma Sakai, the former Kalmorian Union diplomat and August grad, has been appointed as the chairman and CEO of the Union Board. Since the company is the government in the Kalmorian system, Sakai is the actual ruler of the Union. As for the largest corporate guilds in Moria, they have wisely announced that they will hand over the management rights and all resources to the reshuffled Union Board in exchange for the right to retain assets after the war. As for those who are unwilling to give up power, Augustus's generals euphemistically said that the nobles of the old Federation are their precedent. Currently, the resources collected by the mining areas of the Comorian Federation are placed under an organization called the Wartime Resource Management Committee. In this way, all the industries and shipyards of the Federation have been transferred to serve the Terran Empire, and a large amount of resources are being converted into power armor, armored vehicles, and interstellar battleships. Although it was not directly incorporated into the Terran Empire, the Comorian Federation actually became a vassal state, and its government existed in name only. In this way, no matter how Sakai refuted and swore that he would never sell out the interests of the Federation, it seemed that the fact that he had a secret deal with the Emperor of the Terran Empire was already set in stone. In fact, the ones who suffered the most losses were the super-large guild enterprises in the Comorian Federation, and even their founders could not decide the daily management of their companies and any resources. As for the civilians, and even most of the middle class in Comorian, they found that they were living better than before. Not only did they have additional subsidies, their salary levels were greatly increased, but their working hours were constantly shortened, consistent with the Terran Empire enterprises. Not only that, Augustus also spent a huge amount of money to help the people of the Commonwealth rebuild their homes, which not only gained prestige among the Comorians, but also calmed the public's dissatisfaction. Anyway, it was the shareholders of the giant guilds of the Commonwealth who spent their money, so they had to show that they were willing. In addition to stationing troops in Moria and other places, Augustus also ordered the establishment of the Comorian militia organization, recruiting and training a large number of new soldiers. These warriors dressed in rust-colored and modeled brass-colored full-face armor immediately became an armed force that could not be ignored. They could be seen clearing out the Zerg everywhere in the Commonwealth. After the war, if the many guilds in the Union want to cut workers' wages again, it may not be an easy task. In the afternoon, Augustus returned to the operations center of the Augustgrad Palace. Good things come in pairs, and good news came from the front line again. According to the report of the scientific ship that has been tracking the primitive Zerg for a long time, the primitive Zerg driven out of the Empire have encountered the Taldaran Protoss in the west of the Empire. Both sides are warlike races, fighting without asking for reasons, and for a while, they are evenly matched. The cold and cruel Taldaran Protoss looked down on the original Zerg. As Protoss, they were still as arrogant as ever. At first, the Taldaran Protoss and the original Zerg only fought on a few planets in a local area. Once the war was ignited, it quickly expanded. But after several Terrazine production sites were destroyed, the Taldaran Protoss suddenly became anxious and mobilized their fleet. Judging from the current situation, the original Zerg and Taldaran will have to fight for a while, until they find that they can't absorb the genetic essence of the Protoss no matter what. By then, these interstellar gluttons may return home. Anyway, the Taldaran Protoss suffered, and the wicked Augustus was happy. But after sending away the original Zerg, the Overlord Zerg behind is the real threat. After 4 years of recuperation, the new Overlord has matured and truly controlled the Zerg, and the several brain worms under its command have undoubtedly become more powerful. The next battle for the Tyranid Empire is a truly bloody and cruel one. The current Zerg is no less powerful than the Battle of Ire. Fortunately, Augustus was well prepared. Your Majesty, Dr. Emil Nerid has arrived. The royal guard guarding the gate of the operations center brought Nerid, who had been traveling for many days, to Augustus. A group of high-ranking officers in the operations center rushed to shake hands with the famous Dr. Nerid. This master in the field of science was praised by the Emperor as a treasure bestowed by God on mankind. It is no exaggeration to say that Dr. Nerid has made the technology of the Terran people stride forward into a generation. If it were not for Nerid, it would conservatively be estimated that it would take at least 30 years for humans to reach the current level. Dr. Nerid is in charge of multiple scientific research projects at the same time. He is repairing the Zelnaga world ship in the Sigma Quadrant, and is also responsible for the construction of the Skygear platform and Prometheus space station, the Empire's secret weapons laboratory. In order to protect these confidential projects, Emperor Augustus also specially dispatched the Mobius Corps to assist His Majesty Augustus Minsk, the first emperor of the Terran Empire, who is loved by all people. When I learned that you wanted to summon me, I immediately put down all my work and rushed to Augustgrad without stopping. Dr. Nerid wiped the sweat off his forehead with a clean white towel and said, the doctor was wearing a neat suit, with his tie, trousers, and leather shoes all neatly trimmed. He was a self-proclaimed noble Xel'Naga, and even if he became a human, he was still an aristocrat. Dear Emir, the Emperor looked very happy. I have ordered the kitchen to welcome you. You must have worked hard all the way back from the Sigma Star region. The Sigma Star region is a frontier among the frontiers. Although colonies have been established on more than a dozen habitable planets, the material life is ultimately not as good as the prosperous core world. Even returning to Korhal from the Sigma sector would take many days on the road. Time is running out. Let's talk about work first. Dr. Nerid is a well-known workaholic. Even scientists 40 years younger than him can't keep up with his inhuman work intensity and extremely involuted work schedule. If we were to select the model workers of the Terran Empire, Nerid would have deserved it every year in the past 4 years. When the spacecraft docked at Bronte Prime, I heard rumors that the Jormungandr swarm had landed on Tasha, which indicates that the swarm will soon arrive in the Copperless sector. Nerid said worriedly, in every Zerg invasion, Jormungandr has always been the pioneer of the Overmind. Your Majesty, let me see the Xel'Naga artifact. If my research is correct, then it is a magic weapon to deal with the Zerg. That's exactly what I meant. The black-hearted boss Augustus thought for a moment and agreed. This hypocritical guy didn't plan to entertain Nerid in the first place. It would be a waste to feed him anyway. There is a scientific laboratory in the Augustgrad Palace, which contains the most advanced cutting-edge equipment of the Terran Empire. If you take the elevator, it will take a few minutes to get there. So, Augustus ordered Lieutenant General Ulysses to stay in the combat center temporarily to control the situation, and took Renault and others to follow Nerid to the palace laboratory. As soon as he arrived at the laboratory, an object suspended in a three-dimensional triangular bracket device and a glass curtain wall immediately made Dr. Nerid excited. It was a triangular column emitting a soft copper-blue luster. The dark surface of this triangular column seemed to have been baptized by countless epochs, and the mysterious and magnificent lines and patterns were outlined. The sky-blue light emitted from it was like the sacred light from heaven. Even the crude barbarians who don't know what art is, and the most crazy thugs will be impressed by this creation that contains the artistic beauty of the Xel'Naga. As if every cell, every DNA and RNA in their body is exclaiming in admiration. The natural rhythm and harmonious beauty that is naturally formed. The Protoss is imitated for tens of millions of years, but is still an ugly imitation. In the laboratory, the 5 fragments of the Xel'Naga artifact that were originally stored separately have been reassembled and are usually studied and maintained by Dr. Egon Stedman. The one who created it must be a true god in this world. Dr. Nerid said to Augustus excitedly, please forgive my loss of composure, but the technology of the Xel'Naga is like a miracle to us humans. So you think so too? Egon Stedman, who was analyzing the artifact, was at a loss because of the Emperor's sudden arrival. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, great minds think alike. Augustus glanced at Nerid and said nothing. To be honest, I have never known how this thing can be used to fight against the Zerg. Although Raynor is a rough man, he also knows how to appreciate art and beauty. If it were Harnack and Tychus, they would have already swung the Xel'Naga artifact to smash the bugs. I said that the Xel'Naga once modified the Protoss and Zerg life forms on a large scale. For them, something that can destroy their DNA is of course a weapon. Nerid looked at the Xel'Naga artifact and was excited, although this has nothing to do with the original intention of the designer. We have found a way to use the Xel'Naga artifact in a human way. I will try to modify the Xel'Naga artifact mode, and then make it release a powerful subsonic shock wave, enough to kill a large number of Zerg on a large scale. I call it Energy Nova, or Nova Shock. And you said that this subsonic wave frequency will not affect humans, which is incredible. Augustus said, you mentioned the working principle of Energy Nova in detail in your report, but I don't understand it at all. This is true. But although Augustus didn't understand it, he immediately ordered other scientists under his command to conduct large-scale experiments and research on the mode of releasing Energy Nova from the Xel'Naga artifact, striving to master the use of it without Nerid. Oh, never mind. I'll show you how the Xel'Naga artifact works when it releases a Nova shock. Nerid smiled. Augustus didn't understand what he was laughing at. Now the artifact is yours, Dr. Nerid. I hope you don't use it for strange things, Reno added. At this time, a ball of shadow slowly swayed into the laboratory. That was the royal brainworm. It lived not far from here, and often went to his best friend Stedman for a physical examination. Half of the brainworm's face was hidden under the Navy's wide-brimmed military cap, and its fat body cast a gloomy shadow under the light. An extremely cruel brainworm. The son of the master. The overlord of the swarm. The Empire's salted fish. The kind that jumps up and slaps you in the face when it gets angry. Are there guests? The brainworm glanced at the laboratory and crawled in slowly. Sorry, I'm not wearing pants today. You lazy bug. Augustus scolded. You should have been here an hour ago. You are racist. The brainworm did not give in. Dagos. Yak. Gog. And Sass. They are more homebodies than me. I can't control them. The Emperor said. You fucking dog. The brainworm arched its back like an angry cat, and was about to attack and hurt people, but found that Dr. Nerid was here. This dog Emperor is very vengeful, and only a fierce insect like it will fight to the end. My dear friend, Dr. Nerid, it's been so long since you said you would add an implant to my prosthesis last time. How is the progress? The brainworm crawled to Dr. Nerid, winking and saying, although the master of the swarm created by the Overmind, this brainworm could not evolve limbs. It could only find someone from Cerberus to become a cyberworm. But the professional quality of Cerberus's people was not very high, and they could not meet the brainworm's almost harsh requirements. What a pair of legs that can run at Mach 300 and hands that are flexible enough to wave flowers. It is really too much to ask. Ah, this matter? Progress. Nerid couldn't remember when he promised this brainworm, but he reacted quickly. It's almost there. It's almost there. Great. The brainworm was happy, remembering that Augustus had called him here without telling him what he was here for. By the way, what did you ask me to do? To do a small test. Augustus pointed at the Xel'Naga artifact. What test? The brainworm stretched its neck. Weapon test. Augustus replied. Chapter 580 The Dog Emperor. Why do you want to test weapons with me? If you need someone to pull the trigger, there are people everywhere in the Augustgrad Palace. The brainworm didn't understand, and couldn't help but lower its posture. The suspicious brainworm smelled something wrong, and couldn't find out anything. However, even though it has extremely powerful telepathic ability, it is very difficult to figure out Augustus's thoughts. There is only one thing that the brainworm is sure of. That is, this black-bellied guy definitely has no good intentions. Augustus Mengsk knew how to hide his thoughts when facing telepaths. This must be a skill he learned from getting along with Sarah Kerrigan and the Protoss. Even the powerful psychic brainworms could not guess his thoughts. So the brainworm stretched its neck and looked at the Xel'Naga artifact floating quietly in the three-dimensional device. The assembled black triangular prism was emitting a bright copper-blue light. Its innate keen perception made it stay away from the Xel'Naga artifact. In human terms, this thing is quite evil even for the Zerg. The Xel'Naga artifact can absorb the energy of the Protoss and Zerg. For the people who made it, grinding the Protoss and Zerg into powder and converting it into pure energy is as simple as taking a nap. Neither humans nor Protoss can understand the heights reached by the Xel'Naga, and can only exclaim as a miracle. In other words, even if a pig sees a slaughterhouse rising from the ground, it can't figure out that it is used to kill pigs. Speak up. Seeing that Augustus was hesitant to answer, the brainworm was a little scared. Why don't you speak? Don't be afraid. Renault laughed first. He probably guessed what Augustus wanted to do. You will know soon. Augustus just answered like this. He was rubbing his hands, and wanted to verify the power of the Xel'Naga artifact. If the Xel'Naga artifact can purify the brain worm, then it must be effective against the Overmind. Raising the worm for 1,000 days. Using the worm for a moment. My psychic intuition tells me that this is definitely not a good thing. The brainworm's triangular bright red eyes rolled around. Already looking for a way out. Sorry. Let me refuse. I'm not asking for your opinion. Nor am I discussing this with you. The Emperor showed his sinister face, and then called 4 royal guards who followed him, asking them to work together to carry the brainworm out. Catch it. What are you doing? Although it was fat and slow, the brainworm was surprisingly strong, and its skin was as smooth as a mirror and extremely difficult to catch. It slipped away from the royal guards in a moment. Then the scientists in the laboratory saw a strange scene. That is, a fat white worm was flexibly moving among the crowd. Extremely slippery. With a burst of sprint, the brainworm almost rushed out of the laboratory door. But after a long time, the brainworm was still pinned to the ground by the royal guards, with muscles as hard as granite. The white fat worm was stepped on by the tail, and the upper body was twitching at a devilish frequency, like a fish jumping desperately on the shore. Please cooperate with our work. Not to mention, even a large group of royal guards can hold this guy down. Augustus Mengsk. Worse than a beast. The brainworm twitched and howled. You are killing the donkey after it has done its work. Your Majesty, the brainworm is a valuable asset of the Empire after all. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to do this? Dr. Nerid was so smart that he had seen Augustus's thoughts long ago. Perhaps the Zelnaga artifact can effectively kill large numbers of Zerg through the Nova impact, as he said. And the Psychic Crusher can also do this. But the Emperor also hopes that the artifact can kill high-level Zerg with psychic power. What are you going to do? The brainworm was timid. To be honest, it has been a little too proud recently. It is not impossible for the petty Augustus Mengsk to take the opportunity to retaliate. This is indeed his favorite thing to do. Tell it, Mr. Stedman. Augustus looked at Dr. Egon Stedman, who was hiding far away and looking at a data panel from afar. Stedman was very happy to hear the Emperor respectfully call him sir, and even silently said it twice. It is obvious that this young scientist cares more about others' recognition of himself than the life and death of his brainworm friend. The happy Stedman cleared his throat and did not give an immediate answer. What are you humming about? The brainworm narrowed its eyes. This evil bad thing actually has no good qualities. It can't help but think that when it escapes, it must eat Stedman with sauce as a revenge. Are you involved in this? Egon? I objected. Although Stedman likes to brag, he is still honest. It's very simple. Your Majesty. Your Majesty needs you to test the power of the Zelnaga artifact when it switches to weapon mode. Stedman was genuinely happy and proud of this discovery. We speculate that it can release a powerful subsonic shock wave that can kill hundreds of Zerg in the blink of an eye. And to test its power, it is necessary to use living Zerg of all strains, and even building samples. So you are using me as a target. The brainworm was furious. Is this something a human can do? It violates human rights. This is too inhumane. It can easily read Egon Stedman's thoughts. Although Stedman is a very smart human, his brain is completely defenseless against powerful telepaths. If Augustus's mental barriers are solid walls, then Stedman's are sieves with many holes. Even so, it is not so afraid. After all, Augustus can't really kill a useful brain worm. But when it comes to weapons experiments, the one who fires the cannon is very happy. But the one who is bombed will not think so. I didn't ask for your opinion on this matter. Augustus wanted to list the many crimes that the brainworm had committed in the palace. But he felt ashamed. I told you long ago that you should be more restrained. Don't think I can't deal with you. Isn't it just eating a few bulldogs raised by Edmund Duke? That's nothing. It seems that in your eyes, I am not as good as a dog. The brainworm thought for a while and said, they ran into my stomach on their own. I am also innocent. I said that old guy Duke was so anxious that he jumped up and down like a monkey. When asked what happened, he refused to say it. Raider suddenly realized. Dr. Nerid beside him also fell into deep thought, as if the strange words and deeds of this brainworm shocked him greatly. At least, when the master created the brainworm, he would never add the genes of the clown. The master created the brainworm, and the new brainworm was just a blank sheet of paper in terms of personality, and often obeyed the orders of the older and more powerful brainworm. God knows what it learned from humans to become a ghost. I think it must have stayed with Egon Stedman for too long. Nerid was shocked. Augustus just stared at the brainworm without saying anything, waiting to see how it would explode. Who can tell? I guess you are jealous of me because those court ladies like me so much. But you can only see them, but not eat them. The brainworm thought again. You lecherous worm. Augustus' face turned black. Drag him out. He didn't care about his face. I was right. Before being dragged out, the brainworm was still shouting. Go to the experimental site. The Emperor stared at Renault, who was laughing. Faraday. Prepare the boat. Hey. We all know you don't dare. Forgive me. I haven't laughed so happily for a while. Renault put away his smile. This is not a shameful thing. I heard that the Queen can hear the sound of two mice fighting in the palace. How dare you have evil thoughts? I can hear your laughter clearly. Augustus shrugged his shoulders at this time. This is not a very happy thing. Jimmy. You know. The damn Emperor has made enough jokes. August Grad has a prototype weapons laboratory, which is claimed to be the Simonson Munitions Factory, but is actually a secret prototype weapons laboratory. From the outside, the Simonson Munitions Factory is a huge building made of reinforced concrete and alloys, with huge gates leading to heavily guarded warehouses. This is one of the most heavily guarded areas in Augustgrad. More than one Umoyan agent has tried to pry open Simonson's door to steal confidential information. On this day, the atmosphere in the heavily fortified Simonson arsenal was more solemn than usual. Imperial soldiers in red power armor blocked all major traffic routes, and anyone who wanted to walk in for a look would be taken away immediately for questioning. When Augustus' transfer plane arrived at the apron of the Simonson arsenal, he was immediately led into the prototype weapon test room. The test site was a huge empty room that could accommodate 20 Odins, with straight walls that were 200 feet high and a giant dome supported by nanomaterials on top. At the bottom of the wall are multiple gates connected to high-voltage electricity, each of which leads to a pen full of living Zerg. Augustus, of course, does not have to enter the test site, but can watch the entire process directly in the monitoring center. Although Dr. Nerid believes that the Nova impact of the Xel'Naga artifact will not have any impact on humans, Augustus's subordinates will not take it lightly. Under the watchful eyes of Augustus, Raynor, Nerid and others, the Xel'Naga artifact was placed in the center of the weapon test site. After debugging, the artifact has entered the operating state, and the copper-blue light on the surface is shining more and more. Doctor, where does the energy of the Xel'Naga artifact come from? It has neither a reactor nor a boiler. Augustus deliberately acted stupid. The artifact itself stores a certain amount of energy, enough for us to release multiple Nova shocks. But it needs to be recharged after use. The gray-haired, well-dressed scientist couldn't help but smile. If the Xel'Naga artifact cannot replenish its energy, then sooner or later it will run out of energy. Augustus asked. For the Xel'Naga, energy, genes and information are all one and the same, and they can be transformed into each other. Based on this theory, in theory, the artifact they created is just like a super Rubik's Cube with infinite possibilities. Nerid patiently explained. The Xel'Naga artifact has multiple preset modes, one of which is to absorb void energy. However, at present, the boundary between the void and reality is still tightly sealed, with only a few cracks connected to the void, which are very difficult to find. Wow, Reno said. It sounds powerful, but you must have a way. Augustus praised Nerid, because you are Emil Nerid. Let's put it this way. We have to use a medium that can provide void energy to charge the Xel'Naga artifact. Nerid said, then we need a lot of Terrazine ore. We can seek the help of the Protoss Dark Templar. The best candidate is Blade Prince Tosh, whose powerful energy is inherited from the Overlord of the Swarm. Tosh's power is very strong and can be fully charged in just one time. As far as I know, Tosh happens to be imprisoned by you. You mean we need a mobile portable charger? Which sounds like bioelectricity. Raynor's mind turned quickly. Jimmy, you are right. Augustus thought. Isn't the brain worm also a powerful psychic individual that uses void energy? No need for Tosh. Just let Alpha Brain Worm charge the energy. The palace doesn't want to keep useless people. If the brain worm is here, it will probably faint from anger, and use its psychic energy to charge the Xel'Naga artifact and turn around to deal with me. Just think about it. It's not something that carbon-based creatures can do. This is really making the best use of everything. Nerid was speechless. Your research on the Xel'Naga artifact is really meticulous. I really can't imagine how we would deal with the powerful Zerg without you. Augustus said. I'm still far from it. Dr. Nerid said no. The one who really knows the effect is the one who makes them. You are so modest. Augustus said. Nerid's face was full of smiles. At this time, several soldiers from Simonson Arsenal were taking the ladder to throw the sack containing the brainworm Alpha onto the cold concrete floor of the test site. While the brainworm was cursing, the soldiers immediately evacuated the scene. Augustus, you're not really going to kill me, are you? The brainworm exclaimed. Dog Emperor, my unyielding soul will take revenge on you. Augustus, I will release the evil dogs of war and plunge humanity into endless civil strife and massacre. I am the great cataclysm. Why is it so dramatic? Augustus asked Raynor. I heard that this guy watches ancient Earth movies, and even musicals every day. Maybe its real talent is to be a top actor. Renault replied, isn't he the godfather of August Grad holographic films? Maybe he is good at this. Let's start. Augustus confirmed with Nerid, are you sure you won't kill this guy? The incompletely charged Nova Blast is far from enough to kill the powerful brain worm. But the exact damage it will cause needs to be tested, Nerid said. But let this poor guy suffer a little. Augustus ordered. Wait a moment. Your Majesty, the Nova Blast of the Zelnada artifact needs to be manually activated by someone. Nerid said, Egon is on the way. No. I can't let my scientists take risks. Augustus said, isn't it there? Let Alpha activate the Nova Blast of the artifact himself.